From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 667 to chapter 684. The messenger of the Qianyuan sacred ground is here to see the moon monarch of the Yu clan under the orders of the Qin emperor. Outside the Yu clan's territory, Xiaokun said loudly. Soon. A Yu clan powerhouse appeared. His voice was as gentle as the spring rain. Do you have proof? This is the token of the Qianyuan sacred ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the token flew out. The Yu clan powerhouse stretched out his jade-like hand to catch the token and then checked it carefully. Xiaokun, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but look at the other party. It said that the Yu clan is beautiful. Now that I see it, it's true. Tianwen Island had the complete inheritance of the human race. But this inheritance. Not only did it have the inheritance of the human race's ancient history, but it also had the knowledge of other races. Xiaokun often followed Xia Chao. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, he knew a lot of things. Among them, he had heard about the Yu clan. In ancient times, the Yu clan was also a large clan. The creatures of the Yu clan, regardless of whether they were men or women, were exceptionally handsome. The former moon monarch was known as the #1 beauty in the world and was expected to become the empress of the heavenly court. Unfortunately, for some reason, the ancient moon monarch did not become the empress in the end. Xiaokun looked at the Yu clan powerhouse in front of him, his thoughts running wild. At the same time, after the Yu clan powerhouse carefully checked the token, he politely returned it. Please follow me inside and wait for a while. I need to send a message to the moon monarch to give an accurate answer. It's okay. Xiaokun put away the token and then nodded. Then, he followed behind the Yu clan powerhouse and officially stepped into the Yu clan's territory. Just like the other territories. In the Yu clan's territory, there were also cultivators of other races. And because the Yu clan had always been neutral, the cultivators in their territory were much more numerous than in the territories of other races. Of course, it was hard to say whether this was simply because the Yu clan was neutral or because the Yu clan was handsome and beautiful. Walking in the Yu clan's territory, Xiaokun also saw many strange cultivators along the way. There are many mutants in the aristocratic territories. Mutants are all over the 4 continents. I've heard of many mutants in the East continent. That's true. Xiaokun nodded. He didn't know much about mutants. In the past, when he was in Heavenly Rune Island, there were no mutants. It was only after they left the Dead Sea region and entered the Eastern continent that they gradually came into contact with the mystical race known as the mutants. Undying and indestructible. Apart from having mediocre strength, they were no different from demons. Xiaokun sometimes thought about it. Could the variant humans have something to do with the demon abyss? However, he didn't pay too much attention to these things. This was because there were many mutants in the Eastern continent, and the mutants in the other 3 continents were also very weak. Don't be fooled by the sheer number of inhumans and the fact that they couldn't be killed no matter how hard you tried. But that was the main problem. The mutants did not have a top-notch powerhouse who could suppress an entire race. Now, each race had a ruler who was at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Powerful forces even had existences at the true immortal realm to suppress them. In humans, just like rootless duckweed, there was no one who could stand on their own. Such a race could be said to be very strong. It could also be said that he was very weak. Suppressing the mutants was not a difficult thing to do. This was because even though the Inhumans wouldn't truly die, they would still die. However, every time he was killed and revived, he would drop by a realm. As long as he kept the mutants suppressed, it would be difficult for them to cause any big waves. Apart from that, there was an even more important point. They couldn't kill the mutants, and the mutants couldn't kill them either. Although Xiaokun had never really been killed by the mutants, he had heard about it from others. It was also because of this reason. He wasn't very afraid of the mutants. After entering the city lord's mansion of the Moon Clan, not long after he sat down, the Moon Clan powerhouse suddenly stood up and looked at Xiaokun. Esteemed envoy, my emperor has sent a message to invite you to our secret realm. Thank you for your trouble. Xiaokun put down the teacup in his hand and stood up. Then, The Moon Clan powerhouse opened the entrance to the secret realm. The originally calm sky seemed to have suddenly cracked open, causing the space to tremble slightly. Such a change. It only made the other cultivators in the Moon Clan's territory look up and then look away. The Moon Clan's secret realm would often open. This was not a strange thing. Following behind the Moon Clan powerhouse and entering the secret realm, Xianxia realized that this place was completely different from the outside world. If the outside world was daytime, then the Moon Clan's secret realm was nighttime. However, nighttime did not mean darkness. In the sky above the Moon Clan's secret realm, there was a bright moon hanging. The moonlight poured over the entire secret realm, as if a mysterious power appeared from within. Moon. The Moon Clan's secret realm actually has moon. This time, Xianxia was really shocked. As far as he knew, the moon and sun were the most powerful existences among the stars in the sky. But soon, Xianxia reacted again. If the moon in the Moon Clan's secret realm was moon, then what was the moon outside? Seeing Xianxia's shocked expression, the Moon Clan powerhouse smiled and explained, "This is not the true moon. It is said that when the ancient moon emperor of our Moon Clan died, the moon transformed into a bright moon. This moon shines on the ancient times and is the true inheritance of our Moon Clan." The ancient moon emperor transformed. Xianxia took a deep breath, and the way he looked at the bright moon in the sky had completely changed. The ancient moon emperor. That was a true top powerhouse. According to his ancestor, among the ancient emperors, the moon emperor was considered one of the strongest. After all, he was able to almost become the empress of heaven. Damn it. Not only was his appearance a big factor, but his strength was also a big factor. In this way, the moon formed by the ancient moon emperor's death was definitely not something simple. The Moon Clan had such a supreme treasure, so they were probably extremely powerful. However, the Moon Clan had always been low-key and neutral. If not for their good looks, they would not be too famous in the 4 continents. As expected, there are not many races that have survived from the ancient times that are simple. Xianxia thought to himself. He even suspected that the Moon Clan had an ancient true immortal sealed in the seal. This was not impossible. When Emperor Zhao attained Tao, all the true immortals of the various races took action, but the Moon Clan was not included. Although the Moon Emperor succeeded in attaining Tao in the end, he did not see the true immortal of the Moon Clan break out of the seal. Now that he thought about it, the Moon Clan had hidden themselves very deeply. He had some thoughts in his mind. Xianxia did not really reveal it. He followed the Moon Clan powerhouse and walked towards the main hall of the Moon Clan. The main hall of the Moon Clan. It was located in the center of the entire Moon Clan's secret realm, and also the center of the moonlight. It was bathed in moonlight all year round, causing the main hall to be filled with a mysterious aura. The Moon Emperor is in the Moon God Hall. Please come with me. The Moon Clan powerhouse said lightly and took the lead to enter the Moon God Hall. Xianxia followed behind. The Moon God Hall. He silently repeated this name in his mind. He was sure. This Moon God Hall must be a terrifying supreme treasure. After all, it had been bathed in the light of the ancient Moon Emperor for many years. Even an ordinary object should have spirituality, not to mention an ancient clan like the Moon Clan. How could they not have any foundation? But Xianxia was not sure. Was the Moon Clan's Moon God Palace a Tao artifact or an ancestral armament? After all, except for the Eastern continent, Tao artifacts of all races were almost extinct. This was a fact. As for Zhu Bing, except for the human clan and the demon clan, the other races did not have one on the surface. Of course. Perhaps some race had such a treasure hidden in secret and refused to take it out all this time. Entering the Moon God Hall, Xianxia seemed to have entered another world. A faintly discernible pressure came from all directions. Inside the hall, on the main seat at the top, a person whose figure was covered by a dense light sat there. As soon as Xianxia saw that person, he already knew the identity of the other party. The messenger of the Qianyuan sacred ground of the human clan greets the Moon Emperor. Ben Huang felt the bloodline of the ancient Emperor Xia in you. Are you a descendant of the ancient Emperor Xia? The Moon Emperor slowly spoke from the main seat. His voice was cold, as if he was untainted by the mortal world. Hearing this, Xiaokun's expression did not change. He cupped his hands and said, "The Moon Emperor is wise. I am indeed a descendant of the ancient Emperor Xia. The ancient Emperor Xia was a hero of his generation. If it were not for the Emperor of Heaven, no one would have been able to stop him. You are a descendant of the ancient Emperor Xia, and your status is also noble. You don't have to be too cautious." The Moon Emperor's voice softened a little. "I wonder why the Qin Emperor asked you to come here this time." Xiaokun did not beat around the bush. He said directly, "The Qin Emperor will hold a meeting in the east city of the human territory in 3 months to discuss the opening of the 10,000 tribes battlefield. I hope the Moon Emperor can come on time." 10,000 tribes battlefield? The dense light shook a little. The Moon Emperor's voice also changed a little. "What is the 10,000 tribes battlefield? I'm just a messenger. I don't know the details." "Well, Ben Huang already knows about it. He will definitely be there in 3 months." The Moon Emperor did not force him. His voice gradually returned to normal. Just as Xiaokun was about to leave, the Moon Palace shook a little. The surrounding pressure also became a little stronger. Xiaokun's expression changed slightly. He did not know what had happened. At this moment, on the main seat, the Moon Emperor spoke again. "A while ago, the skybreaking halberd appeared. The Zubing was the divine weapon of the ancient immortal master Haozong. I wonder if the skybreaking halberd reacted because of the reincarnation of immortal master Haozong? I don't know what the Moon Emperor is talking about." Xiaokun shook his head and said. After saying that, the atmosphere in the main hall fell into silence. There was clearly nothing in the main hall, but danger lurked in every direction in an instant. After a while, the Moon Emperor's cold voice came again. The surrounding pressure also disappeared instantly. "In that case, please go back. I'll take my leave." Xiaokun cupped his hands and then left the Moon Palace under the lead of the other Moon Clan members. After leaving the Moon Clan's territory, only then did he realize that his back was already soaked in sweat. Is the Moon Clan related to immortal master Haozong? Xiaokun looked back at the Moon Clan's territory with deep fear in his eyes. However, although he had doubts in his heart, he did not dare to go back and ask. After all, Xiaokun was just a small heaven realm cultivator. In front of the Moon Emperor, who had already proven her Tao, he was not even an ant. But there was one thing. He was sure of one thing. There was definitely a big secret in the Moon Clan. "No, I have to go back and report this to the Qin Emperor. But I have to wait until the rest of them are notified." Xiaokun shook his head and immediately left. He did not fly. Unlike the Eastern continent, the other 3 continents had a large number of experts. A cultivator at the first level of the heaven realm flying in the sky would inevitably cause a lot of trouble. If he accidentally stepped over the head of a certain expert, he might die on the spot. It could be said that in the Eastern continent, those who could break through to the heaven realm were superior. In the other 3 continents, those who broke through to the heaven realm were not qualified to run rampant. Only those who had reached the saint realm were qualified to shake. Those who were truly in charge had a certain amount of decision-making power. Only those who were at the 7th level of the heaven realm and above could do that. Not long after leaving the Moon Clan, Xiaokun came to the territory of the next force, the Star Clan, at the same time. In the Moon Palace. After Xiaokun left, the Moon Emperor did not do anything. In the empty main hall, a cold echo sounded. The ancient Emperor Xia has fallen for millions of years. After so many years of reproduction, the human clan should not have such a strong bloodline of Emperor Xia remaining. Why is the bloodline in his body so strong? Could it be that the ancient Emperor Xia of the human clan left some backup plan? The Moon Emperor seemed to be talking to himself. Or he seemed to be asking the others. However, Emperor Xia was the strongest human emperor in the ancient times. It is not surprising that he left some backup plan. After all, the human clan has struggled for millions of years. It is impossible to say that they have no backup plan. It's just that Ben Huang is really curious about how many secrets the human clan is hiding. During the great tribulation of the demonic abyss, Haotsong had already fallen in the demonic abyss. The skybreaking halberd should also be in the demonic abyss. It must have been attracted by something to suddenly come back at this time. If I'm not wrong, Haotsong should have been reincarnated successfully. Since the bloodline of Emperor Xia has appeared and Haotsong has reincarnated, the human clan, gradually. The voices in the Moon Palace had fallen silent. The Moon Emperor's figure had completely disappeared at some point. The order of the Qianyuan sacred ground spread. Most of the clans had received the message from the messenger of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Also because the meeting of the 10,000 clans and the 10,000 clans battlefield had also spread. Many cultivators were speculating. What exactly was the 10,000 clans battlefield, but more cultivators were speculating about the purpose of the human clan's establishment of the 10,000 clans battlefield. These things. It had caused a great commotion in the other 3 continents. Even the East continent had been affected a lot. However, these things had little to do with Qin Shujian. After breaking through to the 8th tier of the celestial being realm, his strength had steadily risen to the 2nd tier of the true immortal realm. If he were to use his ancestral armament, even the Zhao Emperor might not be a match for him. The premise was, Emperor Zhao did not have Zhu Bing. So, with his strength skyrocketing, Qin Shujian also had the mentality of sitting on the fishing boat. He had an indifferent attitude towards the movements caused by the 4 continents and silently watched the situation. Emperor Qin, Xia Kun requests an audience. In the courtyard, Su Yuanming walked in. Let him come in. Qin Shujian said casually. Xia Kun suddenly came at this time, there must be something important. He calculated the time. Xia Kun had gone to the clans in the South Continent. It was about time. Not long after. Xia Kun walked in from outside and then cupped his hands. Emperor Qin. Elder Xia, what's the matter? Emperor Qin, I was ordered to go to the Moon Clan this time and found something. I'm worried about the Moon Clan, so I came to inform you. The Moon Clan? Qin Shujian's hand that was drinking tea paused slightly. Then he put down the teacup and his gaze fell on Xia Kun. Soon, Xia Kun told him everything he had seen and heard about the Moon Clan. After a while, Qin Shujian recovered from his thoughts and looked at Xia Kun, who was still standing there. He said, Ben Huang already knows about this. Elder Xia, you came back from the South Continent. It's a long journey. You should rest first. Then I'll take my leave first, Xia Kun replied respectfully. Wait a minute. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Shujian suddenly called out to him. Then, a jade bottle appeared out of thin air and landed in front of Xia Kun. There's a drop of flood dragon blood essence of the 10th level of the celestial being realm in the jade bottle. You're now at the 1st level of the celestial being realm. It's time to refine your body. Thank you, Emperor Qin. Xia Kun held the jade bottle and then bowed. His eyes were full of excitement. Flood dragon blood essence of the 10th level of the celestial being realm, this was a rare treasure. Cultivators at the extraordinary stage mainly focused on tempering their physique, allowing their essence, energy, and spirit to perfectly fuse together. At this moment, they needed a strong body to perfectly accommodate these things. Flood dragon blood essence. It was a treasure that could refine the body. Flood dragon blood essence of the 10th level of the celestial being realm was a treasure among treasures. With this thing, Xia Kun was confident that he could break through to the 2nd level of the celestial being realm. After Xia Kun left, Qin Shujian wanted to ask the Godslayer, but suddenly found that it was not necessary. He simply went to the Shao Mansion to have a good chat with Shao Qingfeng. The Shao Mansion. Now, a vision of heaven and earth appeared. After Qin Shujian walked into the Shao Mansion, no one in the Shao Mansion noticed. Only Shao Qingfeng knew. Listening to the sound in his ear, Qin Shujian smiled and turned. The next moment, he appeared in a small pavilion. Emperor Qin, I didn't welcome you from afar. Sorry for my impoliteness. Next time when Ben Huang comes, send someone to inform him in advance so that Brother Shao can welcome him. Qin Shujian smiled and sat down in front of Shao Qingfeng. To this, Xiao Qingfeng could only laugh it off. There's a cultivator in the Xiao mansion who is breaking through to the celestial being realm. Who is it? Emperor Qin, you should be familiar with this person. Xiao Qingfeng poured a cup of spirit tea for Qin Shujian and said with a smile. Su Mingyang? Qin Shujian only sensed a little and knew who was breaking through. Speaking of which, he was indeed familiar with Su Mingyang. Well, they used to be familiar. Xiao Qingfeng said, among the four, Su Mingyang's talent is the best. I taught him the 12 profound gates Zhou Tian technique and he was the fastest to succeed. It's normal for him to break through to the celestial being realm now. The 12 profound gates Zhou Tian technique? Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows. The name of this technique was quite loud. It's normal that you don't know about it. It's just that a technique from the ancient times can't be compared to the supreme technique that you're cultivating now. Xiao Qingfeng smiled meaningfully. In his opinion, the inheritance that Qin Shujian had received must have come from a powerful background. There was nothing that he didn't know about the ancient times. However, Xiao Qingfeng realized that he couldn't see through the inheritance of this Emperor Qin. As such, there was only one explanation for this. The inheritance came from the ancient times. In the ancient times, the heaven and earth had just been born. There were too many experts and supreme techniques that were born from the heaven and earth. If one could successfully cultivate it, he would definitely be able to imprint it in the heaven and earth. Xiao Qingfeng was a little emotional. Then, he changed the topic and said, Emperor Qin, why are you here today? There's something that Ben Huang would like to know. What is it? Brother Xiao, do you know anything about the Moon Clan? Qin Shujian went straight to the point. The Moon Clan. Xiao Qingfeng was slightly shocked, but he recovered quickly. He pondered for a while. Then he said slowly. The Moon Clan existed when the heaven and earth were born. It was said that when the moon shone on the earth for the first time, that ray of moonlight gave birth to intelligence and gave birth to the clan. Because it was related to the moon, the talent of the Moon Clan was also extremely powerful. They had given birth to powerful cultivators for generations. Even in the great calamity of the ancient times, the Moon Clan didn't suffer much loss. In the beginning of the ancient times, when the clans were declining, the Moon Clan was the top clan. Xiao Qingfeng took a sip of the spiritual tea and continued. In the end of the ancient times, the Moon Clan was also a big clan. It could be said that the Moon Clan had a very deep and stable foundation. Don't think that the Human Clan and the Demon Clan are very powerful now. The two clans might not be much stronger than the Moon Clan. From Xiao Qingfeng's words, one could tell that his evaluation of the Moon Clan was very high. Not every clan was qualified to be compared to the Human Clan and the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan was the most glorious clan in the ancient times. The Human Clan was the most glorious clan in the ancient times. No other clan could be compared to them. These two clans. All of them had once left behind a heavy mark in an era. It could even be said that these two clans had ended an era. The ancient demon emperor had ended the ancient times. The Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court had ended the ancient times with one slash. The Moon Clan was comparable to the two clans. It was really not simple. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian suddenly said, if that's the case, isn't the Star Clan's foundation also very deep? In the ancient times, the Star Clan was indeed very powerful. However, the ancient calamity caused the Star Clan to suffer heavy losses. They hadn't fully recovered in the ancient times. Even if they had recovered a little, it was only on the surface. Those ancient foundations had long been used up. They couldn't be compared to the Moon Clan. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head and said, among the Sun, Moon, and Star clans, the Moon Clan was the best. The Sun Clan had already been destroyed in the ancient times and no longer existed. However, the one who really made the Moon Clan strong was the last Moon Emperor of the ancient times. Speaking of the ancient Moon Emperor, Xiao Qingfeng's expression was a little strange. Seeing the change in his expression, Qin Shujian immediately realized what was going on. There was a story. Speaking of which, the Moon Clan seemed to have specially asked about the skybreaking halberd. Could it be that the ancient Moon Emperor had some connection with Brother Zhao's previous life, Immortal Hao Tsong? After saying that, Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, if there is really any friendship, Ben Huang thinks that Brother Xiao can come forward and think of a way to rope in the Moon Clan. That way, the human clan will have one more ally. There is no need for me to come forward. If Emperor Qin is willing to come forward, the Moon Clan will definitely ally with the human clan. Xiao Qingfeng smiled mysteriously. Qin Shujian's face darkened, and the smile also froze on his face. Brother Xiao, what do you mean? The Moon Clan has extreme yin, and the way of cultivation is also different. If the Moon Clan wants to cultivate to become a true immortal, they must maintain their original yin. But after becoming a true immortal, it is different. They pay attention to the balance of yin and yang. For a man like Emperor Qin who is so vigorous, the current Moon Emperor should be very fond of him. And every generation of Moon Emperors is an extremely beautiful woman. The ancient Moon Emperor was even known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Xiao Qingfeng slowly revealed some secrets from his mouth. Qin Shujian, who was standing aside, had a very strange expression. Plucking yin to replenish yang. This did not sound like the name of the Moon Clan. In his imagination, the Moon Clan should be noble and holy. Why did it sound a little bit like a bitch? Xiao Qingfeng seemed to have seen through Qin Shujian's inner thoughts. He shook his head. The ancient Moon Emperor was like that. Many true immortals had some connection with that Moon Emperor. In the end, that Moon Emperor even dreamed of becoming the Empress of Heaven. What a pity. How could the Emperor of Heaven be interested in such a withered woman? The ancient Moon Emperor wanted to become the Empress of Heaven? Qin Shujian was stunned. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer said, I know about the Moon Clan. If you want to know about this, just ask me directly. You don't have to come here to ask him. Regarding the voice in his sea of consciousness, Qin Shujian turned a deaf ear to it. Xiao Qingfeng said, the ancient Moon Emperor was also a top expert. It was rumored that she was an 8th level immortal. But in my opinion, she should have broken through to the 9th level immortal. As for the reason why she wanted to become the Empress of Heaven, it is very simple. She just wanted to collect the yang energy of the Emperor of Heaven, and use it to see the realm above the rules. That bitch, as long as you are strong enough, you can sleep with her. It's just that the price of sleeping with her is a little high. In Xiao Qingfeng's opinion, being a member of the heavenly court like the Moon Emperor, he felt ashamed. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also knew about the ancient Moon Emperor. At the same time, he also had a better understanding of how powerful the Moon Emperor was. Xiao Qingfeng's words were full of disdain. But if what he said was true, that the ancient Moon Emperor was a 9th level immortal expert, then she was really powerful. Although he did not know how many 9th level immortals there were in the heavenly court. But Qin Shujian was sure. There were definitely not many who could reach this realm. Immediately, he thought of something again and looked at Xiao Qingfeng with a mocking expression. If that's the case, Brother Xiao is also a famous expert in the ancient times. Does that mean you have a relationship with the Moon Emperor? But that's right. If not, why would the Moon Clan care so much about the skybreaking halberd? Bull*T. Xiao Qingfeng scolded. This was the first time he scolded someone. Women will only affect the progress of my cultivation. Why would I bother with them? Moreover, someone like the Moon Emperor is not worthy of my attention. When she came to me, I didn't even look at her. Looking at Xiao Qingfeng's exasperated expression, Qin Shujian's expression was a little strange. Then, he smiled faintly and said, Brother Xiao, don't be so anxious. Ben Huang was just asking casually. At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng also calmed down. The anger on his face disappeared and he regained his original calmness. But no matter what, the ancient Moon Emperor is still very powerful. She may not really be dead. Maybe she has already reincarnated in the Moon Clan. Although the Moon Clan has never had any enmity with the human clan, being neutral doesn't mean that we won't be enemies. When there is a conflict of interest, anyone will turn hostile. Qin Shujian, other than paying attention to the enemy forces, you must also be wary of the Moon Clan. Xiao Qingfeng warned. In his opinion, the Moon Clan was very powerful and could not be ignored. Qin Shujian stopped smiling and said in a serious voice, the Moon Clan should still have some ancient immortals who haven't broken out of the seal. They do have a lot of trump cards. Ben Huang will not be careless. The sealed immortals are nothing to worry about. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head, then looked at Qin Shujian and said with a smile. With Qin Shujian's current strength, even if a few immortals break out of the seal, they will not be your match. Brother Xiao is the same. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. During this time, Xiao Qingfeng's combat strength had changed again, from 80,000 to 83,000. As for his realm, he was still at the 7th level of the celestial being realm. At this level, Qin Shujian had a feeling that if he really cultivated to the 7th level of the celestial being realm, his combat strength would not be much weaker than his own. If there is a chance, I really want to learn from Qin Shujian. Xiao Qingfeng sighed and said. Exchanging blows with experts was one of his hobbies. Although Qin Shujian was not a immortal yet, in his eyes, he was no different from one. Also, compared to ordinary immortals, Xiao Qingfeng was more willing to fight with talents like Qin Shujian. Because from such a person, he could see more things. However, if the two of them fought with all their strength, it would definitely cause a big commotion. If they were not careful, they might even get hurt. The human race was in a tense situation. Nothing could happen to the top experts. There will be a chance. Qin Shujian replied simply, then picked up the spiritual tea on the table and drank it all, then got up and left. Xiao Qingfeng wanted to fight with him. He also wanted to fight with Xiao Qingfeng. Qin Shujian was also very curious about the reincarnation of immortal Haozong. However, now was not the time to fight. After leaving the Xiao mansion, Qin Shujian separated a strand of divine will and headed straight to the Central State Prefecture. The Central State Prefecture. In the Imperial Palace of the Imperial City. In the study, Emperor Zhao opened his closed eyes and looked at the person who appeared in front of him. There was no surprise in his eyes. Qin Shujian, how come you have time to come here? This time, I came here only to discuss one thing with you, Zhao Emperor. Qin Shujian stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked at Emperor Zhao. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao looked normal. What is it? Qin Shujian said, Ben Huang is going to open the restriction of heaven and earth and merge the East continent with the other 3 continents. Open the restriction of heaven and earth? That's right. Without the Chen River, anyone who has reached the level where their physical body can cross the void can pass through. Now that all the races have been born, the restriction of heaven and earth has no effect on stopping them. Besides, the human race is strong enough now, so we don't need the restriction of heaven and earth. In that case, why don't we open the restriction of heaven and earth and let the East continent be born? Qin Shujian said confidently. In the past, the human race had to rely on the restriction of heaven and earth as a barrier. That was when the human race was weak. But now, the human race no longer needed to rely on the restriction of heaven and earth. When the human race was defeated, who could stop the restriction of heaven and earth without the Chen River? Emperor Zhao pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, there is no need for the restriction of heaven and earth. If you want to open it, Ben Huang has no objection. But I don't know if you want to do it or let Ben Huang do it. Ben Huang alone is enough. Qin Shujian said. He came this time just to tell Emperor Zhao about opening the restriction of heaven and earth. After all, the human race had 2 human emperors now. There were some decisions that couldn't be made by one person alone. And he really did it. It was inevitable that there would be unnecessary friction between him and Emperor Zhao. Then, Qin Shujian's divine will dissipated, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. Emperor Zhao shook his head slightly, then closed his eyes again. These were just trivial matters. They were not worth his attention. In the Qianyuan realm, Qin Shujian's divine will returned. He smiled faintly. Since we are going to open the 10,000 clan battlefield, there is no need for the restriction of heaven and earth to exist. But before that, I need to do something first. He stood up. He took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared at the edge of the restriction of heaven and earth. This position was not where the entrance of the passage was, so there was naturally no one guarding here. Qin Shujian closed his eyes, and his divine will frantically spread out along the edge of the restriction of heaven and earth. About 15 minutes later, he withdrew all the divine will that he had spread out. The restriction of heaven and earth covers about 1,000,000 miles. If it is all opened, the spirit chi accumulated in the eastern continent will be greatly tilted to the other 3 continents. Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back, looking at the violent turbulence in the void in front of him. He worked so hard to move the spirit vein here, so he naturally did not want to work for other forces. Therefore, to open the restriction of heaven and earth, the prerequisite was to set up an array to block the spirit chi, to ensure that the spirit chi would not leak out. Setting up an array in 1,000,000 miles. It was not an easy task. Fortunately, Qin Shujian had now broken through to the 3rd realm of Array Grandmaster, and was only 1 step away from the rumored Saint realm. At this level, Array Dao was almost enough to open a small world. In this way, it wouldn't be difficult to set up a formation that covered an area of 1,000,000 miles. But I'm afraid it will take more time. P.S. There are still 100 chapters to go. Come on, old Qin already has a profile picture on the character page. It was easy for an array master to set up an array. The higher the cultivation level, the lower the difficulty of setting up an array. However, setting up an array also depended on the situation. It was not easy to set up such a large array that needed to block the spirit energy of a continent and was millions of miles long. And there can't be any mistakes in the array. If there are cultivators fighting, the aftermath can't destroy the array. In this case, I need an array base. Qin Shujian thought in his heart. With his current means, setting up an array in the void was not a big problem. It was still the same sentence. If he wanted the array to be strong enough, he needed an array base. If I use the void as the array base, the power is not strong enough. Unless I can reach the level of opening a small world, otherwise, I still need to borrow external objects. Qin Shujian thought of this. He directly took out some materials from the heaven board. Then he used heaven and earth as a furnace. He began to forge on the spot. After breaking through to the 3rd stage of the forging Grandmaster, this was the first time Qin Shujian forged a magic weapon. In the past, at the 2nd stage, he had already forged an 8-seal Dao artifact like the heaven board. However, it was not an easy task to forge a 9-seal Dao artifact. Even now, Qin Shujian, he was not confident. Because the gap from 8 seals to 9 seals was too big. In order to successfully forge it, he had to reach the Saint stage. However, this time, he did not need a 9-seal Dao artifact to forge the array base. The heaven and earth furnace rose. The forging materials were thrown in. Qin Shujian waved his hand and saw the surrounding temperature rise rapidly. In less than half a day, these materials had all melted. 2 days passed. Thunder fell from the sky. 5 days passed. The thunder disappeared. The thunder light in the sky turned into rays of light, and finally, the 18-square array flags soared into the sky. Finally, Qin Shujian reached out and grabbed the array flags in his hand. A top-notch spirit weapon, almost comparable to a 3-seal Dao artifact, can be used. If it was before, a top-notch spirit weapon comparable to a 3-seal Dao artifact was naturally a rare treasure for him. But Qin Shujian looked at it now. A top-notch spirit weapon comparable to a 3-seal Dao artifact was just that. Such a magic weapon. It was not top-notch at all. However, it was more than enough to set up a simple array formation. In the later period of time, Qin Shujian had set up the array formation in the area of the heaven and earth restriction. Half a month passed. He was always inscribing runes in the void. Fortunately, after breaking through to the 8th stage of the heaven-human realm, Qin Shujian's spirit god had reached an extremely frightening level. If one wanted to inscribe void runes in an area of 1,000,000 miles, they would have to be extremely careful. It wouldn't be too difficult. After the formation pattern was engraved, he found a suitable place and inserted the 18-square formation flags into it according to the pattern of the mountains and earth veins. At this point, the formation could be considered complete. After setting up the array formation, Xianxia did not activate it immediately. Instead, he entered the turbulent void. Something that did not belong to the space vortex had entered this place. Naturally, it caused an uproar in the surroundings. However, a powerful aura spread out from Xianxia's body, suppressing the turbulence in the surroundings. At this moment, he was standing in the center of the space vortex. With his body as the center, the space vortex within 100 miles had stabilized. The main reason for the heaven and earth restriction was that Xianxia had self-detonated half of the law. The chaotic law power raged here, causing the void to be shattered by the law power immediately after it calmed down. Over time, it formed the space vortex that had existed for 200,000 years. To put it bluntly, as long as all the law fragments here are removed, the shattered void will gradually calm down, and the heaven and earth restriction will no longer exist. Xianxia's divine consciousness spread out. Immediately, one could see that there were countless strands scattered all around. Those were the fragments of the rules. Immediately after, he reached out and held a thread. Immediately, he felt a slight tingling pain in his palm. Xianxia looked down. This thin thread was like a sharp blade of a magic weapon, leaving a shallow white mark on his palm. Immediately after, the long river of law appeared and attached to his palm. Then, he squeezed hard. The thread immediately dissipated like starlight. Only the law can deal with the law, Xianxia muttered to himself. Then, a smile appeared on his face. He took a step forward. The long river of law rushed over. He punched out. Countless law fragments were destroyed, turning into starlight and dissipating. Such an unforeseen event. Naturally, it caused the entire heaven and earth restriction to shake violently. What's going on? What happened? Why is the heaven and earth restriction shaking? Is there a human true immortal inside? Many of the cultivators near the heaven and earth restriction were shocked when they saw this scene. No one knew. What happened to the heaven and earth restriction to cause such an unforeseen event? Duan Sun, who was guarding the entrance of the passage. Now, he immediately sent a message back to the imperial court. After doing all this, he immediately looked at the other generals and shouted, "Pass down my order. Everyone, be on guard in case an enemy appears in the heaven and earth restriction." For the other humans, the heaven and earth restriction's abnormality could be a good thing. But in Duan Sun's opinion, it might not be so. Because the heaven and earth restriction stretched for millions of miles. It was within the East continent and connected to the 4 major continents. As for the human territory outside the passage, it did not include the entire heaven and earth restriction, but only occupied a very small area. In other words, if an expert bypassed the human territory and directly broke into the heaven and earth restriction, it was not impossible. In this way, now, the heaven and earth restriction's abnormality. Maybe it was caused by an expert from another race who broke in. But not long after, the imperial court sent a message back. Duan Sun took out the communication jade talisman and read the message inside. After a while, he put down the communication jade talisman and let out a sigh of relief. "General Duan, what did the imperial court say?" A deputy general beside him saw this and could not help but ask in a low voice. Hearing this, Duan Sun shook his head and said, "The imperial court said that the heaven and earth restriction's abnormality might be because Emperor Qin is calming the void turbulence. But no matter what, we still can't relax to avoid any mistakes." "I understand." The deputy general nodded, but the expression on his face was a bit strange. Emperor Qin is calming the void turbulence, if that's the case. Then what's the point of them guarding the passage entrance? Not only was the deputy general puzzled, even Duan Sun was at a loss. Everything was fine. Why did Emperor Qin want to calm the void turbulence? Could it be, were the human clan so powerful that they did not need the heaven and earth restriction as a barrier? Duan Sun got the news. In the human territory, the 4 city lords also got the news from the imperial court at the same time. Emperor Qin is calming the void turbulence. After getting the news, Huazhan was shocked. The news from the imperial court. It was completely out of his expectation. Dan Hao said in a deep voice, "Emperor Qin must have his reasons for doing so." The human clan is powerful now, and we do not need the heaven and earth restriction. The problem is that the heaven and earth restriction is news. It's not easy to prevent an outsider from sneaking into the eastern continent. Huazhan was a bit worried. The eastern continent was now under the control of the human clan. The main reason was that the heaven and earth restriction kept the other races outside. If the heaven and earth restriction disappeared, it would not be easy for the human clan to monopolize the eastern continent. Even if an outsider enters the eastern continent, so what? It won't cause any trouble. Dan Hao replied noncommittally. Hearing this, Huazhan looked at Dan Hao with a strange expression. That's not right. You didn't say that in the past. I said that I wanted to let an outsider enter the eastern continent, and you've been holding a grudge until now. However, now that Emperor Qin wants to open the heaven and earth restriction, you changed your words. Even if you have double standards, you don't have such double standards. Huazhan felt a little tired. Sometimes, the gap between people is really big. He sighed meaningfully. Dan Hao looked at him strangely and said, "What's wrong with you again?" "Nothing. I have some enlightenment during this period of time, so I plan to go into seclusion to see if I can break through to the 7th level of the celestial being." Huazhan shook his head and said casually, "Anyway, the eastern city is going to vacate. As the city lord of the eastern city, I'm about to be laid off. I might as well go back and cultivate. I won't come out until I reach the 7th level of the celestial being." Hearing this, Dan Hao looked at him with some pity in his eyes. In the end, he comforted him. "Don't worry, your position as the city lord of the eastern city shouldn't change. Even if Emperor Qin invites the rulers of the 10,000 races to discuss matters, it won't affect you too much." Haha. Huazhan rolled his eyes at him. The rulers of the 10,000 races had really arrived. The weakest among them was an expert of the 10th level of the celestial being realm, and there was no lack of true immortals among them. As a cultivator of the 6th level of the celestial being realm, what was the use of him staying here, serving tea, or pouring water? If that was the case, he might as well not be the city lord. Just as the two of them were talking, a violent fluctuation suddenly came from the heaven and earth restriction. Rumble, a terrifying power swept out from within, and all the rule fragments were shattered and destroyed. When the rule fragments were destroyed, the shattered void slowly healed, and the void turbulence gradually calmed down. The void turbulence calmed down. To the others, it was as if the sky was gradually lifted by someone. A brand new world appeared in front of everyone. That's the eastern continent. The cultivators in the human territory were only stunned for a moment before they immediately reacted. Immediately after, they realized something. The disappearance of the heaven and earth restriction meant that the eastern continent was completely connected to the other 3 continents. It was also at this moment the powerhouses of the other continents were also alarmed. One powerhouse after another cast their gazes over. They saw the heaven and earth restriction that had disappeared, and they also saw the eastern continent behind it. The eastern continent that has disappeared for 200,000 years has appeared. Is this the eastern continent? Why did the heaven and earth restriction disappear? Could it be that a human powerhouse made a move? Every foreign powerhouse who saw the eastern continent was both curious and disappointed. To be honest, when the eastern continent was not real, there were still some fantasies. However, when it really appeared in front of everyone, but that was all. The last time Xianxia walked out of the void turbulence, the heaven and earth restriction had disappeared for a moment. But the problem was, at that time everyone's attention was on Xianxia, and no one deliberately paid attention to the eastern continent. But it was different now. There was no world-shaking battle, and no powerhouse appeared. Therefore, the moment the heaven and earth restriction disappeared, those powerhouses looked at the eastern continent. For this place that had been occupied by the human race for 200,000 years, they also wanted to see what it was like. Unfortunately, the eastern continent was very ordinary, very ordinary. Compared to the other 3 continents, it might be slightly inferior. But even so, some cultivators were ready to make a move. To them, the emergence of a new continent was equivalent to the existence of a lot of resources. To be able to enter, they might be able to gain some benefits. At this moment, a 10,000 feet tall giant suddenly appeared, and a terrifying aura spread out, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Emperor Qin. It didn't matter if it was a human cultivator or a foreign cultivator. At this moment, everyone's gazes moved away from the eastern continent, and then gathered on Qin Shujian. After casting lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian's combat power had soared to 400,000. The aura that was as vast as an abyss, let everyone know clearly what it meant to be as powerful as a prison. In the next moment, the precepts of heaven and earth descended. 4 precepts of heaven and earth came across the sky. In an instant, Qin Shujian's combat power reached an unprecedented peak. If one looked at it from the heaven list, one could see that his combat power had soared to 1,400,000. He didn't move at all. Just by the overflowing aura, he suppressed the void within 10,000 miles and shattered it. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, a 10,000 feet long stone saber appeared in his hand. Then, the long saber slashed out, and the stone saber slashed down from the sky. Not only did this slash cut through the void, but it also split the light into 2. Boom, endless Taoist rhymes burst out from the saber. Everyone's gazes involuntarily fell on the stone saber, and then they felt a sharp pain, forcing them to close their eyes. Tears mixed with faint traces of blood slid down from their eyelids. Whether it was a true martial realm cultivator or a diviner, at this moment, they all closed their eyes at the same time. The Soul Protection Emperor wanted to hold on, but he couldn't hold on for long. The sharp pain also forced him to close his eyes. 2 lines of blood slid down his eyelids. So powerful. The 2 simple words contained all of the Soul Protection Emperor's shock. Although he knew that his strength was weaker than an ordinary true immortal, he was much stronger than an ordinary half-immortal. In the 4 continents, apart from the true immortals who had succeeded in their Tao, the Soul Protection Emperor felt that he was the strongest one. But even so, he still couldn't look directly at Qin Shujian's saber. Such a gap in strength, it made the Soul Protection Emperor feel a little powerless. Until now, the only ones who could see this saber were the true immortals of the various clans. Eastern Continent, Central Continent's imperial city, Emperor Zhao was slightly startled. Then, he looked at the endless mountain range with a grave expression. Xianyuan realm, Xiao Qingfeng, who was tasting his tea, paused in the middle of picking up the teacup. Then, he stood up from the pavilion and looked at the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. The sky of the Qianyuan realm, it couldn't block the gaze of the Xiao family's patriarch. It pierced through the barrier of the Qianyuan realm and saw Qin Shujian's saber slash at the heaven and earth restriction. At this moment, the saber fell, blocking the light of the sun and the moon. Then, the earth shook violently. By the time everyone opened their eyes, all the strange phenomena had disappeared. There was no giant that was 10,000 feet tall. There was no saber that could cut through heaven and earth. The sky was still the same sky. But the difference was, a canyon that was 1,000,000 miles long had appeared on the ground, occupying all the places that originally belonged to the heaven and earth restriction. The canyon was 1,000,000 miles long, about 1,000 feet wide, and 10,000 feet deep. From the outside world, it was more appropriate to call it an abyss than a canyon. Soon, a loud voice came from the eastern continent and spread in all directions. Those who cross the canyon and step into the eastern continent without the permission of the human clan will die. The voice was transmitted. Only the lingering sound echoed between heaven and earth. Hearing that, the faces of the cultivators who were about to take the opportunity to enter the eastern continent turned green. They felt as if they had been fooled. Since they weren't allowed to enter, then they should be more direct and not open the heaven and earth restriction. Now that they had opened the heaven and earth restriction, they were not allowed to enter. What was the meaning of this? These cultivators, they wanted to ignore Qin Shujian's words, cross the canyon, and enter the eastern continent. However, when they thought of the saber that could not be looked directly at, and the scene where the saber slashed out 1,000,000 miles of the canyon, their little hearts trembled again. Afraid? What are you afraid of? The canyon is 1,000,000 miles long. I don't believe the human clan can guard it all. A foreign heavenly being gulped, then mustered his courage and flew toward the canyon. However, as soon as he entered the canyon, endless saber chi erupted. In an instant, the heavenly being cultivator did not even have time to struggle before he was blasted into a bloody mist by the endless saber chi. Boom, the bloody mist exploded and scattered from the void. What powerful saber chi. Some of the foreign experts sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. A heavenly being cultivator. He did not even have time to struggle and escape before he was killed by the remaining saber chi. Such power, it was enough to make anyone fearful. Not only were the foreign races shocked, but even the human clan cultivators were horrified. Especially the cultivators of the human clan's territory. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Have we been abandoned? Someone could not help but complain. That's right, the canyon had indeed intimidated all the races. But the problem was, if all the races could not pass, the human clan could not pass either. Didn't this mean that those who stayed in the human clan's territory could not return to the eastern continent even if they wanted to? Just as the cultivators of the human clan's territory were in a daze, the original entrance of the passage. The army was on standby. However, when everyone saw the person who flew over, their eyes could not help but reveal a look of reverence. Emperor Qin. Duan's son walked up and then bowed. Qin Shujian looked at the army in front of him and said faintly, "Why did you gather the army?" There was a strange movement in the heaven and earth restriction ahead. I was worried that a foreign powerhouse would barge in, so I gathered the army to prepare for battle. Duan's son said truthfully. As he spoke, he could not help but glance at the canyon not far ahead. The heaven and earth restriction was gone. There was an additional canyon. Seeing this, Duan's son retracted his gaze and said respectfully, "Emperor Qin, there is a canyon blocking the way now. Although the foreign race cannot enter, it will be troublesome for us to get out." When he said this, he was very careful. He was afraid that if he made Qin Shujian unhappy, he would be slapped to death. It's a small problem. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and then took a step forward. Under the gaze of Duan's son and everyone else. He simply raised his leg and then stomped down in the air. Boom, the void exploded. A terrifying force erupted and instantly tore the canyon apart. All the remaining blade chi along the way disappeared without a trace. When everything was calm, a path. It appeared in the middle of the canyon. As long as the human clan enters and exits, you can go through the passage in the middle. However, no one is allowed to leave the range of the passage without permission, because there are still remnants of Benhuang's blade chi in other places. If you accidentally die under the blade chi, then you can't blame anyone. Qin Shujian calmly retracted his foot, turned around and said to the stunned Duan's son. "Ah, yes, your majesty." Duan's son hurriedly came back to his senses and bowed to accept the order. At this moment, there is no need to send too many people to guard the canyon passage. It is enough to let a few soldiers stay here to avoid wasting too much power. After saying this, Qin Shujian had already disappeared. Duan's son cupped his hands toward an empty place. Then, his gaze fell on the canyon passage. His eyes were full of amazement. The methods of the Qin Emperor are truly incredible. That kick just now, it directly kicked through the range of the heaven and earth restriction. Although the range of the heaven and earth restriction was only 1,000,000 miles, it was not short in a straight line. But even so, it was still kicked through by the other party. That posture, it was just like eating and drinking. It was not that difficult. At the same time, before the city lords of the 4 cities could recover from the series of changes, they had already received Qin Shujian's message. From now on, the 4 cities no longer need to guard the passage. If you encounter an expert that you cannot defeat, you can retreat into the passage and return to the eastern continent. In addition, each city can also accommodate the cultivators of the various races. "Yes, your majesty." Huazhan cupped his hands toward the sky and accepted the order. Then, he looked toward the canyon and let out an inexplicable sigh. He seemed to be emotional. He also seemed to be excited. Different from the heaven and earth restriction, the purpose of the canyon was not to stop the cultivators of the various races from entering the eastern continent. It was a simple boundary to tell others that it was the territory of the human race. Once they crossed the canyon and entered the territory of the human race, then they could not blame anyone if they were killed. It was also because of this. There was no need to guard the territory of the human race. Officially, like the territories of the other races, they could accept cultivators from other races. This way, it meant that the human race had become stronger. They did not need to focus on defense like before. The human race was strong. As a member of the human race, he was naturally happy about this. Dan Hao wiped the blood off his face, turned to look at Huazhan, who had a strange expression, and said, "How much did you comprehend from Emperor Qin / just now?" "Less than 1%. Huazhan shook his head, but there was a smile on his face. That earth-shattering slash. Even if he had only comprehended 1%, it was enough for him to enjoy. "I have a feeling that in the next year, I can officially break through to the 7th level of the celestial being realm." "So fast?" Dan Hao was slightly surprised. Huazhan was different from him. He had only broken through to the 6th level of the celestial being realm for close to 100 years. As for himself, he had stayed in the 6th level of the celestial being realm for over 1,000 years before finally finding an opportunity to break through the original barrier. In comparison, Dan Hao was also a little jealous. Huazhan said, "After all, hard work can't compare to sudden enlightenment. During this period of time, many cultivators have fought. Although the enlightenment each time is not much, it is almost enough." "That's true. Only a great battle can make the realm break through faster." When Dan Hao heard this, he nodded his head in agreement. If not for the many battles during this period of time, if he wanted to break through to become a mighty figure, he would probably need another 100 years. Although there was only a small difference between the 6th level of the celestial being realm to the 7th level of the celestial being realm, the difficulty was not small at all. After all, the 7th level of the celestial being realm. In the celestial being realm, it was already considered a watershed. If one went further up, it was the nirvana realm. In the Qianyuan realm, Xianxia retracted his gaze, but there was still a lingering amazement on his face. What a powerful slash! At this moment, the flames of war were ignited in his heart. If one were to look at it with the eyes of his previous life, Qin Shujian's slash could only be considered ordinary. Any third-level immortal could slash out such a slash. But the problem was, he was now Xiaoqingfeng, not immortal Lord Haozong, nor was he a 9th-level immortal. He was just a mere 7th level of the celestial being realm. Qin Shujian was the one who slashed out this slash. He was not a 3rd-level immortal, but a celestial being who had yet to prove his Tao. If that was the case, that was enough to shock the world. The celestial being slaying immortals is only a 10th-level celestial being against a 1st-level immortal. Even if it was an ordinary 2nd-level immortal like Emperor Qin, he would probably be able to kill him on the spot. The difference in strength is really too great. Xiaoqingfeng shook his head. Among the celestial beings he had seen, he had never seen one as powerful as Qin Shujian. He had never seen one before. Someone could comprehend 4 rules in the celestial being realm. However, in the eyes of others, the reason why Qin Shujian could be so powerful was because of the 4 rules and Zhu Bing. But in Xiaoqingfeng's eyes, the other party's strength was in himself. After all, whether it was Zhu Bing or the increase of the rules, they were all based on the cultivator's own body. According to his estimation, Qin Shujian's combat strength had reached at least 200,000. The 10th level of the celestial being realm, 200,000 combat strength. With my current foundation, I'm afraid it's almost there. But it might be even more powerful. How could a supreme foundation be built so easily? Xiaoqingfeng made a comparison between himself and Qin Shujian. In the end, he came to a conclusion. Even if he reincarnated and recultivated to the 10th level of the celestial being realm, his foundation might not be much stronger than Qin Shujian's. This result made him feel shocked. At this moment, Xiaoqingfeng's battle intent was also boiling fiercely. He really wanted to have a real fight with Qin Shujian. But after thinking about it, Xiaoqingfeng suppressed his desire to fight. A fight between experts, there had never been such a thing as a real fight. If they really fought, they would have to give it their all. Looking at the current situation, if they fought with all their strength, the probability of him losing was too high. So, Xiaoqingfeng planned to wait until he had cultivated to the limit of the celestial being realm, then he would have a good fight with Qin Shujian. The premise was, at that time, Qin Shujian had not yet proven his Tao and become an immortal. The demon emperor recalled the blade he saw earlier in his mind and did not speak for a long time. After a while, a long sigh. What a powerful blade! In front of that blade, he felt the threat of death. In other words, if he did not have the heavenly demon temple, he would die if he took that blade head-on. Thinking of this possibility, the demon emperor's heart sank again. When Emperor Qin severely injured Emperor Star last time, although the strength he showed was powerful, it was not to this extent. Could it be that he hid his strength at that time, or, recently, his cultivation has improved again? The demon emperor was not sure. But compared to the latter, he was more willing to believe the former. When Qin Shujian severely injured Emperor Star, he deliberately held back. Or else, it would be too shocking. However, the demon emperor could not figure out why Qin Shujian held back. If he wanted to hide his strength, that was fine. But since he hid his strength, now that it was completely exposed, it was contradictory. For a moment, the demon emperor's expression kept changing. He realized, he seemed to have fallen into a certain misunderstanding. After a long time, the demon emperor sighed. The foundation of the human race is really unfathomable. Not only the demon emperor, even the perfected immortals of other forces, when they saw Qin Shujian slash out of the canyon, they all fell silent at this moment. Everyone, they were all recalling that blade that seemed to be able to cut the world in half. They all put themselves in his shoes and guessed. If it were them, would they be able to take that blade? In the end, they all came to the conclusion that they did not have the confidence to take it. Or rather, if they took it by force, they would only die. In the secret realm of the star race, Emperor Star felt that his entire body was trembling. Impossible. How can he be so powerful? That slash had cut off the last trace of hope in his heart. Emperor Star realized. If Qin Shujian had used such strength to slash him in the past, he would not have been seriously injured but would have died on the spot. Thinking of this, Emperor Star felt lucky to have survived the disaster, as well as gratitude that even he himself did not realize. He was glad that he did not die. He was also grateful that Qin Shujian spared his life. At this moment, an elder came in from outside, bowed his head and said, "My emperor, there is a human cultivator outside our territory. He said that he is the messenger of the Qianyuan sacred ground of the human race. He came here on the order of the Qin emperor." The Qin emperor of the Qianyuan sacred ground? Emperor Star was stunned, but he quickly reacted, "Let him come in." Yes. Wait, well, be polite. Don't forget the etiquette of the star race, Emperor Star said. Yes. The elder was slightly stunned, then he came back to his senses and left the hall directly. The etiquette of the star race. As an elder, he did not remember any etiquette of the star race. However, the elder also heard Emperor Star's words. Outside the secret realm of the star race, Zhang Ergu was sitting and waiting there. Seeing the elder of the star race arrive, he stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "How is it? My emperor has ordered you to come with me." Thinking of Emperor Star's words, the elder showed a warm smile on his face. He turned sideways and said politely. The sudden change of attitude. Zhang Ergu was puzzled. He remembered that when he first arrived, the elder in front of him had a dark face. If it weren't for the name of the Qin emperor, Zhang Ergu wondered if the elder was going to eat him alive. As a result, the elder's attitude now had a 180-degree change, which immediately raised a lot of doubts in his heart. All of a sudden, Zhang Ergu's face turned pale, and he thought of a possibility. There is a conspiracy. What should I do? They don't want to kill me, do they? No, if they want to kill me, they don't have to go through so much trouble. They can do it directly here. But it's hard to say. What if they do it in the secret realm of the star race, where they can do it more stealthily? All kinds of ideas emerged in his mind. Zhang Ergu's face became darker and darker. He tried to communicate with the Qianquan Bao secretly, but the Bao did not move at all, as if it was dead. Seeing this, Zhang Ergu cursed the Qianquan Bao in his heart while following the elder of the star race, thinking of a way to save his life. However, when he completely entered the secret realm of the star race and saw the star emperor, he didn't think of any countermeasures. Just when Zhang Ergu was distracted, a gentle voice rang out in the main hall, waking him up with a start. "What brings you to the star race?" After hearing the words of the star emperor, Zhang Ergu forced himself to calm down, then cupped his hands and said, I'm here on the order of the Qin Emperor to invite the Star Emperor to go to the east city of the human race's territory in 1.5 months to attend the meeting of the 10,000 races to discuss the 10,000 races battlefield. He had already said this many times. He would say it again at this moment. It was as simple as moving clouds and flowing water. The Star Emperor on the main seat nodded slightly. What the elder said was similar to what he had guessed. The elder was here for the meeting of the 10,000 races. After all, this matter had spread throughout the 4 continents. There was no emperor who didn't know about this matter. If there was a difference, the difference was that some emperors had received the invitation, while some hadn't. The Star Emperor said, Ben Huang already knows about this. He will attend the meeting on time. Well, then I'll take my leave. Xianxia glanced at the Star Emperor and said. Hearing this, the Star Emperor signaled the elder beside him with his eyes. Then, the elder took Xianxia and left the secret realm of the Star Race. When they finally left the territory of the Star Race, Xianxia relaxed completely. After turning his head to look at the Star Race, he quickly left this place. Although the Star Race was very polite from the beginning to the end, however, he felt that the Star Race was up to no good. In this case, it was safer to stay away from them. P.S. When I said I paid back all the chapters, I meant I paid back all the debts. I didn't mean there were still 100 chapters left. 6,791 years to the end of the year. Xianxia, nearly 2 months had passed since Emperor Qin of the human clan opened the restriction of heaven and earth and drew a boundary in the eastern continent. At this point, the eastern continent was officially connected to the other 3 continents. The human clan also gradually revealed their prowess from a passive state of defense. The eastern city. After receiving Qin Shujian's order, the eastern city had already risen into the sky, as if it was an empty city. However, no one dared to underestimate this empty city. Because, the upcoming meeting of the myriad clans would be held in the eastern city. A powerful aura rose from the sky. Then, frost spread across the sky like a white trail, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by an unknown amount. Finally, the ice and frost in the sky gathered together to form a person. The Ice Emperor of the Ice Clan. In the human clan's territory, all the cultivators looked at each other with deep fear in their eyes. No matter what. The Ice Emperor was a rare true immortal expert in the world. Facing such an existence, even if they were true immortals, not many dared to underestimate him. With the appearance of the Ice Emperor, Huazhan walked out from the eastern city and said politely, The Ice Emperor has arrived. Please let me in. Yes. The Ice Emperor nodded slightly and didn't say anything. In the end, Huazhan took the lead and welcomed him in. At this moment, the eastern city was completely empty. All the streets had been cleaned up. The square in the city that was originally for all the cultivators to trade had been arranged according to the positions of the emperors of the myriad clans. However, until now, no one was sitting there. Seeing the Ice Emperor's puzzled expression, Huazhan said, The Ice Emperor is the first to arrive. Please take a seat here. I believe the other emperors will arrive soon. Just as he finished speaking, another powerful aura appeared in the sky. This wasn't deliberately revealed by those emperors. Instead, when they reached this realm, the aura that they inadvertently revealed was enough to suppress the heavens and the earth. Soon, Huazhan went out and welcomed the emperors again. This former city lord of the eastern city. Now, he had completely become a servant. For this, Huazhan was also very helpless, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the human clan couldn't really ignore the emperors to attend the meeting. Besides, the weakest of the sovereigns was at the 10th level of the heaven-human realm, while the stronger ones had even reached the nirvana realm and the true immortal realm. In the face of such an expert, ordinary people were not qualified to receive guests. It was just that there were too few mighty figures among the humans. After much thought, only Huazhan, who was at the 6th level of the heaven-human realm, was barely suitable. In fact, to be serious, 6th level of the heaven realm. He also didn't take up his current position of welcoming guests. With the arrival of the Ice Emperor, the sovereigns of the 10,000 races also appeared one after another. The aura that suppressed the void leaked out, shaking the hearts of the cultivators in the human territory. Now, the human territory had loosened its restrictions. Even non-human cultivators could enter the territory. He wanted to see the emperors with his own eyes. Many cultivators from different clans had gathered around the area. That must be Star Emperor. I heard that Star Emperor is one of the most powerful emperors below Demon Emperor and Human Emperor. Star Emperor is not bad. However, I heard that he was severely injured by Qin Shi Huang not long ago. It seems that Qin Shi Huang is stronger. Of course, the human sovereign realm includes Emperor Qin. Seeing the resplendent starlight in the sky, some cultivators immediately recognized the newcomer. There was no other way. The way the Star Clan appeared was really too dazzling. Every time a Star Clan expert appeared, he would consciously trigger the power of the stars in the sky. Like this scene of stars in daytime. That was even more common. So, as long as one saw the stars in daytime, one would know that a Star Clan expert had arrived. But to see all the stars in the sky and even block the light of the sun like this, only Star Emperor could do it. As for Star Emperor, every cultivator had a different opinion. It was mainly because of the previous defeat, which was really embarrassing. But no matter what, this was also a top expert at the true immortal realm. Roar, the void collapsed, and a true dragon that was like a mountain range appeared. The dragon's body loomed in the void, and its huge dragon head poked out. Its pair of dragon eyes were like the sun and moon, making people unable to help but have the urge to worship it. Demon Emperor. Seeing the appearance of the true dragon, everyone sucked in a breath. It had to be said. The power of the Demon Emperor was several times more terrifying than the power of the other emperors. Especially that mountain-like dragon body, which directly blocked the sun, moon, and starlight. It seemed that only the true dragon existed in the world. Even the entire human territory was bathed in a divine power, which made all the cultivators speechless. At this moment, in the East City, a calm voice rang out from within, directly purifying and nullifying the divine might that had enveloped the human domain. Since the Demon Emperor is already here, then come and have a seat. A trace of seriousness appeared in the true dragon's eyes. In the end, the dragon body disappeared and turned into a human, walking toward the East City. How could Ben Huang refuse the invitation of Qin Emperor? While talking, the Demon Emperor had already entered the East City. Outside the East City, the other cultivators looked at each other. Was that the voice of Qin Emperor? Why do I feel that Qin Emperor is stronger than the Demon Emperor? Humph, the Qin Emperor of the human race is naturally not comparable to the Demon Emperor. Hearing that, a human cultivator said with a sneer. Hearing that, a demon said angrily, Qin Emperor is indeed strong, but he has not proven his Tao and become an immortal. My Emperor is already a true immortal. How can Qin Emperor be stronger than my Emperor? Who is stronger and who is weaker? We saw it clearly just now. Just now, it was not considered a fight, and even if it was, we could not see who is stronger. How can we conclude that Qin Emperor is stronger than the Demon Emperor? That demon cultivator continued to refute. For the demon race, the Demon Emperor was their supreme existence, and they would never allow others to slander him. Hearing that, a middle-aged human sneered, Qin Emperor has not yet become an immortal, but he has already severely injured Star Emperor. If he really becomes an immortal, how can the Demon Emperor be his opponent? With Qin Emperor's talent, it is even easier for him to become an immortal. No matter what, the Demon Emperor cannot be compared to Qin Emperor. Bullshit. The demon cultivators were flustered and exasperated. On the other side, several cultivators with faint starlight shrouding their bodies consciously retreated. There was nothing to say. Of course, the Emperor was disgraced. That was the truth. Now, as long as they talked about Qin Emperor, they could indirectly use Star Emperor to step on him. They were also helpless. However, compared to the demon cultivators, these cultivators of the Star Clan were more willing to believe that Qin Emperor was stronger. Because that was the only way. Only then would the Emperor's defeat not be so embarrassing. Even, they still hoped that Qin Emperor would fight with the Demon Emperor now and severely injure the Demon Emperor. Then, it would be good for everyone. Or else, Star Emperor could not get rid of the fact that he had been severely injured by Qin Emperor. Just as the human race and the demon race were about to quarrel and fight each other, someone shouted in a deep voice, "Don't make trouble. Now that the emperors of the 10,000 races have arrived, if there is trouble now, no one will have a good time." Hearing that, the others immediately had the desire to make a move. In the East City, with the arrival of the demon emperor, more than half of the emperors of the 10,000 races had arrived. The meeting of the 10,000 races. There was no distinction between the main and secondary positions. It was just that the human race was the host, so Qin Shujian's position was a little more prominent. Except for that, there was nothing else. Now that the emperors of the 10,000 races had arrived, none of them spoke easily. Some emperors were sizing up other emperors. But there were more emperors. Their gazes fell on Qin Shujian and another person. The Moon Clan, the Moon Empress of each generation was not only the most talented and powerful, but also the most beautiful one in the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan was born handsome. The most beautiful one in the Moon Clan could often be called the #1 beauty in the world. The emperors present. Although each of them had cultivated for thousands of years, some of them were still amazed by the Moon Empress. At this moment, the Moon Empress's gentle eyes fell on Qin Shujian. Facing such a gaze, Qin Shujian did not avoid it at all. He also looked at the Moon Empress. The moment he saw the Moon Empress, deep in his heart, he could not help but feel amazed. Among the women he had seen, there seemed to be no one who could compare to the Moon Empress in front of him. But the problem was, Qin Shujian wanted to say how beautiful the Moon Empress was, but he found that he could not say it out loud. This kind of beauty. It was more like a realm rather than a simple appearance. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer said, "The path of every Moon Empress is the same. It is said that the further one walks on this path, the more charming their appearance will be. This is also the reason why the ancient Moon Empress was so charming. Because what seduces you is not only people, but also the rules of heaven and earth." I see. Hearing Godslayer's explanation, Qin Shujian thought to himself. No wonder, someone like him, who was not very close to women, would have an inexplicable impulse when he saw the Moon Empress. If this was the power of the rules of heaven and earth, then it was different. Because between heaven and earth, the power of the rules was the most mysterious. Looking at the Moon Empress in front of him, Qin Shujian looked away indifferently and then looked at the other emperors. There were many emperors who came this time. Almost among the 10,000 races, except for those who sealed the secret realms. The emperors of the other races. They had all arrived. It was very simple. This meeting of the 10,000 races was not just a meeting held by the human race. As the news spread, it became a symbol of status. All the powerhouses who could attend the meeting. They were all reputable figures. Even if some powerhouses did not like the human race, they would not refuse this meeting. Of course. The purpose of their participation in the meeting was to see what the human race was up to. While Qin Shujian was sizing up the emperors, he was also in his sea of consciousness, using his divine consciousness to respond to Godslayer's words. In ancient times, have you heard about the Moon Empress and immortal Lord Haotsong? He thought of Xiaoqingfeng's strange behavior and could not help but gossip. Godslayer said, "I don't think so. Immortal Lord Haotsong has never been close to women. I don't think I've heard of any rumors about him and the Moon Empress." What a pity. Qin Shujian looked regretful. He thought there was some gossip to listen to. No. Godslayer thought for a moment and said, "There seems to be something between the two of them." Anyway, immortal Lord Haotsong seemed to be very dissatisfied with the Moon Empress and wanted to attack the Moon Clan many times. However, he was stopped by the Emperor of Heaven, and in the end, it was left unsettled. What exactly was the matter? I don't know. I didn't ask at that time, Godslayer replied. Hearing that, the trace of curiosity that had just arisen in Qin Shujian's heart disappeared. Then, he ignored the god-slaying saber. While they were conversing, Yi Zichen said, "It's fine." The remaining emperors of the various races had also arrived. At this point, there were more than 1,000 rulers present, which meant that the so-called 10,000 races in the 4 great continents were only left with more than 1,000 races. Everyone. Xianxia had just opened his mouth when he suddenly paused and looked up at the sky. The other emperors did the same. They saw the sky shatter, and a huge golden-winged rock broke through the sky and finally turned into a middle-aged man wearing a golden-feathered robe. He looked at Xianxia and cupped his hands with a smile. The Golden Rock clan is late. I hope Emperor Qin doesn't blame us. It's enough that the Golden Rock Emperor is here. Please take a seat. Thank you. The Golden Rock Emperor cupped his hands slightly and then found an empty seat to sit down. As he appeared, the emperors present all had strange expressions on their faces. In the end, their gazes fell on the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's expression was also a little ugly. He looked at the Golden Rock Emperor coldly. He didn't expect it either. The Golden Rock clan, which had been silent for so many years, would appear at this time. The only thing to be thankful for was that the Golden Rock Emperor hadn't become an immortal. He was only a Nirvana realm cultivator. Sensing the Demon Emperor's gaze, the Golden Rock Emperor turned his head to look at the Demon Emperor and revealed a meaningful smile. Alright, since the emperors of the various races have arrived, Ben Huang won't waste your time. I'll get straight to the point. Xianxia's voice directly interrupted everyone's thoughts. Then, the emperors of the various races all focused their attention on him. This meeting of the myriad races. They finally got to the main topic. I believe that everyone should know that the first great calamity of the demon abyss appeared and ended the ancient times. The heavenly court was destroyed and the myriad races suffered heavy losses. Now, the second great calamity of the demon abyss is approaching. The recovery of the power of heaven and earth has already indicated the arrival of the great calamity. The power of the 4 continents is now several times weaker than it was in the ancient times. As for how much power the demon abyss has preserved, it is unknown. Xianxia looked at everyone and slowly said, the demon abyss is now approaching heaven and earth. According to my calculations, in less than 100 years, the demon abyss will completely descend on the Great Thousand World. At that time, the ancient great calamity of the demon abyss will reappear. This is an unavoidable calamity. No one can escape. Now that the power of heaven and earth has awakened, whichever race occupies more power of heaven and earth will be able to produce more powerhouses. At that time, they will have a higher chance of winning against the demon abyss. However, now that true immortals have been born, if the various races start a war to fight for the power of heaven and earth, there will definitely be true immortals. When the war starts, the casualties will inevitably be too heavy. If a true immortal accidentally falls, it will be a loss for the 4 continents. Therefore, the purpose of Ben Huang gathering everyone here is to fight for the power of heaven and earth and open up the 10,000 races battlefield. In the East City, Xianxia's voice spread clearly. No one dared to interject. It was not until he finished speaking that an emperor of a race spoke. What does Emperor Qin mean by the 10,000 races battlefield? It's very simple. Ben Huang wants to combine the power of all the true immortals and open up the 10,000 races battlefield on the 4 continents. The various races will occupy a corresponding place in the 10,000 races battlefield based on their current territories. Then, the cultivators of the various races will fight and fight. Any city or territory that is conquered in the 10,000 races battlefield must give up a corresponding area in the 4 continents. However, there is a condition. The true immortals of the various races cannot interfere in the 10,000 races battlefield. Otherwise, there will be no point in opening up the 10,000 races battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed in different ways. It was not difficult to understand the meaning of Xianxia's words. To put it bluntly, the 10,000 races battlefield was a miniature version of the 4 continents. The various races would send in their troops to fight and fight. The benefits of this approach were obvious. It was not a real war between races. Even if a race was defeated, the losses would be much smaller than when a real war broke out. More importantly, without the intervention of true immortals, the various races could also use this method to train their troops. War, it had always been the fastest way to produce powerhouses. After a long while, The Emperor Pashan said in a deep voice, "There's no problem in opening up the 10,000 races battlefield, but if a race is defeated and is unwilling to give up their territory, what should we do then?" If a race dares to do so, we'll just send troops to attack and destroy them," an emperor of a race sneered and replied. "If we do that, what's the difference between opening up the 10,000 races battlefield or not?" In response, the Emperor Pashan frowned and looked at Qin Shujian. Since the 10,000 races battlefield was opened up, that was already clear. The various races could not really fight to the death. Moreover, when it came to a life and death battle, the final trump card of each race could cause a great impact. In the Emperor Pashan's opinion, the great calamity of the demonic abyss was about to arrive. It was indeed not appropriate for the various races to lose too many high-end combat forces. Qin Shujian said, "These things are not a problem. If the various races are willing to swear an oath, it can be solved directly. I believe that with the punishment of the Thunder Tribulation, no one will dare to go back on their word. Nothing was more useful than the oath of the rules. If there was, that was to swear an oath of the rules twice. At least. So far, Qin Shujian had not seen anyone who could withstand the Thunder Tribulation without dying. He had also asked Xiao Qingfeng in private once. The other party's answer was that if they really attracted a powerful Thunder Tribulation, then even a 9th-level immortal would not be able to resist it. The only ones who could resist the Thunder Tribulation were. There were only a few mysterious existences above the half-step nomological realm. With the current strength of the 4 continents, there were no true immortals in the middle 3 levels, let alone those above the half-step rules. As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon Emperor, who had been silent for a long time, spoke at this time. "It's okay to open up the battlefield, and it's not a problem to swear an oath of the rules, but Ben Huang has something to add." Demon Emperor, feel free to speak. Apart from the true immortals who can't participate, the emperors of the various races can't participate either. Otherwise, it would be breaking the rules. The Demon Emperor said indifferently. Hearing this, the expressions of many emperors of the various races changed slightly. These powerhouses had not broken through to the true immortal realm. If that was the case, the strength of their races would decline. Immediately, someone objected, "Demon Emperor, what you said is a bit wrong. We haven't broken through to the true immortal realm. Even if we take action, the impact won't be great. If you want to restrict us, it's too unreasonable." If all cultivators below the true immortal realm can participate in the battle, who do you think can be a match for Emperor Qin? The Demon Emperor sneered, his eyes full of disdain for these emperors. He made this request not because he was afraid of these 10th-level celestial being and Nirvana realm emperors. What he was really afraid of was Emperor Qin of the human clan. He was not a true immortal, but he was stronger than a true immortal. Even the Demon Emperor himself was not confident in dealing with such a powerful force. If all cultivators below the true immortal realm could participate in the battle, then there was no need for the myriad races to play. The human clan could sweep the entire battlefield with just Emperor Qin alone. When that time came, it would be equivalent to making a wedding dress for the human clan. Hearing this, the expressions of those emperors who spoke against it changed drastically at this moment. That's right, they almost forgot that Emperor Qin of the human clan was not a true immortal yet. Thinking of this, the emperors of the various races looked at Qin Shujian with strange gazes. He was not a true immortal, but he was stronger than an ordinary true immortal. This could be considered the first powerhouse born in the 4 continents in a million years. Sensing the fearful gazes of the various races, Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "Ben Huang has no objections to the Demon Emperor's words. In that case, let's add another rule. All true immortals and the emperors of the various races are not allowed to participate in the battle. This is to prevent the emperors from lowering their status and doing those despicable things. Apart from that, let's add one more rule. All the cultivators who participate in the meeting of the myriad races today are not allowed to sell in the battlefield. They will only be punished by the Thunder Tribulation and will not rest until they are dead. The Demon Clan has no problem." The Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and then recovered. Opening the battlefield. He actually did not have any objections in his heart. If he wanted to repair the Heavenly Demon Temple, he would need a large amount of blood essence. Since the battlefield of the foreign races had opened, there would definitely be a lot of blood essence there. The demon clan could use this opportunity to repair this damaged Zubing. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, the demon emperor had never thought of rejecting Qin Shijian's suggestion. What he was really worried about was, the Qin emperor would personally enter the battlefield. In that case, the power of heaven and earth would belong to the human clan. After the demon emperor spoke, Shui Linghuang smiled and said, Shui Eldar has no objections, but how does Emperor Qin plan to open up the battlefield? If it's just opening up a small world, it will be difficult to accommodate too many cultivators. Since Shui Linghuang has asked, Ben Huang will not hide it. Qin Shijian said calmly, Ben Huang wants to forge a divine weapon as a carrier of the battlefield. However, it is not easy to forge a divine weapon. After all, Ben Huang has not attained the Tao and become an immortal. His strength alone is limited. Therefore, Ben Huang hopes that all the emperors of the various races can help and forge the shocking divine weapon together. Shocking divine weapon. Hearing these words, everyone's eyes lit up. Everyone knew. Qin Shijian was already known as the #1 forger of the human clan when he created the Heaven List. Since the ancient times, the first 8-seal Tao artifact was made by him. At this moment, Qin Shijian was going to forge a divine weapon. It was obvious that it must be an extremely powerful divine weapon. After all, this divine weapon was going to be the carrier of the battlefield, so its grade couldn't be too low. The Moon Emperor spoke at this time with a gentle voice. Ben Huang wants to ask, if the divine weapon is forged, who will own it? The divine weapon has no owner, it is the foundation of the battlefield. Qin Shijian shook his head slightly. As soon as he finished, an emperor said, as the person who forged the divine weapon, if you want to recognize the owner halfway, we won't be able to detect it. Ben Huang can swear an oath to never touch the divine weapon. Qin Shijian said lightly. The demon emperor shook his head. Not only Emperor Qin, but also the human clan can't secretly touch this divine weapon. Okay. Qin Shijian agreed readily, then smiled and said, but since you've said this, then Ben Huang should be more direct. All the clans should also swear an oath to not touch the divine weapon. After all, this is not just a matter of the human clan. There's no reason for Ben Huang to swear an oath. Hearing this, the demon emperor was silent for a while, then finally nodded. Okay. The Broken Mountain clan has no problem. The Star clan has no problem. The Moon clan has no problem. The Golden Rock clan has no problem. The Blood Eldar, the emperors of the various clans nodded and agreed to this matter. The matter of the battlefield. After Qin Shijian opened his mouth, not many people wanted to object to it. In the eyes of those small clans, their biggest weakness was that they didn't have true immortals or Nirvana realm experts. If they really wanted to fight for the power of heaven and earth, these small clans had no chance of winning at all. Therefore, the opening of the battlefield restricted true immortals and emperors from interfering. For these small clans, it was a good thing. The difference between a small clan and a big clan, it was mainly in terms of high-end combat strength. Other than this point, as for the other powers, there wasn't much of a difference. At most, there would be a difference of a few more almighties. As for those big clans, they also knew that the great calamity of the demonic abyss was the main problem. If they arbitrarily started a war, no one would be able to protect themselves under the surging momentum. Moreover, the human clan was too strong now. If a war really broke out, there was almost no force that could contend against the human clan. As for joining forces, it would also be troublesome. Therefore, these big clans had never thought of opposing the opening of the battlefield. The remaining small number of emperors of the race, although they had thoughts in their hearts and wanted to oppose the opening of the battlefield, but now, the majority of the races had already agreed. Under the influence of such a great power, anyone who dared to oppose would be crushed by the great power. They didn't want to die. If they didn't want to be ostracized, they could only agree. After obtaining the agreement of the various clans, a smile appeared on Qin Shijian's face as he said, since everyone has agreed, then let's make the oath. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead to swear an oath. Seeing this, The emperors of the other clans also swore an oath. After the oath was sworn, the demon emperor said, if Ben Huang remembers correctly, Emperor Zhao of the human clan hasn't appeared yet. Could it be that Emperor Zhao doesn't intend to swear an oath? Hearing this, the others also reacted. The human clan had not only Emperor Qin, but also Emperor Zhao. And Emperor Zhao's strength. He could be considered the #1 powerhouse in the 4 continents. That's right. May I ask where Emperor Zhao is? Emperor Qin, just as the emperors of the various clans spoke. The destiny of the human clan shook. Then, a person walked out with a jade seal in his hand and said faintly, when the battlefield is opened, all the emperors and true immortals of the human clan will not interfere in the matters of the battlefield. If there is a violation, the lightning tribulation will descend from the heavens, and they will not rest until they are dead. His voice was clear and spread in all directions. After he finished, the long river of destiny disappeared, and so did Emperor Zhao's figure. However, in the minds of all the emperors, they were recalling the long river of destiny of the human clan that they had just seen, and their expressions kept changing. Has the destiny of the human clan become so powerful? The demon emperor's eyes flickered. The destiny of the human clan that Emperor Zhao had just stepped on was not much weaker than that of the demon clan. However, Emperor Zhao was not the only human emperor of the human clan. The destiny of the human clan that he could control was actually only half of that of the human clan. In other words, the other half of the destiny of the human clan was in the hands of Emperor Qin. In this way, with the combination of the destinies of the two sides, the destiny of the human clan had completely surpassed that of the demon clan. The strength of a clan. Not only did it depend on the number of powerhouses on the surface, but it also depended on the strength of the destiny. Only the destiny was strong. That clan's power was truly powerful. Even if there were not enough powerhouses born now, under the cover of the prosperous destiny, there would still be powerhouses born one after another. The destiny of the human clan now. It could be said to be at its peak. It was not just the demon clan. The emperors of the other clans were also shocked by the destiny of the human clan. Such a powerful destiny. It was really extraordinary. Qin Shujian said calmly, Emperor Zhao has already made the rule oath. There shouldn't be any objections, right? This time, to forge the divine weapon that will bear the weight of the 10,000 clans battlefield, the materials needed are not ordinary. Ben Huang has personally drafted the materials, so let the various clans gather them. After that, he simply waved his hand, and countless streams of light shot out from his sleeve, landing accurately in front of every emperor. An emperor picked up the jade talisman in front of him. After reading the information inside, his expression immediately changed. So many materials are needed to forge a divine weapon? The densely packed materials were enough to empty more than a dozen clans. It was clearly a robbery to forge a divine weapon, especially those small clans who did not have much foundation. When they saw the list of materials, their faces turned green. The Emperor of the Heaven clan coughed lightly and said, Emperor Qin, aren't there too many forging materials? His words were considered polite. There was nothing he could do. The Heaven clan was only a small clan, and their strength could be considered to be at the bottom here. The Emperor of the Heaven clan was only a cultivator at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Even if he was angry at the list of materials, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of it. If he angered the humans, the Heaven clan would not be able to bear the consequences. Qin Shujian said, Emperor Tsong, don't misunderstand. Ben Huang doesn't have any selfish motives in this list of materials. It's to bear the weight of the divine weapon of the 10,000 clans battlefield. It's definitely not something an ordinary divine weapon can do. In the 10,000 clans battlefield, although there are no emperors or perfected immortals, there are more than hundreds of millions of cultivators from various clans participating in the battle. With so many cultivators fighting, the fluctuations caused by the battle are probably not much weaker than that of a perfected immortal. If the divine weapon isn't strong enough, how can it bear the killing of the entire 10,000 clans? While they were talking, he paused for a moment and said seriously, besides, Ben Huang is the human emperor. He won't be greedy for such small materials, right? Small materials, The other emperors looked at the materials that were enough to empty more than a dozen clans. Their expressions were very strange. However, they thought for a moment and realized that there was nothing wrong with what Qin Shujian said. After all, it was a divine weapon that bore the weight of the 10,000 clans' battlefield. Naturally, they could not be careless. Moreover, Emperor Qin was also a top powerhouse of the 4 continents. He was also a reputable figure, so he would not do such a despicable thing. Thinking of this, the emperors of the various clans were also relieved. Emperor Tsong smiled apologetically and said, "Emperor Qin, don't misunderstand. Ben Huang was just asking casually. After all, the Heaven clan is only a small clan. There's really no way for them to take out so many materials. Don't worry, Emperor Tsong. These materials are shared equally by the various clans. There are thousands of clans present, and each clan only needs to take out a portion of the materials." Qin Shujian smiled indifferently and said, "I believe that the Heaven clan's foundation is not shallow. It won't be a big problem for them to take out a portion." To this, Emperor Tsong could only smile embarrassedly. He could not reply to this. Although it seemed that each clan did not take out much when the thousands of clans were divided, that was only relative to the other big clans. For small clans like the Heaven clan, even if it was just a small portion of it, it would still cost a lot of money. After looking at it for a while, the Ice Emperor frowned and said, "There's no problem with having more materials, but won't the Human clan provide any resources? Ben Huang is the main candidate for forging the magic weapon, so the Human clan naturally doesn't need to provide any materials. When has the Ice Emperor ever seen a blacksmith have to provide his own materials to forge the magic weapon?" Qin Shujian asked back, and then sneered, "Unless this magic weapon belongs to the Human clan, then there's no problem for the Human clan to provide the materials." "Emperor Qin, you're wrong. You can say that the emperors of the other clans will also participate, which means that you're not the only one forging the magic weapon. If the Human clan doesn't provide any resources for this reason, no matter what, it doesn't make sense." The Ice Emperor did not dare to agree and retorted. If the Human clan did not pay the price at all, he would also be unhappy. Qin Shujian glanced at him and sneered, "Ben Huang is not talking nonsense. If Ben Huang doesn't help, none of you will be able to forge the magic weapon. As for the Ice Emperor, even if you don't help, Ben Huang will still succeed. However, if there's any problem with the magic weapon, or if it's disadvantageous to the Ice clan in the 10,000 tribes battlefield, then you can't blame anyone." Threatening words. It was already obvious. Qin Shujian's words were very straightforward. It was fine if you didn't help forge the magic weapon, but if there was any problem with the magic weapon, it would have nothing to do with him. For such a threat, the Ice Emperor's face also darkened, but he did not say anything more. Since he had already said so much, there was no point in saying anything more. After all, this Emperor Qin was the #1 blacksmith in the 4 continents. In terms of forging skills, no one could compare to him. The Ice Emperor did not speak. Although the other emperors were somewhat dissatisfied, they could not say anything. Seeing this, Qin Shujian stood up and announced, "If there's no problem, then gather all the materials within a month. At that time all the clans will work together to forge the magic weapon. P.S. I recommend a friend's book, The Investiture of the Great Xia. It will be published tomorrow, and it's said that it will be very popular." There was no friendship between the 10,000 clans. Let's not talk about the grudges from before the ancient times. Just after the ancient times were destroyed, there were many conflicts between the various clans in the past million years. So, after the meeting of the 10,000 clans had agreed on the matter, no one stayed to catch up. They all left. However, not all of the rulers had left. There were still emperors who stayed midway. I've long heard of the great name of Qin Shujian. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. The Golden Rock Emperor's gaze fell on Qin Shui as he said seriously. Golden Rock Emperor, you flatter me. Qin Shui smiled slightly. He did not underestimate the Golden Rock Emperor in front of him. Although the Golden Rock Emperor had not proven his Tao. But in Qin Shui's opinion, the other party might not be much weaker. He was not sure how strong the Golden Rock Emperor of the previous generation who had fallen at the hands of the Demon Emperor was. But the Golden Rock Emperor in front of him. He did not feel weak. Nirvana realm. And a half-immortal. Qin Shui thought in his heart, but he was not sure. After all, they had not really fought. He could only guess the strength of an expert based on his feelings. He could only have a rough idea. Xu Yang came to my Golden Rock race and also expressed the intentions of the human race. Ben Huang came this time not only to attend the meeting of the 10,000 clans at Qin Emperor's invitation, but also to discuss the alliance between our two races. The Golden Rock Emperor said in a deep voice. The Xu Yang he mentioned was the Golden Rock King of the Heavenly Pattern Island. However, when he was on the Heavenly Pattern Island, Xu Yang was the strongest of the Golden Rock race, so he could be called the Golden Rock King. But in reality, in the Golden Rock Emperor's mouth, it was not appropriate to call Xu Yang the Golden Rock King. So, that was why he called out his real name. When the word alliance was mentioned, Qin Shui's expression also became serious. He stood up and said, "This is not a suitable place to talk. Golden Rock Emperor, please follow Ben Huang to the City Lord's mansion." "Please. Follow Ben Huang." The two of them left the venue and headed straight for the City Lord's mansion. There was no one in the City Lord's mansion. However, Qin Shujian and the Golden Rock Emperor did not care about this. The two of them sat down on either side. After sitting down, Qin Shujian didn't waste any time. He looked at the Golden Rock King and said, "This time, Ben Huang went to Xu Yang to discuss an alliance with the Golden Rock race." While speaking, he paused for a moment before continuing. The Golden Rock Emperor should know that after the end of the Primordial Age, the human tribe was besieged on all sides. Most of the 10,000 tribes had grudges with the human tribe, but after 1,000,000 years, the grudges have diminished. However, there are still some races that refuse to give up on destroying the human race. The demon race is one of them. Qin Shujian said. In the past, the Golden Rock clan failed to compete with the dragons for the position of Demon Emperor, and were thus expelled from the demon race. The previous Golden Rock Emperor even fell at the hands of the previous Demon Emperor, so the grudge between the Golden Rock clan and the demon race can be said to be quite deep. If you and I work together, Ben Huang won't ask the Golden Rock clan to deal with other forces. He only wants the Golden Rock clan to suppress the demon clan. I believe that the Golden Rock clan has been silent for 30,000 years. It shouldn't be difficult for them to do this. After Qin Shujian finished speaking, he looked at the Golden Rock Emperor with a faint smile on his face. He had already said this much. It could be said that he had laid everything out in the open. The human tribe and the Golden Rock clan had formed an alliance. The main point was the matter of the demon race. The Golden Rock Emperor pondered for a moment, then said, "It's not a problem to suppress the demon race. After a few battles with the human tribe, the demon race has also suffered heavy losses. The only two supreme saints have also fallen. The Golden Rock clan can help the human tribe suppress the demon race. If the human tribe is in trouble, our tribe will also help if it's within our ability. However, Ben Huang has a request. Golden Rock Emperor, please speak your mind. I want the human tribe to help the Golden Rock clan obtain the position of Demon Emperor and completely expel or destroy the dragons. Once the Golden Rock clan becomes the Demon Emperor of the demon race, we can also form an alliance with the human tribe forever. As long as the Golden Rock clan doesn't step down from the position of Demon Emperor, we will be allies with the human tribe." The Golden Rock Emperor said solemnly. His goal, the Demon Emperor, in the Golden Rock Emperor's opinion, what really shamed the Golden Rock clan was that they had failed to fight for the position of Demon Emperor and were expelled by the dragons. If he wanted to wash away this shame, in that case, he would have to take back the position of Demon Emperor and give them a taste of their own medicine. He would also let the Flood Dragon clan experience the same treatment as the Golden Rock clan. Hearing this, Qin Shujian said, "In the demon race, other than the dragons, the other clans are not weak. Even if the dragons are expelled, the Golden Rock clan is confident that they can suppress the other clans?" Of course. The Golden Rock Emperor smiled proudly and said with a confident expression, "Qin Shujian, don't underestimate the Golden Rock clan. Although we have lost a lot of things during the 30,000 years of sealing the secret realm, we have also gained a chance to recuperate. If the demon race's strength had not been greatly reduced, Ben Huang would not have been completely confident. But now, Ben Huang can be sure that as long as the human tribe helps us deal with the old demon emperor, the Golden Rock clan will be able to complete the rest. Regarding this, Qin Shujian found that he had to re-evaluate the Golden Rock clan. He originally thought that the Golden Rock clan had been silent for 30,000 years and could barely suppress the demon race, which was already very impressive. But looking at the Golden Rock Emperor, the Golden Rock clan's strength was probably much stronger than he had expected. Looking at the current situation, this was undoubtedly a good thing. The stronger his allies were, the greater the effect they could play. Although the 10,000 tribe battlefield was about to be opened, the various clans would not start too many wars. On the contrary, once the 10,000 tribe battlefield was opened successfully, that was when the real war would begin. In front of the general trend of heaven and earth, no race would let go of such an opportunity. If they wanted to fight for a chance of survival in the great tribulation of the demon abyss, they had to fight for the general trend of heaven and earth. Or else, even if they survived the great tribulation of the demon abyss, they could not survive other tribulations. In that case, our clans will officially form an alliance. Ben Huang also hopes that the human tribe can be an eternal alliance with the Golden Rock clan. Qin Shujian looked deeply at the Golden Rock Emperor and said lightly, "Of course." The Golden Rock Emperor also had a smile on his face. The Golden Rock clan had reappeared after 30,000 years of silence in order to regain the glory they had lost in the past. However, the Demon Emperor had already become an immortal. With the current strength of the Golden Rock clan, dealing with the Demon Emperor was undoubtedly like hitting a rock with an egg. At this moment, they had to have an expert who could fight against the Demon Emperor as an ally. In the 4 continents, only the human race had the confidence to offend the demon race and had no scruples. After thinking about it, only the human race could do it. Then, the two of them briefly discussed some matters and made an oath. This alliance was officially completed. Not long after, the Golden Rock Emperor stood up and left. The Golden Rock spread its wings. It escaped into the void. All of a sudden, the Golden Rock Emperor felt the surrounding void condense. A palm crushed down from the sky, causing his expression to change drastically. Demon Emperor. Without thinking, he counterattacked with all his might. Endless golden light burst out from the feather. In an instant, it shattered the void and turned into a torrent of vital essence that bombarded the palm. Boom, the golden light shattered, and the palm landed heavily on the Golden Rock Emperor's body. A terrifying power erupted. The Golden Rock Emperor let out a sorrowful cry. His body exploded, and countless feathers turned into dust under the effect of this terrifying power. Bang, a huge golden-winged rock smashed through the void and fell to the ground. In the air, the Golden Rock Emperor barely stabilized his body. When he looked at the void again, a true dragon had already occupied the sky. Its huge eyes were filled with a cold expression. Demon Emperor, seeing the true dragon appear, the Golden Rock Emperor's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. He had never expected that the Demon Emperor would ambush him at this time. "I didn't expect that after the previous Golden Rock Emperor died, the Golden Rock clan would be able to produce an expert like you after 30,000 years of silence. A half-immortal is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, you appeared at the wrong time." The Demon Emperor spoke slowly, his voice like thunder. In his eyes, at this moment, the Golden Rock Emperor was no different from a corpse. Whether it was a half-immortal or a nirvana realm, as long as he had not proven his Tao and become an immortal, he would not be able to escape death. The Golden Rock Emperor's expression was ugly. "Demon Emperor, I didn't expect you to disregard your status and ambush me here. The Golden Rock clan shouldn't have appeared. Since the secret realm has been sealed, then it should have been sealed. Ben Huang wouldn't have killed your Golden Rock clan, but you didn't know what was good for you. You can't blame anyone," the Demon Emperor said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already clawed at the Golden Rock Emperor. The 5 sharp claws easily turned the void into dust. Terrifying power. It made the Golden Rock Emperor's expression change. Without thinking, he turned around and fled. From the beginning to the end, the Golden Rock Emperor had never thought of fighting with the Demon Emperor because the other party was a true immortal and he was only a half-immortal. There was a difference. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. However, the Golden Rock Emperor had just fled when a powerful sealing force came from the surrounding void. A palace slowly descended from the sky, and the powerful pressure caused the Golden Rock Emperor's body to crack again. Heavenly Demon Temple. The moment he saw the Heavenly Demon Temple, the Golden Rock Emperor's heart turned to ashes. He was no match for a Demon Emperor. Coupled with Zhu Bing and the Heavenly Demon Temple, it was a dead end. The Demon Emperor's expression was indifferent. Ben Huang knows that the Golden Rock clan is very fast, so he specially invited the Heavenly Demon Temple to prevent you from escaping again. As for the Golden Rock Emperor, he was determined to kill him. Just as the Golden Rock Emperor was about to be completely suppressed, a blade emerged from the void and slashed fiercely at the Heavenly Demon Temple. Boom, a terrifying aftershock erupted. The Heavenly Demon Temple shook violently, and the sealing force around it was instantly disintegrated. The Demon Emperor's expression changed, and he immediately attacked without thinking. The dragon claw shattered the void, wanting to kill the Golden Rock Emperor on the spot. At the same time, a fist filled with Taoist rhymes emerged from the void and directly collided with the dragon claw. The powerful force stood up. The Demon Emperor had to stop midway. The void collapsed. Qin Shujian walked out from inside and looked at the true dragon in front of him with his hands behind his back. He smiled faintly and said, "Demon Emperor, why are you in such a hurry to attack? The Golden Rock Emperor has just participated in the conference of the clans. If you ambush him here, won't people suspect that the human race has evil intentions?" His faint smile. It made people feel that he was not facing a true immortal, but an ordinary opponent. Emperor Qin. The Demon Emperor's eyes turned completely cold. What he was most worried about had happened. The Golden Rock Emperor had delayed for so long before leaving the East City. The Demon Emperor guessed that the other party had reached some agreement with the human race. Now, he saw Qin Shujian save him. He was basically sure. The Golden Rock clan must have formed an alliance with the human race. The Demon Emperor's expression was still cold. Ben Huang is only cleaning up the remnants of the Demon clan. It has nothing to do with the human race. Emperor Qin, you'd better step aside. Unfortunately, the human race has already formed an alliance with the Golden Rock clan. There's no reason for me to step aside. Qin Shujian did not retreat half a step. On the other side, the Golden Rock Emperor had also recovered a little. Looking at Qin Shujian's back, he suddenly felt that this back was a little imposing. To be honest, this was the first time the Golden Rock Emperor had left the Golden Rock clan's secret realm. As for this Qin Emperor of the human clan, he had only heard rumors about him. Now that he saw it for real, only then did he know what level the other party's strength had reached. Today, Ben Huang will give you face. After looking at each other for a long time, the Demon Emperor finally chose to retreat. The true dragon's body wrapped around the Heavenly Demon Temple, smashed through the void, and left. He still did not fight with Qin Shujian. Because he was not confident. If it was when he was seriously injuring Star Emperor, the Demon Emperor would definitely not retreat so easily. But after Qin Shujian slashed out a million-mile canyon with his saber, he already understood. The other party's strength had reached an unfathomable level. Even if he had the Heavenly Demon Temple in his hands, the Demon Emperor was not confident of defeating him. Before he had absolute confidence, he would not easily fight with Qin Shujian. It would be fine if he won. But if he lost, the reputation of the Demon clan would fall to another level. And in the Demon Emperor's opinion, it was not worth it to fight to the death with Qin Shujian for the Golden Rock Emperor. So, the Demon Emperor retreated. He retreated very decisively. When the other party's aura completely disappeared, the Golden Rock Emperor took a deep breath and cupped his hands to thank Qin Shujian. "Thank you for saving us this time, Emperor Qin. Otherwise, the Golden Rock clan would probably have to change emperors." In the end, he also sighed. If he did not really fight with a perfected immortal, he would never understand the gap between them. The Golden Rock Emperor thought that even if there was a gap between him and the Demon Emperor, it was not to the extent that he could not fight against him. Until now. He finally understood. Before he broke through to the perfected immortal realm, he was nothing in front of the Demon Emperor. Qin Shujian smiled indifferently and said, "Golden Rock Emperor, you're too polite. Since our two clans are in an alliance, how can Ben Huang sit by and do nothing? I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Ben Huang still needs to return to the Golden Rock clan immediately. Goodbye." The Golden Rock Emperor cupped his hands solemnly and then left. He did not ask. Why did Qin Shujian come so punctually? There were some things that were not necessarily a good thing to ask too clearly. Watching the Golden Rock Emperor leave, Qin Shujian paused in the air for a few breaths, then turned around and left. When the three of them had completely left, the cultivators hiding nearby only dared to show their faces. Just now, the perfected immortal made a move. His power was not small at all. When those cultivators felt this power, they did not dare to move rashly. Then, when Qin Shujian appeared, their hearts were in their throats. They were worried that these two big shots would really fight. At that time, they would only be able to rely on the aftermath. They would be able to annihilate ordinary celestial cultivators. Fortunately, in the end, the two sides did not fight, and the great battle that they were worried about did not erupt. Walking out from the shadows, a foreign cultivator revealed an emotional expression. The Qin Emperor of the human race truly lives up to his name. Just by showing himself, he was able to scare the Demon Emperor away. I'm afraid there's no one else in the world who can do this. The Demon Emperor might not have been scared away. He just doesn't want to fight the Qin Emperor. A cultivator had a different opinion. To this, the cultivator who spoke first said, "Whether it's true or not, it's because the Qin Emperor is strong enough to make the Demon Emperor so afraid." Now, which celestial cultivator in the four great continents can do what the Qin Emperor did? Not to mention celestial cultivators, even ordinary celestial cultivators can't do it. That's true. That cultivator did not refute at this time. He nodded in agreement. It said that Zhao Emperor is the strongest cultivator in the four great continents. In my opinion, this Qin Emperor might not be too far off. With such a top cultivator, it's no wonder that the human clan could rise in such a difficult situation. Let's all disperse. It was unknown which cultivator said this, but after that, these people all dispersed. From the beginning to the end of the conference of the myriad races, it only took half a day. But this half a day was enough for those cultivators who went to the human territory to be satisfied. Because they found out. In the past, he rarely saw rulers, but in this short period of time, he saw them one after another. It could be said that a conference of the myriad races. It had gathered all the top cultivators in the four great continents. Because of this, the reputation of the human clan rose a lot. After all, it was the first time in hundreds of thousands of years that someone could gather all the cultivators of the myriad races. Even when the demon clan was strong in the past, there was no way to do this. The human clan did it. So the human clan became famous. Of course, the human clan was already very famous. Now, it was just icing on the cake. After the conference of the myriad races ended, the four great continents fell into a period of peace. However, this kind of peace was only on the surface. In fact, the various clans were secretly transferring cultivators to prepare for the upcoming battlefield of the myriad races. During this period of time, Qin Shujian stayed in the Qianyuan realm, silently comprehending his own power rules. Before the various clans accurately gathered all the materials, he had nothing to do. Master. In the courtyard, Niangbo, who was dressed in a green robe, bowed to Qin Shujian with a sword at his waist. Compared to half a year ago, the current Niangbo's temperament had become even more outstanding. Not only that, his strength had also changed quite a bit. Qin Shujian said, "Do you have any doubts about your cultivation recently?" Looking at the disciple in front of him, he also felt a little embarrassed. Ever since he took in a disciple, he basically didn't pay much attention to him. Last time, he found out about Niangbo. It was when the other party was trapped in the secret realm and Gong Mingzi came to ask for help that Qin Shujian sent Ji Zhou and Wu Shan to save him. Ever since then, he didn't ask about this disciple. In fact, Qin Shujian almost forgot about the existence of this disciple. It wasn't until recently that he was completely free that he thought of this matter. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian also secretly said in his heart, dereliction of duty. Ningyu straightened up and spoke with the same respectful attitude as before, I do have some doubts during this period of cultivation. Tell me, Ben Huang has time to explain it to you. Thank you, Master. Ningbo was overjoyed and didn't pretend to be pretentious. He directly told him all his questions. After devouring the Taoist spiritual deity, his strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. In less than a year, he had already broken through to the spirit martial realm. Such progress, it could be said to be a leap in growth. Similarly, the skyrocketing realm also caused Ningbo to have many problems in cultivation. These problems, he originally planned to polish and suppress his realm by himself and then solve them bit by bit. But now his master was willing to answer. It undoubtedly saved him a lot of effort. On the other side, Qin Shujian basically answered all of Ningbo's questions. In his opinion, the cultivation of the spirit martial realm was no different from a child learning to speak. In terms of his current realm, the difficulty was equal to 0. So there was no difficulty in answering. Every time Qin Shujian answered, Ningbo would be lost in thought. After a long time, when he fully understood, he would ask the next question. For this, Qin Shujian was not impatient. Instead, he waited for the other party to digest slowly. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would seriously teach and solve doubts. Looking at the disciple in front of him, he was quite emotional in his heart. Most of the day passed. After the last question was answered, Ningbo bowed and said gratefully, Thank you, Master, for answering my doubts and enlightening me. It's not easy for you to cultivate to such a level in such a short period of time. Although the realm is important, your own foundation can't be ignored. Let Ben Huang see how strong you are now. Qin Shujian picked up the teacup, took a sip and said calmly. Hearing this, Ningbo took a step back, looked at Qin Shujian and said solemnly, Please give me some advice, Master. This was the result he wanted the most. After going out to experience for so long, he had many fights with his peers. But fighting with his peers, how could it compare to the effect of having his own master personally instruct him, you know? His master was already one of the top powerhouses of the human clan. Even in the 4 great continents, there weren't many people who were his match. Until now, Ningbo was no longer the boy in the past. His vision had been broadened a lot. But the more he knew how terrifying his master was. It was different from Ningbo's seriousness. Qin Shujian was as calm as ever, make your move. Hearing this, Ningbo didn't answer. His right hand had quietly held the hilt of the sword. He held his breath. The essence, qi, and spirit of his whole body were restrained to the extreme at this moment. And when his essence, qi, and spirit were completely restrained, it was a pure thought. But it was born from nothing. Sword intent, the long sword moved slightly, and there was already a sword sound, the next moment. Ningbo's wrist moved slightly, and the long sword suddenly broke away from the sheath. The sword light poured out like a waterfall, turning into a shocking sword and stabbing at Qin Shujian. This sword, it was the best sword he had ever made. The sword light was like a waterfall, as fast as thunder, but this extremely fast sword had no effect in front of Qin Shujian. He only stretched out the hand holding the teacup. A soft sound was heard. All the swordlight anomalies disappeared. Only the tip of the sword accurately pierced the teacup and couldn't move an inch. Not only that. A rebounding force came back from the sword, shaking Ningbo a few meters away. But when he was about to land, he somersaulted in the air and barely stabilized his body. He put the sword back into the sheath. Ningbo said respectfully, Master, please give me some advice. He was used to the fact that his sword had no effect, and he didn't feel the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Qin Shujian put down the teacup and said in a low voice. Your sword strike is already outstanding among those of the same level. However, there are some problems with your sword strike. You are unable to perfectly unleash the might of your sword strike. Today, I will teach you a sword strike technique. After that, he directly reached out and pointed forward. Ningbo stood there in a daze. After a while, Ningbo woke up from the daze. Without waiting for him to speak, Qin Shujian suddenly stood up and casually took out a withered branch from somewhere. And that sword move of yours was left behind by a celestial cultivator, he said faintly. It's enough for you to use it with your current strength. But since you are Benhuang's disciple, I'll teach you another sword technique. How much you can comprehend depends on you. Hearing this, Ningbo's spirit suddenly shook, and he didn't dare to be distracted. He focused all his attention on Qin Shujian. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian used the withered branch as a sword and made a simple sword drawing action. This process was neither fast nor slow. But in Ningbo's eyes, Qin Shujian's sword drawing action was infinitely mysterious. When he withdrew the sword, all the aura was restrained, like a withered tree. The moment he drew the sword, all the sharpness was revealed. A simple withered branch, in Ningbo's eyes, was enough to split heaven and earth, and divide heaven and earth into yin and yang. A mysterious feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. It seems that you have some comprehension. Qin Shujian threw away the withered branch and looked at his disciple who was standing there in a daze. His eyes were completely absent-minded, and there was a relieved smile on his face. To be honest, he didn't know any powerful sword techniques. But the problem was, at his level, his every move was in harmony with heaven and earth, and a simple punch or kick was enough to suppress mountains and rivers. It could be said that Qin Shujian's every move was equivalent to a peerless martial art technique. It was just that it wasn't easy for others to comprehend it. Just like his simple sword drawing action just now. In fact, it was already more profound than many profound martial arts. Ningbo could comprehend something from it, which proved that his talent was indeed very strong. A day and a night passed. Ningbo didn't move at all. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that her absent-minded eyes regained focus. Finally, her gaze fell on Qin Shujian. Master. Don't say much, go back and rest. Yes, master. Ningbo bowed and left. He also knew that he had spent a lot of energy comprehending for a day and a night. At this time, he indeed needed to go back and rest. When Ningbo left, Qin Shujian also got up. But the place he went, it was the Xiao Mansion. The Xiao Mansion. Xiao Qingfeng skillfully poured a cup of tea for Qin Shujian, and said with a faint smile, "What is the purpose of your visit this time? Can't Benhuang come if he has nothing to do?" "If he doesn't have anything to do, he really hasn't come here." Xiao Qingfeng sneered. In his view, Qin Shujian wouldn't come to the Xiao Mansion if he didn't have anything to do. He might not even step out of his own small courtyard. After spending so much time together, Xiao Qingfeng felt that he had seen through Qin Shujian a lot. This Qin Emperor. He was a person who wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. After being seen through by Xiao Qingfeng, Qin Shujian didn't look embarrassed at all. He said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, you're really good at judging people. Benhuang came here this time to talk to you about two things, one official and one personal. Then let's talk about official matters." Xiao Qingfeng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Qin Shujian said, "Brother Xiao, you should have received some news about the meeting of the 10,000 clans. Now, all the clans have made an oath that the emperors and true immortals of all the clans are not allowed to fight in the battlefield. You also know that there are very few heavenly beings in the human race, and experts above the 7th level of the heavenly being are even rarer. Compared to the 10,000 clans, we really don't have any advantage. Moreover, the opening of the battlefield is to fight for the general trend of the world. When the time comes, the various clans will definitely target the human race. With the current strength of the human race, it's very difficult to fight against the various clans at the heavenly being level." "So, you want me to fight?" Xiao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Qin Shujian chuckled and said, "Brother Xiao, you're also a member of the human race, and the battlefield concerns the future of the human race. I believe you won't refuse. Moreover, if Brother Xiao fights, I'm afraid there won't be many heavenly beings in the 10,000 clans who can resist you. In this way, our human race will be able to sweep through the 10,000 races battlefield. Xiao Qingfeng's combat power was more than 80,000. He had already reached the half-immortal level. Moreover, he was only at the 7th level of the heavenly being level. If he broke through to the 8th level of the heavenly being level, no one on the battlefield would be his match. When that time comes. Just like when Qin Shujian dealt with the 200 mighty figures of the 10,000 clans outside the human territory, it was like chopping melons and vegetables. This was also why. The reason he dared to make an oath. It was enough for the human race to have Xiao Qingfeng as their trump card. Hearing that, Xiao Qingfeng did not refuse, but he did not agree either. I have no problem with fighting, but you have to think carefully, Emperor Qin. If the human race really wants to sweep through the battlefield and seize the general trend of the world, the other clans will probably flip the chessboard. When that time comes, a war between the 10,000 clans will break out again. With the current strength of the human race, it is impossible to resist if all the clans attack. Unless, Emperor Qin, you can become an immortal. Perhaps there is a possibility of turning the tide. Although Xiao Qingfeng did not participate in the meeting of the 10,000 clans, he did not get involved in the affairs of the human race. But in reality, he sat in the Qianyuan realm and knew about the world. In the past, when he was the Marquis of Bayun, he had cultivated a lot of subordinates. Now, these people were constantly providing information for the Xiao family. Therefore, Xiao Qingfeng had a thorough understanding of the situation of the 10,000 clans. The other parties' concerns. Qin Shujian was also very clear. Ben Huang does not need Brother Xiao to really sweep through the battlefield. It is enough as long as you guard the human race and ensure that the human territory is not lost at all. The rest of the expansion of the territory will be left to others. How much we can get will depend on the strength of the human race. Qin Shujian did not want the 10,000 clans to flip the table so quickly. The opening of the battlefield. It was a way to buffer. With his current strength, he was not afraid of most perfected immortals. However, the premise was that it was a one-on-one battle. If all the perfected immortals swarmed forward, not to mention 200,000 combat power, even 300,000 combat power would have to kneel. After all, if the perfected immortals could not defeat him, they would self-destruct. The power of a perfected immortal's self-destruction completely exceeded his own strength. Qin Shujian secretly estimated. If a sealed perfected immortal self-destructed, he would have no problem withstanding it. However, if a perfected immortal self-destructed at his peak, he might end up seriously injured. In other words, if he really caused the 10,000 clans to flip the table, he and Emperor Zhao would be crushed no matter how strong they were. Therefore, Qin Shujian had never thought of forcing the 10,000 clans into a dead end. At least before he was strong enough, he was not prepared to do so. According to his estimation, if he wanted to truly not be afraid of the 10,000 clans, even if he broke through to the 10th level of the heaven-human realm, he might not be able to do it. However, as Xiao Qingfeng said, if he were to become an immortal, then there would not be a problem. In other words, before he became an immortal, Qin Shujian planned to take it easy. He wanted to fight for benefits for the human race and also for the 10,000 clans. Xiao Qingfeng, who was at the side, shook his head and said, "It seems that you have a plan." If that's the case, I have nothing to say. He was a human. This was undeniable. Xiao Qingfeng did not mind fighting for the human race when the battlefield was opened. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, he had never thought of refusing. Now that we're done talking about official matters, what is the private matter that you're talking about? Seeing this, Qin Shujian also became serious and said in a deep voice, "Brother Xiao, you were immortal Lord Haotsong in your previous life. Have you heard of the Chasers?" Chasers? Immortal Lord Haotsong's expression changed slightly. He looked at Qin Shujian with a serious gaze. "Where did you hear of the Chasers?" "No, could it be that you've received the inheritance of the Chasers?" Yes, only the inheritance of the chasers can be so mysterious and allow your strength to reach such a terrifying level. Towards the end, Xiaoqingfeng nodded in agreement. Seeing his reaction, Qin Shujian also revealed a grave expression as he asked, "That means that Brother Xiao does indeed know of the chaser's existence. May I ask if the chaser is a person or a faction? What is their background?" He had asked so many people. Only Xiaoqingfeng in front of him knew about the chasers. Regarding this, Qin Shujian couldn't say for sure what he was feeling right now. Ever since he got the Dharma Eye, he had a hunch that the chasers must be related to a powerful inheritance or even a big secret. Qin Shujian did not mean anything else. He simply wanted to find out what kind of existence the chasers were. They left such an inheritance. What was their purpose? The pursuer came from a long time ago, probably from ancient times. Back then, Emperor Xia had received the pursuer's inheritance, and finally rose from nothing, growing from an ordinary human to the human emperor. Emperor Xia even guessed that the pursuer should be a powerhouse, an honorable title of a powerhouse above the rules. Xiaoqingfeng said in a low voice. Hearing that, Qin Shujian looked puzzled. Didn't they say that there has never been an existence above the rules in the world? It hasn't been, we just haven't discovered it. That level of existence may have transcended everything, and it's not something we can understand. Moreover, the world has been around for trillions of years. If the existence above the rules also has a lifespan limit, it should have turned into dust. However, one thing I'm sure of is that the pursuer is just an honorable title, and not the real name of that powerhouse. As for more information, I'm not sure. Xiaoqingfeng said. He did not know much about the pursuer. However, he was sure that the pursuer must be in existence above the rules. Because he was already a 9th level immortal at his peak. It was not just him. Emperor Xia was also an 8th level immortal at his peak. If the pursuer was only a 9th level immortal, the inheritance left behind would no longer be a secret. However, in reality, even at his peak, Emperor Xia still could not fully comprehend the inheritance left behind by the pursuer. Therefore, Xiaoqingfeng was sure that the pursuer was definitely in existence above the 9th level immortal. That realm was above the rules. The topic went around in circles, and finally returned to the level above the rules. Qin Shujian frowned and said, I've heard people say that to reach above the rules, one must transcend the restrictions of the mother stream. Is that true? Slayer God must have told you about this. Xiaoqingfeng smiled slightly. Then, he shook his head. Actually, there is such a saying. Many true immortals think that the mother stream of rules made us what we are, but it also binds us. To reach above the rules, one must transcend the restrictions of the mother stream of rules. Once one's cultivation is above the mother stream of rules, one can transcend all rules and become an existence above the rules. At this point, Xiaoqingfeng thought for a moment, then continued, but there is another saying. If you can master all the laws in the world, then at that moment, you can become an existence above the laws. But no matter which path it is, at least as far as I know, no one has ever succeeded. Because the mother stream is vast and boundless, no one has ever truly explored the boundary of the mother stream. Moreover, there's no distinction between up and down. Perhaps you think you're going upstream, but you're actually going downwards. You think you're going left, but you're actually going right. Moreover, a spiritual god entering the mother stream of laws consumes a lot of energy and is not enough to support the exploration of the mother stream. If the real body enters the mother stream of laws, there will be endless dangers. As for the second method, it is even more difficult. The Qin Emperor is currently walking on the path of 4 laws. He should be able to understand how difficult each step forward is. If 4 laws were already like this, then the laws of heaven and earth would be difficult to comprehend. There were far more than tens of thousands of them. The lifespan of a true immortal is only 129,600 years. Who could truly master all the laws? Xiaoqingfeng said slowly. Aside, Qin Shujian was also lost in thought. Indeed, it was extremely difficult to break through the laws of heaven and earth using these 2 methods. Especially the last one. The difficulty was unimaginably great. Subsequently, he thought of another question. Will there be a difference in strength between using two different methods to break through the laws of heaven and earth? Then I don't know. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head and laughed. We haven't even touched the laws of heaven and earth. How could we consider so many things? Ben Huang was too rash. Qin Shujian also knew that he had misspoken. After a brief answer, Lin Mingya said. His burning gaze fell on Xiao Qingfeng. He said, if it were Brother Xiao, which path would you take? Qin Emperor, it's not very polite to ask someone else's path. Xiao Qingfeng glanced at him. However, he did not get angry. Instead, he said seriously, I want to take the first path. In fact, all the cultivators who have reached the 9th level of immortal have taken the first path. The path of 10,000 Dao into one is just a guess. Therefore, the path that really has hope is still the path of Dao supremacy. Path of Dao supremacy, using one's own strength to open up a supreme path of laws and directly reach the level of surpassing the mother stream of laws. However, it was also very difficult to reach this step. Speaking of which, Xiao Qingfeng suddenly smiled and said, how about it, Qin Emperor, are you interested in taking a walk in the mother stream of laws? Take a walk together. Qin Shujian was stunned. He knew about entering the mother stream of laws. However, to go in together, he had never heard of such a thing. Xiao Qingfeng said, actually, the mother stream of laws can bring cultivators in. Cultivators who have reached the level of true immortals can use their real bodies to bring in the consciousness of other cultivators and help them understand the laws of heaven and earth. If one has not reached the level of true immortals and wants to bring others in, they need the support of a powerful spirit god. However, in my opinion, Qin Emperor's spirit god is powerful enough to do this. The reason why you can't is because you lack some skills. After that, he placed a jade stone in front of Qin Shujian. Looking at the jade stone in front of him, Qin Shujian did not decline and directly read the information inside. After a long while, only then did he absorb and digest all the information. Looking back at the memory in his mind, Qin Shujian sighed. I didn't expect there to be such a wonderful method to bring cultivators to tour the mother stream of laws. If this is the case, I'm afraid it won't be difficult for other cultivators in the 3rd level of the celestial being to break through to the saint realm. From the 3rd level of the celestial being to the 4th level of the celestial being. The biggest difference was whether one had touched the laws or not. Some cultivators in the 3rd level of the celestial being had enough foundation, but because they could not touch the existence of the laws, they were stuck in the original realm. Therefore, if someone could lead a cultivator in the 3rd level of the celestial being to walk through the mother stream of laws, then the gap from the 3rd level of the celestial being to the 4th level of the celestial being would not be difficult. Xiao Qingfeng said, actually, in ancient times, the gap between the 3rd level of the celestial being and the 4th level of the celestial being was not that big. As long as someone could find a cultivator who was willing to lead him through the mother stream of laws, then, breaking through to the 4th level of the celestial being would be an easy task. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not comment. Just like what Xiao Qingfeng said, to be able to lead someone through the mother stream of laws, it was either a cultivator in the celestial being path like him, or a true immortal. Under normal circumstances, how could it be an easy task to invite such a powerhouse? Qin Huang, are you willing to follow me? Why not? The two of them looked at each other, and separated a trace of their divine sense, and finally escaped into the void. In the vast mother stream, Qin Shujian and Xiao Qingfeng appeared here. Compared to the mother stream that could not be seen clearly, and the mother stream of laws that were hundreds of feet wide and had an unknown length, the two of them were as insignificant as ants. The mother stream of laws is really a magical means of the Creator. Every time I enter here, I can't help but be shocked by its vastness. Xiao Qingfeng looked at everything around him with an inexplicable expression. For him. For others. It was the same. Qin Shujian said, Brother Xiao, what is your purpose for letting me in? There is no purpose, I just want to bring you to see something. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. Then, like a fish, he swam freely in the mother stream of laws. Although Qin Shujian had doubts in his heart, he did not hesitate too much, and left with Xiao Qingfeng. The mother stream of laws was vast. But the two of them were also extremely fast. In every instant, they could swim hundreds of miles, shuttling through the mother stream to their heart's content. Both of them were very powerful. Although the spirit god would consume energy every moment when entering the mother stream of laws, such consumption was insignificant to them, and would not affect them much in a short period of time. Qin Shujian did not know what Xiaoqingfeng's purpose was. But he had no objection to swimming in the mother stream of laws. Because he also wanted to explore the mysteries of the mother stream of laws. Just like in the past, Qin Shujian had also traveled in the mother stream of laws many times, but most of the time, he did not encounter anything, and in the end, he left it at that. After an unknown amount of time, the mother stream of laws passed by. In the end, the two of them stopped in front of a vast mother stream of laws. The mother stream of laws in front of them was very wide. It was more than 100 feet wide, and much more powerful than the power rule that Qin Shujian had comprehended himself. This pale yellow mother stream of laws. It flowed quietly in the mother stream. The moment he saw this mother stream of laws, Qin Shujian felt a sense of familiarity. This is the human emperor's rule. In an instant, he thought of the origin of the mother stream of laws. Hearing that, Xiaoqingfeng nodded and said, "That's right, this is the mother stream of laws." While they were talking, he pointed at the human emperor's rule in front of them, and said in a deep voice, "Emperor Qin, you can see that the human emperor's rule in front of you, the front half is solid, while the back half is illusory. The solid half of the mother stream of laws proves that there is a path to go. The illusory mother stream of laws in the back half shows that the path ahead is illusory, and it is just a reflection of the moon in the water, and there is no possibility of going forward. If you want to go further, you must open up the path ahead yourself, and enrich that half of the illusory mother stream of laws." Xiaoqingfeng's words. It was a little strange. However, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, understood what he meant. Because half of the human emperor's rule was cut off by Emperor Xia, this half of the mother stream of laws is incomplete. That's right. Xiaoqingfeng nodded in relief, and said, "The rule comes from heaven and earth, no matter how broken it is, there will still be its existence left in the mother stream, but the difference is, some mother streams of laws are complete, and some are like reflections of the moon in the water, visible but untouchable. From the looks of it, the human emperor's rule is almost half broken, but the human emperor's rule is vast, even if it is only half, it is not comparable to ordinary rules. If there is a human talent in the future who walks the human emperor's rule again, and continues this rule, then the human emperor's rule will become complete." Xiaoqingfeng said. Qin Shujian was deep in thought. After that, Xiaoqingfeng left the human emperor's rule, and swam to other places. Qin Shujian took a deep look at the human emperor's rule. He did not stay, and continued to follow Xiaoqingfeng. Looking at the human emperor's rule once, as well as what Xiaoqingfeng said, in his heart, there were some inexplicable insights. These insights, if he could digest them in the future, it would be of great use. Until now, Qin Shujian roughly understood the reason why Xiaoqingfeng wanted to enter the mother stream of laws with him. Dao prediction, another type of Dao prediction, the other party used the vision and knowledge of the vast immortal Lord in his previous life to give him a deeper understanding of the rule. Leaving the human emperor's rule, the two of them wandered in the mother stream for a long time. Finally, rumble, the surging river water was like thunder, and it made Qin Shujian's heart tremble. "We're here." Xiaoqingfeng's voice rang in his ears. Immediately, the two of them came in front of a long river of laws. Rather than a long river, it was more like a big river. No. Although it was called a big river, in Qin Shujian's eyes, the long river of laws in front of him was even more vast than the sea. It was different from other long rivers of laws. The long river of laws in front of him was more than 10,000 feet wide, and the river water was like a hanging waterfall, falling vertically from the mother stream. There was no end in sight. There was no end in sight. Only the surging river water made a deafening sound. What kind of rule is this? Qin Shujian's expression changed drastically. Among all the long rivers of laws he had seen, there was no rule that could be compared to the long river of laws in front of him. No. There was no way to compare. Even if it was 1/10, there was no way to reach it. Perhaps the human emperor's rule that he had seen before, when it was complete, had a chance to reach 1/10 of the long river of laws in front of him. But after it was broken, there was no possibility at all. Moreover, the water of the other long rivers of laws flowed quietly, and it would never be as turbulent as the long river in front of him. Xianxia even felt that if a true immortal entered here, he would be instantly overturned by the long river's waves and then drowned directly. It was hard for him to imagine. What kind of former could have such a terrifying rule, very soon? Xianxia thought of something and turned to look at Xiaoqingfeng. Could this be the rule that immortal Haotsung walked? Xiaoqingfeng brought him here. Then the rule in front of him was very likely to be the rule that immortal Haotsung walked. Hearing that, Xiaoqingfeng shook his head. The path that a level 9 immortal walked cannot be so powerful. Even at the peak of my previous life, there was no way to reach such a level. Then, this is the rule that the Emperor of Heaven walked. How is it, do you have any insights? Xiaoqingfeng said with a faint smile. The rule that the Emperor of Heaven walked, Qin Shujian's pupils constricted slightly, then his perception fell on the long river of laws, but it was instantly swallowed by the river water, causing his originally solid body to suddenly become illusory. So powerful. After taking a deep breath, Qin Shujian shook his head and said, "It's not easy to comprehend such a rule." Of course. Xiaoqingfeng retracted his gaze from Qin Shujian and finally looked at the rule that seemed to run through the mother stream. His face was filled with emotions. If we were to talk about who had the most hope to break through above the rule in ancient times, it would be the Emperor of Heaven. The long river of laws in front of us is also the existence that is closest to the mother stream. As he spoke, he pointed at the long river of laws and said, "If there is a cultivator who can climb along the mother stream, then there is hope to reach above the rule. But to do so, it is very difficult. But, Qin Emperor, do you plan to go and take a look with me?" In the face of Xiaoqingfeng's invitation, Qin Shujian naturally had no reason to reject. Why not? All right. Xiaoqingfeng laughed, and in the next moment, he followed the Emperor of Heaven's rule and wandered upward. Qin Shujian did not fall behind and walked side by side with him. As for the Emperor of Heaven's rule in front of him, Qin Shujian was also very curious. He also wanted to take a look. It was rumored that in ancient times, the strongest person who was closest to above the rule, how far did he go? At the same time, Qin Shujian also wanted to see what was at the end of the mother stream of laws. The long river of laws hung upside down. Like a waterfall, it ran through the entire mother stream of laws. Qin Shujian and Xiaoqingfeng followed the Emperor of Heaven's rule and swam upward with all their might. As time went by, the Emperor of Heaven's rule seemed to have no end. No matter how they swam, they could not see the source of the long river, nor could they reach the end of the mother stream. If my power rule could be opened to such a degree, it would be enough to be invincible. Qin Shujian wandered in pursuit of the rule while thinking in his heart. However, even if the Emperor of Heaven was so strong, he was still defeated by the hands of the demon abyss. Then the strength of the demon abyss could be seen. Brother Xiao said that there is an existence above the half-step rule in the demon abyss. I wonder if there is only one or there are many. I'm not sure. Xiaoqingfeng shook his head. The foundation of the demon abyss is very deep, and it has a long history. Some people speculate that the demon abyss may be as old as heaven and earth, but the difference is that heaven and earth have experienced many great calamities. Even if there are experts, they have all fallen in the great calamities. For example, the demon emperor who ended the ancient times was an expert above the half-step rule. More importantly, the living beings of heaven and earth have a limit to their lifespan. Even if it is above the half-step rule, there is still no way to live forever. On the contrary, the demons of the demon abyss are almost immortal. So seriously speaking, the foundation of the demon abyss is much deeper than heaven and earth. However, there was one thing worth rejoicing over. Demons are born as celestial beings and have a long lifespan, but it is extremely difficult for demons to improve on their original foundation. If not for this, heaven and earth would have been destroyed during the great calamity of the ancient demon abyss, and there would not be a chance to breathe. Speaking of the demon abyss, Xiao Qingfeng's tone was solemn. In his previous life, he died in the demon abyss. So he had a good understanding of the strength of the demon abyss. But the more he understood, the more he feared the demon abyss. The foundation of such a race was really too strong. In other words, the demon abyss has at least one expert above the half-step rule, and may even have more experts above the half-step rule. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Regarding this, he did not feel much pressure. After all, it did not matter if there was one or a few above the half-step rule, the difference was not big. If he could grow to the point where he could deal with those above the half-step rule, then, whether it was one or a few, there was hope for him to defeat them. But if he could not defeat them, then, even if there was one above the half-step rule, it was enough to defeat the human race. Then, Qin Shujian said, "Brother Xiao, why did you kill your way into the demon abyss in your previous life?" He was very curious. With immortal Lord Haozong's strength, if he did not kill his way into the demon abyss, he might not have died so quickly. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. Because the demon abyss is the foundation of the demons. Only by killing my way into the demon abyss can I have a chance to completely destroy the demons. So, I entered the demon abyss alone. Unfortunately, the demon abyss is really strong. Even if I have reached the 9th heaven immortal realm, I still have no way to destroy the demons. The demon abyss is the foundation of the demons. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, "So, you know the real way to destroy the demons?" While the two were talking, they had already followed the Emperor of Heaven's rules and walked a long distance. However, now, Qin Shujian's mind was not completely on the Emperor of Heaven's rules, but also on what Xiao Qingfeng said. There were too many things he did not know. But because there were too many things, sometimes, Qin Shujian did not know where he should start asking. So, in many cases, he found out what he wanted to know through chatting with these people and occasionally touching on a certain topic. Xiao Qingfeng said, "There are two treasures in the demon abyss. One is the divine steel, the other is the demon steel. The divine steel records all the demon gods, including those powerful ancient demon gods. As for the demon steel, it records all the demons below the demon god level. According to the Emperor of Heaven's deduction, if the two demon god steels can be destroyed, then there is hope to completely destroy the demons." Divine steel, demon steel, Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. What level of treasures are the divine steel and demon steel? How are they compared to Zubing? It is said that the two demon god steels are the top demon weapons in the demon abyss. In the past, I tried to cut the divine steel with the skybreaking halberd, but unfortunately, I did not succeed. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head and said, "If my guess is correct, to destroy the two steels is not something an ordinary Zubing can do. Even if the skybreaking halberd has advanced to the 5th tribulation Zubing, he may not be able to do it." From Xiao Qingfeng's words, Qin Shujian also knew the power of the two demon god steels. Even the Haozong immortal at his peak with the skybreaking halberd of the 4th tribulation Zubing could not damage the divine steel. In this way, to destroy the two demon god steels, at least the 6th tribulation Zubing and above was the best result. However, every single ancestral armament's heavenly tribulation was extremely dangerous. Just like the skybreaking halberd now. He could advance to the 5th tribulation Zubing, but it did not mean that he could advance to the 6th tribulation Zubing. The two of them talked. They wandered towards the long river of laws. After an unknown amount of time, there was still no way to see the end. In the end, the two of them had no choice but to retreat halfway. The spirit deity had just returned to the body. In the sea of consciousness, the Godslayer's voice sounded. "It's been almost a month, the things you discussed with the myriad races should be almost done." A month, Qin Shujian thought to himself, then looked at Xiao Qingfeng and said, "A lot of time has passed, Ben Huang has other things to do, so I'll take my leave first." "Take care, Emperor Qin." Xiao Qingfeng nodded slightly. After Qin Shujian had completely left, the smile on his face disappeared, and a hint of doubt rose from within. He's not the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven. He can't really be a hero of the present age. When he saw Qin Shujian, Xiao Qingfeng had suspected whether the other party was also the reincarnation of an ancient expert. But with the other party's talent and potential, an ordinary reincarnation of a true immortal would definitely not be able to reach such a level. Therefore, he suspected that Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven. This time, he brought the other party into the Mother River of Laws, hoping to lead him to the Emperor of Heaven's laws, and see if he could comprehend anything. But from the beginning to the end, Xiao Qingfeng did not notice anything strange about Qin Shujian. To this, he was sure that Qin Shujian did not hide anything. In this way, Xiao Qingfeng was even more puzzled. He's not the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, but at such a young age, he has such powerful strength and foundation. Although the Pursuer's inheritance is powerful, it can't reach such a level. Could it be that he's the reincarnation of another human expert? But that's impossible. Among the humans, the Emperor of Heaven is the strongest. If he's the reincarnation of Emperor Xia, it's impossible to hide from my eyes and ears. Moreover, Emperor Xia has completely fallen, and there's no chance for him to be reincarnated. Strange. Even when facing Emperor Xiao, Xiao Qingfeng could see some clues. The other party was a hero of the present age. He should be like that. Like Qin Shujian. It did not make sense at all. But the problem was, if the other party was not the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, then it was impossible for him to be the reincarnation of another ancient expert. Because the reincarnation of an expert, generally, they would only be reborn in the clan of their previous life. In this way, when awakening the innate wisdom, there would not be any conflict of memories inside the ancient expert. Other than the Emperor of Heaven who had the means to hide from him, no other human expert could do this. Xiao Qingfeng was also confident. In the ancient times, he was the strongest human expert after the Emperor of Heaven. If it's not the ancient times, it can't be the ancient times. But it's hard to say. No, I have to enter the long river of time to take a look. Maybe I can find some clues. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingfeng immediately separated his divine consciousness and escaped into the long river of time. It was different from the rules of the Mother River. The long river of time was not something that anyone could enter. Only when one's strength reached a certain level and had a certain method could one enter the long river of time. Xiao Qingfeng was the immortal Lord Haozong in his previous life, which was why he could do this. A long grey river flowed. It pierced through heaven and earth. In the long river of time, every drop of water represented a time node, and there were countless images flashing. Xiao Qingfeng stepped on the long river of time and walked back step by step. He wanted to find the roots of Qin Shujian. So, he could only go back and look. The long river of time flowed quietly. Occasionally, there would be a small wave, but Xiao Qingfeng's expression was solemn. He had to step back, lest he be touched by the wave and be swept in. He was fully focused, watching the changes in the long river of time. Images after images. They kept flashing in front of his eyes. There was the time when he became the Marquis of Bayun, and also the battle when the human race opened up the eastern continent. Gradually, Xiao Qingfeng's expression became solemn. Until the end. He stopped in his tracks. In front of him was a drop of water jumping, and an image appeared inside. It was the Marquis of Bayun's residence in Zhongyang City. Inside the main hall, Xiao Qingfeng saw himself sitting there. His gaze fell on the empty seat below, and he opened his mouth to say something. Occasionally, he nodded, as if he was approving. Beside him, there were two other people sitting there. One was Xiao Hong, and the other was Su Mingyang. Impossible. Xiao Qingfeng stared at the drop of water in front of him, and his expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, the long river of time suddenly surged with waves and directly swallowed him. In the outside world, Xiao Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his black hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, a mysterious force emerged and dispelled all the white hair, and it returned to black. This repeated several times. In the end, his hair finally settled back to its original appearance, but there were a few strands of white mixed in. What a loss! Noticing the changes in his body, the Marquis of Bayonne smiled bitterly. Just for a moment. His 1,000-year lifespan was gone just like that. Fortunately, he had a long lifespan. If it were someone else with a short lifespan, that wave just now would be enough to make him die on the spot. He waved his hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Xianxia smiled bitterly. The long river of time is indeed not something that anyone can play with. If I accidentally encounter a wave, my 1,000-year lifespan will be gone. If I encounter a big wave, I might be completely dead this time after reincarnation. Compared to the laws of the mother stream, the long river of time was even more mysterious and terrifying. If he was at his peak, Xianxia would naturally not be afraid of that small wave just now. But the problem was, he was not at his peak now, and he was only a 7th-level heaven human. After the bitter smile, Xianxia recalled the scene he saw in the long river of time, and his face became solemn. If I remember correctly, the scene just now should be the scene where Marquis Qianshan rebelled, and I asked Su Mingyang to escort Emperor Qin to Qianshan Prefecture. However, there is no image of him in the long river of time. Even someone as powerful as the Emperor of Heaven can't get rid of the shackles of the long river of time, let alone erase all the images in the long river of time. Originally, he even suspected that Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven. But the scene in the long river of time just now directly overturned this conjecture. That's right. The Emperor of Heaven was very powerful. But no matter how powerful he was not powerful enough to play with the long river of time. In Xianxia's opinion, to not be recorded by the long river of time, one must at least be in existence above the rules. Could it be that Emperor Qin is the reincarnation of an expert above the rules? No, this possibility is not big. If an existence above the rules has gotten rid of the shackles of the long river of time, he should have reached immortality. But if he is not the reincarnation of an existence above the rules, then he must have a very close relationship with an existence above the rules. So much so that there is a supreme existence to help him cover up the mysteries of the heavens. This is the only way to explain why he cannot be recorded by the long river of time, and why his cultivation realm can be so fast. Xianxia felt that he had discovered a big secret. After a long time, he suppressed the conjecture in his mind. If it was related to an existence above the rules, it was not something that he could explore now. In fact, Xianxia explored these things only because he was curious and wanted to confirm his conjecture. In the end, he did not find out anything, and instead lost 1,000 years of his life to enter. Thinking of this, Xianxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. After all the time, my eyes were pecked. 1,000 years of life is a lesson. I can't be so reckless in the future. Then, he closed his eyes to rest. Just now, not only did he lose 1,000 years of life, but he also suffered a serious injury. To sum it up in one sentence, that was a huge loss. On the other side, after Qin Shujian left the Shao mansion, he immediately left the eastern continent and headed to the human territory. When Xianxia walked on the long river of time and tried to explore himself, he had a vague feeling in his heart. However, where did this feeling come from? But there was no way to find out. Who is plotting against me? That's impossible. Who can scheme against me now? Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. Soon, he put this matter to the back of his mind. The stronger one was. The more things one did not need to think about. If it was in the past, Qin Shujian would have to think carefully to find out who was plotting against him in the dark, and then think of a strategy to deal with it. But now, there was no need for that at all. In the 4 great continents, his strength was already at the top. Any calculation, none of them were of any use. What was useful was to fight with real swords and spears. Fight. Qin Shujian was the least afraid. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to arouse too much fear from the other races, he would have gone all out when the Demon Emperor ambushed the Golden Rock Emperor. He wanted to see if the Demon Emperor with the Heavenly Demon Temple could survive under the Godslayer. Not long after, Qin Shujian had already arrived in the East City. Right now, the East City was still empty. Other than Dan Hao and Huazhan, there was no third person inside. In the city lord's mansion, Qin Shujian summoned the two of them. East City Lord, have the 10,000 races sent the corresponding materials over now? Reporting to the Qin Emperor, as early as half a month ago, the races sent the materials over one after another. Up until now, nearly 1,000 races have sent the materials to our human race. As for the remaining races, I think it will be soon. Huazhan cupped his hands and said. His main purpose in the East City was to be in charge of receiving the materials. After all, the resources sent by the 10,000 races this time were not small at all. In total, it was comparable to the resources of more than 10 small races. In view of this, Huazhan did not dare to let his guard down. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded. Inform the remaining races as soon as possible to send all the materials over. When all the materials are in place, Ben Huang will start to refine the divine weapon that will carry the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Now, you should have a list on your side, right? I have already recorded all the races. Alright, you can hand over the materials that have already arrived to Ben Huang. A few days later, Qin Shujian stayed in the eastern part of the city and basically never came out. At the same time, the remaining clans also sent over the materials for the forging. Boom, the earth shook. The heaven-piercing ape, which was thousands of feet tall, strode over like a mountain. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. Such a change. Naturally, it attracted the attention of most of the cultivators in the human territory. I am under the orders of the Demon Emperor to escort the required materials. I hope that the human race can send experts to accept them. The ape's voice was not loud, but it shook the clouds and dissipated them. In the East City, Huazhan stepped on the air and appeared in front of the ape. I am the city lord of the East City. Just leave the demon clan materials to me. Alright. The ape did not say too much. He loosened his clenched fists and then revealed hundreds of storage rings inside. Vital essence surged. Hundreds of storage rings flew up into the air. Huazhan's divine will swept across and directly covered the hundreds of storage rings. Then, he used his vital essence to control them and imprison them in the air. A moment later, he used his divine telekinesis to check the items inside before putting away the 100 storage rings. The human clan has received the materials of the demon clan. You can reply to the demon emperor. My emperor has one more thing that he wants me to ask. What is it? When will the Qin emperor start forging the divine weapon? My emperor needs an accurate time, the ape said in a muffled voice. Hearing that, Huazhan looked troubled. It was also at this moment. A faint voice came from the East City. Go back and tell the demon emperor that Ben Huang will forge the weapon in 10 days. As soon as he finished speaking, the ape's expression changed and he hurriedly said, I will definitely pass on the Qin emperor's words. Goodbye. After saying that, he immediately turned around and left. Then, Huazhan flew back and handed over all the resources of the demon clan to Qin Shujian. Qin emperor, after the demon clan sent the things over, all the resources of the myriad clans have been in place. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Huazhan and said, from today onwards, the East City doesn't need to be empty anymore. You should continue to be the city lord of the East City. If Ben Huang is not mistaken, you should be breaking through to the 7th tier of the celestial being realm right now. Yes. Huazhan didn't hide anything. Qin Shujian said, there are too few human almighties above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. If you can successfully break through, it will be a good thing for the human race. Cultivate well. I understand. Qin Shujian picked up the teacup beside him. Seeing this, Huazhan tactfully retreated. After Huazhan left, only then did Qin Shujian take out the heaven list. At this moment, in the space of the heaven roll, there was already a huge pile of materials. This time, the top-notch divine weapon that was to be forged to bear the weight of the 10,000 tribe battlefield would naturally require extraordinary materials. The materials provided by the various clans. Basically, they were all at the 9th stage. It's a pity that not all of these materials are from the human race. Otherwise, the strength of the human race can be improved by a lot. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. To be honest, this was the first time he saw so many ninth-stage materials. He was also tempted. However, Qin Shujian did not intend to keep these materials. If he really kept these materials, the various clans would probably go crazy. When the time came, the allied forces of the 10,000 tribes would attack the human race again. Besides, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the opening of the 10,000 tribe battlefield would benefit the human race the most. Since that was the case, there was no reason to destroy it. However, the forging of the divine weapon does not require so many materials. I can keep some of them. Qin Shujian smiled slightly. The materials here. It was enough to empty more than a dozen small clans. Even if some of them were left, it would be enough for him to earn. For the first time, Qin Shujian realized that blacksmiths were really profitable. After keeping the heaven list, he directly stayed in the city lord's mansion. In the next few days, he did not step out of the city lord's mansion at all. 10 days later, Qin Shujian rose into the air from the East City and directly left the human territory. South Continent. Nanming Fire Territory. Rumor had it that a great war broke out in ancient times. A supreme expert of the Fire clan fell here and finally set the mountains on fire. For millions of years, the fire burned fiercely, but it never went out. Over time, the Nanming Fire Territory was formed. This was also the purpose of Qin Shujian forging the divine weapon this time. This is the Nanming Fire Territory. Qin Shujian stood in the void and looked at the eternal flames that covered millions of miles of mountains below. There was a look of emotion in his eyes. Dark blue flames. It burned the mountains, and the scorching temperature even affected the void and sky. Even if he was standing here, Qin Shujian could feel the scorching aura. However, as his strength increased, this scorching aura no longer had much of an effect on him. Looking at the Nanming Fire Territory, Qin Shujian said, "Legend has it that the Nanming Fire Territory was formed here in ancient times when an expert of the Fire clan was killed here." Senior, do you think this rumor is true? It's true. Godslayer said, in the past, in order to subdue the various clans in the world, the ancient demon emperor once fought with many experts, including the Fire clan. At that time, the Fire clan was very powerful. The patriarch of the Fire clan was a supreme expert who had reached the 9th level of the immortal realm. In that battle, the demon emperor killed the patriarch of the Fire clan here, but he retreated and did not forcibly subdue the Fire clan. Some people speculated that before the patriarch of the Fire clan died, the demon emperor was also seriously injured. In my opinion, this is quite likely. 9th level of the immortal realm, Qin Shujian looked at the mountains covered in flames below, and his expression became solemn. No matter what, this fallen expert of the Fire clan was really powerful. From ancient times to the present, it had been at least tens of millions of years, but the flames were still not extinguished. Since the Fire clan is so strong, how was it destroyed? I don't know. In ancient times, the Fire clan still existed, although their strength had declined a little. Now that they have been destroyed, I guess they didn't survive the ancient calamity. The god-slaying saber said indifferently. Whether the Fire clan was destroyed or not had little to do with him. After all, he was a divine weapon of the human clan, not the Fire clan. Godslayer's words made Qin Shujian have some guesses in his heart. The Fire clan. He was afraid that they were not destroyed by the demon abyss in ancient times, but by the Emperor of Heaven's saber. If that was not the case, it was hard to explain why the Fire clan would die so cleanly. Qin Shujian stood in the void, silently feeling the heat of the Nanming Fire Territory, but he did not take any action. He was waiting. Waiting for the arrival of the other emperors. Half an hour later, some emperors came by stepping on the air. Looking at the bright stars in the sky, Qin Shujian knew who came almost without seeing the person. Emperor Qin. Star Emperor slightly cupped his hands and said with a faint smile. Qin Shujian said, "Star Emperor came fast enough. No matter how fast I am, I can't be faster than you." Refining a divine weapon is a major event for all clans. Ben Huang dare not to be late. Star Emperor smiled faintly. There was no hatred in his attitude. Instead, he was quite gentle. Qin Shujian also glanced at Star Emperor strangely. He almost killed him with one saber. If it were an ordinary person, he would not immediately attack him, but he would not hide his anger. But he was with Star Emperor. He could not detect any anger at all. For this, Qin Shujian also became more serious about Star Emperor. What a deep mind. He is a good opponent. If there is a chance, I have to find a way to eliminate him. A trace of killing intent rose in his heart. A dog that bites does not bark. Qin Shujian was not worried about Star Emperor's anger, but his attitude made him more cautious. Instead of waiting for him to secretly stab him, he felt it was better for him to strike first and gain the upper hand. Of course, he did not mean to do it now. The most important thing now was to open up the 10,000 clans battlefield. If he killed Star Emperor, it would definitely arouse the fear and hostility of other emperors, which was not good for the human clan. When Qin Shujian's killing intent rose in his heart, Star Emperor also sensed some danger in the dark. This warning sign caused him to be on full alert. At this moment, the other emperors also came one after another. Seeing this, Star Emperor could not say anything more. He could only stand aside and suppress the impulse in his heart. The Monster Clan, the Blood Eldar, the Ice Clan, the Moon Clan, the Soul Protector Clan, more than half of the emperors of various clans had arrived. A large number of experts gathered in the sky above the Nanming Fire territory. The combination of their powerful auras seemed to suppress the eternal flames below. Then, a golden-winged rock tore through the void. The moment it arrived, it transformed into a human body. Emperor Qin. The Golden Rock Emperor greeted and then looked away at the expressionless Monster Emperor. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed. The last time the Monster Emperor ambushed him, he had not had the chance to settle the score with the other party. This grudge, the Golden Rock Emperor would remember it. In the current situation, he was not afraid that the Monster Emperor would kill him. So, the Golden Rock Emperor's killing intent and dissatisfaction towards the Monster Emperor were almost undisguised. The emperors of many clans also noticed this. However, no one said anything. Although the Monster Emperor's ambush of the Golden Rock Emperor was a secret, in fact, there was no such thing as a true immortal's attack. Although the news did not spread widely, it spread a lot in secret. At least, the emperors of various clans all received this news. However, no one expressed any thoughts about this matter. After all, this was a matter between the Golden Rock clan, the Monster clan, and the Human clan. It had nothing to do with them. All the emperors have arrived. Ben Huang will not waste any more time. From now on, with the Nanming Fire territory as the center, no living creature is allowed to approach within a radius of 10,000 miles. I hope that all the emperors will protect us. Otherwise, if the forging fails, Ben Huang will not be responsible. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the soul-protecting emperor said, "Don't worry, Emperor Qin. We will naturally protect you and ensure that no cultivators will disturb the forging of the divine weapon." Then let's begin. Qin Shujian nodded. Immediately after, those emperors of the 10th level of the celestial being realm immediately left the sky above the Nanming Fire territory and went to the boundary outside the fire territory to guard. This was something that could not be helped. The Nanming Fire territory was formed by the fall of a 9th level immortal. Even after millions of years, the temperature here was still terrifyingly hot. Qin Shujian and those true immortals were naturally not afraid of the temperature in the void. But those emperors of the 10th level of the celestial being realm, it was not an easy task to resist the temperature of the fire territory. This could also prove it. The strength of the flames in the Nanming Fire territory had reached an unimaginable level. The emperors retreated. Qin Shujian took out the heaven list from his sea of consciousness. Then, he threw the materials into the void one by one. Immediately after, with the control of his divine thought, he shackled all the materials in the air. At this moment, all the emperors turned their attention to Qin Shujian. Facing these gazes, Qin Shujian did not care. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind formed by immortal core power whistled past. The eternal flames of the Nanming fire territory below rose with a strong wind and swept all the materials in like a fire dragon. Demon Emperor, take action to maintain the connection between the void flame and the Nanming fire territory. He suddenly shouted in a low voice. Hearing this, the Demon Emperor hesitated for a moment, but still used immortal core power to maintain the fire tornado from the Nanming fire territory. Qin Shujian fixed his attention on the materials that were about to be melted. Then, he said in a deep voice, Wind Emperor, take action to fuel the fire. No problem. The Emperor of the Wind Clan took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, endless strong wind blew past, causing the flames in the void to soar. Boom, the flames soared, and the temperature had already incinerated the void. The materials placed in the flames also melted at a speed visible to the naked eye in this terrifying temperature. Qin Shujian did not move at all, silently watching the changes in the materials. An hour passed. He suddenly said, reduce the wind by 30%, don't be too strong. Maintain the current level of the Demon Emperor and don't deviate. Next, Ben Huang will start the official forging. If the Demon Emperor's immortal core power is insufficient, you can ask the other emperors to help. But Ben Huang has a request, that is, the immortal core power to maintain the flames must not be cut off, or the forging will definitely fail. After that, Qin Shujian did not wait for the Demon Emperor to reply, and then used immortal core power to condense a substantial sledgehammer. Then, a powerful divine sense broke out of his body and transformed into a huge spirit god incarnation. In the next moment, the spirit god incarnation grabbed the handle of the sledgehammer and smashed it heavily towards the melted materials. Every time the sledgehammer smashed down, the flames were all scattered in all directions. The Demon Emperor's expression was a little ugly, but he had to concentrate to maintain the operation of the flames. This forging. If the forging failed because of him, then the Demon Clan would also get into a lot of trouble. After officially entering the forging state, Qin Shujian had already abandoned the changes in his surroundings. In his eyes, there was only the materials in front of him. Every time the sledgehammer fell, he would put the runes into the liquid materials. Every time a rune was inserted, a rune would appear. The liquid formed by the melted materials would have some subtle changes. The forging process. It was not very fast, nor was it very slow. At this moment, all the emperor's attention fell on Qin Shujian. For the number one forging master of the 4 continents. Their hearts were filled with curiosity. However, the emperors were not proficient in forging. Although they could know the mystery of the runes that Qin Shujian cast, they could not understand much. On the contrary, the Demon Emperor and the Wind Emperor were very close. And they were assisting from the side. When they saw the runes being cast, they had some understanding in their hearts. Time passed bit by bit. In 7 days, Qin Shujian did not make the next move. He had been constantly taking out new materials from the heaven board and throwing them in. Then, he melted them and put them into the runes. And in these 7 days, the Wind Emperor and the Demon Emperor did not stop for a moment. As time passed, the melted material liquid was already 100,000 miles in size. Under the support of the flames, it was like a blooming fire lotus. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian shouted in a deep voice, all emperors in the 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm and the Nirvana Realm, take turns to put a drop of blood essence in every 15 minutes. Everyone just needs to put it in once. Hearing this, many emperors looked hesitant, and no one moved rashly. Blood essence, to any cultivator, it was a precious item. However, they did not remain silent for long. The Black Emperor directly threw out a drop of blood essence and said with a laugh, it's just a little bit of blood essence. Look at how afraid you are. You're really embarrassing the emperors. Since you're so afraid, Ben Huang will go first. Hearing this, the emperors' faces darkened. How could they not know that the Blackstone Condor clan was already a vassal of the human race, the Black Emperor's actions? That would be a slap in the face. The blood essence flew out. Xianxia directly reached out and absorbed it. Then, it fused into the material. As the Black Emperor's blood essence fused, a huge black stone condor's shadow rose from the flames, letting out a loud cry that resounded throughout the Great Thousand. After a moment, the shadow dissipated, and everything returned to its original state. However, when one looked carefully, there was an indelible imprint on the material liquid. After 15 minutes, the Dog Emperor contributed a drop of blood essence. As an ally of the human race, he had to stand up at this time. The same blood essence fused. The same shadow appeared. The difference was, just now, it was the black stone condor. This time, it was the 8-headed giant hound. Its roar shook the world. The Earth Emperor said in a deep voice, the 9-headed hound clan broke through to the true immortal realm and only condensed the 9th head. Now that the Dog Emperor's power is not weak, I'm afraid it won't be long before you become an immortal. Maybe not as fast as you, Earth Emperor. The Dog Emperor smiled faintly, neither admitting nor denying. At their level, they had already taken a step into the celestial being 10th level. It would not be strange even if they became an immortal. But the problem was. However, it was not an easy task to take the final step. Perhaps in the next moment. Or it could be thousands of years of polishing. Therefore, no matter how confident the Dog Emperor was, he was not sure that he could take this step before the Earth Emperor. The two had a simple conversation. After 15 minutes, the Earth Emperor did not hesitate and fused a drop of blood essence. As the 3 Emperors' blood essence fell, tribulation clouds gathered in the sky. In the next moment, then, a shocking thunderbolt struck down. Obviously, even if it was only in the initial stage of forging, when it was fused with the blood essence of the 3 Nirvana Realm Emperors, it directly reached the level of a top spiritual weapon. As the lightning fell, Xianxia's expression did not change. The sledgehammer fell with a bang, forcibly suppressing the lightning and fusing it into the material. After 15 minutes, no emperors moved. Xianxia shouted coldly and angrily, "Continue. If the forging fails today, Ben Huang promises to slaughter you." In the cold words, it contained endless killing intent. Those emperors below the true immortal realm all had extremely ugly expressions at this time. In the face of Xianxia's threat, they wanted to refute, but when they thought of the other party's strength, they forcibly suppressed it. To put it bluntly, they did not dare. Next, Metal Emperor. Xianxia did not bother to wait and directly called out the name. As soon as he finished speaking, the Metal Clan Emperor did not dare to hesitate. He immediately forced a drop of blood essence and fused it into the material. With the Metal Emperor's help. At this time, the emperors of the other clans did not dare to hesitate too much. Every 15 minutes passed. Every time an emperor fused his blood essence. And with the fusion of each emperor's blood essence, the lightning tribulation in the sky had become even more violent. Rumble, the power of the lightning poured down. This power had already reached a certain level of strength. However, Xianxia's expression did not change. The vital essence sledgehammer suppressed all the lightning that struck down. Boom, the long river of laws broke through the air and lingered above the vital essence sledgehammer. Instantly, the vital essence sledgehammer circulated, and its power increased several times out of thin air. Bang, another hammer fell, and the lightning dragon was forced into the liquefied material by this force. In the next moment, Xianxia formed a seal with both hands. Runes were born from the void and then integrated into it in an orderly manner. In an instant, the liquid of the material rolled and then gradually changed from liquefaction to solidification. At the same time, a powerful aura had already spread out from the divine weapon. Until now, the forging of the divine weapon had been going on for a month. All the emperors of the 10th level and the Nirvana realm had already fused their blood essence into it, but the lightning in the sky did not stop for a moment. The demon emperor's face was also a little pale. There was no other way. Continuously maintaining the flame for a month was also a considerable consumption of immortal elemental energy. After all, the flames of The Nanming fire domain were not ordinary flames. Even if a true immortal fell into it, there was a possibility of dying. In this way, not only did the demon emperor have to control and maintain the flame, but he also had to use immortal essence to protect himself to ensure that he would not be injured. Naturally, the consumption was great. Ben Huang needs to recover. Please take over Shueling Huang, the demon emperor said. Hearing that, Shueling Huang did not refuse. He flew closer and said, then I'll leave it to Ben Huang. As soon as he finished speaking, immortal essence emerged. At the same time, the demon emperor withdrew his immortal essence. There was almost no gap between the two of them. It could be said that the connection was perfect. But this was not something to be surprised about. After all, both of them were true immortals, and their control of immortal essence had reached a powerful level. Soon, another half a month passed. At this time, the liquid of the material had completely solidified. The divine weapon also changed from its original size to 1,000,000 miles in size after fusing with the essence and blood of the emperors. At this point, Qin Shujian also had to push his spiritual god to the extreme to maintain the forging in front of him. Along the way, he also swallowed 2 hollow pills to replenish his consumption. However, the other emperors looked at the divine weapon forged by Qin Shujian with a strange expression. Because in their eyes, this divine weapon was completely different from the ones they had seen before. It was more like an ordinary piece of iron. That's right. An iron piece. That was a piece of iron that was 1,000,000 miles in size and could block out the sky and the sun. If there was any difference between it and an ordinary piece of iron, then the difference was an ordinary piece of iron was not so big, and its aura was not so terrifying. In front of the iron piece in front of him, those emperors who were at the 10th level of the celestial being realm felt an oppressive aura. It was as if the iron piece had fallen. He was able to easily suppress him. Dog Emperor, can you tell what level this godly weapon is at? The Black Emperor took a deep breath, and his expression was also very solemn. Although the divine weapon in front of him seemed ordinary, its aura had already reached a terrifying level. It was just that the divine weapon was powerful. It was also a normal thing. After all, it had fused with the essence and blood of so many emperors. Even if it was an ordinary item, it should have become a supreme treasure. Hearing this, the Dog Emperor shook his head and said, it's hard to say. This divine weapon hasn't entered the category of Taoist artifacts, so its strength can't be determined through the Taoist seal. However, Ben Huang can be sure that if this divine weapon succeeds, it won't be much weaker than the Heaven List. Although the Heaven List was a Taoist artifact, in his opinion, it might not be comparable to the divine weapon in front of him. Moreover, so far, the divine weapon had not been completed, and its power was far from its peak. Another half a month passed. Shueling Huang suddenly shouted, Feather Emperor, please make a move. Sure. The Feather Emperor took a step forward and arrived beside Shueling Huang. Just like Shueling Huang, he was also an expert who had become an immortal. In fact, it was normal. Without reaching the level of a true immortal, he was not qualified to control the divine fire in the Nanming fire territory. The Feather Emperor arrived and immediately replaced Shueling Huang. At the same time, Qin Shujian swallowed a hollow pill. After recovering some vitality, he said in a deep voice, Soul Protection Emperor, give Ben Huang a drop of essence and blood. Hearing this, the Soul Protection Emperor did not dare to hesitate and immediately forced out a drop of essence and blood. Qin Shujian simply waved his hand. The essence and blood of the Soul Protection Emperor directly fused into the iron piece. Boom, as the essence and blood of the Soul Protection Emperor fused, the iron piece seemed to have some kind of sublimation, and its aura suddenly became more terrifying. A large amount of Taoist rhymes followed the essence and blood. They were all absorbed by the iron piece. The heavenly thunder tribulation that had dissipated condensed again at this time. However, compared to the previous heavenly thunder tribulation, this time, the heavenly thunder tribulation, it was a destructive black and red color. The heavenly thunder tribulation clouds covered 1,000,000 miles, and the power that could destroy heaven and earth made the emperors below the level of a true immortal turn pale. Without thinking, they all retreated outside the range of the heavenly thunder tribulation. What a powerful heavenly thunder tribulation! Before the heavenly thunder tribulation fell, Ben Huang had already sensed the threat of death. This heavenly thunder tribulation has probably reached the level of a true immortal. No, it hasn't reached the level of a true immortal. It should be at the level of a half-immortal. Some emperors were shocked, while others were calm. But no matter what. Facing the heavenly thunder tribulation clouds that were condensing in the sky, none of the emperors dared to relax. The Golden Rock Emperor stared at the heavenly thunder tribulation and said in a deep voice, "It's already a half-immortal heavenly thunder tribulation now. It will definitely transform into a true immortal heavenly thunder tribulation later. It seems that the forging this time is not easy. True immortal heavenly thunder tribulation. In other words, even a true immortal might not be able to withstand it." The Golden Rock Emperor was very confident in Qin Shijian's strength. However, the problem was that the other party had not confirmed the Tao and become an immortal. It would not be easy for a divine weapon to survive the true immortal heavenly thunder tribulation. The other emperors heard the Golden Rock Emperor's words. Their expressions were even more solemn. Up until now, no one wanted Qin Shijian to forge a divine weapon. Because other than the human race, all the clans had invested a lot this time. If the forging failed, then they would really lose everything. On this side, Qin Shijian also sensed the power of the heavenly thunder tribulation. In the next moment, he used celestial body. It's just a half-immortal heavenly thunder tribulation. You want to stop Ben Huang from forging a weapon? He looked at the heavenly thunder tribulation and sneered. At this moment, the heavenly thunder tribulation seemed to have sensed the provocation and finally stopped brewing. The destructive black heavenly thunder tribulation struck down with a loud bang. Crack, the black heavenly thunder tribulation represented death and destruction. Wherever it passed, the void would be turned into dust. It was a vast power. It also spread out in all directions. However, all the cultivators who felt this power had a grave expression on their faces. As for the cultivators of the clans who were close to the Nanming fire domain, when the destructive heavenly thunder tribulation struck down, they were so scared that their bodies trembled. They didn't dare to move at all. Bang, there was a long river of laws surging in the true essence sledgehammer. Immediately, it smashed towards the black heavenly thunder tribulation. A terrifying power erupted. The destructive black heavenly thunder tribulation was instantly shattered by the sledgehammer. Terrifying energy converged. It made the power of the iron piece even more powerful. 3 days later, 9 destructive heavenly thunder tribulations struck down. These heavenly thunder tribulations that were enough to seriously injure or even kill a half-immortal were all suppressed by Qin Shijian and turned into nourishment for the divine weapon. The runes were inserted. Qin Shijian shouted coldly, "Continue, the next true immortal, fuse with the essence blood." As soon as he finished speaking, Star Emperor immediately took action and fused his essence blood into the divine weapon. Compared to the essence blood of the Soul Protection Emperor, Star Emperor was an orthodox true immortal expert, and the power of his essence blood was even more terrifying. As the essence blood fused, the heavenly thunder tribulation that was about to dissipate condensed again. However, compared to the last heavenly thunder tribulation, this heavenly thunder tribulation was even more terrifying. The heavenly might that seemed to crush the heavens and the earth. It made all the emperor's expressions change. True immortal heavenly thunder tribulation. If the half-immortal heavenly thunder tribulation was within their range of tolerance, then the appearance of the true immortal heavenly thunder tribulation made them completely unable to interfere. Not only them. Even the sovereigns who had become immortals had serious expressions on their faces at this moment. Although they were already true immortals. But the true immortal heavenly thunder tribulation was enough to threaten a true immortal. In the face of such a heavenly thunder tribulation, no one was confident that they could escape unscathed. However, Qin Shijian's expression was as usual. As the heavenly thunder tribulation struck down, another long river of laws broke through the sky. The power law, instantly. His strength directly soared a lot. At this time, although the power of the heavenly thunder tribulation had reached the true immortal level, it was only at the initial true immortal level. Under the effect of the power law and the casting law, it couldn't play a big role. Rumble. The heavenly thunder tribulation continued to strike down, and the terrifying power overflowed and turned into a vast thunder prison. The divine weapon Iron Piece was soaked in the thunder prison and was not damaged at all. Not only that. As time passed, the power of the Iron Piece also became more and more powerful. Similarly, 3 days passed. The heavenly thunder tribulation also disappeared. Xianxia took the hollow pill and looked at the next true immortal. Don't waste time. Hearing this, the true immortal immediately dripped his blood essence into it. Next. In the Nanming Fire territory, for more than 2 months, the sky was covered by the heavenly thunder tribulation of a true immortal. With the fire territory as the center. In the area with a radius of millions of miles, except for the emperors, all the other cultivators had evacuated. The heavenly thunder tribulation of a true immortal was too powerful. The overflowing power was no longer something that ordinary cultivators could resist. Even those emperors who had not reached the Tao realm. In the face of this power, they were also forced to retreat far away. Boom, when the last heavenly thunder tribulation fell, endless rays of light spread out from the divine weapon. In an instant, it dispersed all the tribulation clouds within 1,000,000 miles. When the tribulation clouds dispersed, the surrounding dark land also instantly became clear. The metal piece, which was 1,000,000 miles in size, floated in the air, emanating an aura that was as vast as the abyss. Everyone who sensed this aura had a drastic change in expression. Then, they looked at the divine weapon with burning eyes. Everyone could understand that the power of this divine armament had already reached an inestimable level. It had even reached the level of an 8-9 Seal Tao artifact. Such a supreme treasure, everyone would be tempted. Even the Demon Emperor, Blood Ling Huang, and other true immortals. At this moment, they were all a little restless in their hearts. However, they had an oath agreement first. At this time, whoever fought for it would be courting death. The divine weapon has not been completed yet. Xianxia's voice was slightly weak. Then, he looked at the Ice Emperor and the Moon Emperor and said, "The Ice Clan and the Moon Clan are both extremely cold and extremely mean. The two of you, please quench the divine weapon." Quenching the divine weapon. This was the final key. Hearing this, the Ice Emperor and the Moon Emperor looked at each other, and then they acted at the same time. Frost spread in the void, and in an instant, it was about to completely cover the divine weapon. At the same time, the moonlight poured down, like a river washing over the divine weapon. Where the moonlight passed, the frost disappeared. Soon, the divine weapon seemed to have been washed clean, and its originally fierce aura became deep and heavy. Then, Xianxia forced out a drop of his essence blood, and instantly dripped it on the divine weapon. Then, the divine weapon vibrated. The divine weapon that was 1,000,000 miles in size was visibly expanding with a power that was visible to the naked eye. At the moment when the divine weapon expanded, on the divine weapon that looked like an iron piece, mountains and earth veins were born, as if an expert had created it out of thin air. At this moment, all the emperors flew up, directly crossing the bottom of the divine weapon, and came to the top to see the mountains and earth veins being born with their own eyes. That's the territory of the Ice Clan. The Ice Emperor looked at a certain place, and the expression in his eyes suddenly changed. As the Emperor of the Ice Clan, how could he not recognize the territory of the Ice Clan? Although this territory was many times smaller than the actual territory of the Ice Clan, he recognized it at a glance. The Ice Emperor's words awakened the other emperors. They began to look away from the mountains and earth veins, and began to carefully observe the changes of the earth veins. Soon, they found the territories of their respective clans. That's the territory of the Earth Dragons. The territory of the Star Clan. P.S. I just finished writing, and I'm going to sleep. Good night. Support the original version. I'm really decent on Qidian Chinese network. The divine weapon evolved into mountains and earth veins. It had become a small world of its own. Xianxia said, "The blood of the emperors is the foundation of the evolution of the mountains and earth veins. Now that the divine weapon has been successfully forged and the 10,000 races battlefield has been completed, the next step is for the various clans to settle in. According to the agreement, the emperors and perfected immortals of the various clans are not allowed to make a move in the 10,000 races battlefield, let alone affect the trend of the battlefield. Apart from that, if a clan loses its territory on the battlefield, its territory on the 4 continents must be evacuated within 7 days and let the winner take over. These were the rules. They had been mentioned during the meeting of the 10,000 races. Now that Xianxia had said it, he was merely repeating it. After that, Shui Linghuang said, "When do you plan to officially open the 10,000 races battlefield, Emperor Qin? It will take some time for the various clans to settle in. How about this? We'll officially open the battlefield in a month. Before that, the various clans can send cultivators to settle here. However, within a month, no clan is allowed to make a move without permission." Qin Shujian said, "After a month, we'll officially start." A month. It was neither long nor short. Although the various clans had been preparing for the 10,000 races battlefield, they were not fully prepared. Now, there was an extra month. This was not a bad thing. Therefore, no one objected to Qin Shujian's words. After the discussion, the emperors of the various clans left. Qin Shujian glanced at the 10,000 races battlefield, stepped on the void, and disappeared. At this moment, the Nanming Fire territory in the South Continent had been severely exhausted during the few months of forging the divine weapon. The fire territory that was originally 1,000,000 miles long. Now, it had shrunk to half its original size. Not only that, even the power of the fire territory had weakened a lot. For the creatures of the South Continent, the Nanming Fire territory was quite famous. Such a change naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, compared to the Nanming Fire territory, the 10,000 races battlefield that spanned across the sky was truly eye-catching. The 10,000 races battlefield, standing in the void above the vault of heaven. It was as if there was an invisible hand supporting it, preventing the divine weapon from falling. Instead, it had been floating there quietly. At this moment, the divine weapon had grown from its original size of 1,000,000 miles to 10,000,000 miles. Although it was not as vast as the entire 4 great continents, it was enough as a battlefield for the thousands of races to fight. After the completion of the construction of the 10,000 tribes battlefield, there were already many cultivators who wanted to fly over to observe this peerless divine weapon. However, it was a pity. The Nanming Fire territory was below the 10,000 clan battlefield. Although the power of the fire domain was much weaker now, not everyone could withstand it. Furthermore, the divine weapon had its own power. The cultivators standing below the divine weapon had no chance of flying. However, if one went to the top of the divine weapon, all traces would be covered by the mountains and earth veins. Therefore, one could only observe the battlefield from afar. It's a pity that the 10,000 tribes battlefield can't become a Taoist artifact. Otherwise, this divine weapon would definitely be the strongest Taoist artifact in the 4 continents. An expert from the Gold Clan could not help but exclaim as he looked at the battlefield that covered the sky and the sun. Hearing this, immediately, a cultivator said, "Even if it's not a Taoist artifact, this divine weapon can also be called the top divine weapon, if Zubing is not included." At the end, he added another sentence. Zubing was recognized as the strongest divine weapon. Even if it was a 9-seal Taoist artifact, it could not be compared to the powerful Zubing. But even so, the 10,000 clan battlefield in front of them was also shocking. No one can shake Emperor Qin's title as the #1 blacksmith in the 4 great continents. Of course, no one can surpass the divine weapon of the 10,000 clan battlefield in front of us. The cultivators of the various races sighed. Who could gather the emperors of the 10,000 clans to forge a divine weapon together, even if a cultivator had the ability to forge it? He did not have the appeal. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already returned to the East Continent. The divine weapon you just forged is very powerful. If it can be integrated with an innate spiritual item, it will definitely be a 9-seal Taoist artifact. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer's voice was also a little solemn. With his experience, he could naturally tell that the divine weapon was no ordinary weapon. Qin Shujian said, "There's no need to integrate innate spiritual objects. It's not the grade that determines the power of the divine weapon. It's the grade that determines the power of the divine weapon." As Senior said, the cultivation realm is just a synonym. If one's strength is enough, then it's enough. The way you look at things seems to have become even more different. I've gained something. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. After forging the divine weapon of the 10,000 clan battlefield, he had some enlightenment in his heart. He even felt it. He now had a deeper understanding of the Tao of forging. The Grandmaster forging realm, which was originally at the peak of the third stage, was also faintly touched. That feeling. It was as if he was about to break out of his cocoon. Saint. Qin Shujian had a premonition that perhaps he did not need to rely on the source of life to break through to the saint level in forging. However, it would not be easy to take this step. But even so, the divine weapon of the 10,000 clan battlefield was also the one that had truly reached the peak level after forging so many divine weapons. If the heaven list in his hand did not integrate the destiny of the human clan in front of the 10,000 clan battlefield, it would still be inferior. Just you wait. Everyone says that Zhu Bing is powerful. Today, Ben Huang will use the blood of the 10,000 clans to forge an extremely powerful divine weapon. Qin Shujian's lips curled into a smile. In his opinion, this divine weapon had not been completely forged yet. On the contrary, this was just the beginning. When the 10,000 clan battlefield officially opened, it would enter the next stage. However, Qin Shujian did not tell anyone about this. After returning to the East Continent, he immediately went to the Middle State Prefecture and officially met with Emperor Zhao. The 10,000 clan battlefield will officially open in a month's time. The human clan can now send cultivators in to make arrangements so that we won't be caught off guard by the 10,000 clans when the battlefield opens. The moment he saw Emperor Zhao, Qin Shujian went straight to the point. Emperor Zhao said seriously, "Great Zhao now has 6 mighty figures, 6 saints, and 5 transcendents. We can fight all of them, but we lack an expert who can take charge of a region. In Ben Huang's opinion, Xianxia should be fine." Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "Xianxia is a cultivator at the 9th level of the heaven-human realm and has fought with the great saint of the demon clan. His strength is not to be underestimated. Now, even the emperors and perfected immortals of the 10,000 clans can't participate. In this way, even if there are experts at the 10th level of the heaven-human realm, there might not be many of them. Xianxia should not be a problem as the sharp knife. As for Xiao Feng, he has already promised Ben Huang that he is willing to go to the 10,000 clan battlefield to take charge. He will be able to protect the human clan. Xiao Feng was too powerful. If he could not go out and wipe out the 10,000 clans, then he would stay behind the human clan. There was almost no hope for the other clans to attack the human clan. As for attacking the 10,000 clans, they also needed an expert to lead the troops. Among the human clan, apart from the 2 human emperors and Xiao Feng, Xianxia was the strongest. There was a moment of silence. Emperor Zhao said, "That's fine too." Then, he stood up, looked outside the pavilion, and said faintly, "The opening of the 10,000 clan battlefield will cause a bloody massacre. It will be more intense than ever before. How can it be so easy to fight for the power of heaven and earth? The 10,000 clans might be calm now. That was because the various clans were not confident. Now that the 10,000 clan battlefield was opened, all parties had made an oath. When the battlefield opened, the pressure that the human clan would face would be extraordinary. In Emperor Zhao's opinion, on the human clan's side, even if Xiao Feng was taking charge of the rear, there would still be many casualties. However, it was inevitable that there would be casualties in the war. Using war to nurture war. Only then could more experts be born. So what if it's a bloody massacre? It's much better to bleed now than to die out. Qin Shujian said with his hands behind his back. Now the human clan is divided into the Great Zhao and the Cultivation world. Ben Huang proposes that the Great Zhao and the Qianyuan Sacred Ground each guard one side of the battlefield. Emperor Zhao, if you want to train troops, the Qianyuan Sacred Ground will also train troops. Zhao. Chengfeng will be the highest commander. When necessary, he can integrate the two sides to fight. The rest of the time, we will fight for ourselves. Now the human clan had the Great Zhao and the Qianyuan sacred ground. In this way, it was impossible for the people of the Great Zhao to obey the orders of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Similarly, it was impossible for the people of the Qianyuan sacred ground to obey the orders of the Great Zhao. So, fighting on their own was the best way to go about it. When necessary, Xiao Chengfeng would then command both sides and combine the two forces. Okay. Emperor Zhao nodded and agreed with Qin Shijian's proposal. Since it's okay, Emperor Zhao should send people to the 10,000 clan battlefield to make arrangements. Ben Huang will leave first. After that, Qin Shijian disappeared on the spot. The Qianyuan sacred ground. In the Qianyuan Hall. The 10,000 clan battlefield has been successfully opened. It will officially open in a month. At that time, it will be a scene of war. The human clan will send people to the 10,000 clan battlefield. The Qianyuan sacred ground needs to do the same. But compared to the Great Zhao, the Qianyuan sacred ground lacks powerful cultivators. Ben Huang has already sent Xiao Chengfeng to the 10,000 clan battlefield, but this is a conservative approach. If we want to make progress, we still have to rely on you. On the main seat, Qin Shijian glanced at everyone and said calmly. Hearing this, most of the other elders had solemn looks on their faces. Everyone knew. Once the 10,000 clan battlefield opened, it would be an endless war. At least before the demon abyss arrived. The battlefield would not stop at all. In other words, it would be a meat grinder that devoured flesh and blood. Even a diviner could be turned into ashes if they were not careful. In this way, no one dared to take it lightly. Yin Banqing cupped his hands and said, "What are your plans, Emperor Qin?" All the diviners in the Qianyuan sacred ground need to be stationed in the 10,000 clan battlefield. In addition, Ben Huang plans to let the students of the Qianyuan College enter the 10,000 clan battlefield. The Qianyuan College. Fang Xinglan's expression changed slightly. He cupped his hands and said, "Emperor Qin, the Qianyuan College has only been established for a few years. Most of the students are in the rudimentary realm and the true martial realm. If they participate, I'm afraid there will be heavy casualties. The 10,000 clan battlefield was a meat grinder in the future. If the rudimentary realm and the true martial realm disciples went there, it would be no different from sending their heads to their deaths." Fang Xinglan was not the only one with an ugly expression. Even the other elders had ugly expressions on their faces. Qin Shijian said, "The 10,000 clan battlefield has two main functions. One is to fight for the general trend of heaven and earth, and the other is to train the soldiers of the various clans. If it is only to fight for the general trend of heaven and earth, then there is indeed no need for students to participate. But the problem is that one of the main purposes is to train the soldiers. So what if they are in the true martial realm? The weakest among the 10,000 clans are also in the true martial realm. How can the human clan be inferior to other clans in the same realm? Pass down the order of Ben Huang. All the students of the Qianyuan College who are in the true martial realm and above must enter the 10,000 clan battlefield for a month every year. We must ensure that the students can participate in the war. If they do not participate, they will be punished for the crime of treason. In addition, the Qianyuan sacred ground has set up merit points. Anyone who kills enemy cultivators and captures the territory of a city will receive the corresponding merit points. Merit points can be exchanged for cultivation techniques, martial arts, magic weapons, and elixirs. From now on, the alchemists and forgers in the Qianyuan sacred ground need to refine elixirs and magic weapons with all their strength to ensure that the human clan has sufficient supplies in the 10,000 clan battlefield. Also, the array discs must be engraved and the array masters must not slack off. Qin Shijian finished speaking. He had already turned his gaze to Fang Xinglan. Inside the Qianyuan sacred ground, it controlled all the cultivators in the entire cultivation world. Among them, there were many forgers, array masters, and alchemists. In the past, Qin Shijian did not force them to refine magic weapons, elixirs, or array discs. But now, they were forced to do so. In addition, the Sky Patrol will dispatch some people to enter the 10,000 clan battlefield to verify the achievements of the human clan cultivators and ensure that no mistakes are made. We understand. Since Fang Xinglan had already said this, these elders had no reason to refuse. Qin Shujian said, other students who are not from the Qianyuan College can also enter the 10,000 clan battlefield. If they can kill foreign races, they can also obtain merit points to exchange for the corresponding resources. As for the cultivators who are not from the Qianyuan College, each household has to send one person to the 10,000 clan battlefield to train for a month every year for every 5 people in each household. If someone dies in the battle, that household does not need to forcibly send people to the 10,000 clan battlefield for the next 10 years. Now, the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique had been completely popularized in the human clan of the East continent. In addition, the spiritual qi had increased. It could be said that any commoner had already embarked on the path of cultivation. In addition, the spiritual qi was rich. In just 1 or 2 years, some people had already walked a long way in the basic realm. There were even some who had broken through to the real martial realm. Everyone was a soldier. This was the case. The 10,000 clan battlefield was a matter of the entire human clan, not just the Qianyuan sacred ground and the great Zhao Empire. Therefore, Qin Shujian now demanded that everyone must contribute to the human clan. Since they had the opportunity to cultivate, the human clan had to pay the price. Xia Kun said in a deep voice, if we are so forceful, I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction among the people. Suppress any dissatisfaction for Ben Huang. Qin Shujian's expression was cold as he said indifferently, Ben Huang created the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture. The spiritual qi used for cultivation was also personally placed in the East continent by Ben Huang after the destruction of the various races. The reason why the human clan can maintain its current stability is that we have strong cultivators who are resisting the pressure of the 10,000 clans. If you don't want to contribute to the human clan, you can destroy the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture in Ben Huang, then expel them from the East continent and let them fend for themselves elsewhere. They wanted to have food and clothing, but they didn't want to pay any price. Such a thing was impossible no matter where it was. Desperate times called for desperate measures. If someone really dared to do this, Qin Shujian would definitely not be merciful and expel them all. He wanted to see. Without the protection of the human clan, these people were nothing. His words were cold. It made everyone's heart tremble. At this moment, everyone could see that the Qin Emperor's determination was unshakable. Qin Yuanbai and the others took a deep breath, cupped their hands, and said, Qin Emperor, don't worry. We know what to do. Ben Huang doesn't want to interfere too much in the 10,000 clan battlefield. Although the true immortals and the emperors of the 4 major continents won't easily make a move on the battlefield, they might make a move on the 4 major continents. The top cultivators of our clan have to stay on the East continent to guard against the tricks of the various races. Therefore, I'll leave the 10,000 clan battlefield to you. At the same time, Xiao Qingfeng will also be the supreme commander of the 10,000 clan battlefield. As long as the human emperor is not here, his orders will prevail. We understand. Go and get ready. Qin Shujian waved his hand and said, hurry up and send people into the 10,000 clan battlefield. There's nothing there now. It's not that easy to fortify it. Then we'll take our leave first. Qin Yuanbai and the others got up and left. Wait, Golden Rock King and King of Azure Billows stay. Hearing this, Golden Rock King and King of Azure Billows, who had just gotten up, looked at each other and sat down again. Although the others looked suspicious, they didn't ask any questions. After the others left, Qin Shujian looked at the two and said, you're now in the 3rd level of the Celestial Being Realm. Are you confident that you can break through to the 4th level of the Celestial Being Realm in a short time? How long is the short time that you mentioned? Golden Rock King asked in confusion. Within a month. Within a month. Golden Rock King looked solemn and finally shook his head. Although I have a feeling that there's hope of breaking through, I'm afraid it's impossible within a month. After that, King of Azure Billows also looked troubled. I don't have a choice. To break through to the 4th level of the Celestial Being Realm, one had to understand the existence of the rules of heaven and earth. To reach this point, in addition to talent, one also had to pay attention to opportunity and luck. Ben Huang will take you to the mother stream of the law. Whether you can find the opportunity to break through depends on your own luck. Qin Shujian said. There were too few strong people in the Qianyuan sacred ground now. Although a few more celestial beings had been born during this period of time, so far, there were no strong people in the Qianyuan sacred ground who had entered the Saint Realm. No. Niu Dali was one. But other than Niu Dali, there was no second person who had entered the Saint Realm. To cultivate a powerful person, it was impossible in the short term. Therefore, Qin Shujian also wanted to cultivate Golden Rock King and King of Azure Billows into the Saint Realm, which could be regarded as adding some strength to the human race. Hearing this, the two looked at each other and then replied excitedly, "Thank you, Qin Yuan Bai." Although they were in the third level of the celestial being realm. But as people from Tianwen Island, their heritage was naturally extraordinary. The existence of the mother stream of the law. The two of them were also very clear about it. But the problem was, knowing it was one thing, and being able to enter it was another. Concentrate and hold your breath. Divide a wisp of divine consciousness. Qin Shujian's voice sounded. Golden Rock King and King of Azure Billows both held their breaths and focused their minds. At the same time, they divided a wisp of divine consciousness. Seeing this, Qin Shujian said, "Ben Huang will bring you into the mother stream of laws later. Don't resist in the process." After that, he also divided a wisp of divine consciousness, and then immediately wrapped the other two wisps of divine consciousness, and together they escaped toward the mother stream of laws. It seemed like a breath had passed. But it also seemed like a long time had passed. Golden Rock King and King of Azure Billows only felt as if they had passed through some kind of membrane, and then their bodies relaxed. Then, Qin Shujian released the shackles of divine consciousness and appeared in the mother stream of laws in human form. This is the mother stream of laws. Remember the aura here, then follow your own feelings, find the laws that match, and then enter it. The mother stream of laws. Golden Rock King and King of Azure Billows looked at the vast mother stream in front of them and deeply felt their own insignificance. And in the mother stream, there were also many rivers flowing quietly in the middle of it. When they saw these rivers, they immediately understood what this was. The long river of laws, Qin Shujian said, your spiritual deity will not be able to support you in the mother stream for too long. Find the laws that match you as soon as possible. Thank you, Emperor Qin. After the two of them cupped their hands, they did not dare to stay for too long and immediately headed in a certain direction. There was no need for Qin Shujian to say. Golden Rock King and King of Azure Billows could feel that their spiritual deity was gradually being consumed. In this way, the two of them did not want to waste this great opportunity. After all, if there was no way to break through to the fourth level of the celestial realm this time, there might not be such an opportunity in the future. After the two of them left, Qin Shujian did not immediately retreat. Instead, he found the location of the rule of power and directly barged in. Just as he stepped into the rule of power, boundless pressure pressed down on him from all directions. One after another, the shadows of powerhouses appeared, wanting to stop his advance. Facing these shadows of powerhouses, Qin Shujian didn't waste any time and immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Boom, boom. Throughout history, there had been many powerhouses born from the rule of power. Now that Qin Shujian had the aura of other rules, it caused the rule of power to counterattack with all its might. So, these powerhouses who had walked on the path of the rule of power had all become the stumbling blocks under Qin Shujian's feet. Not only that. In the battle, there were even waves that wanted to swallow Qin Shujian. Bang! Qin Shujian destroyed an ancient shadow of a powerhouse with a punch. Then, a wave came crashing down, causing him to stagger and almost fall. It was also at this time. The surrounding shadows of powerhouses found this opportunity and immediately launched a fierce attack on him. In the outside world, in the Qianyuan palace, Qin Shujian's body, which was sitting still, suddenly shook. Then, his calm aura fluctuated violently, but soon calmed down. Sigh, I failed again. He sighed. Just now, when he was fighting against many shadows of powerhouses, he was knocked down by a wave of the rule of power. Then, the spiritual deity incarnation was completely destroyed. If it had been in the past. If the spiritual deity was destroyed, Qin Shujian himself would have suffered serious injuries. But as he became stronger and stronger. Now that the spiritual deity that entered the mother stream was destroyed, it only caused his aura to fluctuate a little. He did not suffer any injuries. Then. Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the two people who were like puppets. I brought you into the mother stream. Whether you can break through to the fourth level of the celestial being depends on your own luck. I hope you won't waste too much of my time. He shook his head. He still stayed in Qianyuan Hall and did not leave. There was no other way. The Qianyuan sacred ground only had 2 third-level celestial beings. Before the opening of the Myriad clan battlefield, he had to find a way to let them break through to the 4th level. About 2 days passed. King of Azure Billows suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura immediately weakened, and his eyes, which were originally closed, opened at this moment. The moment he opened his eyes, there was a fluctuation of the rule of power. But the fluctuation was very weak, so weak that it was almost negligible. I've let you down, Qin Emperor. I failed to break through. King of Azure Billows came back to his senses, looking a little ashamed. For this. Qin Shujian also expected this and said calmly, it's not easy to break through directly for the first time. Ben Huang used to enter the mother stream many times to break through from the 3rd level of the celestial being to the 4th level of the celestial being. You should recover briefly. In a few days, Ben Huang will bring you into the mother stream again. Thank you, Qin Emperor. King of Azure Billows thanked him gratefully. Then, he did not want to waste any more time. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing to heal his injuries. Another day passed. King of Golden Rock also failed and quit. Qin Shujian also let him rest here to recover. 3 days later. Both of them had recovered a little. Qin Shujian did not waste any time and once again took the 2 of them into the mother stream. Before a cultivator broke through to the 4th level of the celestial being, there was no way to freely enter the mother stream. So, Qin Shujian's current role was to continuously bring the 2 of them into the mother stream until they broke through. Just as King of Golden Rock and King of Azure Billows were trying their best to break through to the 4th level of the celestial being. On the human side, they were also completely on the move. The 10,000 tribe battlefield was about to open. This was a major event that concerned the entire human race. On the Great Zhao side, Emperor Zhao had already ordered all the armies to gather and then find an opportunity to enter the 10,000 tribe battlefield. At the same time, on the Qianyuan sacred ground side, Qin Shujian had also issued an order. However, the fact that the students of Qianyuan College were forced to participate in the war, as well as other people who had achieved success in cultivation, caused a lot of commotion. Inside a college, many students were dissatisfied. Why should we participate in the war? We've only been in school for a few years. Isn't it suicide for a true martial realm cultivator to go to the 10,000 tribe battlefield? That's right. The war is between the celestial being and the human emperor. Why should true martial realm cultivators participate in the war? We are the future of the human race. If all of us participate in the war and die in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, won't the human race be cut off in the future? Emperor Qin is the human emperor. How can he not understand the pros and cons? In my opinion, this order is definitely not from Emperor Qin. Someone must have faked Emperor Qin's order. Let's report it. Yes, report it. These students were going crazy. They were all shouting loudly, with the intention of completely overturning the college. Although the 10,000 tribe battlefield had just been opened. However, the news had spread long ago. Everyone could understand that the 10,000 tribe battlefield was a place full of bloody fighting. They were only true martial realm cultivators. If they faced the powerhouses of the 10,000 tribe battlefield, it was no different from sending their heads to their deaths. Cultivation did not mean that they were not afraid of death. So, After receiving the news, the first thing these students thought of was disobedience. At this moment, a powerhouse flew over, and a terrifying aura suppressed the area. This is the order of the Qin Emperor. No one is allowed to cause trouble. Anyone who causes trouble will be punished for treason. The Sky Patrol has the right to kill them on the spot. These cold words. It immediately silenced all the noise from the students. Everyone looked at the Sky Patrol in front of them, their faces pale and ugly. The Sky Patrol, it was a weapon of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Anyone who disobeyed the orders of the Qianyuan sacred ground would be attacked by the Sky Patrol. Moreover, the Sky Patrol either didn't make a move, or they made a move to kill. Although the students of the Qianyuan College were involved in cultivation, many of them had never really seen blood. They were naturally afraid of the Sky Patrol. As a human, you should contribute to the human race. Where do you think the resources you have for cultivation come from? It's just that your ancestors fought for it outside. Every inch of land you set foot on now is stained with the blood of your ancestors. No one can sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. If you don't want to participate in the war, you can return everything that the Qianyuan College and the human race have given you. Leave the East Continent and the human territory. The Qianyuan sacred ground will not interfere with where you go. However, if you don't want to give up this treatment, then you must fight for the human race. The next time someone dares to openly violate the edict of the sacred ground, kill them without mercy. Bai Xiu glanced at these students coldly, then looked at the academy teachers who had arrived. Finally, his gaze fell on a middle-aged man. Qian Bai, you are the dean of the college. You should manage and supervise these things. Otherwise, the next time the Sky Patrol really intervenes, it won't be so easy to talk to. I know. Divine General Bai, you don't have to worry about it. You're on your own. Bai Xiu flew away, leaving only Qian Bai there with a gloomy face. Ever since he became the dean of the Qianyuan College, no one dared to disrespect him like this. If it were someone else, Qian Bai would have already made a move. But the problem was, Bai Xiu was the Sky Patrol Divine General. Although his status was not as high as the dean of the Qianyuan College, he had the power to kill. And when it came to strength, if they really fought, Qian Bai was not confident that he could deal with Bai Xiu. More importantly, he could deal with Bai Xiu, but it would definitely involve more Sky Patrol. That would be a big problem. So, no matter how dissatisfied Qian Bai was with Bai Xiu, he had to swallow his anger. Then he looked at the students and said in a cold voice, "This is the Qin Emperor's order. Whoever disobeys will die. If you want to die, you can tell me directly, lest the Sky Patrol take action and embarrass the college." After that, Qian Bai snorted coldly, turned around, and left. The situation in the college was just a small example. After the Qianyuan Sacred Grounds order was passed down, many students were dissatisfied. However, the Sky Patrol all over the country sent out all their forces to suppress it, so it did not cause any trouble. As for the cultivators who were not from the Qianyuan College, those who disobeyed the orders of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground were all abolished and then expelled from the East Continent. He had no cultivation base. Without the protection of the human race. In the other 3 continents, they were like walking meat with no possibility of survival. Such ruthless means. It caused many people to be dissatisfied, but it also caused more people to be fearful. If entering the 10,000 clan battlefield was a 50-50 situation. If the Qianyuan Sacred Ground punished them, they would definitely die. In just half a month, the Sky Patrol suppressed all the voices of dissatisfaction. At the same time, experts from all over the world were heading to the 10,000 clan battlefield one after another. I heard that the 10,000 clan battlefield is a divine weapon jointly forged by the Qin Emperor and the other emperors. In terms of power, the divine weapon is more powerful than the heaven list. I haven't had the chance to see it with my own eyes. Today, I'll go to the 10,000 clan battlefield to take a look. A group of experts from the Qianyuan Sacred Ground flew in the air. Among the leaders, one of them was Fang Xinglan. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai smiled faintly. The power of the true immortal thunder tribulation can be vaguely felt even in the human race's territory. How can the power of the divine weapon be simple? hearing the conversation of several elders. The cultivators from the other sacred grounds all looked curious. They also wanted to see what the rumored number 1 divine weapon looked like. It would take a long time for ordinary cultivators to fly from the human race's territory to the Nanming Fire territory in the South Continent. Fortunately, this time, the cultivators who came out were at least in the god martial arts realm. In less than 10 days, they had already arrived near the Nanming Fire territory. We've arrived at the Nanming Fire territory. Fan Xinglan looked at the scorching flames in front of him with fear and then said, the 10,000 clan battlefield is above the Nanming Fire territory. It should be above. As he spoke, he looked up. Suddenly, he just stood there in a daze. Not only Fan Xinglan, but also the others at this moment, stood there with a dull look on their faces. In the sight of these people, an almost endless black shadow was suspended in the sky. Compared to the black shadow, Fan Xinglan and the others felt as small as ants. This is the 10,000 clan battlefield? A cultivator swallowed his saliva. They had seen divine weapons before, but they had never seen such a huge divine weapon. Even if someone pointed to the sky and said that it was a floating continent, they would believe it. After a while, Qin Yuanbai suppressed the shock in his heart and shouted in a low voice, that is the 10,000 clan battlefield. Everyone, follow me up and go to the human race's territory to investigate the situation. Then, set up a portal as soon as possible. Without setting up a portal, there was no guarantee that other human cultivators would be brought here. The others immediately came back to their senses, then flew up into the air and headed toward the 10,000 clan battlefield. P.S. Support the original version, Jidian Chinese networks. I am decent. They entered the 10,000 race battlefield. Qin Yuanbai and the others found that their field of vision was suddenly different. When they looked up from the ground, they could only see a black shadow. When they came to the 10,000 race battlefield, they found that this was a completely new world. Where is the territory of the human race? Niao Feng looked at the surrounding scene with a puzzled expression. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai didn't answer immediately. Instead, he flew to a higher position and looked down at the entire earth below. Then, he took out a topographic map from his storage ring. After a serious comparison, Qin Yuanbai landed again and looked at everyone. I just took a look at the surrounding environment. Where we are now is the territory of the human race, but don't move for the time being. The other elders and I will circle out the areas that are related to our human race and mark them. Has anyone from the Great Zhao come? I haven't seen them yet. They probably haven't sent anyone over yet. Qin Yuanbai shook his head. They didn't act with the Great Zhao. Naturally, they didn't know what the Great Zhao was doing. Just as the celestial elders were planning to circle the human race territory again, a strong cultivator came from the sky. People from the Qianyuan sacred ground. A surprised voice sounded. Qin Yuanbai and the others also looked up and saw several people falling from the sky. Duan Sun greets the elders. So it's General Duan. Sorry for the lack of manners. Qin Yuanbai and the others also politely returned the greeting. As for the people who came, they knew each other. After all, Duan Sun was a strong cultivator at the Saint Realm and one of the great generals of the imperial court. Whether it was his status or his strength, ordinary people couldn't compare to him. Beside Duan Sun were a few unfamiliar celestial beings. However, Qin Yuanbai and the others also saluted from a distance. The two sides had met before. Duan Sun said, this time, the Qin Emperor asked Elder Qin and the others to come over? Yes, I was just curious why the people from the Great Zhao hadn't come yet. I didn't expect to see General Duan so soon. While speaking, Qin Yuanbai glanced at the people from the Great Zhao and then said with a smile. There aren't many people from the Great Zhao this time. It seems that they have some plans. The 10,000 clan battlefield has just been opened. Moreover, this place uses a divine weapon as a carrier. Below is the Nanming Fire territory, so it's not easy for ordinary cultivators to come up. That's why His Majesty sent us here to open up a teleportation gate to receive the others. Duan Sun said calmly. This time, they were the vanguard of the Great Zhao. Qin Yuanbai said, according to the Qin Emperor, the human territory will be divided equally between the Qianyuan sacred ground and the Great Zhao Empire. The land under our feet now belongs to the human territory. How does General Duan plan to divide it? What plans does Elder Qin have? In my opinion, it's better to take the center as the base. The left side will be given to Dazhao, and the right side will be given to the Qianyuan sacred ground. When the time comes, both of our forces will build cities in our respective territories and not invade each other. Qin Yuanbai said calmly. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Duan Sun the entire time. There were 2 Renhuangs in one clan. The situation was destined to be very delicate. To a certain extent, the status of Qianyuan sacred ground was the same as that of Dazhao. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to control anyone else. If they didn't want to have conflicts, they must not interfere with each other. Duan Sun nodded and said with a faint smile, I have no problem with Elder Qin's proposal. Then we'll draw a line in the middle. Our forces will each take one side. Okay. Qin Yuanbai nodded. Then the 2 of them flew into the air and took out the map to compare. Then, Duan Sun pointed his finger in the air, and the finger aura suddenly broke through the air and fell on the ground. Suddenly, a deep pit appeared from it. Then Duan Sun's fingers fell again. With the deep pit as the center, a silk line spread to the front and back ends. About half a quarter of an hour later, he retracted his hand again. At this point, the human territory was divided into 2. After doing these things, Duan Sun took people to the left side of the territory, while Qin Yuanbai asked people to stay where they were. Then he led a few elders to the border to draw the line. In fact, the method of drawing the line was very simple. Just like Duan Sun, they left indelible marks on the ground. Then they erected a stone tablet. It showed that this place was the human territory. Back and forth, it took about half a day for Qin Yuanbai and the others to return to the place. Then, Qin Yuanbai looked at the others and said, We have already drawn the line and erected the tablet. Your main task is to explore the human territory. You must draw all the areas and not leave anything out. Then, in 2 days, find a suitable place to build a city and make a sign there. As for the other things, you don't have to worry about them. Okay, then I'll leave the rest to Elder Qin. Niaofeng nodded and took the lead to leave with a few people. As for the remaining people, they also left in groups of 2s and 3s. Soon, there were only 4 people left on the spot. Qin Yuanbai, Fang Xinglan, Yin Banqing, and the last Cui Huai. Elder Fang, please make a move and open the portal. Yin Banqing looked at Fang Xinglan. The other 2 were the same. There was no other way. Among the 4 elders, only Fang Xinglan was a formation master. The only person who could open the portal was him. Emperor Qin has ordered that this time, we don't need to open a portal, but directly open a teleportation array. Fang Xinglan said with a faint smile. It was just that with his young face, calling himself an old man seemed a little strange. While they were talking, Fang Xinglan took out a few array discs from his storage ring and directly fiddled with them on the spot. Although Qin Yuanbai and the other 2 were puzzled, they didn't dare to disturb him. Not long after, the array discs were placed. In the end, Fang Xinglan carved array patterns in the void and then merged them into the array discs. As the array patterns appeared, there was a mysterious power that worked in the void. By the time the last rune landed, Yi Zichen had already made his move. The array discs below emitted a faint light and then merged together at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz, the void vibrated and a platform was suddenly formed. The platform had a radius of 10 feet and was in the shape of 9 stars. On each star corner, there was a shallow concave hole. With the concave hole as the starting point, there were complicated and dense patterns crisscrossing. Subsequently, Fang Xinglan took out 9 spirit stones and directly placed them in the array. In an instant, the star text shone brightly. Immediately after, the void vibrated and distorted, but it soon calmed down. The difference was the spirit stones placed in the array dimmed slightly. This is? Yin Banqing looked at the teleportation array that didn't have any movement and was stunned. From the outside, the teleportation array and the teleportation gate didn't seem to be much different. But the problem was, the former didn't seem to have any effect. Fang Xinglan said, the teleportation gate has a distance limit. Usually, teleporting between the various spirit regions is already the limit. It's even more impossible to teleport from the eastern continent to the southern continent. According to the Qin Emperor, the teleportation array can have a longer teleportation distance. Teleporting here, you can directly appear in the eastern continent. Is that true? Yin Bancheng was a little suspicious. Although he wasn't proficient in arrays, he understood the principle of the teleportation gate. From the southern continent's Nanming Fire territory to the eastern continent, the distance was extremely far. Fang Xinglan smiled and said, if Eldarine doesn't believe me, you can go up and try it yourself. You'll know if it's true or not. Very well. Let me give it a try. Yin Bancheng wasn't worried and walked directly to the teleportation array. Seeing this, Fang Xinglan didn't waste time and directly used his vital essence on the array. The array with the spirit stones was immediately activated. The next moment, the void shook slightly and Yin Bancheng directly disappeared from where he was. On the other side, Yin Bancheng hadn't fully recovered from his shock when he found himself in a familiar place. This is Cold Mountain City. He didn't come to Cold Mountain City many times, but it wasn't few either. Just by looking at the surrounding environment, he could recognize where Cold Mountain City was. However, it had been a year since the last time he came to Cold Mountain City. Yin Bancheng realized. He didn't know when it started, but the teleportation gate in Cold Mountain City had been replaced with a teleportation array. Beside the teleportation array, there were also disciples of the sacred grounds guarding there. Seeing Yin Bancheng's inheritance, the two disciples were slightly stunned for a moment before they immediately reacted. Disciple greets Eldarine. Dispense with the formalities. Can you teleport me back? No problem. One of the disciples said in a deep voice. Seeing this, Yin Bancheng directly asked them to teleport him back. In the 10,000 tribe battlefield, above the empty array, the void suddenly shook again. Yin Bancheng suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Cui Huai asked, how was it? I just went back to Cold Mountain City. Yin Bancheng smiled slightly and then left the teleportation array. Then, his eyes fell on this ordinary array again. I never expected that this array can really lead directly to the East Continent. With this array, it will be much more convenient for the Qianyuan sacred ground to send people over. He sighed with emotion. Qin Yuanbai and the others' eyes also lit up. There was no need to think about it. They all knew how useful this array formation was. Fang Xinglan smiled faintly. This time, when I left, Emperor Qin gave me a total of 4 complete array discs. This is the first one, which can be used to teleport others over. As for the remaining array discs, I plan to put them in the city after it is built. Okay. Qin Yuanbai nodded and said in a deep voice, there is not much time left for us. In about half a month, the 10,000 clan battlefield will officially open. In this half a month, we must complete the fortifications. To complete the fortifications, at the very least, they had to build a city. If it was in the past, it would not be easy to build a city. However, now that the Qianyuan sacred ground ruled all the cultivators in the world, it was not difficult to send a large number of cultivators to build a city in half a month. At most, it would consume a lot of resources. But a city built in this way, it would definitely not be as powerful as building a magic weapon. But there was no other way. Now, only Emperor Qin knew how to build a city with a magic weapon. The other grand forging masters, there was no way to really achieve this step. More importantly, people. The 2 grand forging masters of the Qianyuan sacred ground had not officially broken through to the celestial realm. If they wanted to build a powerful magic weapon, in addition to strong forging skills, even their cultivation level could not be too low. Otherwise, if they could not withstand the thunder tribulation, everything would be in vain. Then, Qin Yuanbai looked at Fang Xinglan again and said, in addition to the city, there is also the array. The rest of the time depends on Elder Feng to engrave enough defensive arrays in the human territory. After all, the only array Dao Grandmaster here is you. Okay. Fang Xinglan nodded slightly. Engraving arrays was not too difficult for him. The entire 10,000 clan battlefield was about 10 million miles in area. The human territory was only about 300,000 miles in area, which was about the size of 3 Liangshan spiritual domains. 300,000 miles in area. Half of it was given to Dazhao, and the remaining half belonged to the Qianyuan sacred ground. 150,000 miles in area. With Fang Xinglan's strength, half a month's time to set up the formation was also sufficient in terms of time. After all, it was a vast area to set up the array. There was no need to set up an array on every inch of land. More often than not, it was replaced by an array disk. When the human race entered the 10,000 clan battlefield to deploy, the other races also sent in experts. In just a few days, many experts flew over the heads of the human race's territory. To this, Qin Yuanbai and the others turned a blind eye. The war had not started yet, and the various races were still in the stage of preparing for war. Sometimes, if they accidentally flew over their heads, they would just fly over. But when the time came for war to break out, if the 10,000 clan flew over their heads, they would be live targets. You must divide the territory of my clan in a short period of time, then open a teleportation gate here to receive my clan's cultivators. In the territory of the nine-headed dog clan, Zhu Chen observed the surrounding environment and then spoke calmly. Beside him, it was a few elders of the nine-headed dog clan. Hearing this, the elders nodded their heads and flew away. After they left, Zhu Chen looked at Kong Yi and said, "Do you have a map of the entire 10,000 clan battlefield? The 10,000 clan battlefield has just been opened. Who has the time to draw a map?" However, the 10,000 clan battlefield is a miniature version of the 4 major continents. If we use the map of the 4 major continents, there won't be much difference. Kong Yi shook his head and said. To this, Zhu Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "The map of the 4 major continents is too big and incomplete. Since we don't have a map of the 10,000 clan battlefield, we might as well go around it. Anyway, the battlefield hasn't officially opened yet. Even if we enter the territories of the various races, there won't be too much of a problem." Furthermore, Zhu Chen looked up and saw the figures flying across the sky. He smiled faintly and said, "If we don't do it, others will do it. Let's just go around it." Okay. Kong Yi thought for a moment and finally nodded. Qianyuan sacred ground. Qianyuan Hall. During this period, Qin Shujian had been staying here. Every few days, he would bring Golden Rock King and King of Azure Billows into the Mother Stream. However, it was not easy to break through to the 4th level of the Celestial Being Realm. Up until now, the two of them hadn't gained much yet. Pfft. Pfft. After spitting out 2 more mouthfuls of blood, Golden Rock King and King of Azure Billows' aura weakened. He looked at Qin Shujian with an apologetic look in his eyes. "Qin Shi, I have a feeling that if you give me another chance, I will definitely be able to break through to the 4th level of the Celestial Being Realm." Golden Rock King tried to struggle again. After all, he had failed so many times. He was unwilling to give up just like that. Then let's not waste time. Qin Shujian took out the Hallow Elixir and then used his divine will to cut the elixir into several pieces. He gave 2 small pieces to Golden Rock King and King of Azure Billows. "This is a 10th level elixir, the Hallow Elixir. After swallowing it, it will be enough to recover your energy." Hearing that, neither of them hesitated. They immediately took the pieces of the Hallow Elixir and swallowed it. They had never heard of a 10th level elixir. Neither had they heard of the Hallow Elixir. But how could something given by Qin Shujian be simple, after swallowing the Hallow Elixir? Soon, a gentle energy rose from her body and instantly healed the spiritual god's injuries and the energy she had consumed. Before breaking through to the Celestial Being Realm, it would be difficult for a cultivator to nurture the spirit god. But after breaking through to the Celestial Being Realm, the cultivator's body, blood, and spirit god were completely integrated. If the spirit god was injured, it could be healed with blood. If it was in deficit, it could also be healed with the spirit god. In this way, it would be much easier to recover. Because it was really at this stage. Strictly speaking, there was no distinction between body and spirit god. The two were more like a whole. In just a few breaths, the two of them had completely recovered. Seeing that, Xianxia did not waste any time and directly took the two of them to the mother stream of law again. 5 days later, Golden Rock King and King of Azure Billow's aura shook and retreated from the mother stream of law again. But it was different from the previous times. This time, after they retreated from the mother stream of law, their aura was not dispirited. Instead, a mysterious Tao aura overflowed from them. Without the heaven list in hand, Xianxia could not see their complete attributes. But judging from the situation in front of him, he knew that the two of them had successfully broken through. At this moment, Golden Rock King and King of Azure Billows stood up and bowed to thank him. If it weren't for Emperor Qin's guidance, I don't know how long it would take for the two of us to break through to the Saint Realm. Now that this is over, you can go to the 10,000 tribe battlefield to guard it. Yes, sir. The two of them nodded, then cupped their hands and left. Out of the Qianyuan realm, Golden Rock King suddenly felt his body relax. He looked at the sky and said with a smile, I didn't expect that I would break through to the Saint Realm one day. I thought I would be like the ancestors of Heavenly Pattern Island, stuck at the 3rd level of the Sky Human Realm for the rest of my life. I would either wait until my lifespan ran out, or die fighting for Heavenly Pattern Island. Breaking through to the Saint Realm. It made Golden Rock King feel as if he had been reborn. For others, breaking through to the 4th level of the Sky Human Realm was just a breakthrough. But for him, this was not only a breakthrough in realm, but also breaking the shackles of fate. From this moment on, he officially got rid of the restrictions of Heavenly Pattern Island and truly had the hope of setting foot on the peak. Yes, breaking through to the Saint Realm, we can be considered the first people in Heavenly Pattern Island. King of Azure Billow's expression was also emotional. In Heavenly Pattern Island, for millions of years, no one had been able to break this limit. Now they had succeeded. Naturally, they could be considered the first person in a million years. After lamenting, King of Azure Billows said, entering the Saint Realm is just a new starting point. There are still powerful figures and true immortals. As cultivators from Heavenly Pattern Island, if we don't break through to the true immortal realm, we will be letting down the great ancestor. This time, Ancestor Tong Tian had placed a glimmer of hope on him. Heavenly Pattern Island was located in the inner area of the sea. In order to travel unimpeded in the inner area of the sea, one had to be at least at the true immortal realm. While the two were talking, they directly left the East Continent and flew towards the South Continent. Until now, neither Golden Rock King nor King of Azure Billows knew that a teleportation array had been set up in Cold Mountain City, in the 10,000 clan battlefield. In a few days, the people of the Qianyuan sacred ground had already found a suitable place to build a city in the human realm. And the entire human realm. They had made a detailed map. Qin Yuanbai said in a deep voice, the map of the human realm has been completed, but the maps of the other clans have not been completed yet. During this period, foreign cultivators often fly over. If I'm not mistaken, they're investigating the territory of our human race. In that case, we should also take advantage of this time to explore the other human realms and write a suitable map. Writing a map. This was essential. Otherwise, they would be at a loss when they fought in the future. Although the 10,000 races battlefield was tens of thousands of miles wide, it seemed that a celestial being only needed to scan it a few times to explore it. But one thing to know was, the body of the 10,000 races battlefield was a powerful divine weapon, and it was integrated with the blood essence of the emperors. The pressure here. It was extremely powerful. At the same time, with the blood essence of the emperors, even if a celestial being cultivator could expand his divine sense, it would be greatly limited. For example, in the outside world, the divine sense could spread up to 10,000 miles, but here, it could only spread up to 100 miles at most. It was weakened by 100 times. In this way, it would take too much time to just rely on the divine sense to scan the area. Not only that, when a war really broke out, the experts of the enemy clans would not allow the celestial beings from their side to scan the area with their divine sense. At that time, it was inevitable that they would attack. Therefore, it was very necessary to take advantage of this time to draw a map. When drawing the map, leave it to me and Elder Xianxia, who had just rushed over from the Qianyuan sacred ground, said immediately. Okay. Qianyuanbai did not refuse. Although Xianxia was only in the first tier of the celestial being realm, in terms of strength, he was not weak. At least among the celestials present. Apart from himself, Xianxia was considered the strongest one. After making the decision, Qianyuanbai and Xianxia divided into two opposite directions, flying in the air at the same time to explore other areas. The Demon Clan's territory. Tianhong was supervising the Demon Clan's people to build the city and fortifications. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the void. Someone was flying over there. Human Clan. Tianhong's heart unconsciously surged with killing intent. There was great hatred between the Human Clan and the Demon Clan. He himself had suffered a lot at the hands of the Human Clan. At this moment, seeing someone flying in the air, Tianhong naturally had the urge to attack. He hasn't reached the Saint Realm. He's very weak. Relying on his own perception, he quickly sensed the strength of the human celestial being passing by above his head. Regarding this, Tianhong was even more eager to make a move. A celestial being who had not reached the Saint Realm was just in existence that he could destroy with a wave of his hand. After thinking for a while, in the end, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. There was no other reason. At this time, the 10,000 clan battlefield had not officially opened. Whoever made the first move would definitely break the rules. By then, it would be a troublesome matter. More importantly, the Human Clan was very strong. Thinking of that Qin Shi Huang, Tianhong's heart trembled a little. Humph, Demon Clan. Qianyuanbai swaggered over the Demon Clan's head and sneered in his heart. Tianhong's killing intent was so obvious. How could he not notice it, in the past? Qianyuanbai did not dare to swagger over the head of a 9th-tier celestial being expert. But now, he was not afraid. The battlefield had not officially opened. Who would dare to make a move without permission? Not to mention that he had Qin Shi Huang as a solid backing. As long as the Demon Clan did not want to fight to the death with the Human Clan, then he had to be calm. However, Qianyuanbai was also a little nervous. It was not until he left the Demon Clan's territory that he relaxed a little. Recalling everything he saw in his mind, he took out a jade talisman and engraved the Demon Clan's territory that he saw just now. Then, he immediately went to the next place. Qianyuan Realm. In the main sect. Is the teleportation formation over at the 10,000 clan battlefield completed? Qin Shujian asked. The person sitting opposite him. It was Su Yuanming. Hearing that, he nodded and said, a few days ago, a disciple of Cold Mountain City reported that Elder Yin appeared from the teleportation formation and then was teleported back to the 10,000 clan battlefield. Since then, the teleportation formation has been completed. During this period of time, several elders of the Holy Lands have also selected many people through the teleportation formation. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Since the teleportation formation was completed, the rest was not difficult. Tell them to get the city ready as soon as possible. In addition, inform the various races that Ben Huang will set up a shielding formation under the 10,000 clan battlefield to block the existence of the 10,000 clan battlefield. Tell them not to panic. Okay. Su Yuanming replied. How's the cultivation of the disciples of the Origin sect during this period of time? Now, there are a total of 7,600 disciples who have broken through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm, 1,400 in the Airborne realm, 325 in the Visionary realm, and as for the God Martial realm, there's an increase of 27 during this period of time. Su Yuanming replied truthfully. Qin Shujian had a rough idea of what was going on. Over 200,000 disciples. Almost half of them were locals. Thus, it was obvious. Almost 10% of the disciples had broken through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. This ratio was already extremely high. As for the gap between the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm and the Airborne realm, it had decreased greatly. As for the Visionary realm and God Martial realm, there were even fewer people. Regarding this, Qin Shujian wasn't too surprised. The reason for this. The biggest reason was that the origin sect had been established for too short a time. In total, it had been established. It hadn't even been 10 years. According to the current trend, the number of God Martial Realm disciples in the origin sect would increase greatly in a few years. The origin sect was only one of the sects in the world. The cultivation of the disciples of the origin sect increased rapidly. Then, the cultivation of the others in the cultivation world wouldn't be much slower. The current human race. They were full of vitality and showed signs of recovering to their peak. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shujian looked at Su Yuanming and said, "Until now, our origin sect hasn't really given birth to a diviner cultivator, right? Elder Gong Mingze has already succeeded in breaking through to the diviner realm some time ago. Gong Mingze is only a consecrator of our sect and can't be considered a real disciple of the origin sect. When he entered the origin sect, he was already on the verge of breaking through to the diviner realm. It's natural for him to break through now." Qin Shujian shook his head. He naturally knew about Gong Mingze's breakthrough. But Gong Mingze couldn't be considered a person nurtured by the origin sect. The true problem of the origin sect now was that there was no way to give birth to an expert who could take charge of a region. There were many spirit martial realm cultivators. There were also many God martial realm cultivators. But cultivators of this level couldn't be seen in public. If it was in the past, Qin Shujian would still think that the spirit martial realm and the God martial realm were very strong. But what kind of height determined what kind of vision one had? Looking at it from his current perspective, the origin sect was really weak. In front of an absolute expert, no matter how many spirit martial realm and the God martial realm cultivators there were, they could all be wiped out with a wave of the hand. There was no need for a true immortal to make a move. Any 10th tier diviner of the myriad races would have no difficulty in doing this. Su Yuanming lowered his head and replied, "You're right, Emperor Qin. It's been 1 or 2 years since you broke through to the God martial realm. So far, you're still in the same place. The Qianyuan realm has a lot of spiritual energy and sufficient cultivation methods, but you still haven't made any progress. If you continue to slack off like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive the tribulation." The way Qin Shujian looked at Su Yuanming was also somewhat exasperated. For the person in front of him, he still valued him more. But for some reason, since the establishment of the Qianyuan sacred ground, Su Yuanming had gradually become slack. With the current conditions of the Qianyuan realm, 1 year. It was enough time for a cultivator at the first tier of the God martial realm to break through to the second tier of the God martial realm. If he was a genius, his progress might be more than that. In the face of Qin Shujian's words, Su Yuanming's expression changed a few times. Finally, he replied in a low voice, "Don't worry, Emperor Qin. I know what to do. Well, when the 10,000 race battlefield opens, you can go there to gain experience. Ben Huang won't ask too much of you. It's enough to kill an outsider in the middle stage of the God martial realm." "Yes, Emperor Qin." Su Yuanming bowed and accepted the order. He was only in the first tier of the God martial realm, but he had no objection to the order to kill an outsider in the middle stage of the God martial realm. After all, he was an elder of the origin sect. If he couldn't even challenge someone of a higher tier, then he was really too weak. When Su Yuanming raised his head, the person sitting in front of him had disappeared without him noticing. Go to the 10,000 race battlefield? Thinking back to what he had just said, Su Yuanming's expression was a little inexplicable. In the end, a faint smile appeared on his face. Good, he had been silent in the Qianyuan sacred ground for too long. It was time to go out. Lion Tiger Plain. Ox Demon Cave. Niao Dali woke up from his deep sleep and then turned into his human form. He bowed to Qin Shujian in front of him. "Greetings, Emperor Qin. How's your cultivation? I've broken through to the 6th tier of the celestial being. If I have some more time, I should be able to break through to the 7th tier of the celestial being." Niao Dali touched his horns and answered truthfully. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also looked at him with his Dharma eyes and then nodded secretly. Niao Dali was right. He was indeed in the 6th tier of the celestial being. A drop of the ancient demon emperor's blood essence. It had created an expert in the 6th tier of the celestial being so quickly, and it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the 7th tier of the celestial being. The effect was indeed amazing. Compared to the demon emperor's blood essence, Eldar's wood spirit heart was a bit rubbish. But it was normal. The wood spirit heart was only a supreme treasure condensed by a half-immortal, but the demon emperor's blood essence was the blood essence of a true immortal. There was no comparison between the two at all. Qin Shujian used to think that half-immortals were very strong. Now, it seemed that even a half-immortal couldn't take one strike from him. So, compared to Niu Dali, Mu Yang might not be able to go far by relying on the wood spirit heart. In the end, if he wanted to reach the peak, he still had to rely on his own talent. Do you have any memories of awakening any bloodline? Qin Shujian asked. According to what the Godslayer said, there should be a powerful bloodline in Niu Dali's body. And such a bloodline, once it was activated, it would often appear along with the memories of the race. Therefore, he wanted to know, what kind of bloodline inheritance did the bull demon in front of him have? Hearing this, Niu Dali fell into a state of thinking, as if he wanted to find something in his own memory. After a long time, he shook his head and said, I don't seem to have any changes in my memory, but there are some sporadic and broken attack methods. They should be the bloodline memories that Emperor Qin mentioned. Sporadic and broken attack methods. Qin Shujian nodded. It seemed that the bloodline inheritance in Niu Dali's body was either not fully activated or incomplete. But no matter what, the other party's bloodline was definitely not simple. Then he looked at Niu Dali and revealed a smile. Ben Huang, I see that you have stayed in the Lion-Tiger Plains for many years and have never really gone out. Why don't you follow Ben Huang to the southern continent? To the southern continent? Niu Dali's face was filled with shock. He had never thought that he would leave the eastern continent one day. No. Not only did he leave the eastern continent, he had never thought that he would leave the Liang Mountain spirit domain. As a cow that was born and raised in this area, the furthest place Niu Dali had ever been to was probably the Liang Mountain next door. In other words, in the past, he had never walked out of the Liang Mountain ordinary realm, let alone the southern continent. After hearing Qin Shujian's words, the first thing Niu Dali thought of was to refuse. However, he looked at the faint smile on Qin Shujian's face. In the end, a certain bull demon swallowed the words of refusal and squeezed out a simple and honest smile. It is my honor to be able to accompany Emperor Qin to the southern continent. How can I refuse? You are teachable. Qin Shujian nodded his head in relief. Then, the man and the ox stood on the spot and looked at each other. Neither of them spoke nor did they move. Until half an hour later, Niu Dali felt that the atmosphere around him was a little silent, and could not help but ask carefully, why isn't Emperor Qin leaving yet? Didn't you say you were going to the southern continent? Then why don't you leave? I'm an ox who has never traveled far, and I don't know the way. Qin Shujian smiled. Could it be that you plan to let Ben Huang walk there? Niu Dali's face was blank. He was not a stupid ox. Qin Shujian's words made this bull demon instantly understand something. I treat you as a friend. But you want to ride me. P.S. In the future, I won't update at midnight. I'll update during the day, noon, and afternoon. The green bull soared into the air with a person sitting on its back. A green robe. Holding a paper fan. Like a true immortal. The bull was Niu Dali. The person was Qin Shujian. As for the paper fan, it was just something he made at the last minute to use as a facade. Just as the green bull soared into the air, Qin Shujian said calmly, wait a moment. Yes. Niu Dali had not completely adapted to his identity as a mount and only reacted after a while. Jizhou, Wushan, come to see Ben Huang. The voice was not loud, but it covered the entire Lion-Tiger Plain. All the beasts that heard this voice prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move at all. Soon, the two of them soared into the air and appeared in front of Qin Shujian. Greetings, Qin Emperor. After bowing, they looked at the green bull under Qin Shujian with a strange expression. Such a gaze made Niao Dali very unhappy. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a mount? After saying that, he hit the bull's head with the folding fan, causing it to shut up. The 10,000 tribe battlefield will open in a few days. The Broken Mountain clan and the 1,000 Pupil clan are subordinate to the Demon clan, but that was a long time ago. Ben Huang hopes that the two clans can form an alliance with the Human clan. Otherwise, the two clans will be destroyed on the spot. The two of you have contributed a lot to the Human clan. Ben Huang is not willing to easily use his weapons against the clans you belong to. Qin Shujian said indifferently with a calm face. This matter. He had already told Jizhou and Wu Shan once. This was the second and last time. If the two clans really did not side with the Human clan, then when the 10,000 tribe battlefield opened, if there was a chance, the Human clan would immediately attack the two clans. When that time came, there would be no camaraderie between the two sides. Jizhou's expression was solemn as he cupped his hands and said, I understand Qin Emperor's words. I will immediately head to the 1,000 Pupil clan and do my best to form an alliance with the Human clan. The same goes for the Broken Mountain clan. Wu Shan nodded his head. They both understood that at this time, if they were not allies, they would be enemies. Compared to other forces, the two were more optimistic about the Human clan. Because only by staying by the side of the Qin Emperor could one understand how powerful he was. Although the human race didn't seem to have many powerhouses now, they were still very powerful. However, it was the Qin Emperor alone. That was enough to sweep away many experts. Go. Qin Shujian retracted his gaze and said calmly. This time, the person he was talking to was not Jizhou or Dark Mountain, but the green ox he was riding. A few seconds after he finished speaking, Niao Dali did not move at all. Qin Shujian knocked the bull's head again with his folding fan and said indifferently, let's go. At this moment, only then did Niao Dali react. Then, he stomped on the ground and headed out of the lion-tiger plain. I say, next time, you should be more observant. Don't only move when Ben Huang reminds you. Look at Zhao Huang's mount. It's very eye-catching. If you have time, go and interact with him. Qin Shujian said, exasperated. Hearing this, Niao Dali was somewhat indignant. Old ox, it's not that I didn't have any experience in the beginning. Who would have thought that the demonic Vein Master would suddenly become a mount? The change of identity made him feel a little upset. It was not that Niao Dali was against the identity of a mount. It was just that it felt a little weird to have someone sitting on his back. There was a feeling in his heart that told him, with his identity, he should not become a mount. Therefore, Niao Dali wanted to resist. However, feeling the faintly discernible power on his back, he dispelled the thought in his heart. Alas! A certain green ox sighed heavily. Qin Shujian did not ignore the emotions of the green ox he was riding. Don't think that being a mount is shameful. There are also mounts that are very strong and have a very high status. Your ancestor was once a mount of a supreme expert, but he had a lot of face. As a mount of a supreme expert, he would be treated with respect wherever he went. And he often followed the supreme expert to listen to his teachings. His cultivation realm was also extremely powerful. You are now following Ben Huang. You are not an ordinary mount, but a mount of the Human Emperor. In the future, when people see you, they will know that you are the green ox under the Qin Emperor of the Human clan. At that time, even the Demon Emperor of the Demon clan will have to give you some face. Otherwise, if they offend you, they will offend the Human Emperor. This is not a small matter. Qin Shujian said patiently. Hearing that, Niao Dali asked in disbelief, really? Really? When has Ben Huang ever lied to you? Qin Shujian replied with certainty. For this, Niao Dali was a little relieved. Indeed, this Qin Emperor did not seem to be very trustworthy, but he did not lie to him much. And on second thought, the other party's words were not without reason. Although he was a mount, he was also the mount of the Human Emperor. Going out for a walk. That represented the face of the Human Emperor. Compared to this identity, it seemed that being a mount for a while was nothing. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer said strangely, speaking of which, where did you know that there are experts whose mounts are green oxen? Why have I never heard of it? Riding an ox. Godslayer thought for a while. No expert would do such a degrading thing. Real experts. Either they did not need mounts, or their mounts were cheilants, real dragons, phoenixes, or green kite peacocks. These clans did not dare to be born noble, and they were extremely talented. They could become mounts and be taught as half a disciple. But speaking of green oxen, that was really too ordinary. Therefore, the god-slaying saber suspected that this Qin Shi Huang was trying to trick the stupid cow he was riding. Hearing that, Qin Shujian sneered, "There are many things you don't know." "Are you kidding? I have existed since ancient times. There are few things in the world that I don't know. Since you said that he is a supreme expert, then tell me his name." "Lord Lotsu, Tongtian sect leader, have you heard of him?" Qin Shujian said two names casually. In the sea of consciousness, the stone saber trembled violently. These two names could not be heard clearly at all, but they could make the stone saber tremble. Don't say it." Godslayer's voice was trembling. Above the rules, another two titles above the precepts. He almost forgot that this Qin emperor in front of him was the reincarnation of an existence above the rules, and the people he knew were naturally experts above the rules. But what Godslayer did not expect was that Qin Shujian knew so many existences above the rules. No. It should be because so many rules had been born between heaven and earth. Godslayer suppressed the shock in his heart. After a while, he calmed down and sorted out his thoughts. His voice was still trembling. "What you just said, are the names of the two existences?" "Yes." Godslayer's reaction basically confirmed Qin Shujian's guess. Lord Lotsu, Tongtian sect leader. He was also an existence above the rules. However, he was not too surprised. After all, if Pangu could be above the rules, why couldn't Lord Lotsu and Tongtian sect leader, even? Qin Shujian guessed that many of the people he was familiar with in the past were probably existences above the rules. In other words, there must be some connection between the two. Unfortunately, he was not qualified to pry so much now. Just as Godslayer had said before, if he casually called out and attracted the attention of the other party, it would be awkward if they slapped him to death. Qin Shujian thought that he was very strong. But the existence above the rules was an expert above the 9th level of immortal. If they wanted to slap him to death, it was probably no different from killing an ant. Godslayer calmed down and then said, "You just said the names of two existences. If the names of these two existences have more than one word, you can tell me the first one or two. In this way, I can have a general idea. And as long as the names are not complete, they generally won't attract the attention of those existences. The first is Lord Lotsu, and the second is Tongtian." Qin Shujian did not hide it and directly told Godslayer. Lord Lotsu, Tongtian, and the first plate. The god-slaying saber thought back to what Qin Shujian had said. It now had some understanding of the existence above the three rules. There was no other meaning. He simply wanted to know the names above the rules. Qin Shujian did not deliberately hide anything from Godslayer. The green ox under him also heard Qin Shujian's words. Why are there people with such names? Niodali shook his ox head and did not ask any more questions. At this moment, the green ox walked in the air with a person sitting on its back, heading toward the territory of the human clan. At the junction of the East Continent and the other three continents, a canyon of 1,000,000 miles appeared, completely blocking the two. "Emperor Qin, where should we go next?" Niodali looked at the canyon in front of him, feeling a little scared. With his vision, he could naturally see the raging broadsword chi above the canyon. When he felt the broadsword chi, Niodali felt that the scales all over his body were trembling. Because he did not know the way. He just walked forward according to Qin Shujian's words, so he did not accurately arrive at the passage taken by the human clan. Niodali looked at the canyon in front of him. Qin Shujian said faintly, "Just step over it." "I won't die, will I?" Niao Dali was a little panicked. If he was killed by the broadsword chi, he would have no place to cry. Bang, the folding fan hit the ox head, making a crisp sound. Qin Shujian said angrily, "What are you afraid of? How can you be Ben Huang's mount in the future if you are so timid? Since you are the mount of the human emperor, you should show the momentum that a mount of the human emperor should have." This, Niao Dali wanted to say that he did not want to be a mount so much. However, it was not so easy to say this sentence. Then, Niao Dali looked at the canyon in front of him, gritted his teeth, and rushed over. When he was close to the canyon, the shocking broadsword chi raged chaotically. That horrible feeling made his heart beat wildly. But thinking of Qin Shujian's words, Niao Dali could only go forward. The green ox leaped into the air, its forehoofs stepping on the air as it flew towards the canyon. Then, Qin Shujian, who was sitting on the back of the ox, opened his folding fan and waved it casually. Suddenly, endless energy surged from all directions and dispersed all the broadsword chi. It was just a simple fan. A path was opened in the void where the broadsword chi was rampaging. "Ox, go quickly," Qin Shujian said with a smile as he sensed something in his heart. Niao Dali looked at the scene where the wind dispersed the broadsword chi. He was shocked and admired Qin Shujian's strength. Without hesitation, the green ox immediately flew toward the void that had calmed down. On the back of the ox, he gently waved the folding fan. There were only 2 words on the blank folding fan: Human Emperor fan. Although it was just casually made by Qin Shujian, it was also written by him. It had transformed into a powerful magic weapon. On the other side of the canyon, there were also many cultivators gathered there. Qin Shujian's slash created a canyon that was 1,000,000 miles long, and there was also an inextinguishable broadsword chi left. It was also because of this that caused the charm of that slash to be left behind. Therefore, this place had become a sacred place for cultivation. All the cultivators who cultivated broadsword techniques, no matter what race they were from, liked to come here to comprehend the essence of the broadsword techniques, hoping that they could comprehend something from it that would be of great use to them. In the 4 continents, I'm afraid that no one's broadsword technique is stronger than Qin Shi Huang's. Yin Long sighed. Looking at the canyon in front of him, he also had a lot of emotions in his heart. He felt a little regretful that he was not a human. Or else, he would have a way to ask Qin Shi Huang about the broadsword technique. The broadsword intent contained in the canyon made Yin Long think that it was the peak of the broadsword Tao. Even if he could not completely comprehend it, even if he could comprehend 1/10 or 1/100th of it, it would be of great use to him. But it was a pity. The broadsword intent here was too violent. It was not an easy task to comprehend it. Hearing that, the cultivator beside him shook his head and said, "I heard that Qin Shi Huang did not follow the broadsword Tao rules." Fortunately, he did not follow the broadsword Tao rules. Otherwise, you and I would not have a chance to prove our Tao. Yin Long laughed self-deprecatingly. The biggest sorrow was to follow the same Tao as an unparalleled expert. This proved that unless he changed his Tao, he would never have a chance to prove his Tao. All of a sudden, a strong wind blew in the void. The broadsword chi that was enough to kill a celestial being retreated in front of the strong wind. While the others were still in shock, not knowing what was going on, they saw a green bull step out and quickly soar into the sky. However, when the green bull was leaving, everyone saw the green robe on the bull's back. Qin Shi Huang. Yin Long was shocked. How could he not know Qin Shi Huang of the human race, not only him? In the 4 continents, it was impossible for any expert to not know Qin Shi Huang. Because such a top expert, he was destined to be known by all living creatures. I did not expect Qin Shi Huang's mount to be a green bull. Although it is just a green bull, the power it emits is extremely strong. Maybe it has reached the almighty realm. So powerful. However, only such an expert is worthy to be Qin Shi Huang's mount. Just as the other cultivators were discussing, the strong wind dissipated. The broadsword chi that retreated was restored. The green bull flew in the void. It was not very fast, but almost everyone could see it. Qin Shujian sat on the bull's back and naturally heard those discussions clearly. To this, he felt good. The human emperor had to have the face of a human emperor. Although it would be faster for him to travel, Qin Shujian still felt that something was missing. Out of the eastern continent, Qin Shujian waved his folding fan gently and said, "Go south. According to the temperature in the air, find the Nanming fire territory." Niao Dali heard that. He instantly walked in the direction of the southern continent. It would take a few days to come out of the eastern continent and then to the southern continent. This was because Niao Dali had broken through to the 6th level of the celestial being realm, and his flying speed was very fast. Or else, it would take even longer. However, Qin Shujian was not in a hurry. The main reason was that now that the 10,000 clan battlefield was opened, he had nothing to do. What he could do was to wait quietly for the improvement of his life source and then improve his strength. Qin Shujian, this should be the Nanming fire territory. Niao Dali looked at the volcano below. The hot aura made him feel uncomfortable. Compared to other volcanoes, the Nanming fire territory in front of him was a real volcano. This was because every mountain and every inch of land was burning with an inextinguishable flame. That's right. Qin Shujian nodded, then raised his head to look at the sky. There, the 10,000 clan battlefield floated quietly in the sky. The 10,000 clan battlefield should look like this. Now that it's exposed in front of people, it seems that anyone can find it. After all, it doesn't look good. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Then he waved the paper fan in his hand. In an instant, his energy swept across the world, turning into endless array patterns that were engraved in the void. Every fan was fanned out. Qin Shujian attached his divine thought to it. With his array master realm that had reached the peak of the 3rd realm, it was easy for him to set up an array. However, the 10,000 clan battlefield was very big. It would take some time to set up a large-scale array. The green ox stood in the void and did not move. Qin Shujian fanned himself with the folding fan in his hand. Every hour, he would fan once. 3 days later, a large array was quietly formed. The moment the large array was formed, the 10,000 clan battlefield, which was originally suppressing the void, had disappeared without a trace. The dark sky. It also became clear in an instant. When some cultivators looked up, they suddenly realized that the 10,000 clan battlefield had disappeared without a trace. The 10,000 clan battlefield has disappeared. What's going on? Why is the 10,000 clan battlefield gone? Many of the cultivators were horrified. The disappearance of the 10,000 clan battlefield was not a small matter. However, the emperors of the various clans had already received the message from the human clan, so there was not much movement. Niaoer, go back. Qin Shujian knocked the ox's head with his folding fan and said with a smile. The main purpose of his visit this time. It was to set up a shielding array for the 10,000 clan battlefield. This formation not only had the effect of blocking, but also had a certain degree of defensive ability. Moreover, with Qin Shujian's array formation skills and his current strength, even a half-immortal would not be able to break through the array formation he set up. However, it was far from enough to deal with a true immortal. At this moment, the array formation was formed. Even a half-immortal would not be able to break through the array formation. Moreover, any powerhouse who was not a true immortal would be unconsciously teleported out if they stepped inside. There was no way to enter the 10,000 clan battlefield at all. In this way, there was only one way to enter the 10,000 clan battlefield, and that was to enter through a teleportation formation or a teleportation gate. As the array formation was formed, the cultivators in the 10,000 clan battlefield also noticed such a change. The biggest problem was that there was no way to see the scene below from the border of the 10,000 clan battlefield. Instead, there was something similar to a barrier between heaven and earth that surrounded these borders. Emperor Qin has set up a formation, Fang Xinglan said in a deep voice. With his strength as a formation master, he could naturally see that what covered the 10,000 clan battlefield was a huge array formation. In the 4 continents. In Fang Xinglan's opinion, only Qin Shujian had the ability to set up such an array formation. Xia Kun frowned and said, "You're saying that the person who set up the array formation is Emperor Qin?" Of course. Emperor Qin's array formation skills are so powerful. Xia Kun was also a little shocked. He really did not know. Qin Shujian knew how to set up an array formation and was so powerful. When he came out of the Heavenly Pattern Island, he did not hear anyone say that Qin Shujian's array formation skills were so powerful. Fang Xinglan said Emperor Qin was once famous for his array formation skills. However, now that his strength has increased, he rarely shows his powerful array formation skills. However, seriously speaking, compared to Qin Shi Huang, my skill in the Tao of formations is like heaven and earth. A few years ago, Qin Shujian was already a second realm formation master. Perhaps he had already become a third realm formation master. This was not a joke. After all, how long did it take for him to grow from the first realm to the second realm? With his talent, he might have already reached the third realm. Of course. In Fang Xinglan's view, Qin Shujian's array formation skills were far less powerful than his own cultivation. Xia Kun suddenly understood. At this moment, all the races had entered the battlefield and were in a stable period of rest and reorganization. After a brief chat with Xia Kun, Fang Xinglan continued to draw arrays in the human territory. On the other side, Xia Kun also walked away and went to check on the construction of the cities. I thought that I would never have the chance to re-enter the construction industry in my life. I didn't expect that my dream would come true in the game. Yang Yongjun had a strange expression on his face. While using his vital essence to control the stones to build walls, he complained to the people around him. As a player, he used to think about doing this after graduation. But for some reason, Yang Yongjun eventually went into other industries. Then, because of the rise of the game, he quit his original job and worked hard in the game with peace of mind. This time, in order to build the city, the Qianyuan sacred ground also issued a task. In addition to the local people, there were also many players who participated. Hearing this, a male player smiled and said, "Anyway, it's not a difficult thing. Building the city will earn 1 merit point a day. Where else can you find such a good thing?" "That's true." Yang Yongjun nodded. 1 merit point a day. This was simply a generous reward. Because according to the current merit point exchange mechanism set by the Qianyuan sacred ground, each merit point could be exchanged for 10 taels of silver. 10 merit points could be exchanged for 100 taels of silver. This was not the most important thing. 1 merit point could be exchanged for a true level martial arts technique. Although it was the lowest level, 10 merit points could be exchanged for a spirit level martial arts technique. 100 divine level points and 1000 divine level points were divine level points. It could be said that cultivation techniques were still the biggest problem that troubled the players. And the role of merit points was not as simple as exchanging for cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques. There were other elixirs, spiritual weapons, and other things. They could all be exchanged with merit points. In this way, the role of merit points was even greater. Although there was a Yuan Pavilion in the human race, everyone could accept missions through the Yuan Pavilion and then exchange them for the resources they wanted. But the problem was, after the 2 emperors of the human race ruled the world, the tasks of the Yuan Pavilion had been greatly reduced. Not only that, the difficulty had also been greatly increased. Although the rewards were generous, the probability of completing it was very low. In this way, the role of the Yuan Pavilion had been greatly reduced. In the end, only the task of collecting information could be done. But in this way, the rewards were not much either. It was even more difficult to exchange for the things they wanted. So compared to the Yuan Pavilion, merit points were easier to obtain. Because according to the Qianyuan sacred ground, as long as they killed the powerhouses of the 10,000 races, they could obtain merit points. In this way, players naturally liked to come to the 10,000 race battlefield. He could level up and earn merit points by killing monsters, so why not? It was just that the 10,000 race battlefield had not opened yet, so they could not kill monsters for the time being. So players could only help to build the city and earn some merit points first. As for other things, they could be put aside for now. This time, when we enter the 10,000 race battlefield, players from the other 3 great worlds will definitely come. It won't be easy to deal with them. A player sighed. Up until now, the players of the Eastern continent were also more familiar with the players of the other 3 continents. The four great worlds. They represented the players of the four worlds. Through understanding. The players of the Eastern continent also knew that the players of the other three worlds were all worlds that focused on cultivation. They were completely different from the Eastern continent, who had only recently embarked on cultivation. Yang Yongjun snorted coldly and said disdainfully, if it weren't for the siege of Emperor Qin last time, which led to the loss of many top players, the players of the other three great worlds would not have the chance to show off. This time, the opening of the 10,000 race battlefield will let them know who is boss. When it came to the players of the other three continents, he was also angry. There was no other reason. Yang Yongjun had also been killed by these players many times. The two sides could be regarded as mortal enemies. The players of the Eastern continent looked down on the players of the other three great worlds. The players of the other great worlds also looked down on each other. In their eyes, the world they were in was the best. The others were all country bumpkins. With this thought in mind, conflict naturally arose. And among the players, it was very normal to fight and steal monsters. Over and over again, the conflicts between the several sides were getting bigger and bigger. Originally, the strength of the players of the Eastern continent was not much weaker than the other players. But the main problem was, some time ago, the players of the Eastern continent were tricked by Qin Shujian. Then, they formed a team of tens of millions of people to besiege the big boss. In the end, they were all killed by the big boss. The loss was not small. It was also because of this. The strength of the players of the Eastern continent dropped by several levels. Until now, they had not fully recovered. Don't talk so much nonsense. There are only a few days left before the opening of the 10,000 race battlefield. We must build all the cities. Otherwise, everyone's merit points will be deducted. Xia Kun's cold voice sounded, directly interrupting the whispers of some people. Seeing this, the players who were in the midst of their discussion immediately shut their mouths. No one wanted to go against merit points. After all, there were merit points to be earned and benefits to be gained. Who would not want to do it? Instantly, everyone's speed of building the city also sped up a little. Elder Xia, the Sky Patrol godly general in charge of supervising, also walked over. How's the progress now? Xia Kun said calmly. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the city in front of him again. At this time, the city was beginning to take shape. Yang Xiao cupped his hands and said, it will definitely be completed before the opening of the 10,000 race battlefield. Good, there can't be any mistakes. If there's a problem, not only will you be in trouble, but I won't be able to escape the responsibility. Xia Kun reminded him. The city's matter was no small matter. As the supervisor, he could not escape from it. Hearing this, Yang Xiao said seriously, Elder Xia, don't worry. With me, Yang Xiao, there won't be a problem. That's for the best. Xia Kun nodded, then looked at Yang Xiao and said with a faint smile, I haven't seen you for a while. Divine General Yang, you have also broken through to the Divine Martial Realm. Speaking of which, there are still too few Sky Patrol guards now. Take advantage of it. It would be best if you can break through 1 or 2 small realms within a year. I will do my best and live up to your expectations. Yang Xiao looked excited. He understood what Xia Kun meant. If he could break through to the 2nd or 3rd level of the Divine Martial Realm, he would be qualified to compete for the position of Sky Patrol Commander. No. Perhaps it was not a competition, but a chance to lead a new team of Sky Patrol Guards. Just as Xia Kun said, although there were now a lot of Sky Patrol Guards, compared to the status of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, the number of Sky Patrol Guards was still too small. But this was something that could not be helped. There were only so many strong people in the human clan, and the number of people who could form a Sky Patrol Guard was also limited. But it was different now. In the past year, the number of human cultivators had increased greatly, and many people had broken through. As a result, there was no problem in expanding the Sky Patrol Guards. Regarding this matter, Yang Xiao had always been paying attention. After all, any divine general of the Sky Patrol Guards hoped to become the Sky Patrol Commander and lead a team of Sky Patrol Guards alone. But he knew it himself. His strength was still a little lacking. However, Xia Kun's words gave Yang Xiao hope. Yang Xiao was excited. Xiaokun just smiled slightly, but did not say anything more. Instead, he walked into the city that had not yet been built. Seeing this, Xianxia cupped his hand slightly and continued to supervise the construction. Walking into the city, Xiaokun's divine consciousness spread out, constantly scanning the city walls, checking for possible flaws. Whenever there was a problem, every time, he would stop and point out the loopholes. Qianyuan Realm. At the entrance of the main sex courtyard, a green bull was lying there taking a nap. Ever since he became Qin Shujian's mount, Niu Dali moved from the demon vein and followed Qin Shujian into the Qianyuan realm to settle down. As for those beasts in the lion-tiger plain, they were still living there, and no one cared much about them. For Niu Dali, it did not make any difference where he went. The spiritual energy in the Qianyuan realm was rich, and he liked it more. If there was a difference, that was also true. It was just that a strange place was not as comfortable as his own demon ox cave. All of a sudden, Niu Dali felt something and reluctantly lifted his eyelids, just in time to see Su Yuanming walking over with a person. Seeing this, he closed his eyes again. He turned his body slightly, as if he wanted to change to a more comfortable way to sleep. Sigh, ever since I came here, the quality of my sleep has been much worse. I don't know when I can adjust. Niu Dali sighed in his heart. After letting out a yawn that was neither too big nor too small, he went back to sleep. On the other side, Su Yuanming had come in with a person. Your Majesty, Grand Secretary Fang Yilan from the Imperial Astronomer of Great Zhao is here, Su Yuanming said respectfully. Fang Yilan cupped her hands as well. Greetings, Your Majesty. Grand Secretary Fang, please take a seat. Qin Shujian smiled, then pointed at an empty seat in front of him. Fang Yilan cupped her hands and thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll be on my way. Su Yuanming took his leave. After he left, Qin Shujian turned to Fang Yilan and said casually, Grand Secretary Fang, why are you here in the Qianyuan realm of Benhuang? Or is there something you need from Emperor Zhao? The person in front of him, he had had a lot of dealings with her. It was just that things were different now, and Qin Shujian didn't think much of it. He just treated her as if nothing had happened. Hearing that, Fang Yilan cupped her hands again and said seriously, I'm here on Emperor Zhao's orders to ask for some formation discs for teleportation formations. Teleportation formations? That's right. Fang Yilan nodded and sighed. As you know, Your Majesty, the eastern continent is too far away from the battlefield. If you want to use teleportation gates, you'll have to build several of them. But the more teleportation gates you build, the bigger the problem. Emperor Zhao heard that Your Majesty has teleportation formations that can directly connect the eastern continent to the battlefield, so he sent me here to ask for some. Of course, if you have any conditions, feel free to tell me. Benhuang built the teleportation formation casually, so it doesn't cost me anything. Qin Shujian shook his head, then waved his sleeve. On the stone table, 4 formation discs had been placed on the table. Benhuang doesn't have many teleportation formations at the moment, only 4. Although Benhuang has engraved formations on them, they haven't been fully activated yet. After the formation discs are placed on the table, a formation grandmaster will engrave the formation for the teleportation gate, which will activate the formations inside. Once the two are combined, the teleportation formation will be ready. Qin Shujian briefly explained how to use the formation discs. Fang Yilan, who was sitting in front of him, had focused all her attention on the formation discs in front of her. In her eyes, there were patterns engraved on the formation discs. Each pattern looked ordinary, but they were connected together and had endless mysteries. Unknowingly, Fang Yilan was immersed in it. After 1 or 2 hours, she retracted her gaze from the formation discs, then carefully put them away. She looked at Qin Shujian with eyes full of admiration. Your Majesty is number 1 in the Tao of Formations. I thought I had achieved a lot in the Tao of Formations. Today, after seeing your teleportation formation, I understand that there is always someone better. After speaking, Fang Yilan got up and bowed deeply to Qin Shujian. This bow. It was not a bow to the human emperor, but a bow to a pioneer in the Tao of Formations. Originally, Fang Yilan didn't think that Qin Shujian's Tao of Formations was comparable to hers. But now, She knew how big the gap between them was. After that, Fang Yilan left the Qianyuan realm with the formation discs and immediately rushed to the Central State Prefecture to report. P.S. The second round of Qin Shujian's promotion event will officially end at 10 o'clock tonight. If you are interested in participating, you can check the comments section. On the 10,000 clan battlefield. A month's time passed quickly. At this moment, the shadows of the emperors of each clan appeared, standing in the sky above their respective regions. My emperor. All the experts of the demon race bowed respectfully. The demon emperor's shadow was expressionless as he said indifferently, the 10,000 clan battlefield has officially opened. Fight for the demon clan. Yes, my emperor. All the demon clan powerhouses bowed and accepted the order. At the same time, the words of the emperors of the other clans were similar. In the human territory, Emperor Zhao didn't show up. Qin Shujian was the only one who occupied the entire human territory. Greetings, Emperor Qin. Duan Sun and the others, as well as Qin Yuanbai and the others, all bowed respectfully. The human emperor, the emperor of the human clan, anyone had to be respectful in front of the human emperor. Even if Emperor Zhao was the leader of the Great Zhao Empire. But the people of the Great Zhao Empire also had to bow in front of Qin Shujian. The 10,000 clan battlefield has opened. Please fight for the human clan and fight for the world. We obey the emperor's order. Everyone bowed. By the time they straightened up, Qin Shujian's shadow had disappeared. At this moment, all the human clan powerhouses looked extremely solemn. The 10,000 clan battlefield had officially opened. That meant that the human clan was about to enter a bloodbath. Everyone, prepare for war. Duan Sun and Qin Yuanbai looked at each other across the air and finally turned around and shouted. As soon as they finished speaking, everyone went to their respective cities. 1 month. The human clan had established a total of 18 cities in the human territory. Among them, there were 9 cities in the Great Zhao Empire and 9 cities in the Qianyuan Sacred Ground. In the 9 cities of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, 4 cities were in front as the vanguard. 3 cities were in the middle as reinforcements. 2 cities were in the back to deal with emergencies. Among the 9 cities, the sacred city was the main city. Qin Yuanbai looked at Yin Banqing and the others and said in a deep voice, go to the 4 cities of Yu, Feng, Hong, and Huang immediately. You must ensure that the human clan's front line is safe. Okay. Yin Banqing and the others looked at each other and nodded solemnly. At this moment, no one was under Qin Yuanbai's command. Among the many elders of the Holy Land, his cultivation was the highest. As for those with higher cultivation, they were not considered true elders of the Holy Land, so their status was lower by a level. Subsequently, Qin Yuanbai looked at King Golden Rock and King Azure Billow and said, both of you have broken through to the Saint Realm. Your strength can be regarded as the strongest in the Qianyuan Sacred Ground. I hope you too can help defend the city. Don't worry. Unless I die in battle, I won't let the human race lose even an inch of land, the Golden Rock King said seriously. Then I'll have to trouble you. Qin Yuanbai nodded and turned around to leave. He was going to the sacred city. This was because Xiao Qingfeng, the commander of the human tribe, lived in the holy city. Now, the 10,000 tribe battlefield had officially opened. There were some things that one had to look down on. Holy city. In the city lord's mansion, Qin Yuanbai successfully met Xiao Qingfeng. Why is Elder Qin here? Looking at the person before him, Xiao Qingfeng smiled faintly. The clouds were calm and the wind was light. It was as if he didn't care about anything. Qin Yuanbai didn't care too much and said directly, Patriarch Xiao should know that the 10,000 clan battlefield has opened. What should the Qianyuan Sacred Ground do next? Xiao Qingfeng was no longer Marquis Baiyun. Therefore, he could only call him Patriarch. Or else, it was really not easy to call him Patriarch Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng said, what the Qianyuan Sacred Ground wants to do is up to you. You don't have to ask me. Although I promised Emperor Qin to guard the human tribe's territory. However, it doesn't mean that I will intervene in the affairs of the 10,000 clan battlefield. What the human tribe wants to do is up to you. Moreover, don't think that I will immediately rescue you if the foreign race attacks. Unless you really have no way to resist, I will not intervene. Otherwise, no matter how many of you die, I will still not intervene. Xiao Qingfeng's words made Qin Yuanbai's face extremely ugly. According to the other party's words, the role of the person in front of him was equivalent to the human tribe's bottom line. Before crossing this bottom line, no matter how miserable the situation was, the other party would not intervene. In this way, the Qianyuan sacred ground had one less big killer. Patriarch Xiao, Emperor Qin means, Emperor Qin just asked me to guard the human tribe's territory. He did not force me to intervene. If Elder Qin has any questions, you can go to Emperor Qin. Xiao Qingfeng directly interrupted Qin Yuanbai. Then he looked at the other party and said calmly, but Elder Qin, don't forget that Emperor Qin opened the 10,000 clan battlefield to fight for the general trend of the world and to train the soldiers of the human tribe. If I intervene in everything, what is the point of the human tribe entering the 10,000 clan battlefield? Since the birth of the human tribe, countless people have died in battle, but the number of strong masters born is also immeasurable. Everyone's death is to pave the way for the birth of strong masters. Only when enough strong masters are born can the inheritance of the human tribe be guaranteed. If we can't even survive the 10,000 clan battlefield, how can the human tribe survive for hundreds of millions of years? How can we resist the great tribulation of the demonic abyss? While speaking, Xiao Qingfeng had a sarcastic smile on his face. I know you think that Emperor Zhao and Emperor Qin are enough for the human tribe, but a true immortal only has a lifespan of 120,000 years. Without Emperor Zhao and Emperor Qin, will the human tribe be destroyed? I can tell you clearly that the human tribe has never been passed down by one or two strong masters, but by the strength of all of the human tribe. After speaking, Xiao Qingfeng seemed to be a little tired. He waved his hand and directly drove him away. That's all I have to say. Elder Qin, you should go. Don't come over if there's nothing else. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai bowed slightly and said solemnly, I'll take my leave. After speaking, he straightened up. Qin Yuanbai turned around and left. Xiao Qingfeng's words also made him sober up. Yes. The human tribe had never been passed down by anyone. At present, the human tribe had Emperor Zhao and Emperor Qin. That was the human tribe's honor, but it was not a reason for the human tribe to rely on the two emperors and live a stable life. The human tribe must take this opportunity to produce more strong masters. That was the only way. Only then could the human tribe be truly powerful. So, Qin Yuanbai left. He left very decisively. Now that things had been clarified, Xiao Qingfeng's side could be ignored. Next, to face the 10,000 clans, they could only rely on the Qianyuan sacred ground. They could not rely on any external forces. He left the sacred city. Qin Yuanbai went directly to Yu City. At this time, most of the human tribe cultivators were gathered in the 4 frontline cities. In the city lord's mansion. How is it? Is there any news from Xiao Qingfeng? Yin Banqing asked directly when Qin Yuanbai returned. Regarding this, Qin Yuanbai shook his head and said, Xiao Qingfeng can't do anything. Unless the city is breached, he should not intervene. Now the 10,000 clan battlefield has officially opened. Have you sent out any scouts to inquire about the news? The scouts have been sent out, but there will definitely be no news back in a short time. Yin Banqing said. Qin Yuanbai sat down in his seat and picked up the teacup on the side. The biggest problem of the sacred ground now is that there are no strong masters who can take charge. Although we are diviners, we are only at the transcendent realm. As for the other clans, even the weakest one must have a powerful master. In this way, if the sacred ground wants to attack, it will be a big problem. Qin Yuanbai took a sip of tea and sighed. The biggest problem of the Qianyuan sacred ground. It was that there were no powerful masters in charge. Relying on the strength of the sacred ground and the assistance of the array, he had some confidence in the defense of the land. But it would be extremely difficult to attack the other clans. Fighting for the general trend of heaven and earth. There was no reason for the human clan to only defend and not attack. If they wanted to train their troops, there was no possibility of letting the other party attack them. Yin frowned, and his expression was not very good. Attacking the other clans and fighting for the general trend of heaven and earth. According to Emperor Qin, the Great Zhao should be the main force. After all, the crown prince of the Great Zhao, Xianxia, is a powerful master in the 9th level of the diviner realm. With his peak strength, he has no problem fighting against the great saint of the demon clan. If there is a ranking in the 10,000 clan battlefield, Xianxia can probably be ranked in the top 10 or top 20. Xianxia was very strong. But the problem was that the other party was the crown prince of the Great Zhao. Although the Qianyuan Sacred Ground and the Great Zhao were both human clans, they did not look at it that way. Qin Yuanbai said, although there is nothing wrong with the two emperors ruling the world, if the general trend of heaven and earth is completed by the Great Zhao, it will only show that the Qianyuan Sacred Ground is useless. At that time, Emperor Qin will have no face in front of Emperor Zhao. If Emperor Qin really wants to punish us, you and I can't afford it. The stronger they were, the more they cared about face. If all the credit went to the Great Zhao, the Qianyuan Sacred Ground would be in a very awkward situation. But there is nothing we can do about it. Yin Banqing shook his head and sighed. Without a powerful figure, what can we do? The strongest in the Sacred Ground should be the Golden Rock King and the Blue Wave King, but they have just broken through to the Saint Realm, and their strength is not considered strong among the 10,000 clans. They are still far from being able to attack the city and seize the land. What was the difference between two 4th-tier celestial beings leading a team to attack the city? Qin Yuanbai said, Brother Yin, don't forget that our sacred ground still has a few guests. The Vermilion Bird clans Huixing, the 1,000-pupil clans Jizhou, and the mountain-breaking clans Wushan are all in the 8th tier of the celestial being realm. They are guests of the sacred ground, so there is no difference between clans. I plan to ask Emperor Qin to let them come over, so that the Qianyuan Sacred Ground can have more resources. That's good. I will be away for a while. Brother Yin, please guard Yu City. Don't worry, Yu City will not be lost. Yin Banqing smiled confidently. Seeing this, Qin Yuanbai did not waste any time. He directly went to the sacred city through the portal in Yu City, and then returned to Liangshan City through the transmission array in the sacred city. Elder Qin. The disciple who was guarding the teleportation formation saw Qin Yuanbai immediately and bowed to greet him. Qin Yuanbai waved his hand and immediately went to the Qianyuan realm. Why is Elder Qin in such a hurry? I don't know. Maybe there is a problem at the 10,000 clan battlefield. The two disciples talked secretly, but they did not think too much about it. In the Qianyuan realm. As soon as Qin Yuanbai arrived at the foot of the main sect mountain, he heard Qin Shujian's voice, come up. The voice had just disappeared. A big man with 2 horns on his head came down from the mountain, looked at Qin Yuanbai, and said, I am here to bring Elder Qin up the mountain. Well, thank you, Elder Nyo. Qin Yuanbai was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses. As for Nyo Dali, he also knew him. The master of the demon vein was also an elder of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground. More importantly, Nyo Dali was now the mount of the human emperor. He was a 7th grade official in front of the prime minister. As the mount of the human emperor, Nyo Dali was not a real elder of the sacred ground, but he was better than a real elder of the sacred ground. What's more, when Qin Yuanbai faced Nyo Dali, he felt a strong oppression. It could be seen that the bull demon in front of him was much stronger than him. So, Qin Yuanbai did not dare to be rude. It didn't take long for Nyo Dali to take him to the gate of the courtyard and said, the Qin Emperor is inside. You can go in by yourself. After that, he transformed back into his real body and then lay down on the side to sleep. Thank you. Qin Yuanbai cupped his hands and then walked into the courtyard. He just happened to see Qin Shujian sitting there and sipping tea. 3 steps became 2 steps. Qin Yuanbai bowed and saluted. Qin Yuanbai greets the Qin Emperor. Elder Qin, you are not in the 10,000 clan battlefield. Why did you suddenly come here? Qin Shujian asked curiously. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai replied truthfully, reporting to the Qin Emperor, now the Qianyuan Sacred Ground is in the 10,000 clan battlefield and lacks powerful masters. Although Xiaoqingfeng is in the sacred city, it can be said that it is enough to defend but not enough to attack. Therefore, I plan to borrow a few people from the Qin Emperor to expand the territory of the Qianyuan sacred ground. It is not necessary to let Dazhao do everything. After that, Qin Shujian did not immediately reply. His fingers tapped on the stone table gently. Who do you want? Vermilion Bird Clan Huixing, Thousand Pupil Clan Jizhou, and Mountain Breaking Clan Wushan, Qin Yuanbai said truthfully. Huixing Benhuang can be given to you, but not Jizhou and Wushan for the time being. However, in addition to Huixing, Niu Dali outside the courtyard can also go back to the 10,000 clan battlefield with you. Qin Shujian picked up the teacup and took a sip. Niu Dali, the corner of Qin Yuanbai's mouth twitched slightly. He thought of Niu Dali's big and burly appearance. Coupled with the way Qin Shujian addressed him, it sounded strange. However, Qin Yuanbai did not reveal too much and then asked, what is Elder Niu's strength now? He is in the 6th tier of the celestial being realm. It won't be long before he breaks through to the 7th tier of the celestial being realm. His strength is not weak, so there should be no problem for him to stand alone. I see. Qin Yuanbai secretly took a breath. 6th tier of the celestial being realm, he was about to break through to the 7th tier of the celestial being realm. Such strength was enough to rank in the top 5 of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Compared to Niu Dali, Qin Yuanbai found that he was really too weak. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out a jade talisman and placed it directly in front of Qin Yuanbai. This is Benhuang's token. You go to the territory of the Vermilion Bird clan and crush it. Huixing will naturally go to the 10,000 clan battlefield with you. Thank you, Qin Emperor. Qin Yuanbai respectfully put away the jade talisman and then said, the 10,000 clan battlefield has just opened. There must be other things happening, so I won't stay for long. Go. Remember, you must guard every inch of the territory of the human race. Even if you can't compete for the general trend of the world, you can't give up the general trend that you already have. Qin Shujian looked solemn. Qin Yuanbai nodded heavily and then immediately left. Outside the courtyard, Blue Ox was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears, waking him up directly. Accompany Qin Yuanbai to the 10,000 clan battlefield. During this period, you must listen to Qin Yuanbai's orders. There must be no mistakes. Yes. Niu Dali did not dare to refute and immediately turned into his human form. At this time, Qin Yuanbai happened to walk out of the courtyard. Elder Niu. Qin Emperor has already told me. Elder Qin, please. Niu Dali looked unhappy and said in a muffled voice. Seeing this, although Qin Yuanbai felt strange, he did not think much about it. Please. Then, the two left the East Continent together. After leaving the East Continent, Qin Yuanbai took Niu Dali directly to the territory of the Vermilion Bird clan. Because of their separation from the demon race, the territory of the Vermilion Bird clan was also in the territory of the human race. Are we going to the 10,000 clan battlefield? It doesn't seem to be in this direction. On the way, Niu Dali also had some doubts. He had been to the 10,000 clan battlefield once and remembered that it was in the south. Now that Qin Yuanbai was going in the wrong direction. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai said with a smile, we need to go to the territory of the Vermilion Bird clan first to find Fire Sage, and then go to the 10,000 clan battlefield together. Alright. Niu Dali had nothing to say. He was now displeased with Qin Yuanbai. If the other party had not suddenly arrived, he would not have lost the opportunity to sleep and follow him to the 10,000 clan battlefield. Who knew how long this trip would take? What if he was in the 10,000 clan battlefield for decades, thinking of his next few decades? He might fight in the 10,000 clan battlefield and never have the chance to sleep again. Niu Dali felt that his life was a piece of darkness. Regarding Niu Dali's thoughts, Qin Yuanbai was not sure. What he needed to do now was to go to the Vermilion Bird clan and find Fire Sage, this big helper. In Qin Yuanbai's opinion, although Niu Dali was strong, he was not as strong as Fire Sage. So, Fire Sage, who was in the 8th level of the celestial being realm, was the main force. It did not take long. They had already arrived at the territory of the Vermilion Bird clan. At this moment, the powerhouses of the Vermilion Bird clan also noticed the arrival of Qin Yuanbai and Niu Dali. Suddenly, a celestial appeared and asked politely, "May I ask where you two are from and what is the matter?" "I am an elder of the Qianyuan sacred ground. I am here to see Fire Sage on the order of the Qin Emperor." "So it is an elder of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Please come in." The Vermilion Bird clan celestial was shocked and his attitude was much more respectful. The Vermilion Bird clan was now a vassal of the human race. The Qianyuan sacred ground was the old master of the Vermilion Bird clan. The higher-ups had come. The Vermilion Bird clan celestial did not dare to neglect. After entering the main hall of the Vermilion Bird clan, as soon as Qin Yuanbai and Niu Dali sat down, Fire Sage had already floated over. "Elder Qin, Leader Niu." Seeing the two of them, Fire Sage also politely cupped his hands. Especially for Niu Dali. There was an inexplicable fear in her eyes. After Fire Sage sat down, he looked at the two of them and asked, "I wonder if the two of you have come here because of the Qin Emperor's orders?" The Qin Emperor hopes that Fire Sage will go to the 10,000 clan battlefield with me. While speaking, Qin Yuanbai took out a jade talisman. "This is the Qin Emperor's jade talisman. Fire Sage, just crush it." Seeing this, Fire Sage took the jade talisman and crushed it directly. Suddenly, a subtle fluctuation spread out from it. Soon, the fluctuation dissipated, and Fire Sage woke up again. She looked at Qin Yuanbai and said with a faint smile, "I have received the Qin Emperor's order. Elder Qin will take charge of the next matter. In that case, you and I don't have to waste time. Let's go back to the cold mountain city of the eastern continent first, and then go to the 10,000 clan battlefield through the teleportation array." "Okay. Please." Qin Yuanbai got up. Immediately, he left the Vermilion Bird clan's territory with Fire Sage and Niu Dali. However, before leaving, Fire Sage also left with a group of Vermilion Bird clan cultivators. The 10,000 clan battlefield. It was the place where the 10,000 clans trained their troops. Fire Sage did not want the Vermilion Bird clan to let go of this opportunity. After all, there were too few Vermilion Bird clan experts now. It would be great if they could take this opportunity to produce a group of experts. On the other side, the 10,000 clan battlefield. With the official opening of the 10,000 clan battlefield, the various clans had already taken the lead in initiating a dispute. The demon clan cultivators were like a long dragon, rushing straight to one of the small clans. Before the demon clan army completely stepped into the territory of the small clans, the scouts sent out by the small clans had already noticed the presence of the demon clan army. In the city, a god martial arts realm cultivator knelt down on one knee and reported anxiously, "Report, traces of the demon clan army have been found 2,000 miles away from our territory. We suspect that they are coming for our clan." "What?" Huan Quan's expression instantly turned ugly. The demon clan army was coming for them. This was something he had never expected. Because the Illusion clan was just a small clan, it was not eye-catching at all among the 10,000 clans. More importantly, the Illusion clan had never had any conflicts with the Demon clan. At this time, the Demon clan should be attacking the Human clan. Why would they attack the Illusion clan? Huan Quan could not figure it out. But he also knew that now was not the time for him to think too much. "Quick, immediately send someone to contact the nearby clans. Tell them that the Demon clan is attacking our Illusion clan. Tell them to quickly send reinforcements. Otherwise, if our Illusion clan is defeated, they will be next." Huan Quan immediately ordered. The surrounding Illusion clan experts all nodded and accepted the order. The news of the Demon clan army. The faces of the experts from the Illusory tribe turned extremely ugly. They even felt fear in their hearts. There was no other way. The Demon clan's reputation was too great. Compared to a top clan like the Demon clan, the Illusion clan was like a small ant that could be destroyed with a wave of the hand. But this was only in the 10,000 clan battlefield. The Demon Emperor could not take action. In addition, the Demon clan had suffered heavy losses. That was why the Illusion clan did not collapse as soon as they heard about the Demon clan's attack. After the others left, an Illusion clan expert said in a deep voice, "The scouts found the traces of the Demon clan army 2,000 miles away. They might not be coming for our Illusion clan." "Humph, if they are not coming for our Illusion clan, do you think the Demon clan is just passing by?" Huan Quan shouted angrily. "Within a radius of a few thousand miles, only our Illusion clan exists. If they want to attack other clans, there is no need to come within 2,000 miles of our territory. The Demon clan is clearly attacking our Illusion clan. At this time, you still dare to be careless? Do you want to die? Immediately pass down my order. Tell all the Illusion clan cultivators to be on alert. The entire city is on level 1 alert. Do your best to defend against the Demon clan's attack." "Yes." The Illusion clan expert who spoke was flustered. Then, he bowed and took the order. Inside the city lord mansion, only Huan Quan was left. There were no outsiders present. Now, his face was dignified, mixed with a trace of fear. "Damn it, why did the Demon clan choose our Illusion clan to attack? Aren't the Demon clan and the Human clan sworn enemies? Why didn't they attack the Human clan at this time? Why did they attack our Illusion clan?" Huan Quan's mind was spinning wildly. He was thinking about the Demon clan's purpose. Soon, Huan Quan stopped thinking, and his face turned ugly. The Demon clan is not competent in dealing with the Human clan, so they want to take this opportunity to swallow our small clans. Then, they will accumulate enough strength to deal with the Human clan. In other words, our Illusion clan has become the meat that fattens the Demon clan. Thinking of this, Huan Quan was even more furious. The Demon clan did this because they thought the Illusion clan was the easiest to deal with. But what made him sad was the strength of the Illusion clan was indeed like this in front of the Demon clan. Staying in the city lord mansion was depressing. Huan Quan directly left here and went to the city wall. At this time, the news that the Demon clan was about to attack had spread out. The situation in the city suddenly became tense. Many Illusion clan people showed fear on their faces. The entire city. Panic filled the air. Seeing this, Huan Quan's heart sank. If this continued, the illusory race would collapse on its own. Immediately, he looked at the people in the city and shouted, "It's just an attack from the Demon clan. There is nothing to be afraid of. The Demon clan is no longer the Demon clan of the past. After many battles, the Demon clan's strength has been greatly reduced. In the 10,000 clan battlefield, demon emperors can't take action. The Demon clan can only send a limited number of experts. Although our Illusion clan is not as strong as the Demon clan, we are not much weaker. Now, other clans are coming to support us. As long as we hold on, the threat of the Demon clan will be easily solved. With me here, the city will not fall, the Illusion clan will win." His voice was very loud, covering the entire city. Although not many people believed Huan Quan's words, it dispelled the fear in many people's hearts. Especially when he said that there would be support. It made them feel relieved. After barely raising the morale of the army, Huan Quan did not relax. He continued, "From today onwards, the Illusion clan will also earn merit points. Whoever kills a member of the true martial Demon clan will be rewarded with 1 merit point. Whoever kills a member of the spiritual martial Demon clan will be rewarded with 10 merit points. Whoever kills a member of the divine martial Demon clan will be rewarded with 100 merit points. Whoever kills a member of the heavenly Human clan or Demon clan will be rewarded with at least 500 merit points. The merit points can be exchanged for cultivation techniques, martial arts, and even elixirs and weapons." As soon as he said this, the morale was instantly raised. Seeing this, Huan Quan was also sweating profusely. He had heard about the merit points from the Human clan. Originally, Huan Quan did not intend to set up a plan to earn merit points. After all, the Illusion clan was only a small clan. They could not take out so many resources. But looking at the current situation, without enough motivation, the clansmen would not have the heart to fight. So, he could only put in a lot of effort. I hope that my emperor will not blame me, Huan Quan said to himself. If the illusion emperor heard this news, he would not blame him. I'm afraid that's impossible. Merit points. The illusion clan is willing to use merit points. It seems that this trip was not in vain. The players below all had a look of joy on their faces. Almost every force in the myriad races had players. Their purpose. They wanted to take advantage of the war between the clans to earn enough experience points and other benefits. Although the illusion clan was small, that was relative to the other clans. For those players, no matter how small the clan was, it was still a force that they could not reach. So, some players had their eyes on the illusion clan. However, the illusory race had not given out any quests, and the players who had stayed behind were starting to think of retreating. At this moment, Huan Quan's announcement of the merit points system was naturally to encourage them. A male player was eager to give it a try. He smiled and said, I wonder how many soldiers there are in the demon clan this time. Will it be enough for us to kill? A spirit martial realm is worth 10 merit points. Who knows what 10 merit points can be exchanged for? Don't be happy too early. A player poured cold water on them. Hearing this, the male player did not care. I already know about the merit points system of the human clan. The rewards are not bad at all. Since the illusion clan also uses the merit points system, it should be about the same. Hehe, if it can be the same as the human clan, no, it doesn't need to be the same as the human clan. We won't lose out with 70 to 80%. The other players chuckled as well. In their opinion, it should be very difficult for the illusion clan to compare with the human clan. Small clans were also destined to have scarce resources. But these players were also mentally prepared. They did not expect the illusion clan to have the same rewards as the human clan. As long as the difference was not too great, they could accept it. Just as the morale was being mobilized, the demon clan army also officially entered the illusion clan's territory. Suddenly, the illusory race's scout reported the news. In fact, there was no need to report back. The demon clan army's momentum was astonishing. The illusion clan experts in various cities all noticed it immediately. Activate the formation, Huan Quan directly ordered. Suddenly, the formation in the illusion clan's territory was activated. On the other side, as soon as Saint Azure stepped into the illusion clan's territory, he felt that the surrounding environment had changed. He was already in a plain, surrounded by an army in all directions. Then, they charged toward him and the others. The army charged. The massacre covered the sky and the sun. Illusion formation. Saint Azure frowned. He felt that there was a mysterious force around him that wanted to affect his mind. It was just that the force was not strong. There was no way to make a 9th-level celestial being demon saint completely fall into the illusion. It's just an illusion formation. It's not a good method. After figuring out the situation, Saint Azure shook his head. Then, he blasted a palm forward. The palm energy tore the sky and split the earth, directly wiping out all the charging army. The next moment, a terrifying force rose from his body. Then, he struck out 2 more palms, shaking the formation violently. Then, boom, the illusion formation shattered. There was a faint light flashing on the ground, and then it dissipated inch by inch like starlight. An illusion formation also wants to trap. The illusion formation shattered. Saint Azure smiled proudly. Just as he was about to mock, his face suddenly changed, and then it became gloomy. Because in front of him, 100,000 demon clan army turned into minced meat. And where the minced meat was, a huge palm print appeared. Saint Azure knew that it was the mark left behind by his own attack. Then, when he turned his head to look at the other demon clans, he found that many of them were also injured. Obviously, they were seriously injured in the illusion just now. Clap. Clap, the sound of applause sounded. Huan Quan stood on top of the city wall, looking at Saint Azure and clicking his tongue in wonder. Saint Azure's strength is indeed formidable. 100,000 demon clans are gone with a slap. You're ruthless when killing outsiders, but you also don't show mercy when killing your own people. Huan Quan, you're courting death. Humph, your demon clan dares to invade my illusory race. You're also courting death. It's still not too late to retreat now. Facing Saint Azure's threat, Huan Quan was not the slightest bit afraid. Not that he was really not afraid, but there was no need to be afraid. The demon clan army already came, making it clear that they wanted to attack his illusory race. Since they were already enemies, then there was nothing to say. Rather than saying nice words, might as well do it as he liked. Attack the city. Saint Azure waved his hand. The demon clan army immediately attacked the 3 cities. Subsequently, he took a step and rose into the air, charging over toward Huan Quan on top of the city wall. Today, I'll kill you, then take down all of the illusory race's territories, and let your illusory race be the first to withdraw from the myriad race battlefield. Wishful thinking. Huan Quan was also not afraid. He similarly rose into the air, charging over towards Saint Azure. Illusory race, as the name implied, the most powerful was illusionary art. As a powerhouse in the illusory race, Huan Quan's illusionary art even reached a transcendent level. The moment he made his move, Saint Azure was already standing in the void in a daze. You're dead meat. Seeing this, killing intent emerged in Huan Quan's eyes. He instantly went straight for Saint Azure's head. Fighting with the illusory race was like this. A moment of carelessness. There was the danger of dying. It was just that Huan Quan's attack had yet to completely touch Saint Azure when Saint Azure, who fell into the illusion, already woke up. Bang, 2 fists collided. Huan Quan's arm cracked, directly bombarded until he fell back in the void. Illusionary art, just a small trick. Saint Azure grinned hideously, instantly charging toward Huan Quan. At the same time, the demon clan army was already fighting with the illusory race army. The illusory race powerhouses. They set up illusion arrays one after another, attempting to make the demon clan cultivators fall into a state of mutual destruction. However, among the demon clan's almighties who attacked this time, it was not just Saint Azure alone. Ordinary illusionary art. In front of an almighty powerhouse, it was completely useless. Therefore, the illusionary art had just been set up not long ago, and it was mostly broken. A demon saint took action and directly tore an illusory race celestial apart. Blood rained down from the void, making the illusory race cultivators shocked and furious. Kill. After that demon saint tore apart an illusory race celestial, he immediately charged toward another illusory race celestial. Looking at the illusory race's side again. Other than Huan Quan, there were only 2 other almighties left. However, these 2 almighties had just broken through to the 7th level of the celestial being realm. Even if they joined forces, they could barely contend against a demon saint. This time, in the demon clan army, a total of 5 demon saints took action, not to mention the remaining celestials. It was almost a face-to-face confrontation. The illusory race fell into a complete defeat. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Let's die together. Bang, a seriously injured illusory race celestial self-destructed, blasting a demon saint back repeatedly. However, the celestial self-destruction did not save the illusory race from the disadvantage. Bang! The city wall collapsed. Many illusory race cultivators were seriously injured. Compared to the demon clan army, the illusory race's strength was really too weak. The 2 were simply not on the same level. Bang, a person fell from the void. Huan Quan's physical body collapsed, and blood flowed like a pillar. Saint Azure stood in the air, looking at Huan Quan with his hands behind his back, a sinister smile on his face. The illusory race will definitely lose today. P.S. The last round of the Qin Shujian character promotion event has begun. If you want to participate, you can take a look at the details of the event in the comment section. Rumble, a tyrannical aura came over. Several major powerhouses suddenly appeared. I've long heard of Saint Azure's great name. Today, I'll experience it too. A hearty voice came over. Following that, a person stepped on the air and came over, directly bombarding a punch towards Saint Azure. Saint Azure's expression did not change. Turning around, he similarly punched out. Bang, two fists collided, the void exploded. Saint Azure's body swayed slightly, but the arrival retreated very far. Why? Does the Ice Sparrow clan want to be enemies with my demon race too? Saint Azure's eyes were cold as he looked at the arrival and said indifferently. While talking, the thin layer of frost on his fist had already quietly melted away. Hearing that, Bai Na suppressed the surging vital energy and blood in his body without changing his expression and said with a faint smile, the myriad race battlefield opened, what's there to be said about being enemies or not? The Ice Sparrow clan doesn't want to make a move against the demon race. But the logic of being cold without lips, I also understand. Today, the illusionary race is exterminated. I'm afraid that the demon race's troops will target my Ice Sparrow clan tomorrow. Therefore, the illusionary race can't be exterminated today. I hope that Saint Azure can be magnanimous enough to forgive. Looks like you're already determined to be so. Saint Azure's expression was icy cold. He shifted his gaze away from Bai Na, then looked at the other few major powers. These major powerhouses also all came from different small races. Bai Na said in a solemn voice, our various races' armies are already rushing over. Saint Azure, why do you have to make things difficult for us, the small races? Why not retreat here and now? You and I will take it as if nothing happened today. You're threatening this saint. I'm just stating the facts. If we, the small races, resist desperately, I believe that the demon race will also suffer considerable losses. Bai Na's expression was calm as he said, the demon race should have quite a few enemies too, right? How can the contest of heaven and earth's general trend be so easy? The human race, Blood Eldar, as well as the other races, are likely also eyeing the demon race. Our small races also don't ask for too much under the surging general trend. We just hope to be able to protect ourselves. This saint will see if you all have this strength or not. As his words faded, Saint Azure made his move. Bang, a horrifying power spread out. Bai Na's expression changed, but he did not retreat either. On the other side, Huan Quan also eased up and joined forces with Bai Na, charging over towards Saint Azure. From beginning to end, the two of them had never thought that they could make the demon race retreat with just a few words. Battle. It was inevitable. However, Huan Quan's heart calmed down. Right now, the various races' allied forces were on their way over. Bai Na's strength was also at the 8th stage of the heaven-human realm. Even if two 8th-stage celestial realm experts were no match for a 9th-stage celestial realm expert, it was not a big problem for them to maintain the situation and not lose. Meanwhile, as the mighty figures of several clans joined in, the monster saints of the monster clan were all intercepted. However, the demon race's army was still large in number, and there were also quite a number of celestial being experts accompanying the army. The illusory race still hadn't recovered from their disadvantage. Human territory. Yu City. Qin Yuanbai brought Fire Sage and Niu Dali back through Cold Mountain City's teleportation array and returned to the 10,000 tribes battlefield. Is this the 10,000 races battlefield? Niu Dali raised his head and looked at the sky. It was a sky that should have been clear. At this moment, there was a faint blood-red color covering it. It was the color of blood condensed from slaughter. Niu Dali wasn't the only one who noticed this. Even Holy Fire had noticed this. Killing has materialized so quickly. Didn't the 10,000 races battlefield just open? Holy Fire was secretly shocked. Just how many living beings would have to fall in order to achieve such a feat? How long had the 10,000 races battlefield been open? It had only been a few days. But even so, the slaughter had already reached such a tragic level. Qin Yuanbai sighed. When I left the 10,000 races battlefield, there wasn't such a strong killing intent. Now it has become like this. It's really unexpected. Fortunately, from the looks of it, the human race didn't have any major problems. Back in the City Lord Mansion, Yin Banqing was already sitting there. As Qin Yuanbai entered, he also saw Niu Dali and Holy Fire. Vain Master Niu. Holy Fire. Elder Yin. The two didn't act impolitely and cupped their hands slightly in response. After they took their seats, Qin Yuanbai said, during the few days I was away, did the human race make any movements? The scouts sent back news. Banqing nodded and replied, the monster clan sent an army to attack the illusion race. The Blood Eldar also targeted a small clan. At the same time, many clans sent cultivators to our human race's territory to investigate. However, most of the cultivators who came to investigate have been killed by us. So far, no army has stepped into our territory. In that case, they plan to deal with the small clans first, then accumulate strength before turning around to deal with the human race. In an instant, Qin Yuanbai knew the plan of these large clans. Obviously, the human race was a tough bone that no one wanted to bite. If they fought with the human race and both sides suffered losses, it would only be taken advantage of by others. In this way, the target of these large clans was naturally those small clans. But we can't rule out that they just want to confuse the human race. They want to wait for us to let down our guard and then attack the human race's territory in one fell swoop. Qin Yuanbai also thought of another possibility. Now that they were fighting for the general trend of the world, anything could happen. Thinking of this, Qin Yuanbai took out a map and looked at it seriously. This was the map of the 10,000 Races battlefield. Last time, he walked through the entire 10,000 Races battlefield with Xia Kun. In the end, he relied on his photographic memory to draw it. On the map, there were many small marks. Every place marked represented a clan's power. As for the human race, it was located in the east of the 10,000 Races battlefield. It was a very good geographical location with its back against the border of the 10,000 Races battlefield. If the other clans wanted to attack the human race, they could not go around the back and could only attack from the front. This was also very consistent with the current situation of the human race. Because the human race occupied the entire East continent, if the other clans wanted to attack the human race, they could only go through the canyon that Qin Shujian had cut and attack the human race from the front. It was the same for the 4 major continents. It was the same for the 10,000 Races battlefield. The human race still has some innate advantages. We don't have to be attacked from all sides like some other clans and need to disperse our forces too much to defend. Qin Yuanbai said, then paused for a moment before continuing. It's a good thing that the other clans are not attacking the human race now. However, the purpose of the 10,000 Races battlefield, apart from fighting for the general trend of the world, is to train the troops. If the human race keeps defending passively, it won't have the effect of training the troops. Elder Qin, what do you mean? It's very simple. The human race should take the initiative to attack. Qin Yuanbai pointed at the blank areas on the map. Not every inch of land in the 4 major continents is the territory of others. As a miniature version of the 4 major continents, the 10,000 Races battlefield naturally has many blank territories. These territories are also the targets of the other clans. If our race doesn't attack the other clans, we can send people over to fight for some of these places. These places are not connected to the territory of the human race. If we occupy them, it will be difficult to take care of each other. Banqing shook his head and said. Those blank areas were some distance away from the human race. If they occupied those places, it would be difficult for the human race to defend them. Qin Yuanbai said, our goal is not to defend the city, but to train the troops. Moreover, when the Qin Emperor refined the 10,000 Races battlefield, he fused the blood essence of the emperors of the 10,000 Races. There was no lack of perfected immortals among them. The blood essence of these experts is enough to produce many treasures. We might not need them, but the other disciples and cultivators of the 10,000 Races do. Now that we send people over, we can fight with the 10,000 Races and train the troops. It's also a good thing to be able to plunder some resources. Qin Yuanbai had never forgotten. If the human race didn't fight for the general trend of the world, their only real purpose was to train the troops. Now, the human race had the conditions to produce enough experts. But the problem was, the remaining time of the human race was not enough to support the birth of those experts under normal circumstances. In this way, therefore, extreme measures had to be used. Using war to support war. Using soldiers to support soldiers. In today's world of great battles, the strong would naturally survive and the weak would be defeated. Hearing this, Huasheng and Niu Dali didn't speak. For them, Qin Yuanbai could decide whatever he wanted. Anyway, their main purpose was to be the human race's assistant. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said slowly, that's fine. Contact the other cities. If it's appropriate, let someone lead a team over. As Qin Yuanbai spoke, he suddenly paused and asked, is there any movement from the Great Zhou Empire? The Great Zhou Empire is now mobilizing troops and seems to be attacking a certain clan, but the news is secretive and there is no news for the time being. Xianxia shook his head and said. If the Great Zhou Empire wanted to attack other clans, they naturally had to keep it a secret. It was not easy for the Qianyuan sacred ground to find out the news. At this time, the flames of war had been completely ignited on the 10,000 race battlefield. The general trend of heaven and earth. It was the foundation that determined whether a clan could completely rise in the world of great battles. The continuation of a clan. It was inseparable from the support of the general trend. So, as soon as the 10,000 race battlefield opened, there were clans that took the lead in starting a war and killing instantly. Until now, only a few large clans could still maintain peace on the 10,000 race battlefield. These large clans didn't make a move, and the other clans didn't want to attack either, so as not to get into trouble. This was also the difference between large clans and small clans. Large clans could only attack others, but they rarely had the chance to be attacked. In comparison, the small clans were much more chaotic. There were threats from large clans and also fights between small clans. This was also why, in just a few days, the killing of heaven and earth had condensed into a substance. Inside Yu City, the teleportation array kept flashing. One cultivator after another walked out from inside. These cultivators. There were players and local cultivators. The local cultivators were divided into 3 types. One was the disciples of Qianyuan Academy who came here on a mission. The other was the commoners who were involved in cultivation and were forcibly conscripted by the Qianyuan sacred ground. In addition to these, there was a third type. The third type was the cultivators who volunteered to go, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to soar into the sky. The 10,000 race battlefield. For them, it was both a danger and an opportunity. In an inn, several players sat down. As soon as Chao Hong sat down, he asked the waiter on the side, "Waiter, do you have a menu?" "Yes, please wait a moment." The waiter immediately turned and left. Not long after, he came back with a menu. "Sir, please take a look." "Okay." Chao Hong reached out and took the menu, then casually flipped through it. His face suddenly turned green. Noticing that his face was ugly, the other players were curious and asked, "Brother Chao, what's wrong? Take a look for yourselves." Chao Hong didn't want to talk and directly handed the menu over. The other players took the menu and took a look. It didn't take long for their faces to turn gloomy. Xiao Qingqing slapped the table and shouted, "Shopkeeper, you're exaggerating. You charge me 1 silver coin for a steamed bun, and the lowest price for any dish is 1 silver coin. Are you running a black shop?" As she spoke, her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. A steamed bun outside was at most 1 silver coin, but here, it was 100 times more expensive. Xiao Qingqing wasn't the only one who was angry. The others were also furious. Even if they wanted to rip off customers, they shouldn't do it like this. In response, the smile on the waiter's face didn't fade as he replied politely, "Miss, you're exaggerating. Don't you think about where you are? This is the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and Yu City is the front line of the human race. If you open a shop here, you might be attacked by the army of the 10,000 races. We earn our hard-earned money, so it's normal for it to be a little more expensive. Moreover, our prices are the most fair. If you go to other shops, I'm afraid the prices won't be so cheap. Waiter, it's normal for it to be a little more expensive, but you increased the price by 100 times. This can't be explained by a little more." Lu Qinghong's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Even if he was rich, he shouldn't be such a spendthrift. The waiter's smile faded a little, but his tone was still calm. "Sorry, you get what you pay for. This can't be helped. Otherwise, the next time you come to the battlefield, you can prepare your own food. However, this is the price of food in the battlefield. Brother, let's go." Lu Qingqing stood up and said angrily. Lu Qinghong tugged at her, then looked at the waiter and said, "Give me 10 steamed buns and 2 plates of this side dish." "That's it." After saying that, he directly handed the menu back to her. "Please wait a moment, sir." The waiter smiled and left. After he left, Lu Qingqing said unhappily, "Why do we still have to come here to eat? This is clearly a scam." I'm afraid what he said is true. Look, there are many people in the shop. The battlefield of the 10,000 races is indeed bloody. There's a reason why it's expensive. Lu Qinghong shook his head. He could still afford a few taels of silver, but he was a little unhappy to spend it like this. However, no matter how unhappy he was, it had to be practical. Let's just go back to the eastern continent and prepare some food. It's too late to go back now. Lu Qinghong shook his head and said, "The cost of teleporting back and forth can't be made up by the cost of food. Moreover, the storage ring can't hold so many things. Forget it, there's no need to be too calculative." Brother Lu is right. Chao Hong also nodded at this time. Seeing this, the other players couldn't say anything else. This time, their main purpose of entering the battlefield was to gain experience and level up. Now, there were no monsters to fight in the eastern continent. There were only those monsters coming and going. Now that there were more and more human cultivators, the monsters were decreasing day by day. As for the other continents, to be honest, every race had powerhouses guarding it. If players wanted to hunt weak cultivators, they would definitely be hunted down by those powerhouses. Sometimes, the experience gained from killing a few foreign cultivators was not as fast as the experience gained from dropping levels. Therefore, now, the 4 continents were unfriendly to all players. Only the opening of the battlefield gave these players hope of leveling up. Because the battlefield was chaotic, it was naturally a good place to kill monsters and level up. It was also easier for players to fish in troubled waters. Besides that, it was to earn merit points. At the same table, a male player complained, "Emperor Qin is really ruthless. He cut off the source of our cultivation techniques. Without cultivation techniques, even if we have experience points, we can't level up. I really don't know how much hatred he has with us players." "What hatred? How could he be so ruthless to the players?" Chao Hong sighed helplessly. "Emperor Qin has no choice. Tens of millions of players can't even take a trace of his HP. Even if it's a tyranny, he can only endure it. However, with the merit points, there's hope that we can get higher level cultivation techniques. By the way, have you joined the Heavenly Alliance? You mean the mysterious organization that has gathered many people?" Lu Qinghong looked surprised. Heavenly Alliance, how could he not have heard of it? This was an organization that had only emerged in the real world in recent years. It was said that it had existed thousands of years ago. It was only because of the Age of Doom that the Heavenly Alliance fell silent. Now that the Spirit Chi had recovered, this ancient organization had reappeared. Could it be that Brother Chao has joined the Heavenly Alliance? That's right. Chao Hong nodded and said in a deep voice, "According to my observation, the Heavenly Alliance might really be an ancient organization. There are many experts in it. Of course, this is not the main point. The main point is that there are many cultivation techniques in the Heavenly Alliance. There are even many divine realm cultivation techniques that can help one become a heavenly being. If we can get the cultivation techniques in the Heavenly Alliance, we can also cultivate in the game. This way, the problem of cultivation techniques can also be solved." Hearing that, everyone's spirits were lifted. Although they had not joined the Heavenly Alliance, they had heard of its power. If they could really join the Heavenly Alliance, it would be an excellent thing. Lu Qinghong's eyes flickered. "So, Brother Chao can recommend us to join the Heavenly Alliance?" "Of course, you can join the Heavenly Alliance. However, there will be an assessment. If you can pass the assessment, you can become a member of the Heavenly Alliance. If you can't, then there's no way." "What assessment?" "I don't know." Chao Hong shook his head and said, "The assessment of the Heavenly Alliance is ever-changing. No one knows what the specific assessment is. As an official member of the Heavenly Alliance, I only have 5 recommendations. After 5 recommendations, it won't be so easy for me to recommend others to join the Heavenly Alliance. After that, Chao Hong had a faint smile on his face. Lu Qinghong raised his eyebrows. Just say it. What price do we have to pay? It's very simple. 100 merit points per recommendation. When you have enough merit points, trade them to me. I'll recommend you. Chao Hong stretched out a finger and said with a faint smile. 100 merit points. Hearing that, everyone's expression changed. A player frowned and said, 100 merit points is too much. Killing an alien in the spiritual martial realm only gives 10 merit points. Moreover, we have to bring the corpse back. The most troublesome thing to get merit points was they had to bring the corpse back. Some alien corpses were huge. If they were to bring them back, they would undoubtedly be a big target. As for the storage ring, it might not be able to accommodate the alien corpses. If they did not bring the corpse back, they would not be able to get merit points. It could be said that 100 merit points was already considered a sky-high price. Chao Hong shook his head and said, 100 merit points are not expensive at all. In addition to cultivation methods, there are many ancient experts in the Heavenly Alliance. You can even pay some price to ask for guidance from those ancient experts. You should know very well how big the difference is between crossing the river by feeling the stones and having someone to guide you. There are ancient experts in the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone was stunned. Their understanding of the Heavenly Alliance was only superficial. Hearing that, Chao Hong looked proud. Of course. A heavenly being expert can live for thousands of years. The Age of Doom only lasted for thousands of years. It's not surprising that there are ancient experts. There are some things that I can't say too much about since you are not from the Heavenly Alliance. Anyway, the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Alliance is very rare. You can think about it yourselves. After that, he did not say anything else. Lu Qinghong and the others looked at each other. Obviously, they were considering the gains and losses of this matter. To this, Chao Hong was not in a hurry. Soon, the dishes were served. 2 simple side dishes and a pile of steamed buns. Lu Qinghong looked straight at Chao Hong and asked in a deep voice, I want to know why Brother Chao gave this opportunity to us? It's very simple. If the person who introduced you passes the assessment and successfully joins the Heavenly Alliance, you will be rewarded as the person who introduced you. Chao Hong did not hide this matter at all. In the face of Lu Qinghong's doubts, he said frankly, if the person who introduced you is not good, you will only lose a place. In my opinion, Brother Liu and the others are not weak and have a high probability of passing the assessment. Otherwise, do you think a place is really only worth 100 merit points? To this, Chao Hong sneered. The Heavenly Alliance was not just revived. Now it was slowly recovering and there were more and more cultivators joining. Correspondingly, the conditions for entering the Heavenly Alliance had become stricter. Oh, someone wants to join the Heavenly Alliance again? It seems that it's quite close. The Blade Master took out the Heavenly Alliance Jade token and raised his eyebrows slightly. As the founder of the Heavenly Alliance, nothing that happened in the Heavenly Alliance could be hidden from his eyes and ears. During this period of time, the Blade Master had been traveling all over the world and constantly spreading the Heavenly Alliance Jade token. Then, he played the role of various peerless experts in the Heavenly Alliance and made the Heavenly Alliance look like an ancient force. Up until now, there were no less than 100,000 disciples in the Heavenly Alliance. It could be said that this force could be considered to have officially entered the Heavenly Alliance. The Blade Master glanced at the Heavenly Alliance Jade token and then replied to a message with a sock puppet. Leave the assessment to me. After replying to the message, he put away the Heavenly Alliance Jade token. Instinctively, the Blade Master also looked up at the sky. The rules were still densely packed there. However, it was different from before. The aura emitted from it was getting stronger and stronger. It's going to wake up completely. This is troublesome. I need to hurry. The Blade Master shook his head helplessly. Thinking of this, he could not help but complain, it's not up to me to decide whether it's fast or not. Forget it, I'll take one step at a time. If it really can't be done, I'll retreat first. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Tao notices, I'll really die here. Everyone was afraid of death. The Blade Master was the same. Moreover, it was meaningless to die at this time. He took out the token and glanced at it. The cracks on the token were increasing day by day. The more the Heavenly Tao wakes up, the less time it can resist. The Blade Master shook his head and sighed. I told him to refine the token better. If he insists on refining a half-finished heavenly deceiving token, it won't be effective at all. That was what he said. However, the Blade Master also knew how difficult it was to refine the real heavenly deceiving token. Not to mention the complete heavenly deceiving token. Even a half-finished heavenly deceiving token was extremely difficult to refine. As for the imitation, it was not difficult to refine, but it was also useless. He put away the token. The Blade Master took out a mask from the storage ring and put it on. Then, he followed the Heavenly Alliance Jade Token's guidance and walked toward one of the directions. Anyone who wanted to join the Heavenly Alliance had to undergo an assessment. The assessment system was set by the Blade Master himself. The purpose was to make the Heavenly Alliance look more like an ancient force. Or else, it would be meaningless if everyone could join the Heavenly Alliance casually. As for the people taking the assessment, some were done by the Blade Master himself, while others were done by an old man. Anyway, it was more or less the same. It was purely a formality. In the Qianyuan realm, Qin Shujian kept the Qianyuan sacred ground in check. Now, all the attention of the myriad races was on the battlefield. So, the 4 continents were much calmer now. Qin Shujian was not in a hurry. He could now see the growth of his life source every day. As long as he had enough time, he could improve his strength. According to the current trend, I can break through to the 9th level of the celestial being in about 2 years. If everything goes well, this time can be brought forward. Qin Shujian thought to himself. It was already very fast to reach the 9th level of the celestial being in 2 years. In other words, under normal circumstances, in 5 years, he could break through to the 10th level of the celestial being and officially cultivate the Guiyuan Ancestral Classic to perfection. Once the Guiyuan Ancestral Classic was perfected, Qin Shujian felt that he had the confidence to flip the table. Let's wait a little longer. He was not in a hurry. It would still be a long time before the demonic abyss arrived. At most, after he broke through to the 10th level of the celestial being, he would directly destroy all the races except for the human race and harvest a wave of life source. But when that time came, the human race would probably have to stake everything on this one throw. He shook his head. Qin Shujian took out a jade talisman and read the message inside. This was a message from the battlefield. No forces are attacking the human race. Could it be that Empress Zhao and I were too ruthless and made these races fear us? Qin Shujian frowned. This wasn't good news. If the myriad races did not attack, how could the human race train their troops? If the human race did not train their troops, how could they harvest more life source? However, Qin Shujian also knew that the biggest problem of the current Qianyuan sacred ground was the lack of top powerhouses. There had to be top powerhouses. There was no need for the Qianyuan sacred ground to focus on defense. They could take the initiative to attack other races. However, because of the lack of top powerhouses, there was no possibility of implementing this plan. Even if there was one more fire sage, it would not be of much use. After all, Fire Sage was only a cultivator in the 8th level of the celestial being. Moreover, the only powerhouse that the Qianyuan sacred ground could bring out now was Fire Sage. As for Jizhou and Wushan, they had temporarily left the East continent. Looking at the small races, although they were not strong, there were still a few powerhouses. This was a comparison. The Qianyuan sacred ground was a little weak. Qin Shujian said, Senior, if I let you enter the battlefield, would it be considered a violation of the oath? Of course. Godslayer said angrily, I have already recognized you as my master. To a certain extent, there is no difference between me and you. If you want me to go and kill those powerhouses of the foreign races, I can. As long as you can deal with the Thunder Tribulation, it will be fine. Otherwise, don't think about taking advantage of this loophole. After all, you are not from your previous life. In the end, Godslayer added in his heart. If he wanted to not be afraid of the thunder tribulation, he had to surpass the rules. In his opinion, as an existence above the rules in his previous life, Qin Shujian was qualified to ignore the thunder tribulation. But now, it was better to stay put. The thunder tribulation. Qin Shujian sighed. This was a difficult problem. Godslayer could not make a move, which meant that the Heaven List could not make a move either. Unless, if he removed the Master Mark, then there would be no problem. But whether it was for Zhu Bing or the Heaven List, it was impossible to remove the Master Mark. After thinking about it, Qin Shujian found that he was really just a spectator. 2 days later, the mother stream of laws shook. The vast mother stream of laws appeared between heaven and earth. Such a change. Naturally, it attracted the attention of all the powerhouses. Someone is going to attain the Tao. Qin Shujian looked up and saw the scene outside through the sky of the Qianyuan realm. An emperor had attained the Tao. This was not a strange thing. After all, there were so many 10th-level celestial beings in the 4 major continents. It was normal for someone to attain the Tao and become an immortal by chance. However, Qin Shujian sensed a familiar aura from the mother stream of precepts. Could it be? His heart skipped a beat. Then, he saw a long stream of laws break out from the mother stream and spread towards the sky. A person walked out of the mother stream of laws. Every step he took was blocked by the phantom of a powerhouse. But in front of the other party, they were blasted to pieces. It is indeed the Dog Emperor. Seeing the appearance of that person, Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face. The Dog Emperor had attained the Tao. This was unexpected, but it was also within reason. The other party was already a Nirvana powerhouse. Attaining the Tao was just a matter of chance and coincidence. The opportunity had arrived. Naturally, he could attain the Tao. If the opportunity did not arrive, he would not be able to take this step. Looking at the Dog Emperor in the sky, Qin Shujian was not too worried. According to the alliance agreement with the 9-headed dog clan, the Dog Emperor had attained the Tao. The human race had to help. But the problem was, if no one blocked the Tao, then there was no need for the human race to help. The probability of blocking the Tao shouldn't be too high. Qin Shujian thought to himself. The current situation was different from before. The various clans had an agreement to focus on the battlefield. If the Dog Emperor attained the Tao, the other clans might not stop him. However, Qin Shujian was sure of one thing. If he was the one who attained the Tao, the myriad clans would make a move no matter what. Because he, who had not attained the Tao, was already feared by the myriad clans. If he, the Qin Emperor, attained the Tao, as long as the myriad clans were not stupid, they would definitely make a move. At this moment, all the powerhouses of the 4 continents had their attention on the Dog Emperor. For those cultivators who had not attained the Tao and become immortals, to be able to observe the powerhouses attaining the Tao, it was also a rare opportunity. He is still 1 step ahead of others. Earth Emperor shook his head with a regretful expression. His strength was not weaker than the Dog Emperor. Everyone was in the Nirvana realm and was only 1 step away from becoming an immortal. However, the Dog Emperor was still ahead of him. Once the other party succeeded, the difference in strength between the 2 sides would be like heaven and earth. Below, an elder said, the Dog Emperor might not succeed in attaining the Tao, it is also possible that he failed. No, as long as no one obstructs the Tao, with the Dog Emperor's foundation, it is impossible for him to fail. As for obstructing the Tao, Earth Emperor sneered. Who do you think will still make a move to stop the Dog Emperor from attaining the Tao? The Dog Emperor was an ally of the human race. The Dog Emperor attained the Tao. The human race had no reason to stand by and do nothing. Not to mention the existence of the battlefield, if someone really made a move, they would have to consider how many true immortals they would have to send to stop the human powerhouses. As for personally making a move, there was also the risk of dying. Naturally, no one was willing to do it. And the sealed true immortals, even if the various clans still had them, they were not many. At this moment, The myriad clans were unusually calm. In the sky, the Dog Emperor had already opened up the battlefield. But until now, no one had made a move to stop him. Because everyone knew that the Dog Emperor was not alone, and he had the backing of the human race. If a true immortal blocked the Tao, there would definitely be a human powerhouse who would make a move. However, there were also powerhouses who hoped that someone could stop the Dog Emperor from attaining the Tao. Because this way, the strength of the human race would be weakened by a lot. Time passed bit by bit. The Dog Emperor had already walked through more than half of the battlefield, but there was still no obstruction. All of a sudden, blood clouds surged in the sky. Two ancient true immortals walked out from the South Continent and the North Continent and directly barged into the battlefield, wanting to stop the Dog Emperor from attaining the Tao. After so long of silence. In the end, some clans could not help but make a move. It was also at this moment. A vast law rose from the human race and directly broke into the law battlefield. Emperor Zhao walked out from the East Continent and entered the battlefield. Emperor Zhao. The Dog Emperor was excited. Emperor Zhao looked at the two true immortals blocking his way and said calmly, "Dog Emperor, just focus on attaining the Tao. Ben Huang will take care of the rest." "Thank you." The Dog Emperor cupped his hands and thanked him. Then, he took a deep breath and continued forward. When the two true immortals blocking his way saw this, killing intent appeared in their eyes. In the next moment, they directly attacked. Boom, the power tore the sky and earth apart, wanting to swallow the Dog Emperor in one fell swoop. Emperor Zhao flicked his sleeves. Tens of thousands of feet of wind shattered the vacuum, causing a monstrous wave to rise in the battlefield, engulfing the two true immortals. P.S. Support the original, Jidian Chinese Networks. I'm really decent. Support the original, Jidian Chinese Networks. I am decent. The mountain was bare. The grass was withered. There weren't even many trees. There was only a simple and crude village made of wood. Strictly speaking, this was just a desolate mountain. Even the birds that passed by did not want to linger. Sigh. Qin Shujian was bored to death as he sat on a large rock. Beside him was a large saber that was chipped in a few places. Coupled with the patched clothes on his body and the holes in his straw sandals on his feet, he looked like he was about to die. He looked more like a beggar than a bandit. However, he was really a bandit. No, to be precise, he was a bandit. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, Ordinary Bandit. Affiliation, Liangshan Village. Realm, Level 1 of Basic Martial Arts. Cultivation Method, Level 1 of Body Forging. Scripture, 5 levels in total. Mortal level, Low grade. Equipment, Broken sword, Tattered shirt, Tattered pants, Tattered straw sandals. This was Qin Shujian's current attribute panel. When he first came to this world, he thought he had been reborn. However, after a day of learning, Qin Shujian finally realized that he had become an NPC in the game. As for why he was so sure. Because at the bottom right of the attribute panel, there was a countdown timer that kept ticking. 2 days, 15 hours, 23 minutes, 41 seconds until the arrival of the players. Sigh. Seeing this, Qin Shujian let out a long sigh. The players were coming. And his current identity, no matter how he looked at it, was like a cannon fodder NPC in the beginner's village. He existed specifically to give experience to the new players. Killed, resurrected, killed again, resurrected again. Qin Shujian suddenly thought of the scene when he was playing the game. At that time, he didn't feel much about those cannon fodder NPCs. But now that his identity had changed, he deeply felt this kind of sorrow. Wait, Qin Shujian's face suddenly froze. He seemed to have overlooked something. And that was, his body's original identity was indeed an NPC, but now, it had been taken over by someone else, and it was completely replaced. In this way, whether or not he could be resurrected was still unknown. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian suddenly quivered and jumped up from the big rock. No, this won't do. What if he can't be revived? Wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? There are still more than 2 days left. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Qin Shujian took a few deep breaths as he looked at the countdown timer on his attribute panel. It was as if he was looking at his own death timer. It wasn't easy for him to live again. Even if he was an NPC, it was still better than completely disappearing. Even if I have to be an NPC, I will never be a cannon fodder NPC. Qin Shujian silently set a flag for himself. If he didn't want to become a cannon fodder NPC, he would have to increase his level. I mean, strength. Only then would he be able to get out of this awkward situation. This game didn't have the level system that he was familiar with. Instead, it adopted a different division of realms. As for the so-called body tempering scripture, Qin Shujian discovered that there was indeed such a technique in his mind. But that was only a superficial technique to train one's body. It required the accumulation of years and months of practice. There was no way he could master it in a short period of time. But, Qin Shujian had his own thoughts. Since it was a game, he definitely couldn't do without killing NPCs to level up. As for where to kill NPCs, Qin Shujian looked at the people walking around and smiled. He was now in a nest of NPCs. There was no need to look for them. The only problem was, he himself was an NPC. Then, could he really get something like experience points or leveling up by killing his own kind? Bending down to pick up the broken broadsword on the big rock, Qin Shujian walked toward one of the bandits who was dressed similarly to him. At the same time, the attributes of that bandit appeared in his mind. Name, Zhang Ergu. Identity, Ordinary Bandit. Affiliation, Liangshan Village. Realm, Level 1 of Basic Martial Arts. Cultivation Method, Body Tempering Scripture. Level 1, 5 levels in total. Mortal level, low grade. Equipment, broken broadsword, tattered shirt, tattered pants, tattered straw sandals. Apart from the name, everything else was exactly the same as Qin Shujian's. He didn't know if it was because of the game's characteristics or because the other bandits were in the same camp as him. In any case, Qin Shujian could see the other party's attributes as long as he wanted to. When Qin Shujian approached that bandit, he was still standing in the same spot. His eyes were looking outside. He stood there motionless like a piece of wood. Qin Shujian also tried to communicate with these people. In the end, the result was, apart from him, these bandits were no different from the cannon fodder NPCs in his impression. They didn't know how to talk and had no intelligence. Every day, they ate and rested on time, stood guard and patrolled. It was as if everything was going according to the settings. Brother! Qin Shujian patted him on the shoulder. Zhang Ergu turned to look at him, then turned back. Ugh! A big hand suddenly covered his mouth, and then he was forcefully dragged behind a big rock. Looking at Zhang Ergu, whose mouth and nose were covered, his hands and feet instinctively struggling, Qin Shujian's eyes hardened. He suddenly raised his broadsword and slashed down. Although the broadsword was broken, it was still abnormally sharp. Poochie! A light sound was heard. It was the sound of a blade piercing into flesh. Zhang Ergu was immediately pierced through. Blood flowed out from the wound. Then, a warm current rose from the broadsword and flowed into Qin Shujian's body. Thump! Qin Shujian's legs gave way and he staggered to the ground. His chest rose and fell violently, and his face was faintly pale. Murder! He killed someone. Looking at Zhang Ergu, who died with his eyes wide open, and the broadsword in his chest, the dark red blood was particularly eye-catching. Qin Shujian did not expect that killing an NPC would be so realistic. For a moment, he almost mistakenly thought that he was not in a game, and that he was not killing an NPC, but a real person. Fortunately, without waiting for Qin Shujian to be surprised for too long, Zhang Ergu's body slowly disappeared under his eyes. Only his original broken broadsword was left. The moment it lost its support, it fell to the ground. Bang! The soft sound of the broadsword hitting the ground made Qin Shujian completely come back to his senses. Seeing this scene, he let out a long sigh of relief, and his pale face recovered a lot. Good. Although it was a bit too realistic, at least my guess was right. Qin Shujian did not have the guts to kill someone, but it was impossible for him to not frown at all. He just raised his sword and slashed it down so quickly. Qin Shujian finally calmed down. Only then did he remember the warm current that just surged up. He immediately checked his own attributes. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, Ordinary Bandit. Affiliation, Liangshan Stronghold. Realm, First Stage of the Martial Realm. Cultivation Technique, Body Tempering Scripture. First Layer, plus, total of 5 layers, Mortal Level. Low Grade, HP, 1 Equipment, Broken Broadsword, Tattered Shirt, Tattered Pants, Tattered Straw Sandals. The status panel was still the same as before. The only difference was that there was an additional HP attribute. In addition, there was a plus sign behind the first layer of the body tempering scripture. Seeing the plus sign, Qin Shujian's mind could not help but move, and he lightly tapped it with his consciousness. He saw his HP instantly drop to 0. And under the cultivation technique, the words body tempering scripture also twisted. Immediately after, a wave of power surged from his body, as if some subtle changes had occurred. Name, Qin Shujian identity, ordinary bandit affiliation, Xianxia Stronghold realm, second stage of the martial realm cultivation technique, body tempering scripture second layer, total of 5 layers, mortal level low grade, HP, 0 equipment, broken broadsword, tattered shirt, tattered pants, tattered straw sandals. His HP directly dropped to 0. His body tempering scripture had changed from the first layer to the second layer, and his realm had also changed from the first layer of the martial realm to the second layer of the martial realm. My strength has roughly doubled. Picking up the broken broadsword from the ground, Qin Shujian weighed it in his hand, and found that it was a lot lighter than before. His originally skinny arms had faintly bulging muscles. Then he stretched on the spot, and he had a clearer understanding of his body. Every aspect of my body seems to have improved, but it's not as obvious as the increase in strength. He pinched his muscles, and the surface of his skin also had some toughness. This was the effect of increasing the body tempering scripture by 1 layer. The body tempering scripture was similar to the Xianxia Stronghold's cultivation technique. In any case, up until now, all the NPCs that Qin Shujian had come into contact with had cultivated this cultivation technique. As for the body tempering scripture's use, as the name implied, it was to temper the body. To temper the body and nourish one's strength. When the body tempering scripture reached the 5th layer, one would be able to spread the strength throughout the body, and every move would be able to explode with the strongest power. As for the body tempering scripture's mortal level low grade, Qin Shujian guessed that it should be the level of this cultivation technique. According to normal theory, this was the lowest level. Above it, there should be something like mortal level middle grade, mortal level high grade, and so on. Even if you haven't eaten pork, don't tell me you haven't seen a pig run. Qin Shujian still had some knowledge of these normal otherworldly, game theories. As for the HP, killing a Xianxia NPC gave me an extra HP attribute. It should be something that can only be obtained by killing NPCs, but I don't know if it can be obtained by killing players. Qin Shujian's mind spun. Consuming 1 HP to increase the body tempering scripture by 1 layer. Increasing the realm by 1 layer is equivalent to directly increasing 1 level. If this is the case, leveling up in this game is quite easy. After all, in this Xianxia Stronghold, these non-intelligent NPCs shouldn't think that their companions are trying to harm them. I wonder if Xianxia has already respawned? All of a sudden, his thoughts drifted away again. Suddenly, Qin Shujian shook his head violently. Thinking about this now was meaningless to him. The most important thing now was to think of a way to increase the body tempering scripture to the 5th layer. This way, before the players arrived, he could increase his strength to a higher level and get rid of his identity as a cannon fodder NPC. He had set a general goal for the short-term future. Qin Shujian held the broken broadsword and walked out from behind the big rock. Coincidentally, another patrolling bandit came from afar. Qin Shujian also walked towards the other party openly. Like Xianxia, this patrolling bandit did not have any vigilance towards Qin Shujian. Even when he got close, he only glanced at him and directly walked past him. When the patrolling bandit's back was facing him, Qin Shujian grabbed the bandit's nose and mouth with one hand and his throat with the other. Then, he directly dragged the bandit behind the big rock. His cultivation had increased to the 2nd layer of the basic realm and his strength had doubled. The patrolling bandit was only at the 1st layer of the basic realm. In front of Qin Shujian, it was impossible for him to resist and he was easily dragged over. He did the same thing. His hand rose and the broadsword fell. Blood splattered again. The patrolling bandit fell to the ground with a puzzled look on his face. This time, Qin Shujian had experience. When he saw the bloody scene again, although his face was still somewhat pale, it was not to the point where he staggered and fell to the ground. However, this scene was too real. It was so real that the thick smell of blood continuously entered Qin Shujian's breath. He could only say in his heart, "This is not real. This is only a game. I only killed an NPC." These words were to comfort himself. He familiarly checked his status panel: name, Xianxia identity, ordinary bandit affiliation, Xianxia Stronghold realm, second layer of the basic realm cultivation method, body forging scripture second layer, total of 5 layers, mortal level low grade, life points, 1 equipment, damaged broadsword, tattered shirt, tattered pants, tattered straw sandals. Just as Qin Shujian thought, his life points did increase by 1 point for every NPC he killed. However, Qin Shujian looked at the cultivation method column and frowned deeply. The plus sign that he expected did not appear this time. This also meant that the body forging scripture could not be upgraded this time. Previously, 1 life point was enough to upgrade the body forging scripture by 1 layer. Now that I have 1 life point, I can't upgrade it again. Is it because I don't have enough life points, or is it because I can't continuously upgrade it? Qin Shujian thought to himself. If it was the first reason, then it would be fine. At worst, he could just kill a few more NPCs. In any case, he did not think that killing an NPC would be enough to upgrade the body forging scripture by 1 layer. If it was that easy, then he would only need to kill a few bandits and the body forging scripture would be maxed out. But if it was the second reason, then things would be troublesome. Because what he lacked the most now was time. If there was a so-called cooldown time for every upgrade, then it would be really bad news. When the bandit on the ground disappeared, Qin Shujian made up his mind to continue testing his conjecture. One must know that any hypothesis had to be tested in practice. Fortunately, Cold Mountain Stronghold did not have much, but they had enough bandits. There were at least 50 bandits gathered in the small mountain. Soon, Qin Shujian left the place. The disappearance of the 2 bandits did not seem to attract the attention of Cold Mountain Stronghold. Or rather, no one knew where the 2 bandits had gone. Not long after, Qin Shujian encountered another bandit who was patrolling the mountain alone. With the previous 2 successful experiences, he already had a lot of confidence. There were no surprises. Almost as if he was familiar with the route, he forcefully dragged the lone bandit to a place that blocked his view. Then, he decisively finished him off. After finishing off the bandit, Qin Shujian checked his status again. Just as he had expected, his HP dropped from 1 to 2. But in the cultivation method column, the second layer of the body forging scripture was still there alone. There were no changes. The expected plus sign did not appear. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He could only attribute this to his low HP. After all, he did not want to admit that there was a cooldown time for upgrading the body forging scripture. After suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he immediately chose his next target. 1, 2, every time he killed a bandit, Qin Shujian would check his status. When he found that there were no changes, he would continue to look for the next bandit. When he killed the 4th bandit, Qin Shujian checked his status again. Finally, his expression changed. Name, Qin Shujian identity, ordinary bandit affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold realm, second layer of the basic realm cultivation method, body forging scripture second layer, plus, total of 5 layers, mortal level low grade, HP, 5 equipment, damaged broadsword, tattered shirt, tattered pants, tattered straw sandals. After his HP reached 5, there was finally a plus sign behind the second layer of the body forging scripture. Without any hesitation, Qin Shujian used his consciousness to click on it. His 5 HP was directly reset to 0. Weng, the words of the second layer of the body forging scripture directly transformed into the 3rd layer in his mind. His realm also went from the second layer of the basic realm to the 3rd layer of the basic realm. A warm current surged from his body and instantly spread to his limbs and bones. His qi and blood also started to boil. At this moment, the space between his flesh and blood seemed to have become closer. His skin, which was originally somewhat pale, now had a bronze-like color. My strength has doubled from my original foundation. Qin Shujian felt as if he had practiced the body forging scripture for many years. He was familiar with the 3rd layer of the body forging scripture. He felt as if he knew every inch of his body's improvement like the back of his hand. His strength had doubled from his original foundation. This was a significant improvement. One had to know. When he had advanced from the first layer of the basic realm to the second layer of the basic realm, his strength had doubled. Now that he had advanced from the second layer of the basic realm to the third layer of the basic realm, his strength had doubled again. In this way, his strength had increased by more than 4 times from the beginning. Furthermore, the increase in strength was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After breaking through to the third layer of the basic realm, Xianxia suddenly had a premonition that even if he were to face those bandits head-on, less than 10 of them would not be a threat to him. Apart from that, after advancing to the third layer of the basic realm, the various aspects of my body have also improved. Although it is not as obvious as my strength doubling, it is still not a small improvement. After briefly familiarizing himself with the condition of his body, Xianxia once again looked at his status panel. The HP column had already been reset to 0. From the first layer of the body forging scripture to the second layer of the body forging scripture, I only need 1 HP. From the second layer of the body forging scripture to the third layer of the body forging scripture, I need 5 HP. The difference is a total of 5 times. After carefully calculating, Xianxia felt a toothache. If the difference was really 5 times, then even if he killed all the bandits in the Cold Mountain Stronghold, he might not be able to reach the 5th layer of the body forging scripture. However, after knowing the increase in strength brought about by advancing to the next layer, Xianxia felt that it was only natural. Otherwise, the difficulty of this game would be too easy. The third layer of the body forging scripture corresponds to the third layer of the basic realm. Then, the 5th layer of the body forging scripture should correspond to the 5th layer of the basic realm. If this is the case, then the 5th layer of the basic realm should be able to fight against 100 people. Xianxia inwardly guessed. That was 16 times the strength of the first layer of the basic realm. However, these were all hypotheses and could not be taken seriously. After knowing that there was no cooldown time to increase the body forging scripture and that there was only a requirement for HP, Xianxia felt somewhat comforted. Wasn't it just HP? There were so many bandits in Cold Mountain. Before he killed them all, there was no need to consider this problem. After all, he was only at the third layer of the basic realm and did not need to consider the 5th layer of the basic realm. As a person, one must be down to earth. One step at a time, one must become bigger and stronger. This was the absolute principle. After his strength increased to the third layer of the basic realm, Xianxia felt that he could be considered an expert in the Cold Mountain Stronghold. At the very least, those NPCs at the first layer of the basic realm would not be able to pose any threat to him. Meanwhile, to obtain more HP, it was no longer realistic to wait for the opportunity to strike. Moreover, if too many bandits died, it would be hard to guarantee that the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master would not notice. After all, a stronghold had a stronghold master. And the Stronghold Master was the most powerful NPC in the stronghold. Although Xianxia had not personally met the Stronghold Master of the Cold Mountain Stronghold, he knew that the Stronghold Master was not someone these NPCs at the first layer of the basic realm could compare with. I must increase my strength as much as possible before the Stronghold Master of the Cold Mountain Stronghold discovers me. This way, even if I am discovered, I can at least guarantee that I can escape if I can't defeat him. After making up his mind, Xianxia decided to take the initiative to attack. Previously, when he was fighting the NPCs one by one, the efficiency was too slow. There were only 2 more days until the players arrived. If he continued to waste time, he might die. Soon, Xianxia did not walk for long before he saw 3 bandits. 2 of them were patrolling bandits, while the other one was standing guard. When he quickly approached them, Xianxia did not hesitate. The large saber in his hand carried a fierce gust of wind and directly chopped at the neck of one of the patrolling bandits. With 4 times the strength of a normal bandit, the broken large saber in his hand was as light as a feather. The speed at which he swung his saber was many times faster. The patrolling bandit did not even have time to react before his neck was chopped by the saber. Bang! A large head flew into the air, accompanied by a spray of blood. This sudden turn of events caused the other patrolling bandit and the one standing guard to be unable to react in time. However, shortly after, the eyes of the 2 bandits flashed with an ominous glint. Even if their intelligence was not high, they could still understand the situation in front of them. Just as they were about to make their move, Qin Shujian was already one step ahead of them. He took a big stride forward and swung his large saber in a backhand slash. The extremely fast saber directly chopped at the shoulder of the other patrolling bandit. The blade of the saber cut through the shoulder and directly cut 3 inches below the throat. Ah! After a short scream, the patrolling bandit immediately fell to the ground and died. At this moment, the other patrolling bandit had already swung his large saber at him. Qin Shujian immediately pulled out his saber and met the attack head-on. Bang! Bang! The two sabers collided, creating sparks. The large saber in the hands of the patrolling bandit was directly knocked away. Then, Qin Shujian swung his saber again and directly chopped the patrolling bandit to death. At this moment, in less than 10 seconds, the 3 bandits were dead. With the strength of a 3rd stage of the martial arts realm, he was able to single-handedly crush these bandits who were only in the 1st stage of the martial arts realm. Qin Shujian was slightly out of breath. It was not as if he did not expend any energy after killing 3 bandits in one go. However, this short confrontation allowed him to have a clear understanding of his own strength once again. Seeing that the fallen bandit had disappeared, Qin Shujian, who had gained 3 HP points, was in a good mood. Holding the large saber in his hand, he continued to search for his next target. Not long after, another bandit appeared in his line of sight. Qin Shujian did not hesitate at all. He directly raised his saber and chopped at the bandit. No, it should be chopped at the NPC. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, Ordinary Bandit Affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold Realm, Martial Realm Level 4 Cultivation Technique, Body Forging Scripture Level 4, Total of 5, Mortal Level Low Grade, HP, 2 Equipment, Damaged Large Saber, Tattered Shirt, Tattered Pants, Tattered Straw Sandals. After his HP reached 25 points, Qin Shujian's realm increased to the 4th level of the martial realm as he wished. However, after his strength increased, he had no choice but to stop after killing 2 more bandits. It was not that Qin Shujian had a conscience. Ever since he had never treated the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold as human beings, he had killed so many of them that he no longer felt anything. Of course, it was not that he had killed all the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold. In fact, considering the number of bandits in the Cold Mountain Stronghold, he had only killed half of them at most. The real reason why Qin Shujian stopped was, when he killed the 33rd bandit, he received a notification in his mind. Because you have wantonly killed the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold, you have attracted the attention of the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, Wu Xing. The entire Cold Mountain Stronghold has been placed under martial law and is wantonly searching for the murderer. Note, if you kill the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold again, your identity will be completely exposed. After your identity is exposed, you will be expelled from the Cold Mountain Stronghold and become a wandering NPC. You will also be hunted down by the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. The Cold Mountain Stronghold Master's strength far surpasses that of the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold. Please note. After receiving these 4 system notifications, Qin Shujian had no choice but to temporarily stop. The system specifically reminded him twice about the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Obviously, the other party's strength was not to be underestimated. Qin Shujian was not prepared to make a move against the other bandits until he understood the background of the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, Wu Xing. He was not very clear about the consequences of being expelled from the Cold Mountain Stronghold and becoming a wandering NPC. However, Qin Shujian guessed that this would not be a good outcome. At least, before he understood the situation, he was not prepared to take any risks. Next, let's go take a look at this Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Qin Shujian thought for a moment and immediately made a decision. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. If he continued on like this, there was a high probability that he would encounter the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. This was a good opportunity to probe the other party's background. If he really could not defeat the other party, then he would make other plans. If the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master's strength was average, then he could not be blamed for turning hostile. The Cold Mountain Stronghold was not big. It was surrounded by steep cliffs that were difficult to climb. There was only one path leading up the mountain. There were many strange rocks on the mountain. The only place suitable for building a stronghold was a small area near the top of the mountain. Although the Cold Mountain Stronghold was called a stronghold, it was actually just a dozen or so wooden houses that were grouped together to enclose this piece of land. In the middle of the Cold Mountain Stronghold was a simple and crude hall. On the brown plaque, 3 large words were written in a slanted manner. Hall of Loyalty. Seeing these 3 words, Xianxia was stunned for a moment. There was no other reason for this. It was because these words were too familiar. He did not know if all the bandits thought that they were loyal and righteous. There were no bandits guarding the Hall of Loyalty. Perhaps it was because Xianxia was a bandit himself, so no one stopped him. After entering the Hall of Loyalty, there was not much space inside. There were only a few tables and chairs placed on the left and right sides. In the center was a wooden table and chair covered with a layer of unknown beast skin. There was a tall and sturdy man sitting there. Unlike the shabby clothes that regular bandits wore, the tall and sturdy man was wearing a complete set of silk. Beside him was a large saber that was half the height of a person. The edge of the saber was shining with a cold light. Even though he was just sitting there motionlessly, there seemed to be a ferocious aura coming from him. The Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, Xianxia, immediately recognized the other party's identity. His attributes appeared in his mind at the same time. Name, Wuxing Identity, Cold Mountain Stronghold Master Affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold Cultivation, Martial Initiation Realm Level 4 Xianxia was bewildered when he saw this. When he looked at the bandits, their attributes were completely displayed. But now, when he looked at Wuxing, only half of his attributes were displayed. As for the cultivation technique and below, it was completely absent. When he saw Wuxing, his suspended heart gradually calmed down. Martial Initiation Realm Level 4. To be honest, it was somewhat out of his expectations. It was not because it was too high. It was because it was too low. Xianxia originally guessed that Wuxing was most likely at the 5th stage of the Martial Initiation Realm, or even higher. But now that he was at the 4th stage of the Martial Initiation Realm, it was obviously good news. What are you doing here? Wuxing also saw Xianxia arrive. He glared at him with a pair of fierce eyes and his voice was not very friendly. He recognized this person. He was a member of the bandits and could be considered one of them. What left a deep impression on him was the other party's name. He seemed to be called Xianxia. For Wuxing, this name was hard to remember and not very pleasant to hear. It was far less pleasant than the other bandit names like Zhong Ligua, and Wang Guden. In addition, there seemed to be a problem at Cold Mountain Stronghold today. Many bandits had disappeared, but he could not find the reason. This matter made Wuxing even angrier. Now that he saw Xianxia, his mood was naturally not good. Stronghold Master, I know the reason why the other brothers disappeared, Xianxia coughed and said mysteriously. Wuxing's expression froze. Soon after, he anxiously said, speak quickly. Wuxing's reaction slightly surprised Xianxia. Based on the reactions of the other bandits in Cold Mountain Stronghold, he thought that Wuxing was similar to the other bandits and should be an NPC without much intelligence. But now, after exchanging a few words with him, he saw the rich changes in his expression. Wuxing seemed to be different from the other bandit NPCs. In a sense, he was more like a person. The sound of the bell echoed in the 4 cities. All the foreign cultivators who were about to step into the territory of the human clan stopped involuntarily. The human clan sensed it. I'm afraid this bell is also a powerful divine weapon. Just from the sound of the bell, we can hear the murderous power in it. Many almighty experts couldn't help but look solemn. Although the army of the human clan was attacking the shadow clan, it didn't mean the power of the human clan had declined to the point where it could be controlled by others. Dongshan said in a low voice, the human clan was glorious in the ancient times, suppressing all the clans in the world. Now that the ancient times have been destroyed, the human clan is still alive. The appearance of Emperor Zhao and Emperor Qin has given the human clan hope to rise again. However, the rise of the human clan is too short. The foundation of the ancient times has been consumed in the past 1,000,000 years. Xiang brought many experts to attack the Shadow Clan. Even if there are some remaining guards, they won't be too strong. Dongshan was worried that some people would be shaken, so he gave them a shot of confidence in advance. This time, the allied forces of the various clans attacked the human clan's territory not just to force Xianxia to retreat. If it was possible, they also hoped to take down several cities in the human clan's territory and weaken the power of the human clan. So, the battle in the Shadow Clan resisted the attack of the human clan, but they also played the role of entangling the main force of the human clan. Don't worry. Since we've decided to join forces to attack the human clan, we won't retreat halfway. A water Eldar expert sneered. Dongshan glanced at him and said indifferently, it better be so. Don't forget the domineering nature of the human clan. All the non-human clan forces either submit completely and become a vassal of the human clan or be destroyed by the human clan. Since the birth of the world, countless forces have been destroyed by the human clan. Even now, when the human clan is at its weakest, there are still top clans that have been destroyed by them. His clan was one of the 5 elements Eldar, the Gold Eldar. The Fire Eldar had been destroyed long ago. The Earth Eldar, which represented the Earth Eldar, was also destroyed by the human clan. Until now, only 3 of the 5 elements Eldar were left. The invisible sense of crisis made Kim Eldar want to find a way to save himself. Judging from the current situation, the human race was the one with the greatest chance of destroying Gene Eldar. Because Gene Eldar was a vassal of the demon race, the human race and the demon race had an irreconcilable hatred. There had to be a chance. The human race would definitely not mind weakening the demon race's strength. Other than that, what made them decide to attack the human race was the Dog Emperor's attainment of the Tao. The Dog Emperor attained the Tao. Indirectly, the strength of the human clan had also increased a lot. The stronger the human race was, this made them even more fearful. However, Dongshan didn't say these words. Everyone had a tacit understanding. While they were talking, the allied forces of the 5 elements Eldar officially stepped into the territory of the human race. The foreign army is here. Retreat. Yang Yongjun, who had been fighting the players from the western region, suddenly saw the scene in the distance. He didn't even think about it. He immediately retreated. Although the enemy in front of him was hateful, it was not worth it for him to pay the price of losing a level. Therefore, Yang Yongjun retreated without hesitation. He retreated. The other players in the team also retreated. What should we do? The players from the desolate great world had dark expressions. Looking at the retreating players from the eastern continent and the approaching foreign army, they fell into a dilemma. Throw away all the corpses. We're retreating too. Luo Xian gritted her teeth and made a decision. Their strength was only at the spirit martial realm. If they were to face the foreign army head-on, only death would await them. At the same time, the corpses of the demon race were also very cumbersome. It was obviously unrealistic to want to carry the corpses away. Therefore, the only thing they could do now was to throw away the corpses and leave. Otherwise, if they stayed for a while, it would not be as simple as losing a few corpses. This old lady will remember this grudge. We'll meet again in the future. We'll settle this properly in the future. Luo Xian hatefully looked at Yang Yongjun's back as he left. She resolutely turned around and fled. Dozens of merit points were gone just like that. Her heart ached as she watched. Now, if she didn't make a decision, she would be in trouble. Soon, the players from the desolate great world threw away the corpses and left in a different direction from Yang Yongjun. At this moment, the allied forces of the 3 races numbered in the tens of millions. At this moment, the army was vast and mighty. Their killing intent soared into the sky, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. On the city wall of Yu City, Qin Yuanbai looked at the army of the 3 races in front of him with a dignified expression. Standing beside him were Yin Banqing and Fang Xinglan. Gold Eldar, Water Eldar, Wood Eldar. It seems that the 5 elements Eldar is determined to be the enemy of the human race. Qin Yuanbai's face was cold. The human race's territory was now divided between the Great Zhao and the Qianyuan sacred ground. However, the 5 elements Eldar didn't go to the Great Zhao and instead came to the Qianyuan sacred ground. How could he not be angry? Yin Banqing said, there's news from the Great Zhao and they're asking if we need help. No need. Qin Yuanbai shook his head and refused. What a joke. The war hadn't even begun and they were asking for help from the great Zhao. Did they really think that the Qianyuan sacred ground was shameless? Then, he looked at Yin Banqing and said, have all the humans evacuated from the wilderness and returned to the city? Most of the humans have withdrawn, but I can't guarantee that everyone will return. After all, the news had been spread. Not everyone would obey orders immediately. I don't care so much. Qin Yuanbai's face turned cold, and he shouted in a low voice, Elder Feng, please make a move and activate the formation of the human race's territory to kill the allied forces of the three races. Okay. Feng Xinglan nodded and immediately formed a few seals. In an instant, a dense light rose from the human race's territory. Countless formation veins and threads formed a shocking formation. Boom, the formation took shape like thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers. A monstrous killing power emerged from it, strangling the cultivators of the three races. Not good. There's a formation. Dongshin's expression changed, and he immediately blasted out with his palm. The terrifying power blasted a corner of the formation. But the problem was, the formation was vast. Although it seemed to be a complete formation, in fact, it was not related to each other. The destruction of a corner of the formation. It didn't affect the operation of the overall formation at all. In an instant, many cultivators of the three races were strangled. Seeing this scene, the powerful figures of the various races also reacted and bombarded the formation. The formation lines are under your feet. Destroy the formation lines under your feet. As long as these formation lines are erased, the formation will naturally be destroyed. Dongshin shouted loudly. In Yu City. Feng Xinglan looked at the formation that covered the human race's territory in front of him. His eyes were calm without the slightest fluctuation. Although he was a first-realm array master. But in fact, Feng Xinglan had also consulted Qin Shujian about the array Dao, and he also had some understanding of the second realm. The formation set up in the human race's territory. Rather than saying that it was a formation set up by himself, it was better to say that it was a shocking formation set up under Qin Shujian's guidance. Emperor Qin has already reached the third realm. The formation in front of me can be said to be a shocking formation of the third realm. Unfortunately, my strength is limited, and I can't completely unleash the power of this formation. However, even so, it's enough for you to suffer. Feng Xinglan revealed a faint smile on his face. The experts of the three races were forcibly destroying the formation lines on the ground, and he didn't make any response or stop them. Qin Yuanbai frowned deeply, Elder Feng, your formation seems to have improved greatly again. Of course. Feng Xinglan smiled slightly but didn't say too much. Qin Yuanbai said, as a first-realm array master, Elder Feng is already very strong to be able to unleash such a level. It's just that the three races have sent out many mighty figures this time. I'm afraid there will be a hard battle. In his eyes, the formation could only kill ordinary cultivators. As for experts above the saint level, the formation wouldn't have much of an effect. To put it bluntly, no matter how strong Feng Xinglan was, he was only a first-realm array master. If he wanted to match a saint, he needed to step into the second realm. If he wanted to match a mighty figure, he needed to step into the third realm. It could be said that, compared to the Cultivation Dao, the Array Dao was already very declining. It's going to be difficult. Qin Yuanbai sighed. The allied forces of the three races had a total of 10 mighty figures. On his side, only Fire Sage was at the 8th level of the heavenly human realm. Such a difference in strength was not ordinary. In that case, he might really have to ask for help from De Zhao in the end. As for the loss of the human race's territory, he wasn't worried. Xiao Qingfeng was overseeing the sacred city. With the other party's strength, it was enough to stop these mere 10 mighty figures. After all, he had also seen Xiao Qingfeng's true strength. Moreover, Qin Shujian was confident that the other party would be overseeing the human race's territory. It was enough to show that his strength had already reached a terrifying level. At least from the looks of it now. In the human race's territory, there should be no one who was Xiao Qingfeng's match. Once the formation is broken, you guys join forces with me to kill as many heavenly humans as possible. Elder Niao will cooperate with Fire Sage to kill a mighty figure. We must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Qin Yuanbai turned his head and said to Nyodali and Fire Sage. The formation couldn't hold on for much longer. If this continued, the formation would definitely be broken. Therefore, what the human race had to do was to take advantage of the moment when the formation was broken before the three races' powerhouses could react and strike first to gain the upper hand. As for the rest, they could put it aside first. This is nothing. Fang Xinglan was confident that victory was in his hands. Elder Fang still has a backup plan? Not only Qin Yuanbai, but even Yin Banqing was stunned. Although they knew that the other party was only a first realm array master, he was already very strong to be able to do this. If there was a backup plan, the two of them didn't believe it. On the other side, Metal Eldar Dongshan destroyed the formation with a punch. Then, a terrifying power rose from his body. Then, he struck out with a palm print. Tens of thousands of feet of golden light erupted with a bang. Wherever the golden light passed, the formation retreated. Don't stay any longer. Let's end this quickly. When the human race's reinforcements arrive, we will definitely lose. Dongshan shouted sternly. He knew that the human race's strength was definitely not strong now. But the problem was, the human race was not fighting alone. The human race also had reinforcements. And the strength of the human race's reinforcements was much stronger than that of the three races. If he were the human race, Dongshan could basically be sure that he would have to ask for reinforcements. Hearing this, the Water Eldar and Wood Eldar's expressions changed. In an instant, the other two races' powerhouses also did their best to attack. In an instant, tens of thousands of feet of huge waves covered the sky and the earth. Countless wood spirits' power emerged, causing the earth to shake. The formation patterns emitted a dazzling light, then quickly dimmed and finally completely shattered. The powerhouses of the three races attacked with all their strength. The formation was destroyed like an avalanche. All of a sudden, the Wood Eldar's power seemed to have touched something, which made the Wood Eldar's expression change drastically. Be careful. There's something underneath. What? The Metal Eldar and Water Eldar's powerhouses were confused. On the city wall of Universe City, Fang Xinglan smiled and said softly, "Now, the formation, rise." After saying this, he made a hand seal. The second formation buried deep underground was activated. In an instant, the stars moved and the universe moved in reverse. More heavenly cycle constellations appeared and meteors fell from the sky. Impossible. How could the human race have such a powerful formation expert besides the Qin Emperor? Seeing the meteors fall, Dongshan's face turned as ugly as Sima's. The threat of the formation was not as simple as the meteors. The universe moved in reverse. It caused the surrounding space to become stagnant. His sense of direction became messed up. Some powerhouses originally wanted to attack the meteors, but in the end they attacked in the opposite direction. The meteors did not hit them. Instead, they killed many of their own people. Then, the meteors fell. His body was smashed, and he was instantly seriously injured. Damn it! What the hell happened? The cultivators of the three races wailed. Inside the formation, there were not many cultivators who died under the attack of the meteors. More of them died in the hands of their own people. Such a change. It caused many people to be shocked. This formation. Qin Yuanbai started to stutter, and the way he looked at Fang Xinglan had completely changed. Was this still the Fang Xinglan he knew, in front of such a formation? Qin Yuanbai felt that he had to kneel. No. It was not a feeling. He would definitely die. Didn't he see that many of the powerhouses of the three races were injured? The power of such a formation was far beyond the limit of a First Realm formation Grandmaster. Yin Banqing said faintly, "Tell me the truth. Did the Qin Emperor give you this formation?" I can't say. Fang Xinglan smiled meaningfully. For this, the others also understood in their hearts. If it was taught by Qin Shujian, then there was no problem. With the other party's means of covering the entire battlefield, his formation Dao cultivation could be said to be extremely high. Inside the Qianyuan sacred ground, Qin Shujian was originally silently cultivating. All of a sudden, He had a bad premonition in his heart. Then, he looked up at the sky and saw a faint blood color surging. The thunder tribulation. Qin Shujian's expression changed drastically. Even if he had never eaten pork, he had never seen a pig run. He had seen many thunder tribulations. Every time an ancient true immortal broke the seal and was born, there would be a thunder tribulation. That kind of destructive aura. Qin Shujian would never forget. Now, although the thunder tribulation above his head was a little thinner, the destructive power was still terrifying. Get out of here quickly. Otherwise, when the thunder tribulation strikes, the Qianyuan realm will definitely be destroyed. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer urged. He did not expect it either. Why would the thunder tribulation suddenly appear? But there was one thing. However, the God-slaying saber was certain. That was, the thunder tribulation was coming for Qin Shujian. As Zhu Bing. His perception was extremely sharp. The aura of the thunder tribulation in the sky had locked onto Qin Shujian. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not have time to think too much. He immediately left the Qianyuan sacred ground and rushed towards the endless mountain range. At this moment, the cultivators of the Liangshan spirit domain all looked up at the blood-colored thunder tribulation in the sky. Everyone's faces were both shocked and puzzled. This blood-colored aura looks a little familiar. What do you mean familiar? When Senior Xianxia appeared, didn't this blood-colored aura appear? Later, when the true immortals of the various clans appeared, didn't this blood-colored aura appear as well? A cultivator was speechless and ridiculed. However, no matter how they thought about it, they could not understand why the blood-colored aura appeared again. The level of the thunder tribulation was too high. These cultivators could not understand too much. But there was one thing. However, they knew about it. That was, the thunder tribulation bred by the blood-colored aura would generally not strike other innocent people. It always had only one target. So, when these people saw the blood-colored thunder tribulation appear, they were not too afraid. Zhongzhou Prefecture. The moment the thunder tribulation appeared, it immediately attracted Emperor Zhao's attention. The thunder tribulation. Emperor Zhao's calm expression also changed. His eyes seemed to have crossed hundreds of millions of miles and directly saw the scene of the Liangshan spirit domain. Then, a puzzled look appeared on Emperor Zhao's face again. How can there be such a weak thunder tribulation? The thunder tribulation had appeared. But the problem was that this thunder tribulation was very weak. Of course, it was weak compared to other thunder tribulations. In fact, although the thunder tribulation of the Liangshan spirit domain was weak, it was enough to threaten a true immortal. At this moment, the thunder tribulation that was originally in the Liangshan spirit domain suddenly disappeared and appeared in the endless mountain range in the next moment. Emperor Zhao pinched his fingers as if he was calculating something. After a while, he shook his head and finally put down his fingers. The thunder tribulation of the rule is hard to calculate after all. However, with the strength of the thunder tribulation of the rule, Emperor Qin should have a high chance of passing it. Emperor Zhao thought to himself. He had no intention of getting involved. Because this was the thunder tribulation of the rule. Anyone who wanted to get involved would attract a more powerful thunder tribulation of the rule. When that time came, both sides would die together. In the endless mountain range, Qin Shujian looked at the blood-colored sky above his head and his face was very ugly. Why did this thunder tribulation of the rule suddenly target me? He was racking his brains. He did not understand why the thunder tribulation of the rule would descend on him. After saying that, Godslayer said faintly, "Did you break the oath of the rule?" How can Qin Shujian wanted to refute? However, as soon as he opened his mouth, his face immediately stiffened. In his life, he had not made many oaths of the rule. The oaths of the rule of the Heavenly Pattern Island had been completed. As for the oaths of the rule to persuade the various clans to help, it would take at least 100 years to strike. After thinking about it, there was only the oaths of the rule of the 10,000 race battlefield. Qin Shujian was sure. He did not personally make a move on the 10,000 race battlefield. However, He had taken advantage of some loopholes. For example, he had given out some formations. F***ck. Qin Shujian cursed inwardly. When he thought of this possibility, his heart palpitated slightly. He was basically certain that this was the reason for the thunder tribulation of the rule. Godslayer said, "Did you do something to the 10,000 race battlefield?" He was not stupid. From the change in Qin Shujian's expression and the thunder tribulation of the rule in front of him, he had deduced something. Hearing this, Qin Shujian replied in a muffled voice, "I didn't do anything. I just left some formations in the 10,000 race battlefield as a backup." "Then you're in trouble," Godslayer said in a pitiful tone, "You're obviously taking advantage of the loophole of the rule oath." "No, you've already violated the rule oath, but because you didn't really make a move, the thunder tribulation of the rule isn't considered powerful. This thunder tribulation will be a warning as long as you can survive it. The warning thunder tribulation of the rule would not continue to strike until the cultivator died under the thunder tribulation. However, this kind of thunder tribulation was equally powerful. If he could survive this tribulation, it would naturally be a warning. But if he couldn't survive it, that would also kill him." Qin Shujian's face darkened. He couldn't be bothered to respond to Godslayer's words now. Because the blood-colored thunder tribulation in the sky had been gestating for so long and had finally completed its gestation. Boom, the blood-colored thunder tribulation fell, shattering the void wherever it passed. The aura of destruction. It then covered thousands of miles. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, power rule, alchemy rule, casting rule, array rule. At this moment, Qin Shujian revealed all his trump cards. Boom, an aura as vast as the abyss spread out like a hurricane. Qin Shujian took out Godslayer from his sea of consciousness and then slashed fiercely at the sky. Just one slash, the void was turned into dust. The terrifying saber light collided with the blood-colored thunder tribulation. Then, the blood-colored thunder tribulation was directly torn apart, and the saber light sank into the blood-colored tribulation cloud in the sky. In an instant, the blood-colored tribulation cloud surged violently. An even more powerful aura overflowed from it. Not good. Such a change made Godslayer cry out in alarm. Qin Shujian's heart sank. What happened? The tribulation cloud of the rule thunder tribulation cannot be attacked. Otherwise, heaven and earth will think that you are provoking it. This will increase the power of the rule thunder tribulation. You have to be careful, Godslayer said at an extremely fast speed. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's face turned green. You should have said so earlier. He thought that if the blood-colored tribulation cloud was shattered, the rule thunder tribulation would naturally pass. So, the tribulation cloud could not be struck, Godslayer said. The rule thunder tribulation is the punishment of heaven and earth. Just like when your father hits you, if you resist, then you will be committing treason. Qin Shujian was speechless. It turned out that the rule thunder tribulation was like a father hitting his son. Resisting was unfilial, so he could only obediently accept it. A moment later, Qin Shujian said faintly, "Didn't they say that even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs? Why would the rule thunder tribulation kill people?" At this moment, the power brewing in the tribulation cloud finally reached a limit, and in the end, it struck down with a loud bang. Boom! The myriad tribes battlefield. The cultivators of the three clans in the human territory had been trapped in the formation for a long time. However, this formation was set up by Feng Xinglan after all. It was not an easy task to trap the Almighty. The effect of the universe reversal was very useful at first. But as time passed, he gradually got used to it. The Qin Emperor's array skills are really amazing. If this formation was personally set up by the Qin Emperor, I'm afraid that in an instant, it would be able to completely annihilate the army of the three clans. Feng Xinglan secretly sighed. He felt that it was a pity. It was a pity that this formation was set up by him, and his strength was not enough. If the Qin Emperor had personally set it up, the army of the three clans was nothing to worry about. This time, Qin Yuanbai did not voice out his own judgment. Instead, he looked at Feng Xinglan and said, "Elder Feng, How long can the formation last? It can't hold on for long. Fang Xinglan shook his head. No matter how powerful the formation was, there was a limit. Wait for me to activate the last move. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Xinglan cast a seal. The formation patterns hidden deep in the ground were completely activated. Terrifying power gathered together, and in the next moment, it exploded with a loud bang. At this moment, the cultivators of the three clans were destroying the formation patterns and the meteorite attacks. They did not have time to be distracted by other things. No one would have thought. Behind the second layer of the formation, there was a third layer of the destruction formation. So, the explosion of the Great Formation completely engulfed all the cultivators of the three clans. Boom, the destructive power exploded with a loud bang. Under the impact of this power, even the void was directly torn apart. The almighties of the three clans were the first to bear the brunt. Dongshin's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he condensed the gold spirit energy of heaven and earth to himself, turning it into a solid shield to protect himself. Then, a terrifying power came crashing over. The gold spirit shield shook violently, and in an instant, it was cracked by the impact. In the next moment, Dongshin flew out horizontally. The cultivators of the four cities were speechless at this moment. Everyone's gaze fell on the area where the formation exploded in front of him. At that moment, they saw flesh and blood flying everywhere, and also saw the Almighty's bleeding. That destructive power. It made everyone's heart palpitate. Inside the sacred city, Xiao Qingfeng walked out of the city lord's mansion, and his gaze directly saw the scene outside Yu City. This is the Qin Emperor's method. How dare he do this? Xiao Qingfeng's expression was somewhat stunned. He did not expect Qin Shujian dared to do this under the condition that he had made an oath of the rules. There was no reason for it. Xiao Qingfeng was somewhat in awe. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that the other party dared to provoke the thunder tribulation of the rules, he was very impressed. At least, even with his identity as a mortal Haotsong in his previous life, he did not have the confidence to provoke the thunder tribulation of the rules. Because in the face of the real thunder tribulation of the rules, even a 9th-level immortal would fall. If one could not become above the rules, there was no way to go against the thunder tribulation of the rules. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingfeng suddenly wanted to go back and take a look. He took advantage of a loophole, and he directly violated the oath of the rules. If it was a loophole, that would be fine. If it directly violated the oath of the rules, the thunder tribulation of the rules would have already descended. Going back at this time, maybe he could see Qin Shujian for the last time. Forget it, since he dared to do this, he should have the confidence. After all, the Qin Emperor has the existence above the rules behind him. Xiao Qingfeng thought of the scene in the long river of time and felt relieved. With the other party's foundation, he might really have the possibility to go against the thunder tribulation of the rules. Qin Shujian dared to do this. That was why he was so confident. Xiao Qingfeng was no longer worried about this. I'm afraid the 5 elements Eldar is going to be destroyed. Looking in the direction of Yu City, he felt a little pity. 2 of the 5 elements Eldar had already been destroyed. Maybe under this great tribulation, the other 3 clans would also be destroyed. No matter what. The 5 elements Eldar were all clans that had existed since the birth of heaven and earth. It would be a pity if they were gone like this. Later, Xiao Qingfeng returned to the city lord's mansion and no longer paid attention to this matter. In his opinion, there was no suspense in this battle. Outside Yu City, the aftermath of the destruction gradually subsided. More than half of the allied forces of the 3 clans had fallen. Of the 10 powerful experts, 5 were directly killed, 3 were seriously injured, and the remaining 2 were still intact, only suffering some minor injuries. This result, it was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Kill the powerful experts first, Qin Yuanbai shouted. The next moment, he stepped into the air and charged toward one of the golden Eldar celestials. At the same time, the celestials of the Qianyuan sacred ground all attacked. The goal of a transcendent was only to be transcendent. The goal of a saint was only to be a saint. As for the powerful experts, they were killed by Fire Sage and Niu Dali. The reason for Niu Dali's attack was very simple. Because he was an expert at the peak of the saint realm. If he sneak attacked a severely injured powerful expert, he had a high chance of success. In this case, every time the three clans lost a powerful expert, it would increase the human race's chances of winning. A golden Eldar had just been hit by the aftermath of the explosion and was about to recover when he saw a big man with two horns on his head charging toward him. Seeing this, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on this powerful expert's face. A mere saint dares to attack me? You're courting death. He was seriously injured by the explosion of the array. This had already made this golden Eldar furious. At this time, Niu Dali was right at the muzzle. One had to know. At his peak, he was an expert in the 8th tier of the celestial realm. Even if he was seriously injured now, he was not someone a saint realm cultivator could easily deal with. Boom, the power of the golden spirit condensed into a long blade and instantly cut through the sky. Niu Dali threw out a simple punch, but it seemed to suppress the void and the sky. An indistinct shadow condensed. Then, a shocking roar came out. Roar. The terrifying roar completely shattered the golden spirit long blade. Then, Niu Dali's fist directly bombarded the golden Eldar's body. The terrifying power blasted his body into a bloody mist that scattered all over the sky. A powerful expert had fallen. It completely shocked the other cultivators. The way they looked at Niu Dali was also completely different. An almighty expert. Even if it was a severely injured powerful expert, his strength was still extremely powerful. But even so, he was still killed by the person in front of him with a punch. Such a change. Naturally, it shocked the others. So weak. Niu Dali touched his own horns, his face a little stunned. He thought that the other party's strength should be very strong since he talked so big. Even Niu Dali had thought about how to escape if he couldn't beat him. Xianxia wouldn't blame him. In the end, the other party talked big, but his strength was pitifully weak. He couldn't even take a punch from Niu Dali. Niu Dali found that he seemed to have worried for nothing. Then, his eyes fell on Dongshen. Among the remaining powerful experts, the other party revealed the strongest killing intent. So, Niu Dali had to pay attention. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Strike later and you'll suffer. As the cave master of the Ox Demon Cave, Niu Dali was very clear about this. So, without waiting for Dongshen to speak, he attacked the other party first. If it was in the past, Niu Dali didn't dare to attack a powerful expert like that. But the powerful expert who had just died gave him a lot of confidence. All of a sudden, this green ox found that his strength seemed to be very strong. Although he wasn't as strong as Xianxia, but he was still very strong. He punched. The same shadow condensed and the same roar came out. Beneath that roar, Yizichen shouted. Dongshen discovered that his spirit god's flesh and blood had been frozen. It was as if he had encountered a supreme existence. Until now. Only now did he truly understand why that Almighty had died so quickly. You can't kill me. Dongshen was furious. He exerted all the power of the 9th level celestial being and forcibly expelled the shock. Then, he punched out. Boom, the two fists collided. His skin cracked and his flesh burst open. Dongshen was sent flying with a look of shock. It wasn't until he landed and coughed up blood that he recovered from the shock. When he looked at Niu Dali again, his eyes were filled with horror. You're not a saint. You're a hidden powerful expert. Such strength. It was impossible for a saint cultivator to have it. Niu Dali habitually touched his horns and said with a silly smile, "It seems that your strength isn't that good." Hearing that, Dongshen's face suddenly turned gloomy. The next moment, the phantom of the long river of rules surged. A vast domain came crashing down. Domain of the powerful expert. Niu Dali felt the stagnant space around him, and his expression changed a little. Whether you're a saint or a powerful expert, you'll die today. Dongshen's eyes were cold. All the gold spiritual power in the world was drawn by him, and finally, it turned into a long blade that emitted endless sharpness. As soon as the long blade was drawn, the overflowing blade energy had already torn the space. The next moment, he directly slashed at the bull demon in front of him. Facing this blade, Niao Dali had a great warning in his heart. When his heart beat violently, it seemed that something was awakening in his body. Then, he transformed into the original body of the green bull and forcibly broke through the shackles of the domain. His forehooves stomped on the sky and suppressed Dongshin. Boom, the long blade collided with the bull's hooves and then shattered. The bull's hooves fell. The void collapsed. The power that was enough to suppress the world for eternity completely imprisoned Dongshin in place. Then, the bull's hooves fell on his body in his horrified gaze. Boom, the moment the bull's hooves fell, Dongshin's body shattered like porcelain. The moment his body shattered, before the spirit god could escape, he was completely obliterated by this terrible power. At this point, the only 9th-level Heaven Realm expert of the Gold Eldar had fallen. Dongshin's death made the powerful experts of the 3 clans look horrified. Retreat. At this point, the remaining experts did not dare to fight and retreated out of the human territory. Inside the endless mountain range, the thunder tribulation of rules disappeared. Only Qin Shujian's body collapsed. He lay weakly on the ground, gasping for breath. P.S. Something came up yesterday and I went back to my hometown. The high-speed train will take me back from my hometown, Yangjiang, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lying on the ground, his broken body was recovering. The remaining power of the thunder tribulation raged on his body, causing the recovery speed to slow down a lot. Qin Shujian didn't do anything. He just wanted to be quiet. Ever since he broke through to the 8th level of the celestial being, it was the first time Qin Shujian had encountered such a blow. Although he understood the power of the thunder tribulation, he had never really tried it. With his current strength, there were only a few perfected immortals in the 4 major continents who could pose a threat to him. Although some things were not said out loud, Qin Shujian was still quite complacent. It was just that, the nomological lightning tribulation just now taught him a good lesson about how to conduct himself. It made him understand. Even the weakest thunder tribulation was not comparable to ordinary perfected immortals in terms of power. In front of heaven and earth, he was still too weak. Sigh. Qin Shujian sighed heavily. He looked at the clear sky with a complicated expression on his face. He was so close. He almost died under the thunder tribulation. He had been in the pugilistic world for so many years. Qin Shujian had never encountered such a great danger. I still can't make an oath casually. The consequences are extraordinarily serious. He finally understood. Why were so many people afraid of the oath and didn't dare to violate it, such a thunder tribulation? If it were a demon emperor, he would probably have already knelt. An expert who could resist it. Perhaps only the Zhao emperor could do it. However, Qin Shujian also couldn't understand something. Senior, you said that the power of the thunder tribulation was very ordinary at first. Why did it become stronger later? Could it be that the thunder tribulation also becomes stronger with the passage of time? It depends on the situation. Generally, it won't. The power of the thunder tribulation rarely changes, but we can't rule out this possibility. Godslayer's words also sounded like he had survived a disaster. It was too tragic. Under the thunder tribulation, Zhu Bing was also trembling. Because between heaven and earth, Zhu Bing's greatest threat was the thunder tribulation. From ancient times until now, countless Zhu Bing had been destroyed by the thunder tribulation. So, Godslayer also felt fear when facing the lightning tribulation of laws. Fortunately, this time, the might of the lightning tribulation wasn't too strong. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Hearing this answer, Qin Shujian did not continue to ask. It was no longer important as to why the lightning tribulation had become stronger. What was important was, he had survived. More importantly, the lightning tribulation had also disappeared. At this moment, Qin Shujian was lying on the ground, too lazy to move. He allowed his body to recover on its own. However, his thoughts had already drifted to the inside of the 10,000 races battlefield. Did I leave anything behind? I don't think so. He just placed some formations in the human race's territory. I wonder if Fang Xinglan activated all of the formations in this battle, or if he still left a portion behind. It would be fine if he triggered all of them, but if he only triggered a portion of them, wouldn't that mean that the next time he triggered them, there would be more lightning tribulations descending? He thought of this possibility. Qin Shujian's face also turned pale. Experiencing the nomological lightning tribulation once was enough. There was no need to experience so many times. He had already made his decision. After he recovered this time, he would completely remove all the formations in the 10,000 races battlefield. In this way, this would avoid the possibility of the lightning tribulation descending again. Half a day later, Qin Shujian struggled to get up. Then, he took out the hallow pill from the heaven board and swallowed it. He swallowed 3 hallow pills in a row. His injuries, which had already healed, were completely healed. Western Prefecture. Gold Eldar, Water Eldar, Wood Eldar. At this moment, powerful auras erupted from the territories of the 3 clans. The emperors of the 3 clans directly descended on the human territory. Terrifying auras. They were already wreaking havoc in the human territory. In the human territory. When all the cultivators saw the indifferent expressions of the emperors of the 3 clans, they could not help but feel fear in their hearts. Soon, Huazhan walked out of the East City and looked at the emperors of the 3 clans. He said solemnly, "Why did you suddenly come to the human territory?" When he came out, he had already sent a message back. But even so, Huazhan also felt great fear in his heart. The emperor in front of him. The weakest was a terrifying existence at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Moreover, to be able to become the emperor of a clan, his strength was also extremely powerful. Although he was at the 10th level of the celestial being realm, his true combat strength was not weaker than an ordinary nirvana realm cultivator. In front of such a powerhouse, it was difficult for Huazhan not to be afraid. Gold Ling Huang said coldly, "Ben Huang needs an explanation from the human race." In the battle of the 10,000 races battlefield, Gold Eldar suffered the most losses. The only powerhouse at the 9th level of the celestial being realm had fallen. Many of his clansmen had also gone in. This matter. Gold Ling Huang was extremely furious. However, Gold Ling Huang was furious. Water Ling Huang and Wood Ling Huang did not look any better. They were basically sure. The formations in the human domain were definitely not the work of ordinary human cultivators. It was also because of this. That was why the emperors of the several clans dared to come over and denounce him. Buzz, a powerful aura crushed the heavens. Qin Shujian walked out with his hands behind his back. He looked at Gold Ling Huang and said indifferently, "Gold Ling Huang, what explanation do you need from the human race?" "Emperor Qin, you were the one who left the formation in the human territory, right?" Water Ling Huang said coldly. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. "Does Ben Huang need to explain who left the formation to you? If you can't afford to play, then don't play. If you leave the 10,000 races battlefield now and seal the secret realm, you might still have a chance of survival. If you lose, come here and denounce us. Do you really think that Ben Huang is afraid of you?" Arrogant words. The 3 of them were furious. If possible, they wanted to attack directly. However, considering Qin Shujian's strength, the emperors of the 3 races forcefully suppressed their anger. Gold Ling Huang shouted in a deep voice, "Emperor Qin, let's not beat around the bush. During the meeting of the 10,000 races, all parties have already made an oath to not interfere in the matters of the 10,000 races battlefield. You're breaking the oath now. Do you think I can break it just because you said so?" Qin Shujian sneered. "Breaking the oath? Why didn't I see the thunder tribulation strike Ben Huang to death? Don't worry about it. Even if Ben Huang broke the oath, it's a matter of heaven and earth. What does it have to do with you? It's still the same sentence. If you can't afford to play, then hurry up and get lost. It's fine if the alliance army of the 3 races attacked the human race, but after losing, you still dare to come over and bare your fangs and brandish your claws. Do you really think you're great? Emperor Qin, get lost. Qin Shujian opened the human emperor fan and waved it forward casually. Boom, boundless astral winds erupted and instantly engulfed Gold Spirit Emperor and the other two. In an instant, the three of them had already broken through the void and disappeared on the spot. 1,000,000 miles away, the emperors of the three races fell from the void. Their bodies had already collapsed, and blood splattered all over the ground. They looked extremely miserable. If there's a next time, Ben Huang will crush you to death. The indifferent words entered their ears, causing their expressions to turn ugly. However, their ugly expressions. It was also mixed with a trace of ghastly white. Without fighting, one wouldn't know how big the gap between the two sides was. Until now. Only then did Gold Ling Huang understand how big the gap between him and Qin Shujian was. The other party only used a simple fan to fan him, and not only could he fan him 1,000,000 miles away, but he also suffered serious injuries. In other words, if Qin Shujian wanted to crush him to death, it would definitely not take much effort. Such a fact. It made Gold Ling Huang feel a sense of humiliation. He didn't even look at Gold Ling Huang and Gold Ling Huang. He turned around and left. This battle. No, this wasn't a battle at all. If this matter spread out, Gold Eldar's face would be completely lost. Gold Ling Huang had already made up his mind. As long as he didn't become an immortal, he wouldn't appear in front of Qin Shujian. As for his departure, Gold Ling Huang and Gold Ling Huang didn't stop him. The two of them were also in a daze. It seemed that they hadn't recovered from what had just happened. After a long time, Gold Ling Huang and Gold Ling Huang looked at each other. They didn't say anything and also left. In the territory of the human race, Qin Shujian slowly fanned himself with the folding fan in his hand. He turned his head to look at Huazhan, who was in a daze. Next time, if there are such idiots, don't send a message to Ben Huang. Just ask Emperor Zhao to come out and kill them. After that. Then, he stepped into the void and disappeared. This lowly official obeys. Huazhan stuttered as he replied. Strong beyond belief. Such strength made Huazhan feel that the emperors of the three races were like toddlers who had just learned to walk in front of Emperor Qin. The difference was huge. It was already beyond his imagination. Emperor Qin hasn't become an immortal yet. He's also a celestial being. The difference is too big. Huazhan took a deep breath. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. He suddenly felt pity for the emperors of the three races. Such a blow. It would probably make them unable to recover from it. As for the other cultivators in the territory of the human race, after seeing this scene, they were also stunned. Emperor Qin is so strong. Too strong. Now, they didn't know what words to use to describe it. Anyway, he was strong. He was so strong that there was no end to it. Although these people had long known that Qin Shujian was terrifyingly powerful, every time they saw him attack, they were still shocked. They left the territory of the human race. Qin Shujian returned to the East Continent. He was too lazy to enter the 10,000 races battlefield. He only sent the message of dismantling the formation to Fang Xinglan. On the 10,000 races battlefield. In the territory of the human race. With the eruption of Niu Dali and the death of Dong Shen, the remaining mighty figures of the three races fled. At the same time, the other cultivators of the three races were also defeated. Kill. Damn it, we can't let them escape. They're all merit points. Chase them, chase them. I see a heavily injured divine martial artist. The players of the East Continent went completely crazy. For them, these fleeing cultivators of the three races were all experience points and merit points. Killing one was a gain. If he could kill a few more, he would make a huge profit. More importantly, now that they were defeated, they didn't have any intention to resist at all, so it was even easier to hunt them down. An energy sword slashed through the air and directly stopped a water Eldar cultivator. Kill him. Lu Qinghong's expression was cold, and the sword in his hand emitted a bone-piercing cold light. At this moment, the other players in the team also surrounded the water Eldar cultivator in front of him. Scram. That water Eldar cultivator was furious. He only wanted to escape now. Because the human race was too strong. If he stayed here, he would definitely die. However, although the human race was strong, it didn't mean that everyone was strong. The ones who stopped him were only a few spiritual God realm cultivators. No, there were also true martial realm cultivators. In the eyes of this water Eldar cultivator, such strength was not a threat at all. If it was in the past, he would have killed them long ago. But now, the water Eldar cultivator couldn't be bothered to fight. He just shattered the energy sword with a palm strike. Then, he stood up in the air and wanted to fly towards the sky. You want to fly? Dream on. Chao Hong sneered. His long saber slashed down with a force that could split Mount Hua. Mid-grade spiritual artifact. It was compatible with the martial arts he cultivated. The power of this saber strike made the water Eldar cultivator fearful. There was no surprise. He had just flown into the sky when he was forcefully suppressed. Then, the other players in the team all attacked at the same time. One of the players waved his palm, and a green mist instantly swept over. Caught off guard. The water Eldar cultivator directly breathed in the green mist. It's poisonous. That cultivator's expression changed. At this moment, all kinds of attacks bombarded over. 15 minutes later, the water Eldar cultivator's broken body fell to the ground. Airborne realm cultivators are really difficult to kill. Lu Qinghong wiped the sweat off his forehead, and his chest was slightly panting. So many people joined forces. Furthermore, he was only able to kill an airborne realm cultivator who had been scared out of his wits after giving it his all. In other words, if the other party was not frightened by the battle just now and attacked seriously, they would even be killed. Then, Lu Qinghong looked at Lu Qingqing on the side and said, "Put away the body and wait until the matter is over before distributing it." Okay. Lu Qingqing nodded, and then used the storage ring to put away the water Eldar's body. Fortunately, the water Eldar's body was not big, so it was not a problem to put away the storage ring. For this, the others did not have any objections. Soon, the players in the team targeted another foreign cultivator. In this battle, the human race could be said to be flourishing. A formation killed more than half of the cultivators of the three races, and many powerful experts fell. In the end, Niao Dali killed Dong Shen, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back. So, the 10,000 races were defeated. The cultivators who had completely lost their morale had no intention of fighting at all. In comparison, the morale of the human race was high. Many of the weaker humans were able to kill the foreign cultivators who were more powerful than them. Buzz, the long sword cut through the void and killed a gold Eldar cultivator at lightning speed. Ningbo skillfully put away the corpse and then stared at the next target. Let's kill a few more and gather 100 merit points first. He glanced at the storage ring and saw that there were already 6 corpses lying inside. After breaking through the spirit martial realm, he received guidance from Qin Shujian again. Ningbo had made great progress in swordsmanship. That swordsmanship, it could directly kill ordinary airborne realm cultivators. Moreover, he also knew how strong he was. When he attacked, he only chose the right opponent and tried his best to kill with one sword strike. Boom! Shadow Ghost screamed as his body was cut in half by the ancient bronze sword. The powerful sword energy remained in his body. After his body was shattered, Shadow Ghost's spirit deity escaped from his body and was attacked by the sword energy again. After he resisted the sword energy, the spirit deity was already extremely weak. At this point, Shadow Ghost didn't dare to stay any longer and directly urged the spirit deity to leave. Boom! The sword energy cut through the sky and directly annihilated the weak spirit deity. At this point, the first mighty figure of the Shadow Clan had fallen. The Shadow Clan is only SOSO. Xiang looked at the other 3 mighty figures of the Shadow Clan with a cold smile on his face. Hearing this, the 3 mighty figures of the Shadow Clan had gloomy expressions. Yingmei was even more shocked. Xi Yang's strength made him feel a great deal of pressure. Especially the fall of Shadow Ghost, it was even more so. Such strength. To be honest, it was not much worse than the emperor of a clan. While he was shocked, Ingmei sneered and said, "Xiang, you brought people to attack my shadow clan. I'm afraid that the human territory has already been conquered by the five elements Eldar." "What do you mean by that?" Xiang frowned. Ingmei said, "Don't you find it strange that until now, our shadow clan hasn't sent any reinforcements? It's very simple. The five elements Eldar has already attacked the human territory with all their strength. After such a long time, I'm afraid that the human race has already lost many cities." Hearing this, Xiang's heart froze. If Ingmei hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have thought that the Shadow Clan's reinforcements would attack the human territory instead of coming to support the Shadow Clan. Such an approach. It was indeed unexpected. However, Xiang wasn't too shocked. So what if they attacked the human territory? There was still Xiao Chimfeng guarding the human territory. As for the former Marquis of Bayun, Xiang also had a great fear in his heart. He had once asked Emperor Zhao what level Xiao Chimfeng's strength had reached. And the answer he got was, among the heavenly beings, Emperor Qin was first, and Xiao Chimfeng was second. Regarding this, Xiang already had an estimate in his heart. Seeing his silence, Ingmei thought that Xiang was already afraid and couldn't help but say again, "It may not be too late for the human race to retreat now. Otherwise, if you continue to fight, even if you take down the Shadow Clan, you will suffer more losses. And, from the looks of it, you may not be able to take down the Shadow Clan." Although Shadow Ghost had been killed. But in reality, Xiang had also consumed a lot of energy. They were both powerful figures. Ingmei's perception was extremely sharp. As for the original plan of entangling the human race and giving the five elements Eldar a chance to take down the human territory, he didn't plan to do so. Because until now, the Shadow Clan had already suffered a great loss. If they really continued to fight to the death, the Shadow Clan's losses would definitely be greater. When that time came, even if the five elements Eldar took down the entire human race, it had nothing to do with the Shadow Clan. Although they were allies. Allies didn't mean that they were completely on the same side. When that time really came, it wasn't impossible for the five elements Eldar to stab himself with a knife. So, Ingmei now wanted the human race to retreat and didn't want to get involved in other things. Hearing this, Xiang sneered, "My human race's foundation is not something you can understand. The five elements spirit race also wants to break into my human race's territory. If this is the basis of your Shadow Clan's confidence, then I don't need to waste my time." After saying this, the ancient bronze sword had already erupted with a strong sword chi. Seeing this, Ingmei's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect that Xiang would still be indifferent after hearing this news. This matter. Ingmei wasn't sure if the other party was really like this or just deliberately mystifying things. But, at this moment, Xiang didn't retreat, which meant that the Shadow Clan might be in a critical situation. Right now, in the Shadow Clan, the human race was already in full swing with the Shadow Clan cultivators. In terms of top combat strength, the human race was much stronger than the Shadow Clan. The only four powerful figures had all been blocked by Xiang, and the strongest remaining were the Saint cultivators. Su Zhan and Dan Hao. They were all almighty level experts. When the two of them attacked, almost all the Saint cultivators of the Shadow Clan were taken care of. As for the ordinary Celestials, that was even less of a problem. Moreover, the Great Zhou army could form a military formation. The millions of soldiers were well trained and could attack and retreat in a battle. The scattered cultivators of the Shadow Clan couldn't compare to them at all. If the Shadow Clan still had any advantage, it was probably their ghostly killing methods. But within the military formation, blood and chi soared to the heavens. Although the Shadow Clan could kill and injure some human cultivators, most of them were still killed by the human cultivators. Therefore, from the start of the battle until now, many human cultivators had died, and the Shadow Clan cultivators had suffered even heavier losses. Kill. A human cultivator dodged a sudden shadow stab with a step and slashed at the Shadow Clan cultivator in front of him with a ferocious expression. All of a sudden, the Shadow Clan cultivator in front of him disappeared, and a long black blade pierced through the human cultivator's chest. The intense pain caused the human cultivator's face to twist. However, he didn't fall to the ground. Because of this, instead, he turned his hand and stabbed the Shadow Clan cultivator behind him. As the Shadow Clan cultivator fell, the black saber that was stuck in his chest had already slowly disappeared. Instantly, that human cultivator clutched his chest, blood gushing out from between his fingers as he gasped for breath. "Old Zhao, are you dead?" Beside him, a human cultivator laughed as he killed a Shadow Clan cultivator. Then, he looked at that human cultivator with concern in his eyes. Hearing that, Old Zhao forced a smile and scolded, "Scram! How can a puny Shadow Clan cultivator take my life? Seeing that you're still full of energy, you won't die." "I won't die." Old Zhao grimaced in pain. A cultivator's powerful healing ability was slowly healing his physical injuries. That blade just now, it had completely grazed his heart. If it had been just a little bit more, it would have been a fatal wound. Thinking back to the moment of life and death just now, Old Zhao's aura fluctuated slightly, and at this moment, he became even stronger. "You broke through to the outer aura realm." The human cultivator who spoke earlier was astonished. "I was lucky to break through." "Hee, this round of injuries wasn't a loss." Old Zhao laughed. After swallowing a pill to recover, he immediately aimed at the next Shadow Clan cultivator and charged over with his blade. In a battle of life and death, some humans broke through their previous shackles and reached a higher level. But there were also humans who fell under the blade of the Shadow Clan. Boom, a powerful Shadow Clan cultivator self-destructed. The terrifying power caused Xianxia to cough up blood as he retreated. After the first powerful Shadow Clan cultivator self-destructed, several more Shadow Clan cultivators self-destructed, causing the human cultivators to suffer heavy injuries. Yingmei shouted loudly, "Retreat!" Then, the Shadow Clan cultivators retreated. In the end, the Shadow Clan didn't have any way to resist the humans' attack. So, Yingmei could only cut off part of the territory and shrink the Shadow Clan's territory. At the same time, one by one, the Shadow Clan cultivators leapt up and exploded in the air, turning into black shadows. In the end, a vast canopy covered half of the Shadow Clan's territory, completely isolating the human cultivators. Shadow Canopy, this was the Shadow Clan's life-saving method. Every time it was used, many Shadow Clan cultivators would die as the price. Unless they had no other choice, the Shadow Clan wouldn't use the Shadow Canopy. And the Shadow Canopy was also extremely powerful. Even if a powerful cultivator wanted to break it, it wouldn't be an easy task. As the canopy formed, tens of millions of Shadow Clan cultivators self-destructed and died. "Crown Prince, what should we do now?" Dan Hao rose into the air. His current appearance was a bit wasteful. The battle just now, Dan Hao was blasted in the face by a Saint cultivator's self-destruction. It was inevitable that he would be injured. Hearing this, Xianxia shook his head and said, "The Shadow Canopy has formed. Unless an emperor personally makes a move, there's no hope of breaking it even with the help of Zhu Bing. Let's ignore it for now." It was impossible for an emperor to make a move. As for Zhu Bing, the only Zhu Bing that could be used were the two Zhu Bing in Xiao Qingfeng's hands. However, the other party obviously wouldn't make a move easily. In this way, the Shadow Clan's Shadow Canopy had no hope of breaking it in a short period of time. In Shi Yang's opinion, this didn't have much to do with it. Even though the Shadow Canopy couldn't be broken, the human clan had occupied half of the Shadow Clan's territory. They had already achieved their goal of plundering the general trend of heaven and earth. More importantly, once the Shadow Canopy was set up, the Shadow Clan wouldn't easily break it. After all, the protective barrier was finally set up at the cost of the lives of tens of millions of clansmen. If it was easily broken, then the Shadow Clan would suffer a great loss. In other words, the human clan occupied the Shadow Clan's territory in a short period of time. They didn't need to worry about the Shadow Clan stabbing them in the back. "Pass down my order. Immediately send people over to build a teleportation gate." In addition, clear out the remaining Shadow Clan members here and turn all these cities into ours. Xianxia decisively gave the order. The cities were ready-made. In the battle just now, not many cities were damaged. In this way, the human clan had basically made a profit for free. They only needed to send people to check the cities inside and out and eliminate the backup left by the Shadow Clan. The rest of the matter. It was much simpler. After receiving the order, the human clan cultivators moved into the cities on a large scale. At the same time, they sent people to send a message back to the human clan's territory, asking the formation masters to come over and build a teleportation gate. The entire 10,000 clan battlefield. It was only tens of millions of miles. One teleportation gate was more than enough. It didn't need something as advanced as a teleportation array to connect with the eastern continent. In the human clan's territory. In the territory of the Great Zhao Empire. Duan Sun received Xianxia's message and immediately smiled. The Crown Prince has already conquered half of the Shadow Clan's territory. The remaining Shadow Clan members have already set up the Shadow Canopy. There won't be any threat in the short term. That's great. Yes, after conquering the Shadow Clan, the human clan will definitely be able to occupy more of the world's general trend. The other experts from the Imperial Court all looked excited. This could be said to be the first victory of the human clan. After the excitement, Marquis Yunyang said, the Five Elements Eldar Coalition army has suffered a crushing defeat in the Qianyuan sacred ground. Now the Five Elements Eldar's strength has been greatly reduced. If possible, our next target can be the Five Elements Eldar. I didn't expect the Qianyuan sacred ground to have such a strong cultivator besides the Qin Emperor. Alas! Hearing this, some imperial court cultivators sighed. The battle in the Qianyuan sacred ground. They all saw it with their own eyes. The allied army of the five-element spirit race had 10 powerful people personally taking action. Even the Great Zhao side would not be able to contend against this kind of power, given that Xianxia had left with a portion of the strong people. But what they never expected was such a powerful force directly fell in front of the Qianyuan sacred ground. The army was defeated. More than half of the powerful cultivators had died. Looking at the Qianyuan sacred ground, not a single celestial had died. Such a result. It could be regarded as an unprecedented victory. Duan Sun shook his head and said, it's not appropriate. The Five Elements Eldar was crippled by the Qianyuan sacred ground. At this time, if we attack the Five Elements Eldar, it will inevitably be suspected of robbing the battle achievements. In this way, the relationship between the Great Zhao Empire and the Qianyuan sacred ground will be cracked. And don't forget that the Qin Emperor has a very hot temper. If we really anger him, even the Zhao Emperor may not be able to help. Hearing this, the excitement on the other people's faces lessened a lot. Indeed, the Five Elements Eldar was crippled by the Qianyuan sacred ground. If they really wanted to attack, it wouldn't be their turn. Unless, they wanted to break off with the Qianyuan sacred ground. Fang Yilan said, the biggest reason why the Qianyuan sacred ground was able to defeat the Five Elements Eldar was because of that formation. In my opinion, the Qianyuan sacred ground can't have such a powerful formation master. Grand Secretary Fang, what do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, that formation was probably created by the Qin Emperor. Fang Yilan said in a deep voice. As a second realm array Dao Grandmaster, she could see more things. The formation master of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Excluding the Qin Emperor, there was only Fang Xinglan. As for Fang Xinglan's strength, Fang Yilan knew very well. After all, the formation of the human race had declined and there were only a few formation masters. As a formation master, how could she not have met Fang Xinglan, but with Fang Xinglan's means? He couldn't set up such a powerful formation. Marquis Yunyang frowned and said, all the clans have made an oath that the emperors are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the 10,000 clans battlefield. If the Qin Emperor took action, wouldn't he violate the oath? You'll have to ask General Duan about this. Fang Yilan smiled. Duan Sun's smile faded a little and he said slowly, there's news that not long ago, a thunder tribulation appeared in the spiritual domain of Mount Liang, and then it moved to the Endless Mountains. Also, the five elements Eldar emperors appeared in the human territory and wanted to denounce the Qin emperor. However, the Qin emperor took action and found the five elements Eldar emperors a million miles away, scaring all the emperors away. In that case, it really was the Qin emperor's doing. Fang Yilan nodded. She wasn't too surprised by this result. The only surprise was, it was probably that Qin Shujian really dared to violate the oath and survived the Thunder Tribulation. However, what the others paid more attention to was Duan Sun's last sentence. With one fan, he found the five elements Eldar emperors a million miles away, scaring all of them away. Such strength. People couldn't help but be fascinated by it. At the same time, some of the ideas of the five elements Eldar had been completely dispelled. Picking peaches was fine, but they had to be able to take a beating. If they couldn't even withstand one fan, they could only wait for death. Duan Sun said, "It's enough that we were able to take down the Shadow Clan. The Crown Prince wants you to go to the Shadow Clan's territory and set up a portal there." "That's easy. I'll go there right away." Fang Yilan nodded. After that, Duan Sun went on, "I've sent the news back to the Imperial Court. It won't be long before powerful cultivators head to the Western Province and take over the Shadow Clan's territory. However, the Shadow Clan's defeat and the five elements Eldar's heavy injuries will definitely make the other clans more wary of us humans. In order to avoid sneak attacks from powerful cultivators, we need to send out all the scouts during this period. If anything unusual happens, come back and report it as soon as possible." Xianxia wasn't here. Duan Sun became the person who temporarily gave orders. As one of the five great generals, he was much more proficient than the others when it came to marching, fighting, and deploying troops. In this regard, the others didn't object. Soon, Duan Sun's order was sent out. In the Great Zhao Empire, human cultivators were sent out in large batches to act as spies in the dark. Immediately after that, Fang Yilan also set off for the Shadow Clan's territory. However, she wasn't going alone. Marquis Qianshan, Gu Chongqing, and Marquis Yunyang accompanied her. As a second realm array grandmaster, Fang Yilan was more precious than the average powerful cultivator. At this moment, there might be some forces secretly watching the human cultivators and then looking for the right opportunity to attack and kill them. Therefore, the humans didn't dare to let down their guard. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Marquis Qianshan and Marquis Yunyang's main goal was to escort them in the Shadow Clan's territory. After the Shadow Canopy was set up, the Shadow Clan's tense hearts relaxed a little. Soon, they were depressed again. In this battle, the Shadow Clan suffered a crushing defeat. 2 powerful cultivators fell, and more than a dozen Celestials were killed or injured. Not only that, in the end, the Shadow Canopy was set up, causing the deaths of tens of millions of Shadow Clan members. Of the dozen or so Celestials who died, half of them turned into the energy of the Shadow Canopy. It could be said that the number of cultivators who died in the hands of the humans was not as many as the Shadow Canopy. But, if they didn't set up the Shadow Canopy and continued to fight, the Shadow Clan would suffer more casualties. What they did now was equivalent to cutting off their wrists. Inside the movie city, Ying Mei's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Beside him were the few remaining Celestials of the Shadow Clan. The Dark Shadow Canopy has already been set up. Unless the humans request the assistance of their ancestral armaments, it will be impossible for them to break through the Dark Shadow Canopy. However, if they are to borrow the might of their ancestral armaments, the 10,000 races battlefield will likely be destroyed. Therefore, the probability of the humans sending out Zhu Bing is not high. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Ying Mei calmly analyzed. Now that we have set up the Shadow Canopy, we have a chance to catch our breath. Now, the first thing we need to figure out is how the 5 elements Eldar is doing on the human side. But the problem is, now that the Shadow Canopy is set up, we can't go out. A Shadow Clan Celestial shook his head and said. Hearing this, Ying Mei's face was cold. If we can't go out of the Shadow Canopy, can't we inquire about information from the 4 major continents? This time, if he didn't figure out the matter of the 5 elements Eldar, he felt that he wouldn't feel comfortable no matter what. thinking of the losses in this battle. Ying Mei's heart ached again. P.S. Support the original version, Jidian Chinese networks. I'm really decent. The situation on the 10,000 tribes battlefield was changing rapidly. The human race had conquered half of the Shadow Clan's territory, and the various clans also had victories and defeats. In the midst of the great battle, there was no way to avoid the deaths of living beings. The blood of these fallen creatures seeped into the ground and was gradually absorbed by the divine weapon. Meanwhile, after absorbing the blood of living beings, the divine weapon was also slowly expanding. However, this expansion was very slow. It wasn't something that anyone could detect. But at the same time, it wasn't that no one was able to detect it. The world is expanding. No, the 10,000 tribes battlefield is expanding. Xiao Qingfeng closed his eyes and spread out his perception. Instantly, he discovered these clues. The pressure of the 10,000 tribe battlefield. There was no way to restrict his spiritual perception. Therefore, as long as Xiao Qingfeng willed it, half of the 10,000 tribe battlefield would fall into his perception. Because of this, Xiao Qingfeng could sense that the 10,000 tribe battlefield was expanding, absorbing the blood of 10,000 races to forge a divine weapon. Could it be that the Qin Emperor wants to forge a world-shaking divine weapon? Xiao Qingfeng opened his eyes, and his expression became complicated. The 10,000 tribes battlefield was already very strong. If someone was able to control it, it would be enough even if it was comparable to a 9-seal Dao treasure. However, this was far from the limit of this divine weapon. Xiao Qingfeng found it hard to imagine how powerful this divine weapon would be when it reached its peak. Comparable to Zhu Bing, however, it was hard to say how many tribulations Zhu Bing was comparable to. Xiao Qingfeng did not think too much about this matter. He focused his attention on himself. I've stopped at the 7th layer of the Sky Human stage for quite some time. After another 1 or 2 months of polishing, I will be able to break through to the 8th layer of the Sky Human stage. Judging by the current situation, I should be able to polish my cultivation base to perfection within 3 years. After polishing my realm to perfection, I can break through to the true immortal realm, becoming an immortal in 3 years. This was the goal that Xiao Qingfeng had set for himself. That wasn't right either. This was all part of Xiao Qingfeng's plan. Becoming an immortal in 3 years was his plan. For the reincarnation of immortal monarch Haozong, the leap from diviner to true immortal had never been difficult. It was truly difficult. It was the leap from the 9th level of immortal to the level above the natural order. But the problem was, if one wanted to break through beyond the precepts, one had to lay down a strong enough foundation at every step. In this way, only then would a breakthrough at the last minute become a matter of course. Therefore, the purpose of Xiao Qingfeng's reincarnation was to take a peek at the rules. If it was just for the sake of becoming a true immortal or even recovering the cultivation level of his previous life, there would be no need for him to recultivate. Inside Yu City, the humans began to clean up the battlefield. Although the corpses would return to heaven and earth, there was a prerequisite, and that was that no one picked them up. Once it was picked up by someone, in that case, the corpses would be considered as spoils of war by default. Naturally, there would be no such thing as returning to heaven and earth. The 5 elements Eldar. In the first place, they were born from the 5 elements of heaven and earth. In the end, they developed flesh and blood and became true living beings. In essence, the 5 elemental Eldar was a rare material. A high-level 5 elements Eldar was an even more precious treasure. Therefore, the corpses of the 5 elements Eldar could not be wasted. 5 elements essence. Ling Huayu's eyes turned red. Her original natural and unrestrained attitude had completely disappeared at this time. With the essence of the 5 elements in hand, she was confident that she could forge a powerful divine weapon that was comparable to a Dao artifact. As a Grandmaster forger, there was nothing more exciting than forging a divine weapon. Thinking of this, Ling Huayu suddenly rose into the air, and her voice was directly transmitted. As long as there are 10 corpses of the 5 elements Eldar of the God martial arts realm, no matter what realm, I can forge a top spiritual weapon for free. The power of the spiritual weapon is no less than a 2-seal Dao artifact, and there is no upper limit. If there are corpses of the 5 elements Eldar of the Deva realm, you can also come to me. At that time, we will discuss the specific forging matters. Her voice spread. It covered the entire battlefield. Those human cultivators and players couldn't help but look at Ling Huayu, and then looked at the corpses of the 5 elements Eldar in their hands. Their eyes suddenly became fiery. Top spiritual weapon, this term, which was extremely unfamiliar in the past, was now completely rooted in people's hearts. The reason was, it was because the top spiritual weapon came from the hands of Qin Shujian. At this point, only then did the others know. It turned out that a spiritual weapon could also be comparable to a Dao artifact. This kind of spiritual weapon had a name, which was called a top spiritual weapon. 10 corpses of the god martial arts realm. It was about equivalent to 1,000 merit points. 1,000 merit points could be exchanged for the most basic Dao artifact, which was a 1-seal Dao artifact. The true precious role of a 1-seal Dao artifact was to suppress fate and have the possibility of independent growth. But the problem was, now that the fate of the sects in the world belonged to the Qianyuan sacred ground, it was not very useful for ordinary people to exchange for a Dao artifact. The only function was probably to suppress one's own fate. In this way, the role of a Dao artifact would be reduced a lot. As for the possibility of independent growth, that was even more nonsense. A Dao artifact's growth could easily take thousands of years. After such a long time. Unless one was a true immortal expert, otherwise, one would turn into ashes. So, such a Dao artifact could generally only be used as an inheritance of a family or sect. It was used to bless the younger generation. As for oneself, there was no way to enjoy it too much. In comparison, a top spiritual weapon, which was at least comparable to a 2-seal Dao artifact, was more practical. Moreover, Ling Huayu said that it was at least a 2-seal Dao artifact. If one was lucky, wouldn't it mean that it had the possibility of being comparable to a 3-seal Dao artifact, such a deal? Basically, no one would refuse. After shouting, Ling Huayu landed on the city wall. Yin Banchen coughed and asked, if there are celestial corpses, what kind of magic weapons can Elder Ling forge? Elder Yin, how many celestial corpses do you have? What are their levels? There are 2 golden Eldar celestial corpses. One is at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm, and the other is at the 1st level of the celestial being realm. Yin Bancheng looked at the storage ring and then gave an answer. He had picked up the corpse at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm. Or else, with Yin Bancheng's strength at the 1st level of the celestial being realm, there was no way he could kill a golden Eldar at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm. Hearing this, Ling Huayu suddenly looked a little excited. Elder Yin, if you give these 2 corpses to me, I am confident that I can forge a magic weapon comparable to a 3-seal Dao artifact, or at least a 3-seal Dao artifact. The 3rd level of the celestial being realm was just right. If it was at the saint level, she was not confident that she could forge it. The 3rd level of the celestial being realm. It was the most suitable casting material. Compared to Ling Huayu's excitement, Yin Bancheng's face was slightly stiff. You are confident? That is to say, there is a possibility of failure? Ling Huayu rolled his eyes. Elder Yin, if there is a 100% success rate, it is probably at the level of the Qin Emperor. Besides, even if it is the Qin Emperor who forges a magic weapon, I am afraid that it will not fail. Casting was naturally risky. If the casting failed, it would be a failure. Suddenly, Yin Bancheng hesitated. Ling Huayu said patiently, Elder Yin, think about it carefully. A 1-seal Dao artifact only costs 1,000 merit points, a 2-seal Dao artifact already costs 3,000 merit points, and a 3-seal Dao artifact costs 10,000 merit points. A corpse at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm can only be exchanged for 1,500 merit points. Plus the corpse at the 1st level of the celestial being realm, it is only 2,000 merit points. With such merit points, you can't even exchange for a 2-seal Dao artifact. Now, as long as you give me the corpse, you will have a chance to get a top magic weapon comparable to a 3-seal Dao artifact. Isn't this a good deal? Ling Huayu's words. Yin Bancheng was a little tempted. If that was the case, it was indeed more cost-effective to give the corpse to Ling Huayu to forge a magic weapon. However, the possibility of failure was really a little f***ed up. Yin Banqing looked suspicious. Elder Ling is forging a magic weapon for me for free. I wonder what benefits it will bring you. I have reached a bottleneck. If I forge a magic weapon, there is hope to break through this bottleneck. Ling Huayu didn't hide anything and said calmly. If it was in the past. In the past, she was already at the peak of forging when she was a Grand Master. But with the appearance of the human emperor forging technique, Ling Huayu really knew that breaking through to the Grand Master level was just a new starting point. Just like the Array Grand Master. The Grand Master level of forging was also divided into 3 realms. Now, she was only in the first realm. There were still the second and third realms. According to Ling Huayu's guess, Qin Shujian was very likely in the third realm. It was just that if a Grand Master wanted to break through, in addition to a flash of inspiration, he also needed to forge a large number of magic weapons and gain some experience from it. Hearing that, Yin Banqing also felt relieved in his heart. If that was the case, then it made sense. He wasn't worried about any problems. It was just that Ling Huayu suddenly became so kind that Yin Banqing wanted to know more. The cleaning of the war. It didn't last for very long. Not long after. Everyone cleaned up the corpses. Every battle, no matter how great the victory was, meant that there would be deaths and injuries. For these things, Qin Yuanbai and the others were already very open-minded. Deaths and injuries were inevitable. If any race wanted to rise, they couldn't avoid bloodshed. Now, some people died. In the future, fewer people would die. In the city lord's mansion, Qin Yuanbai said, those cultivators who are seriously injured and can no longer fight, let them choose. If they want to stay in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, they can still stay here. If they want to go back, they can also be escorted back. As for resources, send a batch over every year. At least they won't be disappointed. In the end, Qin Yuanbai added, this is what Emperor Qin wants. I'm just conveying it. That's the best way to do it. Xia Kun nodded. The other elders also didn't raise any objections. After all, these cultivators all fought for the human clan, which was why they ended up in such a situation. It was reasonable. They had to be treated well. Otherwise, the human clan's heart would be broken. Moreover, they didn't want to be kicked out by the Qianyuan sacred ground to fend for themselves if they ended up in such a situation one day. After briefly conveying Qin Shujian's message, Qin Yuanbai said, also, Emperor Qin hopes that Elder Feng will remove all the backup plans he left in the human clan's territory. They can't be used again in the future. What? Fang Xinglan was stunned and then said in confusion, if we do this, then the defense of the Qianyuan sacred ground will be weakened a lot. The victory of this battle. A large part of the reason was the effect of the formation. If all the backup plans of Qin Shujian were removed, then the defensive strength of the Qianyuan sacred ground would be weakened by at least half. Qin Yuanbai coughed lightly. There is news that not long ago, a thunder tribulation appeared in the Liangshan spiritual domain and finally struck down in the Endless Mountains. It is suspected that it was aimed at Emperor Qin. He only said half of these words. But at this time, the others suddenly understood. No wonder Emperor Qin wanted to remove the backup plans. It turned out that he was targeted by the thunder tribulation. Seeing this, Fang Xinglan couldn't say anything more. The defensive strength of the human clan's territory was important, but at the same time, the safety of Qin Shujian was more important. If he was killed by the thunder tribulation, then the Qianyuan sacred ground would be disbanded. And before Emperor Qin was killed by the thunder tribulation, he would probably come to the 10,000 clan battlefield to kill him. I heard that the Great Zhao Empire has already taken half of the Shadow Clan's territory, forcing the Shadow Clan to set up a dark shadow canopy to defend, Qin Yuanbai said. Dark shadow canopy? Some elders looked puzzled. This name was very unfamiliar to them. The Golden Rock King said in a deep voice, the dark shadow canopy is one of the trump cards of the Shadow Clan. It is a powerful defensive means set up at the cost of the lives of many Shadow Clan members. The strength of the Dark Shadow Canopy depends on the strength of the Shadow Clan cultivators sacrificed. I heard that in ancient times, there was a Shadow Clan true immortal who set up the Dark Shadow Canopy. Even if the ancient emperors wanted to break it, it was not an easy task. The people who came out of Tianwen Island. The Golden Rock King had the knowledge of ancient inheritances. Methods like the Dark Shadow Canopy. Unless one had a deep understanding of the Shadow Clan, there were not many cultivators who really knew about it. The Great Zhou Empire had long planned to deal with the Shadow Clan, so they were very familiar with the Dark Shadow Canopy. But on the Qianyuan Sacred Ground side, it was a lot worse. After hearing the Golden Rock King's explanation, the others also had a deep understanding of the Dark Shadow Canopy. Qin Yuanbai nodded and said, "The Dark Shadow Canopy can be put aside for now. Now that most of the 5 elements Eldar have been killed or injured, their strength has weakened a lot. We may be able to take advantage of this opportunity to take down the 5 elements Eldar's territory. Otherwise, if the 5 elements Eldar's strength is weakened, I'm afraid that other clans will target them." The Great Zhou Empire had already taken down half of the Shadow Clan's territory. If the Qianyuan Sacred Ground did not make any progress, it would be a little awkward. So, the 5 elements Eldar's attack on the human clan's territory this time was both a bad and a good thing. At least the Qianyuan Sacred Ground could defeat the 5 elements Eldar. Next, they could take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the 5 elements Eldar in one fell swoop. Attacking the 5 elements Eldar is a good opportunity. Cui Huai nodded, and then his expression became hesitant again. But the problem is that although the 5 elements Eldar's strength is weakened, there are still powerful figures. It won't be easy for us to take them down. Hearing this sentence, the others also felt a little heavy in their hearts. The drawbacks of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground. At this time, they were exposed again. Without enough powerful figures, they could only passively defend and had no opportunity to attack. Cui Huai's words. It was heart-wrenching. Qin Yuanbai pondered for a moment and said, "It's impossible for us to take down all the 5 elements Eldar. In my opinion, it's better to integrate our forces and attack one of the clans with all our strength." Although Nyodali is a saint cultivator, his strength is enough to kill a master in the 9th tier of the Celestial Being Realm. It's no problem for him to lead the attack. With Holy Fire's assistance, none of the 5 elements spirit clans will be able to stop them. That's appropriate. Yin Banqing nodded slightly. The Qianyuan Sacred Ground was not necessarily weak. At the very least, the strength that Nyodali showed in this battle really shocked everyone. It was effortless. He killed God Dong of the Gold Eldar on the spot. Such strength. It was probably not much worse than Xianxia. In this way, the Qianyuan Sacred Ground could be regarded as a force with top powerhouses. The only difference was that there were too few powerful figures, not as many as there were in the Great Zhou Sacred Ground. King of Azure Billows, who had been silent. At this time, he suddenly said, "If we want to attack the 5 elements Eldar, I suggest that we attack the Water Eldar." Why? Qin Yuanbai looked puzzled. King of Azure Billows said, "The 5 elements Eldar basically have means of self-protection. Among them, the Gold Eldar has the Gingjin Sword Realm, which is similar to the Shadow Clan's Dark Shadow Canopy, and has more killing power. It's not easy to break through the Gingjin Sword Realm. As for the Wood Eldar, they have similar means." King of Azure Billows' words. It gave the others a certain understanding of the 5 elements Eldar. Then, Fang Xinglan said in a deep voice, "So the Water Eldar doesn't have means of self-protection?" "Of course the Water Eldar does. I don't know if you've heard of the Chen River, but the first Water Eldar in the world was born in the Chen River. Since then, any spiritual intelligence born in the rivers and seas of the world has been classified as a Water Eldar. Therefore, the Water Eldar's means are similar to the Chen River, which they call the Bitter Sea. Of course, compared with the real Chen River, it's far inferior. But even so, it's not easy for ordinary people to cross the Bitter Sea." King of Azure Billows paused for a moment. Then he said with a faint smile. "However, I, the Eldar, have a 7-sealed Taoist weapon spirit ship, which was refined by a true immortal in the ancient times. Except for the Chen River, no water in the world can stop the spirit ship. Unless the water Eldar has a true immortal who personally set up the bitter sea, it can't stop the spirit ship. The Seven Seal Taoist weapon spirit ship, this was the real trump card of King of Azure Billows. Fan Xinglan asked anxiously, how big is the spirit ship and how many people can it hold? Elder Fang, you should know that a Taoist weapon can freely change its size, so it can hold practitioners. But the more people there are, the more energy it will consume. According to my estimation, the spirit ship can hold 1 million people at most. If it exceeds this number, it may not work. King of Azure Billows gave a conservative estimate. In this regard, the others were also satisfied. It was enough to hold 1 million people. Qin Yuanbai smiled faintly. The main purpose of attacking the Water Eldar is to deal with the Celestial Being practitioners. The Water Eldar below the Celestial Being level is not a problem. But this time we can issue some missions. Anyone above the physical invulnerability realm who is willing to go with the army can go to attack the Water Eldar. Okay. Yin Banqing nodded. The human clan was planning to attack the 5 Elements Eldar. The 5 Elements Eldar. Now they were in a passive state of defense. With the death of Dong Shen, the Gold Eldar's strength had been greatly reduced. So far, there were only 2 celestial beings at the 7th level. At this moment, just as King of Azure Billows said, the Gold Eldar took the initiative to give up part of its territory and then condensed its power to set up the Gingjin Sword Realm, turning this place into a dangerous place except for the Gold Eldar. Similarly, both the Wood Eldar and the Water Eldar were the same. There was no other way. In the 10,000 clan battlefield, if any force entered a weakened state, it would be targeted by other forces. The 5 Elements Eldar. They could be considered a mid-tier race, and the territory they occupied was not small. Judging from the current trend of heaven and earth, the more territory it occupied and the more experts it produced, the stronger the trend of heaven and earth it obtained. The trend of heaven and earth the 5 Elements Eldar controlled was not small. In this case, naturally, many clans and forces had their eyes on the 5 Elements Eldar. In the past, the 5 Elements Eldar was not weak and was a vassal of the Demon Clan. No clan would easily attack. But it was different now. The 5 Elements Eldar's strength had been greatly reduced. Even if they had the Demon Clan's skin, it was useless. In the 10,000 clan battlefield, no matter how strong an ally was, it was only an ally's strength. Whenever a war broke out, it would affect a lot of things. Even if the Demon Clan was strong. At this time, they did not dare to act recklessly. Or else, the situation of this top clan would become difficult. At this moment, the Demon Clan's territory was also preparing their troops. Tianhong was in the main city, listening to the reports of others. After a while, Tianhong said, let's put the 5 Elements Eldar's matter aside. Don't worry too much about it for now. If any clan attacks the 5 Elements Eldar, we have a reason to intervene. We can't fail again. Otherwise, everyone will know that the Demon Clan's strength has been greatly reduced. By then, it will be more difficult for our clan to advance further. During this time, Tianhong was also under a lot of pressure. The main reason was, it was because the Demon Clan's army had failed to attack the Illusory tribe. That was right. They had failed. As a top clan, destroying a small clan like the Illusory tribe was just a matter of waving their hands. But now in the 10,000 clan battlefield, the Demon Clan had failed to attack the Illusory tribe. The reason was that the Illusory tribe had many reinforcements. But this was not a reason for the Demon Clan to fail. If the Demon Clan was at their peak, no matter how many reinforcements there were, the Demon Clan was confident that they could take them down in one fell swoop. But not now. The Demon Clan's strength had been greatly reduced. They did not even have a great sage in the 10th level of the Celestial Being realm. There were not even many almighty experts. As such, the failure of the Demon Clan's attack on the Illusory tribe was unexpected but also reasonable. It was acceptable for them to fail once. But if they failed again and again, the Demon Clan's power would fall to the freezing point. So, Tianhong did not dare to act rashly. Instead, he waited silently for a suitable opportunity to act. He had to ensure that the demon clan had an absolute chance of winning the second battle. Then, Tianhong continued, "How's the progress of collecting the blood of living beings?" Hearing this, a demon saint replied in a deep voice, "We have sent most of our clansmen out. All the collected blood of living beings has been transported back to our clan's mystic realm as soon as possible." Speaking of this, he looked a little puzzled. "Lord Tianhong, may I ask why the demon emperor wants to collect the blood of living beings?" The other demon saints also looked puzzled at this time. The matter of collecting the blood of living beings. It was not a big deal, but it was not small either. If this spread out, it would definitely cause some unnecessary controversy. Tianhong said calmly, "You know that the heavenly demon temple has been damaged. The main purpose of collecting the blood of living beings is to nurture the heavenly demon temple. Otherwise, the demon clan will never have any chance of winning against the human clan. But you can't spread this matter without permission. If you know, just keep it to yourself." The heavenly demon temple. The other demon saints looked at each other with a look of realization. If that was the case, then it was understandable. In the demon clan's mystic realm of the 4 major continents, the original heavenly demon temple had been placed in the dragon transformation pool. As for the original dragon transformation pool water, it had turned scarlet at this time. The demon emperor was expressionless as he poured all the collected blood of living beings into the dragon transformation pool. He could only smell the stench of blood in the air. Then the scarlet pool water seemed to be boiling as it kept bubbling. "I want more blood. Kill a few more, then I'll have a chance to recover. If you can kill a few true immortals for me, I can even transcend the tribulation and become a 4 tribulation Zubing. At that time even the sky-breaking halberd may not be able to break my defense." The heavenly demon temple's urgent voice came from the dragon transformation pool. The demon emperor was expressionless as he poured the last of the blood into the pool. He said indifferently, "Let's not talk about killing true immortals for now. The current situation in the 4 major continents is not suitable for killing true immortals. When the demon abyss arrives, Ben Huang will kill those demon gods and use their blood to nourish you." A 4 tribulation Zubing was powerful. But the difficulty of advancing was not ordinary. Given the current situation of the heavenly demon temple, the demon emperor was not confident that he could help them advance to a 4 tribulation Zubing. The opening of the 10,000 race battlefield. At most, he could collect blood and let them recover from their previous injuries. Apart from that, there was no other way. The heavenly demon temple was a little regretful. Killing demon gods is also possible, but it will take a little longer. Regarding this, the demon emperor did not reply. After the news that the human clan had conquered half of the shadow clan's territory was sent back, Emperor Zhao immediately ordered the human clan experts to go to the shadow clan's territory to build a city, to fight for the general trend of the world. It was not as simple as occupying territory in the 10,000 race battlefield. It was the same in the 4 major continents. The people who were ordered to go this time, they were the East City Lord Huazhan and the West City Lord. Because most of the experts of the Great Zhao were now in the 10,000 race battlefield, among the remaining experts, the 4 city lords were the strongest. Flying in the air. The West City Lord said with some confusion, "Why did His Majesty send the 2 of us to scout the way? Just send someone to the Qianyuan sacred ground to ask for 2 teleportation arrays and then throw one over to the Shadow Clan. Moreover, the Shadow Clan also has a city. When the time comes, we can just take it over." Could it be that the Shadow Clan dares to go back on their word? The teleportation array of the Qianyuan sacred ground. It was now famous. It was just that the Qin Emperor did not make a move easily, so the teleportation array had always been a scarce resource. But if Emperor Zhao really asked, the Qin Emperor could not refuse. At this time, he could just send someone over and throw down a teleportation array. In the West City Lord's view, there was no need for them to do it personally. Huazhan said lightly, "Although the Shadow Clan won't go back on their word, we can't guarantee that they will do something. Let's just go over there. Anyway, staying in the human clan's territory is going to make us go moldy. Speaking of this, it seems that you are about to break through to the Supreme Realm." The West City Lord turned his head to look at Huazhan and changed the topic. It's just a thin line. How can it be so easy to break through? Huazhan shook his head, looking emotional. Hearing this, the West City Lord had an envious look on his face. It's just a thin line. You and I entered the Imperial Court on the same day, but after so many years, you are about to break through to the Supreme Realm, but I am still in the 5th tier of the Celestial Being. Sometimes, the gap between people really isn't that big. After saying this, the West City Lord heaved a heavy sigh. His talent was not weak, but it was not very strong either. Reaching the current realm was almost the limit. It was undoubtedly difficult to break through to the Supreme Realm. In comparison, Huazhan's strength was the most powerful among the 4 city lords. And so was his strength. This was why he was qualified to be the leader of the 4 city lords. Hearing this, Huazhan did not know what to say. In the end, he could only comfort him. Talent has never determined the height of a cultivator. If Brother Zhao concentrates on cultivation, there is hope for you to break through to the Supreme Realm. Brother Hua, you don't have to comfort me. The West City Lord shook his head and said with a wry smile, when this is over, I may resign from the position of West City Lord and enter the 10,000 clan battlefield to try my luck. You want to enter the 10,000 clan battlefield? Huazhan was shocked. The other party's words were completely beyond his expectations. The 10,000 clan battlefield is now a meat grinder. It hasn't been open for long, but the number of supreme beings who have died has reached double digits. The number of cultivators below the heavenly human realm is even more numerous. If Brother Zhao enters the 10,000 clan battlefield, I'm afraid the risk is too great. Huazhan advised. Entering the 10,000 clan battlefield. In his opinion, it was too risky. Although Huazhan was in charge of the human territory, he was always aware of the information in the 10,000 clan battlefield. During this period of time, he was also very clear about the great battle that had happened in the 10,000 clan battlefield. Because of this, Huazhan did not agree with the West City Lord entering the 10,000 clan battlefield. Although the 10,000 clan battlefield is dangerous, it also has great opportunities. At our level, if we want to break through, we need to cultivate in seclusion and look for that mysterious flash of inspiration. Or we need to go through a life and death battle and find the opportunity to break through. The West City Lord did not think much of it. He smiled and said, I have already made up my mind. Brother Hua, you don't have to persuade me anymore. He paused for a moment. Then he continued, moreover, I don't have much lifespan left. If this continues, I may die in 1,000 years. Instead of dying, it's better to fight to the death. If I don't succeed, I will die. I believe that if Brother Hua reaches this stage, you will make the same choice. After that, the West City Lord smiled and said, okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go to the Shadow Clan's territory first. Okay. Huazhan nodded slightly and did not talk too much about this issue. He could tell. The West City Lord had really made up his mind. In that case, Huazhan would not deliberately stop him too much. Everyone had their own path to walk. Since the other party had already made a decision, he could only respect his choice. Moreover, just as the West City Lord said, the 10,000 clan battlefield was dangerous, but it was also full of opportunities. If one could survive a long battle inside, the probability of breaking through was much higher than cultivating alone. Perhaps I should also enter the 10,000 clan battlefield. For no reason, a thought came to Huazhan's mind. He was now only one step away from becoming a supreme being. But whether he could really break through still depended on probability. If he could enter the 10,000 clan battlefield, Huazhan had absolute confidence that he could break through. Not long after, the two arrived at the Shadow Clan's territory. At this moment, in the Shadow Clan's territory, huge pits appeared one after another. That was where the Shadow Clan city was originally located, but now the city had disappeared, so only a few huge pits were left. Seeing this, Huazhan and the West City Lord looked at each other and saw the same expression in each other's eyes. As expected, the Shadow Clan did not intend to leave too many things for them. Then, Huazhan said loudly, we are cultivators of the human clan, and we are here to take over the Shadow Clan's territory under the orders of Emperor Zhao. I hope Emperor Zhao can make things convenient for us." As his voice fell. After a while, the void shattered. A finger drew across the Shadow Clan's territory and finally left a black silk line on the ground. Outside the black line belongs to the human clan, and inside the black line is the Shadow Clan's territory. The Shadow Emperor's indifferent voice came out and quickly disappeared. The two did not care. Huizhan cupped his hand slightly and said with a faint smile, "Shadow Emperor is generous, I thank you on behalf of the human clan." Hearing this sentence, the void vibrated slightly, and a powerful aura was faintly discernible. Inside the Shadow Clan's secret realm, the Shadow Emperor's face was gloomy. Although he looked like a black shadow, now he was even darker. The Shadow Clan was defeated. Being forced to abandon half of their territory already made him feel very pained. Under such circumstances, Huizhan provoked him with words, which made the Shadow Emperor even more furious. If it weren't for the two human emperors of the human clan, he would have attacked and directly killed Huizhan. "Human clan, we are not done with this matter." The Shadow Emperor suppressed the anger in his heart, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. After a long time, all of his anger and killing intent turned into a long sigh. The Shadow Emperor also felt a little weak now. The Shadow Clan set up the Shadow Canopy, which was equivalent to binding their hands and feet. The other clans could not attack, but the Shadow Clan could not lead either. Because the Shadow Canopy was an absolute defense. The people inside could not leave, and the people outside could not enter. So when the Shadow Canopy was set up, the Shadow Clan lost the possibility of advancing. Unless the Shadow Clan broke the Shadow Canopy. But in that case, the Shadow Clan did not have the strength to face the armies of the other clans. It could be said that the 10,000 clan battlefield had just opened, and the Shadow Clan had already been defeated. It was not a complete defeat, but it was close. In the sea, a huge ship braved the wind and waves, sailing on the surface of the sea. This was the 10,000 races battlefield, normally speaking. There was no sea in the 10,000 races battlefield. But because this was the territory of the Water Eldar, there was a sea. Why haven't we seen the end after sailing in the sea for so long? On the spirit ship, Qin Yuanbai's expression was solemn. It started from the moment they entered the restriction set up by the Water Eldar. Then until now, 5 or 6 days had passed. With the speed of the spirit ship, 5 or 6 days was enough to cross hundreds of millions of miles. The entire 10,000 races battlefield was not hundreds of millions of miles. The small sea in front of them could not be bigger than the 10,000 races battlefield. But even so, the spirit ship still had not reached the end of the sea. Not only that, they could not even see the way they came from. Such a change not only made Qin Yuanbai and the others feel troubled, but even Xia Kun and the Golden Rock King did not look too good. Xia Kun said in a deep voice, "The sea of bitterness is boundless, there is no shore to turn back." "King of Azure Billows, are you sure you can break out of here?" "That's right. If you are not sure, we might consider sending a message to the sacred city and ask Xiao Qingfeng to rescue them," the Golden Rock King added. Compared to the others, those who came out of the Heavenly Pattern Island knew more about the Sea of Bitterness. It was precisely because of this that they understood the power of the Sea of Bitterness. The Sea of Bitterness was boundless, there was no shore to turn back. There was once a true immortal trapped in the Sea of Bitterness. There was a true immortal who wandered in the Sea of Bitterness for 100,000 years. In the end, when his lifespan was exhausted, he did not reach the other side of the Sea of Bitterness. This matter, it made the Sea of Bitterness famous. Hearing this, King of Azure Billows said with a faint smile, "You don't have to worry. The spirit ship is my Eldar's treasure. Although the Sea of Bitterness in front of us looks powerful, it has not reached the point of besieging the spirit ship. The Water Eldar does not have a true immortal, and this is not the Sea of Bitterness formed by a true immortal. You may not have noticed, but the spirit ship could have walked out of the Sea of Bitterness long ago. It's just that the Water Eldar's experts interfered, causing us to keep going in circles in the Sea of Bitterness." King of Azure Billows' words made the others' expressions changed. Immediately, holy fire spread his divine will. After a long time, she finally noticed some clues. The King of Emerald Billows is right. There are indeed some traces of strong cultivators around, but these traces are too well hidden. If he hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed it. Qin Yuanbai immediately asked upon hearing Holy Fire's words. Fire Sage, do you have a way to break it? There's no other way. Holy Fire shook his head, then explained, the Vermilion Bird tribe is born with the fire element, while the Embittered Sea is born with the water element. Water and fire counter each other, and the Embittered Sea's water element is stronger than my own fire element. Unless I can cultivate the true innate divine fire, there is no way to counter it. Innate divine fire. It was one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. If he had a divine flame of this level, Holy Fire was confident that he could burn the entire sea of bitterness dry. King Bitao nodded and said, Holy Fire is right. The connate divine fire at its peak might be able to restrain the embittered sea. But the Vermilion Bird tribe can't control the true connate divine fire without becoming a true immortal. Subsequently, he comforted them, actually, you don't have to worry too much. Although the Water Eldar's experts have intervened, they can't stop the spirit ship from sailing. At most, they can delay it for a while. You may not see it, but I can feel that the other side of the Sea of Bitterness is approaching. For the Eldar's supreme treasure. King Bitao had absolute confidence. Even though he had been in the Sea of Bitterness for several days, he had never shown any signs of panic. Golden Rock King secretly transmitted his voice, are you really sure? If not, don't try to be brave. If all the cultivators on this ship die in the Sea of Bitterness, neither of us will have a good ending. To this, King Bitao rolled his eyes at Golden Rock King. Indeed, he was too lazy to explain so much. The Sea of Bitterness? Niao Dali stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the vast sea in front of him with a puzzled expression. Qin Yuanbai, who was standing beside him, also noticed something strange. Elder Niao, do you know something about the Sea of Bitterness? I don't know much. I just feel that it sounds a little familiar. Niao Dali didn't react. He touched his horns and smiled honestly. When King Bitao talked about the Sea of Bitterness, he felt that it sounded a little familiar. It seemed that he had some understanding of the Sea of Bitterness before. Niao Dali thought back carefully but couldn't find any reason. Could it be that the bloodline in my body has interacted with the Sea of Bitterness before? No, it should have interacted with the Water Eldar. Niao Dali thought of the bloodline in his body. As he entered the 10,000 clan battlefield, he found that more and more memories emerged in his mind. It felt like the memories in his bloodline were gradually recovering. When he killed God Dong, it also triggered the power of his bloodline. So, Niao Dali was now very curious about his own situation. He also wanted to know what kind of bloodline flowed in his body. Just as the spirit ship was sailing on the Sea of Bitterness. On the other side of the Sea of Bitterness, there were two Water Eldar experts standing there. They were the only two Water Eldar experts left. They were not only the two Water Eldar experts in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, but also the last two Water Eldar experts. In other words, except for Waterling Huang, there were only two Water Eldar experts above the 7th level of the Celestial Being realm left. The Sea of Bitterness can't stop them. According to this trend, they will walk out of the Sea of Bitterness in 2 days at most. Qinyue's face was solemn and her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. In order to set up the Sea of Bitterness, the loss of the Water Eldar was not ordinary. The Water Eldar was a race derived from the wisdom of the water spirits of heaven and earth. The Sea of Bitterness. It was a dangerous place formed by gathering the water spirits of heaven and earth. In other words, in order to form the Sea of Bitterness, many Water Eldar had to be sacrificed. The Sea of Bitterness in front of them was created. The Water Eldar had paid too much. If it could not be of any use, then the Water Eldar would have suffered a great loss. I don't know the origin of that ship, but it could safely cross the Sea of Bitterness. Without that ship, the human race would definitely not have the ability to cross the Sea of Bitterness. Is it possible for us to destroy that ship? Qinzhou's expression was not too good. Now, only he and Qinyue were Water Eldar experts above the 7th level of the Celestial Being realm. If the human race crossed the Sea of Bitterness. With the current strength of the water Eldar, there was absolutely no possibility of resisting. But the problem now was. The Sea of Bitterness could not stop the human race. We can only try and see if there is a chance to swallow them up. Xianxia shook her head slightly. Then she used a technique to cause the Sea of Bitterness to ripple. Seeing this, Qinzhou did not hesitate and also used a technique to merge into the Sea of Bitterness. Rumble, the sky of the Sea of Bitterness suddenly changed. Violent waves appeared on the calm surface of the sea. Shocking waves suddenly rose from the surface of the sea, covering the sky and the earth, wanting to completely drown the spirit ship. Oh no, the water Eldar has launched an attack. King Emerald Billow's expression changed slightly, then he looked at Holy Fire and said, Holy Fire, please stop these waves. Don't let them drown the spirit ship. Among the people present, only Holy Fire, who was in the 8th level of the celestial being realm, had the ability to do so. Okay. Holy Fire nodded, then immediately saw her vital essence surging. Vast divine fire soared into the sky, forming a shield that covered the entire spirit ship. Just as the fire shield rose, the waves had already crushed down. The two collided, a deafening sound was heard. Under the attack of the Sea of Bitterness, the fire shield shook violently, as if it would shatter at any time. Seeing this, Holy Fire's pretty face was also slightly pale. The power of the Sea of Bitterness was too strong, and she was only in the 8th level of the celestial being realm. It was not easy to resist the attack of the Sea of Bitterness. I can't hold on for long. If you have any other tricks, use them quickly. Holy Fire's voice was a little urgent. At this time, she did not dare to force anything. Let me do it. Niao Dali paused for a moment, then said. Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on him. They were also very curious about this green ox who killed the golden Eldar, Dong Shen. The situation in front of him. Holy Fire obviously could not hold on. The rest was to see if this green ox had the possibility of breaking the situation. Under the gaze of many people, Niao Dali also felt a little smug, but he quickly collected his thoughts, looked at the waves that covered the spirit ship, and then closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes again, but the aura on his body had completely changed. Then, Niao Dali threw out a simple punch, but it seemed to involve the power of heaven and earth, and a huge and endless phantom suddenly appeared. Accompanied by the bombardment of the fist, the phantom also launched an attack. Boom, the waves that filled the sky were all torn apart by the fist, and the entire Sea of Bitterness shook violently. Outside the Sea of Bitterness, in the horrified eyes of Qinyu and Qinzhou, they only saw the vast Sea of Bitterness being hit by a terrifying force, and then it was torn into two halves. Not only that, a terrifying fist reflected in the eyes of the two. Be careful. Not good. Qinyu and Qinzhou's faces changed dramatically, and suddenly, a vast amount of vital energy erupted, bombarding the fist. Boom, the two collided, and the vital energy was instantly shattered. Finally, Qinyu and Qinzhou both flew out, and their bodies cracked a lot in the air, and after landing, they were already seriously injured. Such a turn of events. It alarmed the water Eldar, and also completely shocked the people on the spirit ship. This, Qin Yuanbai's words became stuttering. The other people's faces were also dull. They only saw Niao Dali slowly retracting his fist, and the originally vast Sea of Bitterness had been completely torn apart. No one had expected. How could this azure bull be so tyrannical, as strong as the Sea of Bitterness? It was torn apart by the opponent's fist. However, after all, the Sea of Bitterness was a restriction set by the water Eldar. As the power disappeared, the Sea of Bitterness also slowly healed. Seeing this scene, King of Azure Billows did not waste any time, and directly urged the spirit ship to break through the air, taking advantage of the crack in the Sea of Bitterness that had not completely healed, and rushed out first. Wherever the spirit ship passed, all the broken Sea of Bitterness and space were all suppressed. Not long after, the spirit ship had already appeared outside the Sea of Bitterness. And after crossing the Sea of Bitterness, it entered a piece of land, which was the water Eldar's territory. At this moment, King of Azure Billows had already put away the spirit ship, and all the people on the spirit ship had officially stepped into the Water Eldar's territory. At the same time, the changes in the Sea of Bitterness and the damage to Qinyu and Qinzhou also shook the entire Water Eldar. After all, the Sea of Bitterness was a place that surrounded the entire Water Eldar's territory. Under such circumstances, the Sea of Bitterness being torn apart naturally could not be hidden from the eyes and ears of others. What's going on? What the hell happened? Several Water Eldar celestial beings stepped out, and their faces were also full of shock. Soon, they saw a group of human cultivators appear. Not good, the human clan is invading, everyone prepare for battle. A Water Eldar celestial being shouted directly, completely sounding the alarm. Immediately, all the cultivators in the Water Eldar did not have time to be shocked, and entered a state of battle. It was also at this moment the two Water Eldar's powerful figures also recovered a little, and finally appeared in front of Qin Yuanbai and the others. Is the human clan really going to kill us all? Qinyu's pretty face was gloomy. She did not expect the Sea of Bitterness to be broken so quickly. Thinking of the fist that tore the Sea of Bitterness, Qinyu's heart also trembled slightly. Too strong, to be able to tear the Sea of Bitterness with one punch, even if he was not an emperor, he was not far away. Such a strong person. The Water Eldar had absolutely no chance of resisting. While talking, Qinyu's gaze had already swept back and forth in the crowd. She wanted to find the strong person who tore the Sea of Bitterness. At last, Qinyu's gaze fell on Nyodali. She did not forget. The other party had once killed the Golden Eldar's god Dong, the only Golden Eldar's 9th-level celestial being. Among all the strong people, only Green Nyo in front of her could break the Sea of Bitterness. Qin Yuanbai responded with a sneer. The 5 elements Eldar joined forces to attack the Qianyuan sacred ground with the intention of destroying the Qianyuan sacred ground. It's just that the 5 elements Eldar's strength was not enough, so they failed in the end. Now that the Qianyuan sacred ground is attacking the Water Eldar, we are just giving them a taste of their own medicine. As early as when we attacked the sacred ground, the Water Eldar should have thought of this result. Qin Yuanbai's words. This made the Water Eldar's heart sink again, but there was nothing to refute. Indeed, the winner takes all. This was the case. If the human clan had been defeated in the past, the Water Eldar would have also occupied the human clan's territory. Thinking of this, Qinzhou calmed his mind, then cupped his hands and said, the human clan is powerful, and the Water Eldar admits that he is no match for them. If the human clan can be merciful, I, the Water Eldar, can become a vassal of the human clan. With the current strength of the Water Eldar, it was impossible to survive the disaster. In this way, the only path he could take was to submit to them. Indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. Qinzhou didn't need to think for too long to make a decision. As for Qinyu and the other Water Eldar celestial beings, although their faces were ugly, they did not object. Obviously, they also knew that this was the only chance for the Water Eldar to survive the disaster. Vassal? Qin Yuanbai shook his head and said calmly, the human clan does not need the Water Eldar to be a vassal. Today, the Water Eldar only has 2 chances. The first is to withdraw from the 10,000 clan battlefield, and the second is to be destroyed by us on the 10,000 clan battlefield. Apart from that, there is no third way. The human clan is really going to be so ruthless. Qinzhou's face was ugly, and there was anger rising in his eyes. This was equivalent to letting the Water Eldar completely give up the momentum of heaven and earth. Although it would not be to the extent of extermination. But in this world of great battles, the Water Eldar had to withdraw from the stage. When the great calamity of the demonic abyss arrived, perhaps the Water Eldar would be exterminated because of this. So, Qin Yuanbai's words were equivalent to sentencing the Water Eldar to death. The only difference was, the Water Spirit clan could still survive for a few more decades. Qin Yuanbai said, I will only give you a quarter of an hour to think about whether you want to withdraw or fight to the death with the Qianyuan sacred ground. There is no need to say anything else. The Water Eldar's momentum of heaven and earth. It must be fought for. Now that the Water Eldar's strength had been greatly reduced, Even if this race became a vassal of the Qianyuan sacred ground, it would not play much of a role. As strong as the Water Ling Huang was, he was just a 10th level celestial being. In the current situation, he could not play any role at all. Qin Yuanbai was very clear about the current situation. The real purpose of the human clan. It was to fight for the momentum of heaven and earth. Secondly, it was to train troops. If he could persuade the Water Eldar to retreat, it would naturally be a good thing. It would prevent a lot of casualties. But if the Water Eldar resisted stubbornly, Qin Yuanbai would not be stingy with a fight. It was no big deal. All the Water Eldar cultivators would be destroyed. After all, if the Water Eldar was a vassal, the momentum of heaven and earth would still belong to the Water Eldar. It would not be inclined to the human clan at all. Qin Yuanbai's words made the hearts of all the Water Eldar cultivators sink. The soldiers were at the gate. There was nothing more than this. Qin Zhou's face was twisted and he was struggling to make a decision. After a long time, he looked at Qin Yuanbai and said word by word, "Water Eldar, retreat." After saying this sentence, Qin Zhou seemed to have lost all his strength, and his aura was decadent. "Elder Qin Zhou, you can't retreat. Once you retreat, the Water Eldar, will no longer have any room to maneuver." The Water Eldar celestials all spoke anxiously. "Shut up!" Qin Zhou shouted coldly, then turned around and looked at the Water Eldar celestials. "Do you have the confidence to start a war with the human clan? Or do you want to bury all my clansmen of the Water Eldar to be satisfied? Those who are willing to fight, stay. Those who are not, follow me and retreat." Immediately after, Qin Zhou looked at Qin Yu again. "Qin Yu, what do you think?" "Retreat." Qin Yu's red lips opened slightly, and finally said slowly. The only two supreme experts made a unanimous decision. The remaining Water Eldar people had nothing to say. Soon, the Water Eldar retreated one after another. In just half a day, there were no longer any clansmen in the Water Eldar's territory. It was also at this time a powerful emperor's shadow appeared in the sky. At this moment, all the cultivators raised their heads and looked at the largest emperor's shadow. That's the Water Ling Huang. The mark left by the Water Ling Huang in the 10,000 races battlefield. How did it activate at this time? Any cultivator with a little knowledge would not be unfamiliar with the Water Ling Huang. After all, he was one of the emperors of the 10,000 races. Not counting the true immortals, he was also a top expert. At this time, the sudden appearance of the Water Ling Huang's shadow naturally attracted everyone's curiosity. All of a sudden, the Water Ling Huang's shadow turned into countless streams of light and shot out, disappearing into various places of the 10,000 races battlefield. At the same time, all of a sudden, a kind of understanding rose in everyone's hearts. The Water Eldar had been defeated. Every time a clan completely withdrew from the 10,000 races battlefield, the power mark left behind by the clan's emperor would collapse, turning into treasures and scattered all over the 10,000 races battlefield, blessing other cultivators. After receiving this news, most of the cultivators had gone mad. Whether the Water Eldar was defeated or not, it had nothing to do with them. What really mattered to them was, it was the treasure left behind by the Water Ling Huang. No matter what, the other party was also the emperor of a clan. Even a little bit of power was a rare treasure for ordinary cultivators. So, after this power was released, Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen. Many cultivators chased in the direction of the flowing light. "I saw a flowing light appear there. It should be a treasure left behind by the Water Ling Huang. Speaking of which, what kind of treasure can the Water Ling Huang leave behind? Who knows? Anyway, for a powerhouse of this level, anything left behind would be enough for us to eat." Lu Qinghong and a group of players rushed towards one of the locations. A treasure left behind by a 10th level celestial being. It was not something that other things could compare to. For the players, at present, the strongest was only at the spirit martial realm. Such strength, compared to the 10th level celestial being, was more than 100,000 miles away. However, the greater the gap, this proved that the things left behind by the Water Ling Huang could be of greater use. It wasn't just the players. Even other cultivators, and even some celestial being cultivators, were ready to make a move. Those who could truly remain calm. Most likely, they were experts above the Saint realm. For experts of this level, unless it was a complete water Ling Huang's blood essence, it would still be of great use. But like now, a drop of water Ling Huang's blood essence was scattered in all directions, so it wouldn't be of much use. So, compared to the treasure formed by the water Ling Huang's blood essence, they were more concerned about the destruction of the water Eldar. The water Eldar was destroyed. Was it done by the humans? In the territory of the Wood Eldar, there were Wood Eldar experts who were extremely shocked. They were both 5 elements Eldar. The water Eldar was now completely beaten out of the 10,000 races battlefield. The Wood Eldar also felt this kind of threat. There were forces that could make the water Eldar completely withdraw from the 10,000 races battlefield. Then, they could also drive the Wood Eldar out of the 10,000 races battlefield. In this way, the Wood Eldar experts couldn't remain calm even if they wanted to. After a short period of shock, immediately, some Wood Eldar experts left the 10,000 races battlefield, intending to report the news back to the Wood Ling Huang, and then thoroughly investigate the water Eldar situation. The water Eldar was defeated. Tianhong's tone was also solemn. Then, he looked at the few beast saints and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, the ones who attacked the water Eldar should be the humans." After saying that, a beast saint replied in disbelief, "The water Eldar has already set up a sea of bitterness around the territory. Without the help of an emperor, who can cross the sea of bitterness and enter the water Eldar's territory?" The water Eldar's sea of bitterness. It was one of the most powerful restrictions. Although it wasn't as terrifying as Chenhe, it wasn't weak either. Even now, it wasn't easy for the beast race to cross the water Eldar's sea of bitterness. However, even so, the water Eldar was still defeated. Such an unforeseen event naturally shocked the beast race experts. Tianhong said, "It's no longer important why the humans were able to cross the sea of bitterness. What's important is that the humans first occupied half of the Shadow Clan's territory, and now they've completely chased the water Eldar out of the 10,000 races battlefield. Currently, the humans have occupied a lot of the world's momentum. If we don't suppress them, it'll be much more difficult for our race to contend against them. Lord Tianhong, what are your plans? Send a message to the Blood Eldar. Now, we must join forces to suppress the humans. Otherwise, if the humans continue to grow stronger, no other race in the 10,000 races battlefield will be able to contend against them." Tianhong's expression was indifferent. In the current situation, the humans were considered the most powerful force in the 10,000 races battlefield. If the 10,000 races alliance army hadn't collapsed because of Qin Shujian, the humans wouldn't have dominated. However, there were no ifs. It was an undeniable fact that the humans were powerful. Right now, they had to suppress the humans. Otherwise, if the humans were allowed to continue growing, it would be a huge problem. In the water Eldar's territory, Qin Yuanbai said, "Immediately occupy all the cities. Ask the forgers who are traveling with the army to investigate carefully. Make sure that there are no traps left by the water Eldar here." "No problem." Ling Huayu nodded and then left with a group of forgers. Afterward, Qin Yuanbai said, "Elder Feng, please open a portal to connect to the Qianyuan sacred ground." "Okay." Feng Xinglan nodded. The water Eldar's territory is surrounded by the Sea of Bitterness, which is a natural danger zone. In this way, we don't have to worry about other races sending troops to attack this place. Qin Yuanbai smiled. Because of the Sea of Bitterness, the water Eldar's territory was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The humans occupied this place. They didn't have to worry about other forces attacking and robbing them. In this way, the humans didn't need to divide their forces to guard this place, which could save them a lot of trouble. This was a good thing. King Bitao nodded and said, "Yes, it's not easy to cross the Sea of Bitterness. If the water Eldar hadn't retreated just now and killed all of them to fill the Sea of Bitterness, then the power of the Sea of Bitterness would have become even more powerful." After he finished speaking, King Bitao found that the people around him were looking at him strangely. Qin Yuanbai and the others now looked at King Bitao again. He killed all the water Eldar and then filled the Sea of Bitterness. They didn't realize it. It turned out that this fatty's heart was so ruthless. Why are you looking at me? Did I say something wrong? King Bitao didn't understand. After a while. Only then did he react, and then his face darkened. I'm just stating a fact. There's nothing to be surprised about. Besides, the water Eldar has retreated now, so it's impossible for them to chase after and kill them. King Bitao, don't misunderstand. Qin Yuanbai laughed. He didn't waste time on this matter and immediately ordered everyone to occupy the city. Immediately afterward, Qin Yuanbai sent the news of the capture of the water Eldar back to the Qianyuan sacred ground. They kicked the water Eldar out so quickly? After receiving the news, Qin Shujian's face was also stunned. But soon, he came back to his senses. It was a good thing to capture the water Eldar's territory. As the Great Zhao Empire captured half of the Shadow Clan's territory, the human clan gained some momentum. Together with it, even the human clan's fate had become much stronger. But the problem was, the fate of the human clan was now controlled by two people. When the Shadow Clan's territory was captured, the human clan's fate mainly increased on the side of the Great Zhao Empire. It had little to do with the Qianyuan sacred ground. Although Qin Shujian said that he did not care too much about this matter, but in fact, he had some thoughts in his mind. Now that the Qianyuan sacred ground had captured the water Eldar's territory, it was naturally a good thing. The water Eldar's territory has been captured. The next step is to send people over to take over. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Then, he quickly thought of something else. That was, the Qianyuan sacred ground had no strong cultivators left. All the Celestials had gone to the 10,000 clan battlefield. In the huge Qianyuan sacred ground, Qin Shujian and Mu Yang, who was rooted in the Qianyuan sacred ground, were probably the only celestial-level cultivators. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian sighed. It seems that I have to make a trip in person again. It's troublesome. The Water Spirit Secret Realm. Now, all the Water Eldar's cultivators had withdrawn from the territory and returned to the Secret Realm. According to the matters discussed at the Myriad clan meeting, any clan that was defeated had to give up their territory. So, Ling Huang didn't have the courage to violate this matter. When Qin Shujian came over, the Water Eldar had completely sealed off the Secret Realm. But, the Water Eldar's territory had now become a ruin. The spirit veins had been excavated. The city had been destroyed. Before the Water Eldar sealed off the Secret Realm, it took away everything that could be taken away and destroyed everything that could not be taken away. What could be left for the human clan? It was just a territory. For this, Qin Shujian had expected this. He took out an array disc from the heaven list and threw it in the Water Eldar's territory. Then, he took out a set of array flags and completely covered the Water Eldar's territory. The array was activated. The array disc was activated. Qin Shujian took a step inside and returned to the eastern continent in the next instant. In the Qianyuan sacred ground, he found Xingfang and the others. Emperor Qin. In the Myriad clan battlefield, the Qianyuan sacred ground has already taken over the Water Eldar's territory. Ben Huang has set up an array in the Water Eldar's territory. You can go there immediately through the transmission array. Within a month, the city must be built and sent people to occupy it. Completely occupy the world there. Qin Shujian said lightly. Hearing this, Xingfang cupped his hands and replied, Yes, Emperor Qin. Then, he immediately left. Since the establishment of the Qianyuan sacred ground, many of the original disciples of the Yuan sect were also sent to the sacred ground. However, if they wanted to build a city in the Water Eldar's territory, it was not enough to rely on the people of one sect. With the Qin Emperor's decree in hand, Xingfang directly mobilized most of the people in the Qianyuan sacred ground and went to the Water Eldar's territory together. 10 days passed. There was an infinite power of heaven and earth. Qin Shujian felt something. When he took out the heaven list, he saw that the human clan's fate had risen a lot. Not only that, At this moment, all the human clan cultivators seemed to have some kind of enlightenment in their hearts. Some bottlenecks that had troubled them for a long time. At this moment, all of them felt as if they had been enlightened. Soon, many cultivators broke through. In the Xianxia sacred ground, there was a vision in the sky. There were powerhouses breaking through to the diviner realm. The power of heaven and earth. Xianxia whispered softly. For the first time, he felt the power of heaven and earth. Just now, the human clan's fate had risen greatly. He knew that Jingfeng and the others had completely occupied the Water Eldar's territory. And with the rise of the human clan's fate, the power of heaven and earth also descended. Under the impact of this power of heaven and earth, even Qin Shujian himself seemed to have sensed something from the unseen world. However, this feeling was still very weak and not enough for him to break through his original realm. But there was one thing to know. Even with Qin Shujian's current foundation, he could understand it. For other cultivators, the feeling was bound to be even stronger. Godslayer said, "There is a saying that the one who has the power of heaven and earth will own the world. Every time there is a great battle, it is an opportunity for the creatures of heaven and earth. Any force that can seize the power of heaven and earth can also take advantage of this opportunity to rise. If the human clan can occupy all the power of heaven and earth, I can guarantee that within 10 years, a true immortal will be born in the human clan. A true immortal will be born in 10 years. Qin Shujian's expression froze. Godslayer's certainty surprised him a little. Yes, and it won't be as simple as a true immortal. Godslayer said in a deep voice, the power of heaven and earth is far more powerful than you think. Unfortunately, from ancient times until now, no one has been able to truly take all the power of heaven and earth for themselves. The ancient heavenly court couldn't do it, and neither could the ancient demon emperor. Whoever wants to take all the power of heaven and earth is bound to experience a tribulation. But this tribulation will be very terrible, so terrible that even a 9th-level immortal will be turned into ashes in the face of this tribulation. How much do you want to get? How much do you have to pay? Qin Shujian could understand Godslayer's words. However, he didn't care very much. At least so far, Qin Shujian hadn't thought of taking all the power of heaven and earth for himself. This time, after capturing the Water Eldar, the human clan should be able to give birth to a lot of celestial beings. He was already very satisfied with this result. What the Xianxia sacred ground lacked now was celestial beings. A plundering of the power of heaven and earth. With the birth of many celestial beings, Qin Shujian felt that this was a great thing. He could plunder the power of heaven and earth a few more times. He might be able to give birth to powerful experts. However, Niu Dali surprised me. He could easily kill a 9th-level celestial being at the 6th level of the celestial being realm. This kind of potential is a bit too strong. Qin Shujian thought of the message sent back from the 10,000 races battlefield. Senior, do you think that the bloodline of an upper 3 levels of true immortal can really do this? Hearing this, Godslayer said, in addition to the powerful bloodline, he also has the blood essence of the ancient demon emperor. Obtaining the blood essence of an upper 3 levels of true immortal is a great opportunity. It's not impossible for Niu Dali to become stronger because of this. In Godslayer's opinion, he couldn't see anything at the celestial being level. Unless, if the other party could grow to become a celestial being, then it was another matter. Emperor Qin, you should be very clear about the power of a 9th-level immortal. Xiao Qingfeng is the reincarnation of immortal Lord Haotsong. He's only a 7th-level celestial being now, but other than you, no emperor below the true immortal realm is his match. If he can break through to the 8th or 9th level of the celestial being realm, he can also become a celestial being. Immortal Lord Haotsong could do this. Niu Dali had a powerful bloodline and had obtained the blood essence of an ancient demon emperor. Although he couldn't be compared to the reincarnation of immortal Lord Haotsong, he wasn't too bad. 6th level of the heaven-human realm. Killing a 9th-level heaven-human realm. Although it was a little shocking. But when he thought of the other party's foundation, it made sense. Thinking about it this way, Qin Shujian was suddenly able to understand. At this moment, he also focused his attention on himself. When he broke through to the 8th level of the heaven-human realm, He consumed 2 trillion life source. Now, after such a period of recovery, his life source had gradually recovered a lot. Especially after the opening of the 10,000 clan battlefield. The growth rate of his life source was much faster than before. Originally, there was only about 100 billion life source in a month. Now that it was converted, it had reached 300 billion in a month. According to this trend, I will be able to break through to the 9th level of the heaven-human realm in about a year. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Once he broke through to the 9th level of the heaven-human realm, his strength would be able to sweep across the 4 great continents. In 3 years. Qin Shujian's goal was to break through to the 10th level of the heaven-human realm. At that time, he would have the competence to sweep across the 4 great continents. I'll set a small goal to break through to the 10th level of the heaven-human realm within 3 years. My strength will be able to sweep across the lower 3 levels of the true immortal realm. It would be best if I could match the middle 3 levels. Qin Shujian silently set a goal for himself. When that time came, it wouldn't be as simple as sweeping across the 4 great continents. He would also make a trip to the outer realm. Speaking of which, I wonder if the powerful void demon in the outer realm is still there. Thinking of that powerful void demon, Qin Shujian's mind entered the core of the Qianyuan realm. Then, he observed the outside world through the core of the Qianyuan realm. Although Qin Shujian had no way to go out of the outer realm, but with the help of the Qianyuan realm, he could still sense the situation around him. After a long time, Qin Shujian withdrew his divine consciousness from the core of the world. Strange, why didn't I see a single void demon? Where did these damn things go? In the past, they surrounded the world. No matter how hard he tried to chase them away, he didn't see a single one of them. Such a change. This made Qin Shujian a little curious. However, he didn't care too much about it. It was a good thing that there were no more void devils in the outside world. It meant that those void devils had other things to do and were too lazy to keep an eye on this world for the time being. If that's the case, I can retrieve the God tribe's secret realm that was placed in the south continent. Thinking of the God clan's secret realm, Qin Shujian also set off immediately. Southern continent. Following the destruction of the God clan, the territories that originally belonged to the God clan were also divided up by other forces. Regarding this, the humans didn't say anything either. This was because the Protoss were located in the southern continent and the humans were located in the eastern continent. If they wanted to occupy the Protoss territory, they would have to disperse the human strength. At that time, the 10,000 race battlefield had not been opened yet. It was too risky for humans to occupy the God race's territory. Therefore, it was normal for the God race's territory to be divided among other forces. However, Qin Shujian had hidden the God race's secret realm using some means. Even if the other races wanted to find them, they had no way to do so. However, even if he didn't hide it, the God race's secret realm was placed there, and no one dared to touch it. It was fine to occupy the territory. If they even touched the God race's secret realm, the humans would definitely not let it go. Therefore, when Qin Shujian arrived at the former God race's territory, this place had already been invaded by many forces. He ignored these cultivators and directly waved his hand to open the seal of the God race's secret realm. Immediately after, he forcefully grabbed the entire God race's secret realm. Rumble, the God race's secret realm was grabbed out, and the entire void shattered like a mirror. There was a huge vibration. It caused the cultivators in the God race's territory to be greatly shocked. Qin Huang of the human race. Qin Huang is here. Soon, some cultivators recognized the identity of the person in the void. The 2 words Qin Huang spread. Instantly, these cultivators were terrified. At this moment, a celestial rose into the air and bowed slightly. I wonder why Qin Huang is here. After saying that, he carefully raised his head and paid attention to the changes in Qin Shujian's expression. Strictly speaking, the God race's territory was conquered by this human emperor. He and the others. In a sense, they were equivalent to thieves. If Qin Huang wanted to pursue the matter and destroy them, the other forces would have nothing to say. Therefore, This small clan celestial was also quite nervous. He wanted to leave. But when he thought that his clansmen had already taken root here, once they started fighting, there would definitely be countless casualties. Therefore, this small clan celestial suppressed the fear in his heart and came to test Qin Shujian's intentions. Qin Shujian said indifferently, "Do your thing, don't worry too much. Ben Huang is just here to take the God Race's secret realm." Then the God Race's territory, since the God Race's territory has been taken by you, it naturally belongs to you. However, if the Myriad Clan battlefield is taken back by the human race in the future, then it will be another matter. Qin Shujian's words. It made the small clan celestial feel relieved. Then he bowed solemnly to Qin Shujian. "Qin Huang's righteousness, I will remember this matter in my heart." After saying that, this small clan celestial cupped his hands again. Then, he returned to his original position. Qin Shujian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Then, he focused his attention on the God Race's secret realm in front of him. The other party's intentions. How could Qin Shujian not know? They were just worried that he would attack and wipe out all the forces that occupied the God Race's territory. Now that the Myriad Clan battlefield was opened, all the grudges should be settled in the Myriad Clan battlefield. As for the 4 continents, they needed to be stable. This was also the main reason why Qin Shujian did not attack. After all, the Myriad Clan battlefield was opened by him. It would not be appropriate if he broke the rules himself. At this moment, as the God Race's secret realm was taken out, Qin Shujian made a seal with both hands. Layers of sealing power wrapped and compressed the entire God Race's secret realm. When the God Race's secret realm was separated from heaven and earth, an endless void was revealed from within. This void. Not the void within heaven and earth, but the void outside heaven and earth. The void outside heaven and earth appeared. It proved that there was a loophole in heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were slowly mending this hole at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Shujian stood in the void without moving. He was waiting. Waiting for heaven and earth to completely heal before he dared to leave. Or else, if the void demons took this opportunity to sneak into heaven and earth, it would be a big problem. Half an hour later, the void of heaven and earth healed. Qin Shujian turned and left. In the void outside heaven, an infinitely large black shadow stood there quietly, motionless. It seemed like a breath had passed. It also seemed like thousands of years had passed. The black shadow trembled, and a puzzled voice came from it. "Strange, why did I feel the aura of the upper-class world just now? Could it be that the heaven and earth barrier is broken?" Thinking of this possibility, the black shadow surged, and 2 rays of light shot out from it. In an instant, they crossed hundreds of millions of miles and landed directly on the heaven and earth barrier. Along the way, there was a 10,000-foot-long beast crawling. However, the moment the light flashed, the 10,000-foot-long beast disintegrated, and its flesh and blood flowed in the void. Boom, the light fell outside the heaven and earth barrier, and there seemed to be a shocking explosion of power. It was just that this terrifying power was too strong. It did not cause the heaven and earth barrier to fluctuate in the slightest. The black shadow seriously glanced a few times, and finally slowly withdrew his gaze. No, the heaven and earth barrier is intact. Then where did the aura of the upper-class world come from? Could it be that I slept for too long, so I'm confused? Sigh, I'm so sleepy. A soft voice came from the black shadow. In the end, the voice gradually calmed down. He had existed for countless years. There were many things in heaven and earth that could no longer attract his attention. Only the upper-class world. It could still make the black shadow tremble. The moment the black shadow woke up and trembled, there was a floating continent in the void of heaven and earth. There were countless miniature black shadows there. And in the middle of the continent, it was a palace that seemed to be made of bones. In the center of the palace, there was a statue that was 1,000,000 feet tall. The statue's face could not be seen clearly, and even its body shape could not be seen clearly. It only seemed to be covered in endless black fog. And below the palace, there was a throne of bones. Among them, there were also several black shadows entrenched there. The demon emperor has awakened again. Since he fell into a deep sleep a million years ago, the demon emperor has only awakened once, 200,000 years ago. Why has he awakened so frequently recently? Yelvis's low voice echoed in the palace. In the Mashaluo clan, there were now 3 demon emperors. Yelvis was one of them. The other 2 demon emperors. One was called Longfellow. The other was called Troy. Some time ago, there was a flaw in the heaven and earth barrier in the upper-class world. I suspect that a true immortal opened up a new small world. Yuluan went to investigate the situation, but in the end, he died there. Troy said calmly, "Do you remember that before Yuluan died, there was also a riot in the demon abyss, and Zhu Bing's skybreaking halberd appeared? I suspect that Yuluan's death and the demon emperor's awakening are related to the skybreaking halberd." At the mention of the skybreaking halberd, the other 2 demon emperors' expressions were grave. Yelvis said in a deep voice, "The skybreaking halberd is Haotsong's Zhu Bing. In the past, Haotsong also came to our clan." Demon Emperor Mashaluo fell into a deep sleep after fighting with Haotsong. However, when Haotsong killed his way into the demon abyss, he had already died there. For the skybreaking halberd to appear at this time, could it be that Haotsong has reincarnated and recultivated? Reincarnated and recultivated, this was not impossible. After all, it was not that easy to truly kill a true immortal who had reached the upper 3 grades. If it is really Haotsong's reincarnation, we must find a way to kill him. Longfellow said with a murderous intent. Haotsong is hostile to our Void Evil Demon clan. A million years ago, if Demon Emperor Mashaluo hadn't personally attacked, our clan would have been completely destroyed. Even so, there were still countless devil emperors who had fallen in his hands. If he reaches the peak again, he will definitely not let our clan go. As Longfellow spoke, black fog appeared. The Void Evil Demons had a long lifespan. Almost all of the devil emperors had experienced that period of time in ancient times. A million years ago, there were not only 3 demon emperors in the Mashaluo clan, but a total of 12. However, 9 of them, all of them had died in Haotsong's hands. The skybreaking halberd has been stained with the blood of many of our clansmen. This hatred must be avenged. Yelvis's voice was cold. Let's spread the news that Haotsong wants to reincarnate and recultivate. The Mashaluo clan is not the only one who wants to kill him. The other clans also hate him to the core. Since that is the case, there is no reason for us to do the work ourselves. Haotsong was very powerful. Yelvis was not sure if Haotsong had left any powerful backup plan. Although he was not afraid of the reincarnated Haotsong. However, Yelvis did not intend to make a wedding dress for others. Hearing this, Longfellow said, "Even if we join forces with the other clans, I'm afraid we can't deal with Haotsong. If there is no mistake in the Great Thousand World, we can't attack at all. However, if we don't break the barrier of the Great Thousand World, how can we kill Haotsong?" The barrier of the Great Thousand World. It was the biggest obstacle to stopping the Void Demons. If there was no barrier between heaven and earth, the Void Demons would have invaded the Great Thousand World when the Heavenly Court collapsed. It would not have been a million years. They had been staring at the Great Thousand World, but there was no way to enter it. "We still need to ask the Demon Emperor about this matter," Troy said in a deep voice. "All right." Yelvis nodded. The Demon Emperor has just woken up. He should not have officially fallen into a deep sleep yet. We can try to communicate with him. After making up his mind, he only saw that the black shadow on the throne of bones had already disappeared without him noticing. The outer realm was very big. It was many times bigger than the Great Thousand World. Any demon emperor they had all cultivated for millions of years. Because of their huge bodies, they were all entrenched in the depths of the outer realm, silently absorbing the power of the outer realm to nourish themselves. Soon, Yelvis and the others came to the depths of the outer realm. Demon Emperor Yelvis of the Emos Shalua clan, Troy, Longfellow, requests to see Lord Emos Shalua. Looking at the infinitely large black shadow in front of them, the 3 of them did not dare to be rude and bowed respectfully. Their voices were not loud, but they were accurately transmitted into the black shadow. 1 breath. 2 breaths. After a full half an hour, the black shadow suddenly trembled. The terrifying power caused the void to tremble violently. An abyss-like aura surged like a wave. In front of this power, even experts as strong as devil emperors felt their hearts tremble. The demon emperor has just fallen into a deep sleep. He should be awake now. Longfellow's voice was trembling. Even if he was already the demon emperor. Facing Amos Shalua, there was still a shadow of death. The demon emperor was in a deep sleep. No one had ever dared to disturb him. Tens of millions of years of sleep were enough to make the demon emperor delirious. In this way, if the other party went crazy, even the demon emperor could not escape. In the history of the void demons, it wasn't as if there had never been an unlucky demon emperor who had accidentally disturbed the sleeping demon emperor, only to be swallowed by the demon emperor in one gulp. If Amos Shalua had not woken up before. At this time, the demon emperors did not dare to disturb him. "It's you. What business do you have with this emperor?" A slow voice came from the black shadow. After hearing this voice, the demon emperors breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they could still talk. As long as they could talk, nothing else was a problem. Immediately, Yelva said respectfully, "Demon Emperor, some time ago, the skybreaking halberd came out of the demon abyss. We suspect that Haotsong has reincarnated, so we want to join forces with other clans to kill Haotsong. But this matter, we dare not make the decision casually. We are here to ask for your advice." The skybreaking halberd? Amos Shalua recalled for a moment, then said, "This emperor seems to have seen the skybreaking halberd. So, it is indeed Haotsong reincarnated." After saying that, the black shadow was silent, as if thinking about something. Yerways and the other demon emperors stood there respectfully, not daring to move at all. After an unknown period of time, the black shadow retreated like a wave, and finally, a man in a black robe appeared there. Where the black-robed man stood, it seemed to be the source of the darkness. No weak light could enter it. As long as it touched the darkness, it would be completely swallowed. And the moment they saw the black-robed man, Yelvis and the other two bowed down. "Greetings, Demon Emperor." "No need for formalities." Amos Shalua waved his hand casually, with a faint smile on his face. They only saw him reach into the void. Then, it was pulled out. Rumble. The void trembled, and the vast river of time was directly pulled out by Amos Shalua. "All of you, come with me." Amos Shalua said calmly, then took a step forward, walking into the river of time. Hearing that, Yelvis and the others did not dare to hesitate. They instantly walked into the river of time. Experts who had reached the level of the demon emperor. Entering the river of time was never a problem. But, this time, when entering the river of time, Yelvis found that the river of time in front of him was many times more vast than before. This scene, it made the three demon emperors' faces uncontrollably show a shocked look. Amos Shalua walked forward with his hands behind his back. No matter how many waves emerged in the river of time, he easily suppressed them. The river of time runs through the universe. Its existence records the traces of the existence of all creatures, and also records everything from nothing to something. Walking in front, Amos Shalua said slowly. Yelvis and the other demon emperors kept silent. They all knew that what Amos Shalua said at this time was actually a guide to them. Although the demon emperor and the demon emperor were only one level apart. In fact, there was no way to measure the gap. For millions of years, no less than hundreds of demon emperors were born, but there were only 4 demon emperors from beginning to end. There had never been a demon emperor to be able to cross the original limit and break through to become a demon emperor. Because of this, the demon emperor had unparalleled prestige among the void fiends. There is a river of time in the great wide world, which records the past of the great wide world. There is also a river of time in the outer void, which records the past of the outer void. Even in the demon abyss, there is a river of time, which records everything in the demon abyss. All the river of time is separated, but also considered as one. Amos Shalua stepped forward and waved his hand to extinguish a monstrous wave, splashing thousands of water droplets. Inside every water droplet, There were countless images flashing. Those images were the imprints that had been left in the river of time. The so-called destruction of an era is actually cutting off the river of time in a place. But in fact, there is a supreme river of time in the universe, which runs through the entire universe and records the root of everything. Everything recorded here is the real root, and no existence can cut it off. When you have the chance to reach the Demon Emperor realm, you can enter the river of time that covers the universe. Emo Shalua said calmly. Hearing this, Troy looked at the river of time in front of him, took a deep breath and asked, Sir, what is the purpose of us entering the river of time in the universe? The river of time in the universe, this term was very strange to him. Not only him. Even the two demon emperors, Yerways and Longfellow, had not heard of it. So, Troy wanted to know. What was the purpose of Emo Shalua entering here? There are only two ways to kill Xianxia. Emo Shalua replied faintly. The first is to break the barrier between heaven and earth and directly kill Xianxia's reincarnation. The second is to kill his past in the river of time. As long as the only one in the past falls, then Xianxia's present will naturally fall. Kill the past. Hearing this sentence, their pupils violently shrank. Such a method. They had never heard of it. Can we really kill the past in the river of time and then change everything? Yerways felt his heart beating violently. He had always been. He thought that the past and future could not be changed. Even if he could walk into the river of time, he could only see some images at most. But now, Emo Shalua's words had changed Yerways' view. If they could really kill the past, then there would be a big difference. After all, any expert would have a weak time. If they could kill the past, then any expert would be weak and pitiful. To this, Emo Shalua did not reply. He walked in the river of time, and all the images inside flashed in it. The vast river of time. From time to time, there would be big waves. Emo Shalua's eyes were calm, and he saw all the scenes that happened in his eyes. There were demons fighting in the demon abyss. There were also experts fighting in the great thousand world. In the outer realms, there were also the fights between the fiends and the beasts of the void. Everything. Nothing could be hidden from Emo Shalua's eyes. Has the great thousand world become so weak? Emo Shalua saw the images of the great thousand world, and there was a trace of waves in his eyes. In his memory, the great thousand world had always been very strong. There was the Emperor of Heaven, who made the demon emperors fearful, and there was also Xianxia, who could move unhindered in the outer void. There were also powerful ancient emperors, each of whom was not weaker than a demon emperor. It could be said that Emo Shalua had never forgotten the strength of the great thousand world. When the great calamity of the demon abyss happened, although he knew that the great thousand world had suffered heavy losses, he did not think that it had been weakened to this extent. The lower three true immortals are the most powerful. No, it is only in recent years that true immortals have appeared. If we calculate for a period of time before that, it was just a mere heavenly man. What a weak world. It is a pity that there is no way to break the barrier of heaven and earth. Otherwise, I could take this opportunity to attack the great thousand world. Emo Shalua thought in his heart. Attacking the great thousand world was the wish of all the demon emperors. Because only in the great thousand world could he find a way to break through the shackles. However, the barrier of heaven and earth blocked the footsteps of all the demon emperors. Thoughts turned in his mind. Emo Shalua had already walked a long distance in the river of time. All of a sudden, there were waves in the river of time. He stopped in his tracks. When Emo Shalua stopped, Yelvis and the others who were following behind him also stopped at the same time. In their line of sight, the river of time flowed in front of them, and images flashed in it. Emo Shalua suddenly stretched out his hand. Mysterious fluctuations spread out, causing the entire river of time to tremble slightly. All of a sudden, countless water droplets rose. Images overlapped one after another. As time passed, more and more images overlapped, and the aura on Emo Shalua's body became more and more powerful. Boom! Emo Shalua's transformed body began to blur, and a monstrous black shadow covered the river of time. A terrifying power swept out in an instant. At this moment, the river of time also seemed to be enraged. A large number of waves rose. A demon emperor was accidentally contaminated by the waves, and his face suddenly changed. Retreat. Troy's face changed dramatically. The moment he was contaminated by the waves, he felt that his lifespan was declining at a terrifying speed. Although the lifespan of the void demon was very long, it was so long that there was almost no end to it. However, no matter how long one's lifespan was, there was still a limit. If the waves of the river of time were to rush over, even a demon emperor would have the risk of dying. Without Troy saying anything, Yelvis and Longfellow both sensed the threat of the river of time. Immediately, the three demon emperors directly withdrew from the river of time. Just at the moment of withdrawal, they saw the monstrous waves sweeping over, about to drown Emo Shalua. In the outer space, Troy was still in shock. Will Lord Demon Emperor be all right? He recalled the fleeting glimpse he had just had. He had a fear of death. If that wave had been aimed at him, there would have been no chance for him to survive. Yelvis said, the Demon Emperor's strength is omnipotent, and the river of time can't do anything to him. Don't worry, it won't be long before the Demon Emperor comes out from inside. Longfellow nodded slightly. Regarding the Demon Emperor's strength, they were still very confident. If the Demon Emperor fell so easily, then the Void Demon would have been destroyed long ago. In the river of time, countless images gathered together. In the end, a drop of golden water droplet quietly floated there. Inside the golden water droplet, there was a portrait. That was in the Qianyuan realm. The moment Xiao Qingfeng had just awakened his memory. Hao Tsong. Emo Shalua whispered softly, and casually pointed at the golden water droplet. Terrifying power. It instantly wrapped the golden water droplet. Inside the water droplet, the sky of the Qianyuan realm also instantly darkened. The whole world seemed to be swallowed up by everything. Only Xiao Qingfeng's heart surged with a great feeling of horror, and just happened to see a terrifying finger falling from the dark. Boom, a cold blade light tore through the dark sky. In an instant, Emo Shalua's finger was cut off, and black blood dripped into the river of time, washed away by the river. At the same time, a man walked out of the golden water droplet, standing in front of Emo Shalua with his hands behind his back, and the expression on his face was cold and indifferent. Emo Shalua. Hao Tsong. Emo Shalua's expression was normal. He slowly retracted his hand. The finger that had been cut off had already recovered to its original state. Looking at the man in front of him, Emo Shalua said calmly, "You have been dead for 1,000,000 years. And I didn't expect you to have a backup plan in the river of time, which surprised me. My means are not something you can understand." Hao Tsong's face was indifferent, and his eyes were full of disdain as he looked at Emo Shalua. In the previous battle, if you hadn't escaped fast enough, the 4 great clans of the Void Demons would have become 3 great clans. After so many years, your courage has increased a bit. You actually dared to attack the sovereign's future in the long river of time. 1,000,000 years ago, I lost to you, and I didn't have a chance to avenge my shame. Since you left a backup plan in the river of time, it's good that I have a taste of it. Emo Shalua's calm face was filled with killing intent. Hao Tsong said, "I also want to see how much you have improved in the past 1,000,000 years." As soon as his words fell, the void cracked. A huge wave rose in the river of time. Hao Tsong pushed out his palm, and the abyss-like power raged in the river of time. Under this power, the golden water droplets separated and merged back into the river of time. Emo Shalua's face was solemn, and endless shadows rose into the sky, as if turning into the source of darkness, wanting to devour Hao Tsong. Boom, outer space. There was an area covered by endless shadows. At this time, the shadow shook, and 2 eyes shot out from it, looking directly at the scene in the river of time. That's Emo Shalua. The moment he saw Emo Shalua, the shadow was stunned. Then he saw the arrogant person who tore the endless shadows apart, and his mind shook violently. Heavenly Court Hao Tsong. Emo Shalua is fighting Hao Tsong, what happened? The awakened demon emperor was at a loss. After 1,000,000 years of sleep, he had forgotten a lot of things. Only a powerhouse of the same level could make him remember. At this moment, the other 2 demon emperors also woke up, and then looked at the river of time. On this day, all the sleeping demon emperors woke up. The Void Demon clan was shocked. All the Void Demons thought that the Void Demon clan would usher in a new peak. Inside the Amos Shalua clan, Yurways and the other demon emperors still stayed in place without moving. When the other demon emperors woke up, they also looked in the direction of the terrifying aura with a shocked expression. Another demon emperor woke up. It seems that the awakening of Demon Emperor Amos Shalua caused the other demon emperors to wake up. Troy took a deep breath. All the demon emperors woke up. This was a big deal. However, they couldn't care about anything else now, because Amos Shalua was still fighting in the River of Time. Although they had great confidence in Amos Shalua, it was better to be safe than sorry. If anything happened to Amos Shalua in the River of Time, the Amos Shalua clan's situation would become very difficult. A clan with an awakened demon emperor. It was a completely different concept from a clan without a demon emperor. After a long time, the void cracked, and Amos Shalua fell out of the River of Time. Demon Emperor. Yurways and the others' faces changed greatly. In their sight, Amos Shalua's body was broken, and there were even more terrifying wounds on his body, almost splitting him into two. Then, it was the boundless energy that gathered from the outer space, helping him to heal his injuries. Amos Shalua's face was gloomy. Haotsong is worthy of being the top powerhouse of the Heavenly Court. I thought that after 1,000,000 years, breaking through to the peak of the Demon Emperor level was not much worse than him. But I didn't expect that just the means left in the River of Time had already injured me. I'm afraid that when he was at his peak, he had already touched the realm above the rules. This battle. Amos Shalua knew that he had lost. Lost in the hands of Haotsong 1,000,000 years ago. Because the one who left the means in the River of Time was Haotsong 1,000,000 years ago, and he was Amos Shalua 1,000,000 years later. Compared to Haotsong, he had 1,000,000 years more than the other party. But even so, he was still defeated. Such a result made Amos Shalua feel angry. Lord Demon Emperor, just now the great demon emperors woke up, what should our clan do next? Yurways did not dare to talk about Haotsong's matter, so he changed the topic. Amos Shalua said, the battle between me and Haotsong caused them to wake up. Since they woke up, it's good. I can go over and talk to them, and see how to deal with Haotsong's matter. You don't have to worry about other things, just maintain order in the clan. With that, Amos Shalua had already disappeared. Inside the 10,000 clan battlefield, Xiao Feng suddenly stood rooted to the ground. A memory that should not have existed suddenly emerged. The dark sky. As if it could destroy the world. Immediately, Xiao Feng came back to his senses and looked up at the sky, his eyes were cold. Amos Shalua. Have you already noticed my reincarnation? That's why you wanted to kill me in the River of Time. Unfortunately, you underestimated me too much and overestimated yourself. But what I didn't expect was that after 1,000,000 years, you're already a 9th level immortal. But even so, you're still a piece of trash. Xiao Feng's heart was filled with killing intent. Reaching the 3rd level true immortal realm, it was not impossible to erase a person's past in the River of Time, but it was very difficult to do so, and the price to pay was not small. Moreover, the stronger the existence, the harder it was to erase the past. Because after growing to a certain level, one could see the past and the future. So, from the beginning, Amos Shalua was destined to fail. Soon, Xiao Feng calmed his mind. Now, the main thing he should do was to improve his strength as much as possible. In the Qianyuan realm, Qin Shujian was also a little stunned. Just now, memories that were both unfamiliar and familiar surfaced in his mind. Recalling the memory in his mind, Qin Shujian's expression gradually became solemn. His strange behavior. It was also detected by the god-slaying saber. What's wrong? The sudden voice made Qin Shujian come back to his senses. He did not hide anything from Godslayer's inquiry. Senior, I suddenly have an extra memory in my mind. It's a memory about when Xiao Feng first awakened. Do you know what's going on? An extra memory. Godslayer's tone was a little puzzled. Obviously. Qin Shujian's words made him a little unable to react. The memory in my mind about when Xiao Qingfeng first awakened is that there was an attack by an expert, but at the same time, there's another memory of when Xiao Qingfeng first awakened and nothing happened. The former suddenly appeared, and the latter was originally there. Qin Shujian gave a simple explanation based on his own situation. Hearing that, Godslayer fell silent. After a while, a voice slowly came out from his sea of consciousness. If I'm not wrong, there should be an expert who entered the long river of time and then attacked the past. Only when the past has changed, there will be an extra memory in your mind. An expert attacked the past. Qin Shujian's expression changed dramatically. Didn't they say that in the long river of time, the past and future have infinite possibilities, and that no one can change the past and future? The past had infinite pasts. The future also had infinite pasts. In his understanding of the long river of time, the so-called change in history was just changing one of the possibilities, but in fact, it would not cause any impact. Godslayer said, "Your understanding is not wrong, but if there is an expert who can integrate the countless pasts together and make the infinite become limited, then there is a possibility of changing history." However, it was extremely difficult to achieve this. Even an ordinary true immortal in the upper 3 levels would not be able to do this. And to change the past, a huge change is required, and the probability of success is also very low. After a pause, Godslayer said, "Because it's worth sending a powerhouse who can change the past, then the person he wants to deal with is likely to be in existence of the same level. He could change the past, but experts of that level could also see the future. The past and the future might be very long, or it might just be an instant. Thus, once someone tries to change something, the being that is being changed will be able to see this scene at its peak and will naturally act to stop it." Hearing this, Qin Shujian fell silent. Changing the past and even erasing the future. Such methods were not something he could understand at the moment. There was no reason for it. Qin Shujian suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If someone tries to deal with my past and erase it, then won't I completely die? I won't. Godslayer said confidently, "Your future will be extremely powerful. If someone tries to erase your past, then your future will try to stop them. Not many heroes would be obliterated by others in the past, because they would all become supreme experts in the future. Unless the person who erases them is really too powerful. But there's no need to do that. There's no need to erase the past at the moment when you can fight against the strongest in the future. You can just do it directly." In Godslayer's opinion, Qin Shujian would definitely be a top supreme expert in the future. After all, in his long years, he had never seen anyone with the potential of Qin Shujian. And he had never seen anyone. He could have the strength to kill 1 or 2 true immortals at the 8th level of the celestial being realm. More importantly, Godslayer was sure that Qin Shujian was in existence above the rules in his previous life. In this life, even if there was no way to return to the peak of his previous life, his achievements would definitely not be low. Therefore, Qin Shujian's worry, in his opinion, was completely unnecessary. There shouldn't be an expert in the world who can do this, but there may be such an expert in the future. What was the scene you saw at that time? Godslayer asked. When it came to such a level, there were too many uncertainties. Hearing that, Qin Shujian thought for a moment and said, "What I saw was endless darkness, and then a finger crushed down from the sky. But I can feel that the target of that finger shouldn't be me." Then, Qin Shujian carefully described the scene at that time, as well as the details of the finger. After a long time, Godslayer's tone was solemn. "Demon Emperor. You mean, the one who attacked was the Demon Emperor?" "That's right." Godslayer said, "According to your description, the one who attacked should be the Demon Emperor of the Void Demons, but I don't know which Demon Emperor it is. But his target is not you, so it can only be Xiao Qingfeng. His previous life, Immortal Lord Haotsong, was the great enemy of the Void Demons. Many Demon Emperors fell in his hands, and it was rumored that there was even a Demon Emperor who fought with him. If the Void Demons noticed Haotsong's reincarnation, and then a Demon Emperor attacked him in the long river of time, wanting to erase his past, then it makes sense." Godslayer's explanation. Qin Shujian also agreed. After all, in the Qianyuan sacred ground, only he and Xiao Qingfeng were worthy of this level of existence. But the other party's target was not him. It had to be Xiao Qingfeng. Godslayer said, but among the void demons, there shouldn't be many demon emperors who can do this. I think instead of asking me about this matter, you should ask Xiao Qingfeng. He is the person involved, so he should know better than you and me. Xiao Qingfeng, Qin Shujian was stunned. He almost forgot to talk to Xiao Qingfeng directly. After Godslayer's reminder, Qin Shujian immediately prepared to leave and go to the 10,000 clan battlefield to meet Xiao Qingfeng. There was no other way. Some strong people wanted to erase the past and change the future. Qin Shujian couldn't be at ease with such a thing. Although according to Godslayer's words, he would be very strong in the future, and there wouldn't be any strong people who could do this. But no matter what, Qin Shujian had to figure out this matter. On the other side, in the 10,000 clan battlefield, under the impact of the momentum of heaven and earth, many strong people of the human clan also broke through. Qin Yuanbai's aura surged. Then, he directly announced that he would enter seclusion. Not only that, even Yin Banqing and the others directly entered seclusion. Those who were not affected by the momentum of heaven and earth. Only non-human cultivators could do that. For example, Fire Sage, Niu Dali, or Golden Rock King and Jade Wave King from Tianwen Island. With the momentum of heaven and earth, it will be easier to break through the realm. Unfortunately, we are not human and can't enjoy the benefits brought by the momentum of heaven and earth. Golden Rock King was a little jealous. He also wanted the momentum of heaven and earth. He also wanted to break through to a higher realm. For Golden Rock King, the fourth level of the celestial being was just a new starting point. After entering the Saint Realm, there were Almighties. After Almighties, there was Nirvana. After Nirvana, there was True Immortal. He still had a long way to go. But, Golden Rock King could also understand. Cultivators who were not human had no possibility of sharing the momentum of heaven and earth. The momentum of heaven and earth. It was not a simple alliance or integration into the human clan. Only those who had the blood of the human clan flowing in their bodies were qualified to be blessed by the momentum of heaven and earth. Jade Wave King said, "It's not worth regretting not being blessed by the momentum of heaven and earth. Now that there are so many strong people in the 10,000 clan battlefield, as long as we fight with them, we will have a chance to break through our original realm." Jade Wave King is right. Golden Rock King forced a smile. He could only calm down like this. All of a sudden, a powerful aura erupted from beside him. The few people who were talking were all stunned at this moment. They turned their heads stiffly to look at Niu Dali, who was acting as if nothing had happened. There was disbelief in their eyes. "Elder Niu, have you broken through?" Fire Sage asked in surprise. Niu Dali's face revealed a simple and honest smile. "I think I have broken through. Well, the 7th level of the celestial being realm. It's barely passable." The 7th level of the celestial being realm, barely passable. Golden Rock King and Jade Wave King suddenly felt a little depressed. Especially Golden Rock King. He knew that the reason why Niu Dali could break through so quickly was all because of the inheritance of the demon clan. Regarding this, Golden Rock King's eyes were red with envy. If he had the inheritance of the demon clan, then he would be a powerful figure in the 7th level of the celestial being realm. No. It was not as simple as the 7th level of the celestial being realm. With his current foundation, Golden Rock King felt that he was at least in the 8th level of the celestial being realm, or even the 9th level. But what was done could not be undone. No matter how much he thought about it, it was just a thought. Golden Rock King had no other choice but to be envious. Elder Niu has broken through to the 7th level of the celestial being realm. Your strength should be almost on par with an emperor, Fire Sage said in a deep voice. I haven't really fought with an emperor, so I'm not sure. Niu Dali shook his head slightly. He did not have an accurate idea of his own strength now. Fire Sage said, "You were able to kill a master in the 9th level of the celestial being realm when you were in the 6th level of the celestial being realm. Now that you have broken through to the 7th level of the celestial being realm, you are almost on par with an emperor. In this way, the Xianxia sacred ground can be considered to have a top master in charge of a region. When Elder Qin and the others finish their closed-door cultivation, maybe we can directly attack and capture the Gold Eldar and the Wood Eldar. The Gold Eldar had the Gingjin Sword Realm. The Wood Eldar also had strong defensive means. It was different from the Bitter Sea. The Bitter Sea was traversed by spirit ships. The other two forbidden lands could only be broken through with tyrannical strength. Now, Niao Dali had broken through. The human clan had the possibility of breaking through the defenses of the two races. Golden Rock King nodded. Yes, if we can capture the Gold Eldar and the Wood Eldar, the power of the Xianxia sacred ground will definitely increase greatly. At that time, it will be much more difficult for the other clans to suppress us in the 10,000 clan battlefield. Capturing the Water Eldar had already brought them such great benefits. If they captured two more races, perhaps under the influence of the general trend of heaven and earth, the human clan would directly give birth to powerful figures. Although Golden Rock King was not a human, he was still a nominal elder of the Xianxia sacred ground. To a certain extent, it could be said that he shared the honor and disgrace of the Xianxia sacred ground. So, the prosperity of the sacred ground would also be of great benefit to him. In response to their words, Niao Dali stroked his horns and smiled, but he didn't reply. Somewhere in the 10,000 clan battlefield, a frost-like flower bloomed, and a crystal-clear drop of water quietly stayed in the center of the flower. A huge amount of heaven and earth spirit chi gathered there. This made the drop of water exude a powerful aura. At this time, many cultivators gathered here, fighting and killing each other. The treasure of the Waterling Huang is mine. No one can snatch it from me. Bullshit, this treasure is mine. Whoever snatches it from me will die. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Take it with your own ability. Kill. The cultivators of the various clans were fighting in order to snatch the treasure left by the Waterling Huang. As the Water Eldar retreated from the 10,000 clan battlefield, the power left by the Waterling Huang had been completely dispersed and finally landed in various parts of the 10,000 clan battlefield. For this, many cultivators were looking for the treasures left by the Waterling Huang. Although the cultivators of the Saint Realm and above didn't care about the things left by the Waterling Huang, but for the ordinary diviner cultivators and those cultivators below the diviner level, the things left by the Waterling Huang were considered treasures. As a result, naturally, there were more people fighting for it. Boom, an arrow pierced through the air. A cultivator of the spirit martial realm didn't even have time to resist before he was directly shot in the air. Immediately after, another 3 arrows were fired, and another 3 cultivators fell. Such a change. Naturally, it caused many cultivators to be wary. Human. Where did this human cultivator come from? Is the bow in his hand a treasure? The divine martial realm, some cultivators were afraid. After looking at each other, they joined forces to attack. If they wanted to snatch the treasure, they had to get rid of the most threatening one first. Zhang Ergu smiled disdainfully. A bunch of useless people, how dare you attack me? Elder Qian, kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, the bowstring was drawn. Endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. In the next moment, Zhang Ergu released the bowstring from his fingers. The spiritual arrow instantly shot out. The arrow flew out and turned into countless arrows in the air. It directly engulfed the cultivators who had attacked. Boom, the spiritual arrow shot out and instantly caused all the cultivators' bodies to explode. In an instant, as many as dozens of cultivators died. At this point, the cultivators who had planned to attack couldn't help but stop at this time. They looked up at Zhang Ergu with eyes full of horror. Among the cultivators present, many of them were in the divine martial realm. But even so, they felt the threat of death in front of Zhang Ergu. The spiritual arrow condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, harvesting one life after another. These cultivators were able to see it. The bow of heaven and earth was an extremely powerful divine weapon. But no one knew. The Bow of Heaven and Earth was not a simple divine weapon, but a five-seal Dao artifact. A five-seal Dao artifact. Coupled with Zhang Ergu's cultivation, almost no one could compete with him except for a diviner. Ling Huang's treasure is mine. If anyone is not convinced, feel free to attack. Otherwise, get lost. Zhang Ergu smiled proudly. Then, under everyone's angry gaze, he walked directly to the spiritual flower. Then he reached out and plucked the entire spiritual flower, then put it into his storage ring. From beginning to end, no one tried to snatch it. Compared to the treasure, these cultivators valued their lives more. The purpose of entering the 10,000 clan battlefield was to experience killing and break through the original shackles. However, killing was also about balance. A one-sided crush would not be of any use at all, and they would lose their lives in vain. After doing all this, Zhang Ergu glanced at them, then turned and left. After he completely left, a cultivator's eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice, "The human race is so arrogant. I want to see how a mere divine martial realm cultivator can run rampant in the 10,000 clan battlefield." He had made his decision. After this matter, he would immediately investigate Zhang Ergu's identity, then ask the diviners in the clan to kill him. As for the reason for asking the diviners to help, it was very simple. The other party had an extremely powerful divine weapon in his hand. Just this reason alone. It was enough to tempt the diviners. Soon, the cultivators present turned and left. Since the treasure had been taken away, there was no need for the others to stay. On the other side, Zhang Ergu found a secret place and set up a simple perception and shielding array around it. Qin Shujian was the #1 array Grand Master of the human race. The Qianyuan sacred ground was the holy land for cultivation in the world. As an elder of the Yuan sect, he naturally had some knowledge of arrays. Although he did not gain too much knowledge in arrays, it was not a problem to set up some simple arrays. After the array was set up, Zhang Ergu took out his harvest from the storage ring. "Elder Qian, what do you think is the treasure of water?" Ling Huang. Looking at the spiritual flower in front of him, Zhang Ergu's eyes flashed with a puzzled look. With his clumsy knowledge, he didn't know much about the situation. Hearing this, the Qiankuan Bao pondered for a while and said, "The spiritual flower is not important. It is just an embryo. The real treasure is the drop of water on the spiritual flower. As far as I know, the water Eldar is derived from the water spirit of heaven and earth, and water Ling Huang is one of the best among them. The treasure formed from his blood essence also contained a rich amount of water spiritual energy. If you swallow it, there is a high probability that you will be able to activate the water spirit body." During this time, the Qiankuan Bao had also learned a lot about the various races. This was because he realized that his previous knowledge and experience were completely inadequate. He had already been abandoned once. There must not be a second time. Just like how one could not fall in the same place twice, the Qiankuan Bao believed that he was also a Taoist artifact with aspirations. So, in order to play his role, the Qiankuan Bao silently memorized all the information recorded in the Qianyuan sacred ground. Now, Zhang Ergu only needed to ask. He did not need to think for too long to give an answer. Water spirit body. Zhang Ergu was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of this name. The Qiankuan Bao was speechless. "You are really ignorant. There are all kinds of physiques in the world. Among them, the 5-element spirit body is more famous and common. The water spirit body is one of them. If you can transform into a water spirit body, you can absorb the water spirit power between heaven and earth to cultivate. Moreover, as long as you have any kind of physique, your cultivation will be much faster than those who have no physique. To put it bluntly, the water spirit body is a way to improve one's aptitude." Such an explanation. Zhang Ergu finally understood. So, if I transform into a water spirit body, my talent will be even more powerful. In theory, the Qiankuan Bao said. In theory? There are strong and weak water spirit bodies. A weak water spirit body may not increase your talent much, but if your water spirit body is strong, your talent will naturally become stronger. The Qiankuan Bao explained. Zhang Ergu nodded. Then, he looked at the water droplet in front of him, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Do I just need to swallow it? Do I need to prepare anything? There's no need for that. It's not the complete essence blood of the water spirit emperor. It's a treasure that has been diluted many times. With your current cultivation level, you should be able to handle it. The Qianquan Bao comforted him. Hearing that, Xianxia did not hesitate. He immediately wrapped the water droplet with his true essence and swallowed it. He lost the water droplet. The spiritual flower also withered instantly. Not long after, it had turned into dust and dissipated. The water droplet fell into his stomach. A powerful force rose from his body. This force was both powerful and extremely gentle. It nourished Xianxia's body and slowly changed. This feeling. He could not help but let out a comfortable moan. The Qianquan Bao said faintly, I say, can you stop making these strange sounds and cultivate properly? Do you know that every time you make a sound, there will be water spirit power overflowing? Hearing that, Xianxia immediately shut his mouth. The water spirit power could not be wasted. A day passed. During this time, some cultivators passed by. But because of the shielding formation, no one noticed that there were other cultivators silently cultivating nearby. Time passed. The water spirit power was completely digested. Xianxia's body shook slightly, and the aura on his body suddenly became stronger. The third level of the divine martial realm. Originally, when he attacked and occupied the Eldar of Water, under the power of heaven and earth, he had already broken through to the second level of the divine martial realm. Now that he was refining the treasure of the water Ling Huang, he officially broke through to the third level of the divine martial realm. In a short period of time. After breaking through 2 levels in a row, Xianxia's mood was also very good. Feeling the changes in his body and everything around him, he discovered. When he was absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth, there was another gentle force gathering in the dark. This force, Xianxia soon knew its origin. The water spirit of heaven and earth. Is this the water spirit body? Simply inhaling and exhaling the spirit energy, he knew that his cultivation was a bit faster than before. The Bao of heaven and earth said, now you only have the initial water spirit body. If you want to reach a more perfect level, you need to collect more treasures left behind by the water Ling Huang. When your water spirit body transforms to a certain level, maybe you can ask the Qin Emperor to help you find a drop of the real water Ling Huang's blood essence. When that time comes, your water spirit body is the real powerful one. The real water Ling Huang's blood essence. Xianxia's heart was a bit hot. Soon, the Bao of heaven and earth poured cold water on him again. But with your current strength, even if I give you the water Ling Huang's blood essence, you won't have the chance to refine the blood essence of such a strong person before you break through to the celestial being realm. The third level of the divine martial realm is pitifully weak. Cultivate well. Don't be killed by a passing celestial being before you become stronger. It doesn't matter if you die, but if the Qin Emperor blames me, then I am too innocent. Old Qian, if you don't know how to speak, then don't say any more. Xianxia's face turned black. The joy of breaking through just now was also gone at this time. However, he also kept the Bao of heaven and earth's words in mind. If he wanted to become stronger, there was a shortcut at the moment. That was to collect enough water Ling Huang's treasures and then increase his realm. Unfortunately, the red lotus of purgation doesn't allow me to use it. Otherwise, I can give it a try. Maybe my realm will increase faster. Xianxia thought of the red lotus of purgation that he had been cultivating bitterly and then shook his head. The red lotus of purgation didn't allow him to use it. This was the order of Qin Shujian. He could only cultivate now, but he couldn't show it in front of others. To this, Xianxia didn't dare to disobey this order. He also wanted to know if one day he could use the red lotus of delusion that he had painstakingly cultivated, what kind of power would it have, just as Xianxia went to the second place to look for treasures inside the sacred city. It was also the first time Qin Shujian set foot in it. According to the rules and the oath, emperors and genuine immortals couldn't fight on the 10,000 tribes battlefield. However, Qin Shujian only came to the 10,000 tribes battlefield this time and never planned to fight. In this way, it wasn't a violation of the oath. Inside the governor's mansion, the moment Qin Shujian walked in, Xiao Qingfeng also felt that something was amiss. When he looked up, he saw the person who came in. The Qin Emperor is here. Brother Xiao. Qin Shujian nodded and then sat down opposite him. Looking at Xiao Qingfeng in front of him, Qin Shujian said, Brother Xiao, you should know the purpose of Benhuang's visit this time. The Qin Emperor is here for Emo Shalua? Emo Shalua? Qin Shujian was stunned. He didn't completely come back to his senses. Xiao Qingfeng smiled faintly. Emo Shalua is one of the 4 great demon emperors of the void. He also attacked in the past and wanted to kill me. This time, the Qin Emperor should have come here to change the past. Now I'll tell you the answer. The person who attacked is Emo Shalua, the demon emperor of the Emo Shalua clan. There was no need for Qin Shujian to ask too much. Xiao Qingfeng told him everything that had happened. Hearing this, Qin Shujian took a deep look at him and said, Brother Xiao really knows everything. However, Benhuang is very curious about why Emo Shalua attacked you. And why did he fail again? Did your future stop him? To this, Xiao Qingfeng was silent for a moment, then stretched out 2 fingers. The Qin Emperor's question, I can give 2 answers. I had a lot of grievances with the void demons in my previous life. Emo Shalua should have noticed my reincarnation, but he couldn't break the barrier of heaven and earth. So he attacked in the river of time, trying to erase my past. As for the reason for his failure, it's very simple. Although I died in my previous life, I was still a powerful person who could see the past and the future. The one who intercepted Emo Shalua was me 1,000,000 years ago. Xiao Qingfeng said with a faint smile. Emo Shalua attacked in the present 1,000,000 years later, trying to erase his past. And the immortal Hao Tsung 1,000,000 years ago noticed this, so he intercepted him 1,000,000 years later. Although it was a bit unreasonable to say this. However, Qin Shujian believed it in his heart. But what really made him curious was why the one who attacked was the immortal Hao Tsung 1,000,000 years ago, and not the future Xiao Qingfeng. It couldn't be. The future Xiao Qingfeng was not as powerful as the immortal Hao Tsung 1,000,000 years ago. If that was the case, then what was the point of his reincarnation? Seeing Qin Shujian's expression, Xiao Qingfeng seemed to understand what the other party was thinking. There's one thing that you may not know, I have no future. No future? Qin Shujian's expression changed, what do you mean? No future, how could a person have no future? Xiao Qingfeng said, the river of time records the living beings between heaven and earth. Strictly speaking, it records the living beings under the rules. That is to say, once you transcend the rules, you won't leave a mark in the river of time. I reincarnated to cultivate again, and I want to walk the path above the rules. So, there's no image of me in the future, I only exist in the present. If one day in the river of time, I lose the future me and the present me, then I can become the existence above the rules. Speaking of this, he also looked at Qin Shujian meaningfully, and said calmly, you should know this better than me. You also walk the same path, so I believe you have no future. You don't even have a past, only the present you is the only one that exists. On this path, you've walked further than me. If one day you can take your present body out of the river of time, then you will become the existence above the rules. Xiao Qingfeng's words made Qin Shujian fall into shock. There was no future. There was no past. He didn't know these things at all. Brother Xiao, how can you be so sure that Benhuang has no past or future? It's very simple, because I've seen it. Xiao Qingfeng replied. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's heart trembled again. He understood the meaning of Xiao Qingfeng's words. Xiao Qingfeng must have seen his past and future in the river of time, so he concluded that he didn't have a past or a future. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian asked in a deep voice, Benhuang wants to know, how can I enter the river of time? The river of time and the mother stream of rules have the same origin. It exists in every corner, but it doesn't exist in any place. You must sense the existence of time to be able to enter here. If I was in my prime, I could take you on a trip to the River of Time. But I can't do it now. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head calmly. Now, he could only take a trip to the River of Time for fun. And if he wasn't careful, he might fall into it. Not to mention that he couldn't take anyone. Even if he could, Xiao Qingfeng wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If he fell into it, then the joke would be too big. Speaking of this, Xiao Qingfeng warned again, there are many dangers in the River of Time. If you have the chance to enter there, remember not to let the river water touch you. Otherwise, your time will be swallowed by the river. Maybe a simple drop of river water can make you lose a few years of life. It's possible that you will be washed away by the waves, or even pass away directly. The dangers of the mother stream of rules won't kill you completely, but if you're not careful in the River of Time, you will really die there. The word time. It was too mysterious and unpredictable, and it was the lifeline that controlled all living things. As strong as a level 9 deity. There was no way to break free from the restraints of time. Therefore, as long as a strong cultivator didn't break free from the River of Time, he might encounter fatal danger there. It was just a matter of probability. Qin Shujian nodded slightly, Brother Xiao, don't worry. Ben Huang has his own plans. Then he stood up and said, now that I understand the situation here, Ben Huang won't stay any longer. Goodbye. After speaking, Qin Shujian didn't wait for Xiao Qingfeng to speak, and had already disappeared from the city lord's mansion. He wanted to go back and comprehend time. Because Qin Shujian planned to enter the River of Time and take a look himself. To see if he really didn't have a past and a future. Xiao Qingfeng opened his mouth. After thinking about it, he realized that there was no need to say it. If you lose your past and future, then if you die in the present, you will really die. However, even if there is a past and a future, dying in the present is almost the same as dying. Who can fish out a fallen strong cultivator in the past and future? Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. Thinking about it this way. Whether the past and future exists or not, it doesn't matter. In the void outside the domain. In an area covered by black shadows, a black-robed man suddenly appeared. Emo Shalua, why are you here? There was a buzzing sound coming from the black shadows. Emo Shalua heard this and said calmly, Baido, Haotsong has reincarnated. You should have seen the battle between me and him in the River of Time. I saw it. Baido said in a deep voice. I didn't expect you to have reached the level of a top demon emperor, and I didn't expect Haotsong to be so strong. After millions of years, he could still defeat you. If he didn't die, even if you broke through now, you wouldn't be his opponent. To this, Emo Shalua sneered, even if he didn't die in the demon abyss, he wouldn't have many years to live. The human race is not us void demons. A true immortal's lifespan is only a mere 120,000 years, which is pitifully short. No matter how powerful his glory is, it's just a flash in the pan. How can it compare to an existence like you and me? Millions of years. Not to mention one Haotsong, even if there were 5 or 6 Haotsongs, they would have to die. Unless, the other party had the hope of becoming above the rules. Maybe. Baido said lightly, you came here this time, what's the matter? Haotsong's reincarnation is not a good thing for you and me. I want to find an opportunity to destroy Haotsong's reincarnation. Only in this way can we really be done once and for all. Emo Shalua said bluntly. Destroy Haotsong's reincarnation. He exists in the vast 1,000 domains. I'm afraid we won't have the chance to do anything. I naturally know that the heavenly barrier is difficult to break, but, Emo Shalua smiled meaningfully, looked at the black shadow in front of him, and said calmly. If this emperor remembers correctly, your Baido clan left a backup plan in the greater 1,000 world more than 1,000,000 years ago, right? P.S. Support the original version, Jidian Chinese networks I am decent. End of chapter 684. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.